After a catastrophic event, the goo canisters descended upon the globe, granting everyone the ability to sacrifice their lifespan to unlock these mysterious vessels and acquire various extraordinary goo worms, thereby gaining immense power. Some individuals, blessed with remarkable fortune, have drawn the revered spring and autumn goo, capable of altering time and space. Others have emerged as sword immortals after unlocking the sword goo, rendering them invincible across the realm. Yet, there are those who find themselves woefully unfortunate, unlocking the death goo and meeting their demise on the spot. This is a world where lifespan and goo worms reign supreme. The latter can bestow a plethora of unique abilities, while the act of opening a goo canister and nurturing these worms necessitates the sacrifice of one's lifespan. A shocking rumor circulated through the alleyway. Jean Santien had discovered the legendary spring and autumn goo within a precious orange goo canister. This spring and autumn goo possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate time and space, and it is said that Jean Santien has traversed into an unknown parallel realm, reveling in unparalleled pleasures. Spring and autumn goo, that is the pinnacle among goo worms. It is even meticulously documented in the Goo Worm Chronicles, a beggar lamented. Indeed, unlocking an orange goo canister requires a sacrifice of at least 100,000 years of lifespan. Jean Cangshan's ability to achieve such a feat is truly formidable. Another beggar concurred. However, a dissenting voice emerged. Although Jean Santien is powerful, unlocking the orange goo canister comes with tremendous risks. If he were to draw a harmful goo worm, even he would be unable to escape death. Exactly, the pharaoh from the Middle East is a case in point. He sought power from an orange goo canister and ended up acquiring the death goo, resulting in an immediate death sentence, leaving him no chance to resist. The conversation shifted as the beggars recounted other instances of miraculous goo worms drawn from orange canisters. A powerful individual from the Small Sun Kingdom drew the pause goo, capable of halting time. It's truly enviable. And then there's our sword immortal from Huaxia, who unlocked the divine sword goo, rendering him unmatched in the world, becoming the foremost figure in the 9 provinces' conflicts and bloodshed. Not to mention our nature empress, who drew the revitalization goo, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Truly astonishing. Yet one beggar shattered this illusion. Hey, the orange goo canister feels far too distant for us. Being able to open a gray goo canister would already feel like a festival. Would you dare to open a gray goo canister? It requires sacrificing a year of your lifespan. If you're fortunate enough to draw a beneficial goo worm, it's well and good. But should luck turn against you, it could mean instant death. Another beggar retorted. That's indeed true, I wouldn't dare. For ordinary folks like us, it's wiser to keep our heads down. At that moment, in the depths of a grimy alley in Galaxy City, the beggars engaged in animated discussions. Since the arrival of goo worms and canisters a decade ago, the world had undergone a seismic shift. Machinery and firearms became ineffective, leading to widespread unemployment, forcing people to pivot their livelihoods. In this new world, the only path to survival was to unlock goo canisters. Goo canisters appeared in various colors, randomly manifesting in every corner of the world. Unlocking a canister could yield a plethora of goo worms and powers, but at the cost of one's lifespan. Lower-tier canisters consumed a year of lifespan, while higher-tier ones could require millions of years. This marked a global reshuffling of wealth and status, presenting both fairness and brutality to all. In the face of goo canisters, previous wealth and status became trivial. Only lifespan held true value. In essence, one's fortune would dictate their future, for not all goo worms were beneficial. Countless perilous ones, such as the death goo and disease goo, lurked within. Drawing such negative worms could lead ordinary individuals to a near-certain demise. Thus, opening goo worms became a high-stakes gamble. Some, audacious and reckless, became powerful through repeated wagers. Others, timid as mice, preferred to live as beggars rather than take risks. Yet, the dangers of the world extended beyond this. With the emergence of secret realms, countless ferocious beasts and monsters from other worlds surged forth, plunging the globe into an unprecedented crisis. At this moment, in the innermost recess of the alley, a frail youth lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He suddenly awoke, his gaze betraying a mix of peril and madness. After surveying his surroundings, he felt an excruciating headache as fragments of memories flooded his mind. After half an hour of struggle and reconciliation, he finally regained clarity. His eyes widened in disbelief. This is Galaxy City 30 years ago? I've been reborn. Guwen trembled in astonishment, unable to fathom that he had returned to this pivotal moment before everything had begun. He had a chance to alter the course of events. In his past life, humanity had strayed down misguided paths, ultimately meeting with near-total annihilation. As one of the last embers of humanity, he had daringly ventured into the forbidden realm of Shenangia in search of formidable goo worms, only to meet failure and death. However, in his final moments, he had caught a glimpse of a scarlet goo worm engraved with the character for Lifespan. At this moment, Guwen suddenly realized that this worm might be connected to his rebirth. He immediately focused his mental energy inward, and indeed, he discovered the crimson goo worm nestled near his heart. In his mind, Guwen silently chanted, "Examine goo worm information." Instantly, information materialized in his consciousness. This was the legendary Lifespan goo, one of the top-tier goo worms in existence. Mastering the Lifespan goo equated to mastering the path of lifespan. In this world, the significance of the Lifespan goo was elevated to its utmost potential, suppressing the overwhelming joy and excitement within. Guwen gazed at the Lifespan goo residing near his heart and murmured, "In this life, I begin with the Lifespan goo. Perhaps it is time to alter some plans." He recognized that possessing the Lifespan goo would enable him to rapidly grow stronger by devouring the lifespans of others. Moreover, in 2 months, Galaxy City would face an unforeseen upheaval simultaneously. The entire world would plunge into crisis. He must hasten to gain strength to survive in this perilous world. In the darkness, Guwen lay in the depths of the alley, turning his gaze towards the beggars still engrossed in their fervent discussions. A smile flickered in his eyes. "You are our old friends." It has been a long time. Memories of his past life and those who had once tormented him surfaced. This time, he would reclaim his debts with their lives. Guwen reached into his pocket and retrieved a wooden white goo canister. This canister symbolized both his past honors and humiliations. He fixated on the number 10 inscribed on the canister, indicating that it required 10 years of lifespan to unlock his expression complex. Just then, he was astonished to find that the canister revealed information. Inside the canister lies a first-tier flame goo, classified as white. Upon refinement, it allows control over flames without any danger. Guwen's heart raced. Was this a hint from the canister? If the prompt were indeed truthful, then all the high-tier goo worms in the world would fall into his grasp. The act of opening a goo jar can essentially be likened to a high-stakes gamble, where the heavens and the earth bear witness, wagering one's lifespan as the ultimate stake. For Guwen, possessing the ability to perceive information is tantamount to unraveling the mysteries of the universe. He has discovered a colossal loophole within the cosmic framework, allowing for the infinite opening of goo jars without fear of repercussions. Moreover, with the aid of prompts, he can even acquire many of the top-tier goo insects that have appeared in his past life ahead of time. This life presents an unexpectedly elevated starting point for him. As Guwen gazed at the prompt before him, a sudden memory of a significant news event from his previous life surfaced. Within a week, someone had opened an astonishing orange goo insect, an evolutionary goo, at a goo jar shop in Galaxy City. And it had emerged from a blue jar. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. It even caused a surge in the prices of low-level goo jars, as everyone realized that even these humble vessels might yield high-tier insects. If the prompt before him is indeed genuine, he could strategically position himself to procure the jars containing the evolutionary goo before anyone else. With a smile, Guwen pondered how to ascertain the authenticity of the prompt. It's simple. Just open it. A mere 10 years of lifespan is a price he is willing to pay. Although he is somewhat of a short-lived soul, being only 18 and left with just 11 years, it matters little. It is sufficient. Without hesitation, Guwen grasped the goo jar and immediately opted to open it in an instant. A brilliant white light erupted from within the jar, causing its exterior to retract like a finely tuned mechanism, revealing the contents inside. Atop the wooden base of the jar stood a fiery red goo insect, resembling a source of flames, exuding intense heat. It was the flame goo. Guwen's eyes flickered as he beheld the flame goo within the jar. The prompt is indeed true. Upon sensing Gu Wen's presence, the flame Gu's lively eyes began to move, displaying affectionate gestures as it bowed its limbs and head in submission, indicating its willingness to be refined by Gu Wen. Benefiting from Gu Wen's formidable mental prowess and his past experience as a 7th turn Gu master, he appeared as a deity to these low-level insects. All low-level Gu insects would willingly submit to him for refinement, allowing Gu Wen to refine them more swiftly and effectively. With a smile gracing his face, Gu Wen gently stroked the flame Gu, finding the little creature utterly adorable. The dazzling white light emanating from the Gu jar was highly conspicuous in the dark alley, instantly drawing the attention of all the beggars within. They instinctively turned their gazes towards the source, murmuring amongst themselves, "What on earth? Is he really opening a Gu jar? And he has summoned a Gu insect? Who is this kid, lying in the alley while opening a Gu jar? And a white one at that. It must be worth at least 10,000 silver coins. I remember him. He came by this morning. I saw him looking quite clean and even chatted with him a bit. He is a student from the Gu Master School, but he was expelled for making a mistake, and now he is just like us, a beggar." Bah! Is there really such a wealthy beggar? He is willing to open a white Gu jar. Wait, does that mean he has no background now? And he is just a beggar? Not even a Gu master? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the beggars shifted dramatically, their eyes glinting with greed as they scrutinized Gu Wen. A common man may be innocent, but possessing wealth can invite peril in that moment. Gu Wen was akin to a plump lamb straying into a wolf's den. Soon enough, someone spoke up. "A mere ordinary white Gu insect can fetch 100,000 silver coins at a Gu jar shop. If it's exceptional, it could even sell for 300,000. He surely can't refine the insect that quickly, right? If he succeeds, he'll become a Gu master. Impossible. Even for a white Gu insect, the refining process takes at least an hour." So that means, the beggars exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with malice, reaching a silent consensus. Under the cover of night, 8 shadowy figures stealthily approached Gu Wen, their eyes glinting with menace and avarice, wielding makeshift weapons, bricks, crowbars, hammers, and shovels. A single white Gu insect was enough to awaken their basest instincts. If they could seize it, they would be set for life. Hearing the footsteps around him, Gu Wen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Just as expected, these beggars were reacting just like those from his previous life, perceiving him as a plump target ripe for the taking. Yet, unbeknownst to them, true hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. In his past life, Gu Wen was inexperienced and inadvertently revealed his wealth. But in this life, he intended to bait his would-be assailants, luring them in for a complete capture. At this moment, the leader of the beggars stepped forward. Brandishing a half-bent steel bar, his tattered clothes emanating an unbearable stench, in the darkness, he glared down at Gu Wen with a menacing gaze, hand over the Gu insect. The other beggars seized the opportunity to encircle Gu Wen. Blocking his escape, determined to claim the Gu insect for themselves, Gu Wen remained composed, unfazed as he responded, "Why? Are you intending to rob me?" At this, the beggars erupted into laughter, revealing their yellowed teeth, their eyes filled with scorn and derision. In this era, what does it matter if they rob him? A discarded waste of space expelled from the Gu Master School is no different from them. Mere beggars. No one would care about his life or death. Not only will we rob you, but we could also kill you, and who would care? The leader of the beggars raised the steel bar, pointing it menacingly at Gu Wen, sneering, "I'll give you 10 seconds. Either hand over the Gu insect, or I'll smash your head with this." Gu Wen turned his gaze to the leader, a smile crossing his face. Such familiar rhetoric. The beggars from his previous life had spoken similarly, and back then, he had been too timid, fearing for his life, which would have forever prevented him from clearing his name or seeking vengeance. Thus, he had chosen to yield and relinquish the white Gu jar in his possession. But what was the outcome? He still received a blow from the steel bar and was subsequently beaten to a pulp by the other beggars. The truth is, human words are often unreliable. Gu Wen looked at the leader of the beggars and smiled. "You want me to hand over the Gu insect? Very well." As he spoke, Gu Wen's expression turned cold, his mental energy surging forth unabashedly, flowing into the Gu jar as he commenced the refinement of the flame Jiut. In an instant, the flame Gu radiated an intense heat, its flames erupting like a blazing pillar into the sky. Illuminating the faces of all present, Ji Wen bore a smile that contained a hint of madness. The beggar's expression shifted dramatically,
their anxiety palpable. He is refining the goo insect. We must stop him. If he becomes a goo master, we all doomed. Don't panic. Refining a goo insect takes at least an hour. He can't possibly succeed that swiftly. Damn it. He dares to resist. Kill him. Eliminate him. The beggars were filled with both fear and rage. Launching themselves at Gu Wen with all their might in that moment, their singular desire was to end his life. Gu Wen regarded the chaotic array of weapons with a tranquil demeanor, as if observing a slow-motion scene. With his formidable mental strength, even without the goo insect, he could effortlessly dispatch these beggars. And to top it all off, his refinement was complete. In the next moment, an intense wave of flames erupted from within Gu Wen. Soaring 3 meters high, illuminating the night, he appeared as a being of fire, his eyes ablaze, his entire body engulfed in flames. Ji Yuan was exerting himself to the limit, pushing the flame goo beyond its normal capacity. He yearned to explore the potential of this flame goo. Within the same species of goo insect, variations in potential exist, much like the differences in human talents. After testing, he found the potential of the flame goo to be quite promising. A smile crept onto Gu Wen's lips as the flames erupted violently, repelling all incoming attacks. He then extended his right hand, swiftly seizing the half-bent steel bar from the leader of the beggars. His fiery gaze locking onto the man as he calmly spoke. I've heard that people like us, even if killed, no one would care, so, may I ask, can I kill you? Gu Wen's voice was steady, akin to narrating a tale, yet to the beggars, it resonated like a death knell. The leader's face went pale, his pupils dilating, trembling in fear. No, please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The beggar begged for his life, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Gu Wen remained composed, tightening his grip on the steel bar, continuing to push the flame goo to its limits. Under Gu Wen's adept control of his mental energy, this first-turn flame goo was unleashing the power of a third-turn flame goo. The temperature of the flame soared, turning the steel bar a bright red, scalding hot. The flame goo, now integrated within Gu Wen's bloodstream, widened its adorable eyes, exerting itself with fervor. It too felt exhilarated, thrilled. For the first time in its existence, it was experiencing such a reckless use of its power. Witnessing Gu Wen, who now resembled a demon, the beggar finally broke down, letting out a scream before turning to flee, his legs weak as he stumbled away, desperate to grow 2 more legs to escape. The beggar's heart shattered within him, struggling to comprehend why Gu Wen could refine the goo worms with such astonishing speed. As he gazed at the fleeing beggar, Gu Wen spoke with an unsettling calmness. One must pay the price for their wrongdoings. By the time you contemplate escape, it is already too late. With a firm grip on a half-molten rebar, he hurled it with great force. Whoosh! The rebar soared like a spear, piercing the dark night sky, striking the beggar's back with deadly precision, impaling him and causing blood to gush forth like a torrential waterfall. The beggar fell lifelessly to the ground, his body suspended in a half-kneeling position. The rebar thrust into the earth, presenting a grotesque image of penitence. Beneath the cloak of night, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene. Ji Yuan's voice remained serene. A corpse is but art. The other beggars stood frozen in terror. Some wept, others knelt, and some lay prostrate, desperately pleading for mercy, their cries echoing. Before Gu Wen, they lacked the courage to flee. Their voices, though loud, should have attracted attention, yet, as they had lamented, they were merely the dregs of society. A group of parasites squandering life and land alike. Who would care for their existence? The night remained eerily tranquil. Aside from the beggars' cries for help, silence reigned. Even if passers-by were to hear, they would merely slip away quietly, pretending not to notice. Observing the beggars' desperate pleas, Gu Wen remained composed. In his past life, he too had begged these very beggars, imploring them not to beat him after stealing his white goo jar. He had done nothing wrong. He merely wished to survive. Yet, did the beggars spare him? Not at all. To satiate their own desires and fury, even after seizing the white goo jar, they mercilessly beat him to the brink of death. Such is human nature, a reflection of the malice that dwells within. Ji Yuan extended his right hand, a flickering flame dancing at his fingertips. Though small and seemingly insignificant, the heat it radiated was immense. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he declared, "Trash belongs in the trash bin. Filth should roll into the abyss." Whoosh! The flame was cast forth, igniting the alleyway. The fireball abruptly split into 7 terrifying, flickering flames racing toward each beggar, erupting into a frenzied blaze. Like maggots clinging to flesh, there was no shaking them off. Sizzle. The flames consumed their bodies, their skin, their very essence. The beggars transformed into fiery specters, emitting anguished screams, overwhelmed by pain and despair, filled with regret. If given another chance, they would rather take their own lives than lay a hand on Gu-won, as he watched them succumb to the flames. Inhaling the acrid scent of burning flesh, Gu-won maintained a faint smile. As despair enveloped the beggars, he stepped among their charred remains, summoning the lifespan Jiyud. In an instant, wisps of pale green life force streamed from the beggars' bodies, drawn to him, merging into his own, entering his heart and being absorbed by the lifespan Gu. The method of absorption was quite simple. Killing was the most efficient means, and this was merely a preliminary lifespan Gu. Once sufficiently evolved, it could likely drain the lifespan of an entire city in a mere thought. Successfully absorbed 110 years of lifespan. Beholding this number, Gu-won felt immense satisfaction. Just 8 beggars had yielded 110 years of life. What if it were 800, 8,000, or even 80,000 beggars? Truly, it was one of the 23 Gu. While ordinary Gu masters must refine a type of Gu worm known as the lifespan bug. A process arduous and costly, the lifespan Gu stood in stark contrast, a realm apart. The lifespan Gu could provide him with years, offering insights into the Gu jars. What did this pairing signify? It meant that Gu-won could leverage his past experiences to preemptively acquire all the powerful Gu jars available, to crazily unleash the Gu, until he became invincible. Chapter 3. The Forbidden Realm, 72 Suspicious Tombs. In approximately 2 months, Galaxy City would be ravaged by an immense crisis. The survivors within would be few and far between. During this time, he must hasten to elevate his strength. Ideally, he aimed to attain the status of a 3rd turn Gu master, or even a 4th turn, within 2 months. Otherwise, surviving the impending crisis would be exceedingly difficult. Though leaving Galaxy City for another locale could offer refuge from the looming disaster, fortune favors the bold. As the crisis approached, it would also bring tremendous opportunity. Should he seize it, he could soar to greatness. After contemplating for a moment, Gu-won recalled the evolution Gu available in the Gu jar shop. If he could obtain the evolution Gu, achieving 4th turn Gu master status within 2 months would not be insurmountable. The evolution Gu, ranked orange, was regarded as a legendary Gu worm, holding the 88th position in the Gu worm catalog, endowed with the ability to evolve other Gu worms. While it may not belong to the top tier of the 23 Gu, its power was undeniable. A 1st turn flame Gu, when evolved by the evolution Gu, could potentially ascend to 2nd or 3rd turn. With a stroke of luck, it might even undergo a qualitative transformation, evolving directly into a spirit flame Gu, explosion Gu, or other formidable Gu worms. Its value would double, and its capabilities would surge. And this was merely the application of the evolution Gu on lower-tier worms. What if it were employed on higher-tier Gu worms? What if the spring and autumn cicada were to undergo evolution? In this life, Gu-won was determined to possess the evolution Gu at all costs. First, he needed to find a clean place to reside. Gazing at the filthy alley, he shook his head slightly. Though in his previous life, he had endured far worse conditions during his flight that had been unavoidable. If he had the means and still chose to dwell in such squalor, it would be nothing short of foolish hardship. 10 minutes later, Gu-won arrived at a 3-star hotel. Producing his student card, he presented it to the receptionist. Eyed like a room with a king-sized bed. Though he lacked cash, the points on his student card could be used as currency. Having just been expelled that very day, the school had yet to process his enrollment cancellation, rendering his student card still valid. The receptionist, a girl in a JK uniform with twin ponytails and subtle makeup, brightened upon seeing the student card. Wow, you're a student from the Gu Master School. The students of the Gu Master School have a nearly 95% chance of becoming Gu Masters, bestowing them with significant status and popularity in daily life. Sort of, Gu-won nodded. He was not foolish enough to admit his expulsion, as that would render the card useless. The JK girl swiftly registered the card on her computer, then handed back both the student card and a room key with sparkling eyes. Your room number is 9003. Ji-Yuan took the card and key, nodded, and turned to leave. While other students might have lingered for further conversation with the girl, Gu-won had no interest in his previous life. he had encountered countless stunning women. Although the receptionist seemed eager to chat more, she refrained from pursuing him further. In this world, the status of a Gu master was exalted. Wielding the power of life and death, should a Gu master casually kill a few ordinary people, it would scarcely raise an eyebrow. Only those infamous for slaughtering thousands would attract the attention of authorities. Gu Wen located his room, and after ensuring no surveillance was present with a mental scan, he finally felt secure enough to wash up in the bathroom. After showering and wrapping himself in a towel, he sank onto the soft bed, bliss. In the final years of his past life, as human order crumbled, Gu Wen had not experienced such relaxation in ages. Reflecting on his past self, he found it rather foolish. Possessing a student card that could yield benefits, yet he chose to live as a beggar. Gu Wen deemed that version of himself as foolish. Observing the warm decor of the room, he felt a pang of nostalgia. In this era, humans still managed to maintain a semblance of balance against ferocious beasts. Although many territories had been seized and small nations obliterated, humanity still wielded control over numerous major cities. Possessing countless safe zones and residential areas, among humans, countless top-tier warriors emerged to resist large-scale incursions of beasts. All seemed to be progressing toward a brighter future. Yet, in truth, this favorable situation could not last long. Humanity was on the brink of total collapse. Gu Wen switched on the hotel television, intrigued by the news, as his knowledge of this period remained scant, necessitating further understanding. The world after the arrival of Gu worms was termed the New Era. Following the onset of the New Era, global television programming underwent a complete overhaul. Previous entertainment, films, variety shows, and educational content vanished entirely, replaced by news broadcasts. These could be categorized into global, national, provincial, municipal, and county-level news, with the media industry now thriving. However, the casualty rate for war correspondents remained alarmingly high. Only those equipped with powerful detection Gu worms dared to venture into perilous news territories. At this moment, the television defaulted to broadcasting global news. In Europe, at Lake Ness, the legendary creature suspected to dwell within its depths has seemingly been discovered, possessing the ability to manipulate the weather, bringing thunder and rain. A water element 6-tier Gu master from Europe has ventured forth to explore this phenomenon, but has since vanished without a trace. Consequently, Lake Ness has been designated as a forbidden zone. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Bermuda Triangle, a peculiar area has emerged, characterized by chaotic magnetic fields. Several individuals have faintly perceived an ancient underground city rising from the waters. Its presence imbued with a palpable vitality, leading to its classification as another forbidden zone. In the island nation of Fuji, signs of a potential volcanic eruption have been observed. Witnesses claim to have seen terrifying, monstrous hands of fire attempting to emerge from the volcano's mouth, shocking the entire nation, which has promptly declared Mount Fuji a forbidden zone. Across various regions of Huaxia, 72 enigmatic tombs have surfaced, believed to be the burial site of Cao Cao. The tombs remain sealed, with the conditions for entry still unknown, and no classification has yet been assigned. As Gu Wen perused the news, he pondered deeply. Indeed, Lake Ness, the Bermuda Triangle, and Mount Fuji were all formidable forbidden zones in his previous life. However, the 72 tombs of Cao Cao represented an immense opportunity. One fateful day, within half a year, all 72 tombs would instantaneously open, revealing only one genuine tomb. Entering this tomb would grant access to a profound legacy and, moreover, the chance to awaken Cao Cao from the late Eastern Han Dynasty. At that time, the Gu masters who entered the true tomb of Cao Cao hesitated and, in their indecision, chose to let him remain in eternal slumber. They were unwilling to take the gamble, for no one could ascertain whether the resurrected Cao Cao would prove to be a blessing or a curse for humanity. Thus, Cao Cao succumbed to slumber once more. Only later did people realize that this was their first grievous error. Cao Cao's revival could have safeguarded Huaxia, allowing him to single-handedly guard a forbidden zone. Yet, they had unwittingly forfeited the first formidable fighting force among humankind, marking this as humanity's initial mistake amidst a series of poor choices. The tomb of Cao Cao in this life, it might be time to let the esteemed Cao out to play with a slight smirk. Gu Wen mused that once Cao Cao was released, the initial pressures on Huaxia would dramatically diminish, and many talented individuals would not meet their demise. Under the influence of a series of butterfly effects, Huaxia would grow stronger and humanity would likewise thrive. Although he had no intention of becoming a savior, This course of action would yield advantages for him without any drawbacks. After glancing at the news a few more times, Gu Wen turned off the television, closed his eyes, and found his resolved. This moment, he could reclaim a small opportunity from his past life. In his previous existence, during a desperate escape, he had fortuitously discovered a buried green goo jar beneath an ancient locust tree on the outskirts of Galaxy City. This green goo jar had a market value of 100,000 silver coins. Acquiring this sum would equate to his first pot of gold. With this initial capital, Gu Wen would have the confidence to generate wealth swiftly, amassing sufficient silver coins in no time. In his past life, the evolutionary goo had been extracted from a blue goo jar at a goo jar shop, which held a market price of 1 million silver coins. Therefore, Gu Wen's primary objective now was to amass wealth. With the advantage of foresight, Gu Wen could easily employ the simplest method to make money. Open jars. What was perilous for others, potentially leading to their demise, was akin to an open book examination for Gu Wen. What opening jars? He was there to stock up. As long as he possessed ample startup capital to purchase the first jar, he could subsequently engage in a frenzy of jar openings, easily earning millions of silver coins within an hour. At that point, the evolutionary goo would naturally be within his grasp. Having solidified his plan, Gu Wen rose from his bed, donned his hotel pajamas, and strode confidently out of the hotel, unfazed by the peculiar gaze of the front desk attendant. He was determined to excavate the jar beneath the old locust tree. Meanwhile, in a grim alley where a beggar had met his demise, a man passed through, catching the scent of blood and charred flesh in the air. Frowning slightly, he turned to look into the alley, where he was met with a shocking sight as steel rebar was embedded at a 45-degree angle in the ground. With a corpse hanging from it, the face frozen in terror, half kneeling, eyes wide open even in death. Behind this gruesome scene lay 7 horrifying charred corpses, their faces contorted in agony, having been burned alive. The man's expression shifted as he stepped cautiously into the alley, increasingly horrified by the sight before him. It was clearly the work of a flame goo, at the very least a 3-tier flame goo. Possibly even a 4-tier one. The control over the flames was utterly masterful, scorching the deceased without missing a single spot, yet avoiding the flammable debris strewn about. A testament to unparalleled mastery. There lay 8 corpses, all beggars. Why would a powerful goo master descend upon an alley to slay beggars? The man furrowed his brow, perplexed. Soon, his pupils dilated, and his expression grew grim. Could it be an evil goo master? He picked up his phone and dialed the number, saying, "This is Li Long. I've discovered 8 corpses in the East District slum, all beggars. The perpetrator wields a 3-tier or 4-tier flame goo, employing exceptionally brutal methods. I suspect it could be an evil goo master in Galaxy City." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, the tone shifting to one of gravity. "Understood. I'll dispatch someone to the scene immediately." The loss of a few beggars was inconsequential. But if an evil goo master had indeed infiltrated Galaxy City, no one could predict what further horrors they might unleash. As the name implies, evil goo masters are those who pursue dark paths in their craft. These individuals typically delight in refining terrifying and sinister goo insects that require bloodshed for enhancement, living their lives in a cycle of slaughter and sacrifice. Their strength grows rapidly, yet they become less human and more monstrous, evoking disdain even from dogs. Without a doubt, evil goo masters possess formidable power. Ji-Yuan, still clad in his pajamas, happened to pass by the same alley on his way to the outskirts, spotting Li Long, who was smoking and frowning at the entrance. A grin spread across Gu Wen's face. "Ah, isn't this Captain Li? What a coincidence." In his past life, after being gravely injured by beggars, it was Li Long who had come to his rescue. It was unexpected to encounter him again on this very night. Ji-Yuan greeted him. "Good evening, Captain Li. Quite the night for murder, isn't it?" This poor beggar met a truly tragic end. Ji-Yuan gazed at the pitiful corpses of the beggars in the alley with a mixture of curiosity and morbid fascination. Li Long frowned and turned to glance at Gu Wen, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Your attire is rather unique, isn't it?" As the captain of an official organization, Li Long was not surprised to be recognized. Ji-Yuan looked down at his hotel pajamas and replied, "Oh, I'm just out for a stroll." "Didn't he bother to change?" Li Long nodded, saying, "Well, if there's nothing else, you should head back to the hotel quickly. There are reports of an evil goo master on the loose nearby." With a robust mental fortitude, Gu concealed his flame goo, exuding no trace of goo insects within him. Li Long perceived him merely as an ordinary individual and harbored no suspicion. Ji Yuan smiled. All right then, Captain Li. With that, Gu continued on toward the outskirts. Once he had distanced himself, he couldn't help but smirk and mutter under his breath. You re the real evil Gu master. Your whole family is. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he certainly wouldn't stoop so low as to become an evil Gu master. Such individuals, reviled by all, were neither human nor ghost, and even dogs would spit in disgust at the mention of them. Li Long belonged to the cleansing organization, which could be understood as an official entity. As the name suggests, they worked to expel invading beasts and monsters from the city. Members of the cleansing organization often referred to themselves as janitors. In his past life, after gaining strength, Gu had also served as a janitor for a time, though not in Galaxy City. Speaking of the cleansing organization, they possessed quite a number of Gu jars. The thought of the Gu jars ignited a spark of desire within Gu. Having been a janitor in his previous life, he was well aware of the wealth within the cleansing organization, as each branch boasted countless Gu jars available for exchange with minimal contributions, far cheaper than purchasing them externally. Most importantly, they had an abundance. The cleansing organization was not only responsible for eliminating beasts within the city and maintaining public order, but also had powerful exploration teams that would venture into secret realms to eradicate beasts and seize Gu jars, along with various opportunities. The Gu jars within these secret realms numbered in the hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands. Thus, how could the cleansing organization ever be short on Gu jars? Their only scarcity was time. Meanwhile, Gu lacked time but was in dire need of Gu jars. Wasn't that serendipitous? Should he perhaps consider joining the cleansing organization to reap some benefits? Although he wasn't exactly a saint, who said that nefarious individuals couldn't join the cleansing organization, the ranks of the organization were not devoid of those with less than noble intentions. Gu fell into contemplation, envisioning the possibility of stripping the cleansing organization of all valuable Gu jars. As for the useless, inferior jars left behind, he would leave those for the other janitors to enjoy. In this world, someone always had to bear the burdens. As long as it wasn't him, he was content. Yet, there was no rush. Ji Yuan shook his head, reaffirming that his primary goal for now was to acquire the evolutionary Gu. Whether or not to join the cleansing organization or a similar group could be addressed later. For now, he would engage in a fervent spree of jar openings. Chapter 4. The Invisibility Gu. A billion lost as he prepared to head to the outskirts, Gu felt a lingering sense of insecurity. The outskirts lie beyond the safe zone of Galaxy City. Should fortunes turn sour, one may encounter ferocious beasts, monsters, or even fugitives along the way. Therefore, it is prudent to possess a means of self-defense. After contemplating for a while, Gu resolved to cultivate a fire Jiute, as the most common type of Gu insect. The market price for a fire Gu hovers around 300,000 silver coins. Its combat prowess is neither particularly strong nor weak. In his previous life, Gu had once owned one, which he later synthesized into an explosive Gu. Thus he is quite familiar with the fire Gu. Reviewing the information, Gu mused inwardly. Instantly, details appeared before his eyes. This world grants everyone the ability to access information about Gu insects, which is quite convenient. Gu insect, fire Gu grade, white level, first transformation, second transformation requirements. 10 years of lifespan ability. Fire. The conditions for the second transformation are straightforward, a lifespan of 10 years. This does not seem excessive, considering that even a random white Gu jar requires a lifespan of 10 years. However, unless one is certain of the evolution path for the Gu insect and intends to use it long-term, most people would refrain from evolving low-level Gu insects. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, even if a low-level Gu undergoes a second transformation, the enhancement may not be significant. And secondly, the value of lifespan is paramount. Undoubtedly, in this world, lifespan is the most precious commodity. No one would expend their lifespan to nurture a Gu insect that could be lost at any moment. Nevertheless, Gu harbored no such concerns. Is lifespan precious? Indeed. But that is only true for others. For Gu, who possesses a lifespan Gu, lifespan will merely become a number. Ji Yuan currently has 121 years of lifespan remaining, after deducting the 10 years required for the Fire Gu second transformation, as well as the potential 100 years that may be consumed when he opens a green Gu jar later, he is left with 11 years of lifespan. 11 years is ample for error. It is quite secure. Every goo master reserves a portion of their lifespan as a buffer, for once their lifespan reaches 0, even the most powerful goo master will perish instantly. Gazing at the fire goo nestled in his arm, Guwen selected the option to evolve it in the information panel. In an instant, his 10 years of lifespan diminished and flowed into the fire goo. A powerful blaze erupted from the fire goo, its two antennae quivering as they became increasingly pure, glowing a fiery red and radiating intense heat. With a spasm, a flame-like pattern gradually emerged on the back of the fire goo, finally solidifying. Evolution complete. Success. The second transformation of a low-level goo is generally quite simple. Barring extraordinary misfortune, failure is rare. Guwen sensed the fire goo's enhanced state with his mental energy and nodded in satisfaction. It was satisfactory indeed. Although the enhancement may not be substantial and no new abilities were acquired, the intensity of its flames has roughly doubled compared to the first transformation, despite being merely a white goo insect. If he were to obtain an ice goo in the future, he could merge the two, evolving into a frost fire goo, significantly amplifying its power. Should he acquire a water drop goo, it could combine to form a water fire goo, manifesting explosive forces of conflicting elements. Moreover, if he were to obtain another fire goo of the same kind, he could attempt to synthesize it into an explosive goo. Beyond these possibilities, a plethora of combinations exists. Although synthesis carries the risk of failure, the overall versatility of the fire goo remains exceedingly robust. Guwen then glanced at the requirements for the third transformation. Fire goo third transformation requirements. 100 years of lifespan. 1 flame fruit. The conditions for the third transformation of the fire goo are relatively more challenging, yet not particularly difficult. They merely require some time investment. The flame fruit is a commonly found fire attribute fruit, favored by most fire attribute goo insects, with a market price of about 100,000 silver coins, comparable to the value of a top-tier white goo jar. Once he has finished gambling with the goo jars, he could indeed transform the fire goo a third time, for the third transformation of a goo insect represents a critical turning point. Guwen muttered to himself. After the third transformation, a goo insect typically gains a new ability, with the specific ability depending on the potential and talent of each individual goo insect. However, in most cases, a third transformation results in a significant enhancement in strength. An hour later, Guwen arrived beneath an ancient locust tree, its trunk robust and its branches flourishing and dense, rumored to be over 800 years old. At this hour, the moon hung serenely in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the utterly silent and desolate surroundings. This area, belonging to the outskirts of the city, had fallen into ruin following a beastly riot 7 years prior, now frequented only by criminals and ferocious beasts. In his previous life, Guwen had stumbled upon this place while being pursued. As he gazed at this familiar yet foreign locale, nostalgia washed over Guwen. Who would have thought that beneath this seemingly desolate tree, he would once find hope? Here, beneath the ancient locust tree, a green goo jar had once refreshed his fortunes. Greeting the tree, Guwen began to search the vicinity for traces of the green goo jar. It had been 30 years since, and he had entirely forgotten the direction in which he had unearthed the jar. Guwen surveyed the area and soon discovered a patch of soil that felt distinctly different. It was remarkably soft, a stark contrast to the hard earth surrounding it, as if it had recently been excavated. This texture, yes, this is the spot. In his previous life, Guwen had also identified this soft soil, which had serendipitously led him to excavate the green jar. However, he noticed that this soil appeared even softer than he remembered. Could it be that the green jar had just recently been unearthed? Guwen found himself puzzled but decided not to dwell on it, immediately commencing to dig. Almost immediately, after merely scraping away the surface layer, Guwen encountered a smooth ceramic texture, precisely the green-level goo jar. Just like in his previous life, the jar was not buried deeply, only a thin layer of soil covering it. Clearing away the dirt, the goo jar began to emit a faint green glow, illuminating the dark night with clarity. It was indeed a green goo jar worth 100,000 silver coins. Motivated, Guwen hastened his efforts, and in no time, he successfully unearthed the green goo jar entirely. He had reclaimed what was rightfully his from his previous life. Gazing at the green goo jar in his hand, a smile crept upon his lips. In addition to the lifespan Guwen hints, another significant advantage Guwen possessed was his memories from his previous life. These memories not only allowed him to foresee the trajectory of the future world, but also to recognize where many opportunities would arise. The green goo jar was merely one such opportunity, far from exceptional. The monumental opportunities from his past life, however, are what truly matter. For instance, the evolution goo from the goo jar shop, the witchcraft goo deep within Ileo Mountain, the jade seal goo found in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, and the water god goo from the Jiangnan region. He would acquire them all, especially the water god goo, which had been stolen by the island nation in his previous life. A disgrace for the entire Jiuzhou. Gazing at the green goo jar, Gu Wen wished to see if the hints would continue to manifest. Sure enough, the jar revealed a prompt. This goo jar contains a first transformation invisibility goo. Upon refining, it grants the ability to become invisible. An invisibility goo. Gu Wen felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated such a high-quality goo insect to emerge from the green goo jar. The invisibility goo is classified as a blue-quality goo insect, exceedingly rare and highly sought after. Among blue goo insects, it ranks among the finest and is notoriously difficult to obtain, even within blue goo jars. Acquiring an invisibility goo is a formidable challenge, let alone this merely green goo jar. The market price for an invisibility goo is no less than 5 million silver coins. Furthermore, acquiring one is nearly impossible. For an urgent goo master, even offering 10 million silver coins would not sway the seller. Yu Wen's lips twitched slightly. In his previous life, he lacked the lifespan to open a green goo jar and instead sold it for a mere 100,000 silver coins. What a grievous loss. Gu Wen felt as though he had squandered a fortune. Thankfully, he had been reborn and retained his buffer. Chapter 5. The Celestial Centipede Goo, the thief of jars holding the green goo jar in hand. Gu Wen's expression remained calm as he declared, "Open." In an instant, 100 years of lifespan dissipated like flowing water, infusing the green goo jar. Soon, the ceramic rim of the jar began to vanish, and a blue light burst forth from within, as pure and dreamlike as the ocean. Inside the jar stood a transparent goo insect at its center, the invisibility goo. The invisibility goo is minuscule, entirely transparent, flawless and pure, resembling a small, clear shrimp, seemingly encased in transparent water. The invisibility goo remains in a state of invisibility for 24 hours. However, due to the jar's reflective properties, the invisibility goo can currently be observed by the naked eye. This invisibility goo has come effortlessly this time. Gu Wen remarked with a sense of a WEDI in his previous life. He had traversed countless mountains and rivers, spending 2.5 years in pursuit of an invisibility goo before finally managing to obtain and refine one, which he had utilized for 7 transformations. Who would have thought that in this life, acquiring an invisibility goo would be so straightforward? As a top-tier auxiliary goo insect below the purple quality, the invisibility goo holds immense value and strategic significance. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Wen resolved to refine this invisibility goo, although it could fetch a minimum of 10 million silver coins if sold to the right buyer. With such a sum, he could rapidly open goo jars, unlocking evolution goo and countless formidable unknown goo insects. However, he may possess numerous and powerful goo worms, yet it would be improbable for him to unearth a second hidden goo within a short span of time. According to incomplete statistics, the rarity of hidden goo is comparable to that of purple-grade goo worms. Once the first one is missed, acquiring a second becomes exceedingly challenging. In comparison to these rare goo worms, silver coins are of little consequence. Just as Gu Wen was about to refine the hidden goo, a sudden roar of fury echoed from the darkness. "Damn it! I buried the goo jar less than 10 minutes ago. And you already dug it up?" Startled by the voice, Gu Wen paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. "Wait a moment, is this goo jar not wild?" Glancing down at the soft earth beneath him, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "No wonder the soil is so loose. It has clearly been recently disturbed. This makes perfect sense." Turning around, he beheld a man clad in black, with a bald head, standing at a height of 6 feet tall, bearing a scarred face, and with a massive centipede coiled around his waist. The man's fierce countenance radiated anger. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Judging by his attire, this bald-headed individual certainly did not appear to be a virtuous character. What kind of decent person would wear such a large centipede as a belt, however? Could this be the celestial centipede goo? Gu Wen's brow furrowed slightly as information regarding the celestial centipede goo surfaced in his mind. The celestial centipede goo, classified as blue grade, is a combat-oriented goo worm adept at assassination and capable of utilizing potent toxins. Ranking among the top fighters within blue-grade goo. Judging by its size and characteristics, this celestial centipede goo likely had reached the third transformation. After the third transformation, it can summon a centipede avatar, exhibiting immense combat prowess. This is not an easy opponent to deal with. Guwen furrowed his brow. At present, he possessed only a second transformation fire goo capable of combat, making victory against his adversary a mere fantasy. If a confrontation were to ensue, his fire goo would undoubtedly be annihilated. It would be prudent to adopt a strategy of diplomacy before resorting to conflict. Guwen gazed at the bald man and inquired, "Do you believe this is merely a coincidence?" After speaking, Guwen pressed his lips together, aware that this explanation might seem far-fetched. Why did it feel as though he had been caught red-handed in the act of thievery? The bald man responded with a scoff. Coincidence? What kind of ridiculous notion is that? I just buried it 10 minutes ago, and you dare to claim it is a coincidence? Speak up. When did you begin tailing me? The bald man exuded an aura of menace. Had it not been for Guwen's formidable mental fortitude, which rendered him inscrutable, coupled with his appearance in hotel pajamas, he would have already launched an attack. Guwen's lips twitched slightly. Tail you? I have no idea who you are. Why would I follow you? Who could have predicted such a coincidence would occur? As it turned out, it truly was a coincidence. Guwen felt a twinge of helplessness, realizing his misfortune. Had he arrived merely an hour later, perhaps he would not have encountered this bald man. A glint of cold light flickered in the bald man's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the goo jar in Guwen's hand. Coincidence? If you return the jar to me now, I shall consider this matter a mere coincidence. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. In an instant, a massive shadow of a centipede emerged behind the bald man, towering at 3 meters tall. The celestial centipede, with its brown body oozing green toxic fluid, brandished its claws and fangs, emanating an aura of coldness and malevolence that was characteristic of a powerful blue third transformation goo. The bald man's eyes gleamed with greed. He had just glimpsed the blue light. This indicated that Guwen had summoned a blue-grade goo. He was determined to possess it. After all, this jar rightfully belonged to him, and it was only reasonable for him to reclaim it. Guwen regarded the centipede shadow behind the bald man, narrowing his eyes slightly. The celestial centipede goo, capable of manifesting an avatar, evidently had undergone the third transformation. However, its body had not yet fully transitioned to green, indicating that its toxin was not yet potent enough, and it had yet to evolve fangs and claws, still short of the fourth transformation. Nevertheless, this was an adversary he could not afford to underestimate. The third transformation celestial centipede goo could easily poison both him and his fire goo with a single drop of venom. How could he turn the tide? As Guwen pondered his predicament, the bald man appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Guwen would instantly recognize the celestial centipede goo and even articulate its properties. The celestial centipede goo was exceedingly rare. The bald man had never heard of anyone else refining it. Each of his attempts at nurturing it had been through his own exploration. How could Guwen so casually recite all its characteristics? Who on earth was this young man? Did he also possess a celestial centipede goo? The bald man fixated on Guwen with an intense gaze, filled with suspicion. The celestial centipede goo was his absolute trump card. All information regarding it had been kept strictly confidential, ruling out the possibility that Guwen had acquired knowledge about it from him. Could it be that this young man was associated with a powerful faction? The Cleanser? The Hall of Yama? The Immortal Pavilion? Or perhaps an overseas influence? Only a significant power could potentially possess knowledge of obscure goo worms. The bald man's gaze toward Guwen was laden with trepidation. For rogue goo masters, those with connections were the most formidable adversaries. Yet, he could not simply abandon his claim. He was unwilling to concede. This was his jar, and it had yielded a blue-grade goo. Why should he relinquish it? Was he merely going to allow a straightforward man to be bullied? Although he was not exactly an honest person, this still amounted to harassment. Observing Guwen's calm demeanor, the bald man furrowed his brow, unable to resist inquiring, "Who are you? And where did you hear about the celestial centipede goo?" He intended to probe further before making any moves. Hearing this, Guwen felt a surge of opportunity arise. Chapter 6. The great opportunity to ascend to the fourth transformation. Guwen replied calmly, "The celestial centipede goo is not a purple goo worm. Is it truly so strange to have heard of it? The bald man's expression darkened. How could this not be strange? Since acquiring the celestial centipede goo, he had scoured the internet for information and resources, hoping to find something of reference to guide his future cultivation. Yet, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Not only had he wasted time, but countless internet users had also bombarded him with inquiries about the celestial centipede goo. To make matters worse, he had discovered no useful information, only allowing others to learn the name of the celestial centipede goo. It was a complete loss. Since then, the bald man had even begun to believe that he was the sole owner of the celestial centipede goo in the world. Today marked the first time he had heard that name from another's lips. Although the bald man was deeply astonished, he forcefully suppressed his curiosity, convinced that he must not reveal his intentions too overtly, lest he be seen through. Thus, he feigned calmness, letting out a cold laugh. Forget it. None of that matters. What matters is that you have taken my goo jar. Return it to me, and I shall consider this night's events as if they never occurred. Otherwise, the celestial centipede goo behind him shimmered with green light once more, appearing exceedingly ominous in the darkness. Ji-Yuan shook his head slightly. It is impossible for me to return the jar to you. I dug it up beneath the tree, a gift from nature. The bald man erupted in a fit of rage. You're talking nonsense. This is mine. What evidence do you have to prove that you buried it? Is your name inscribed on the jar? If you can prove it, I will return it to you. Ji-Yuan retorted, outrageous. The bald man stared wide-eyed. Who in their right mind would engrave their name on a goo jar? His body trembled with rage as he clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Gu-Wen. Fine, fine. I've made up my mind, and no matter who you are, I'll take you on first. Damn it. He could not accept this humiliation. As for what would happen if he lost, he would run. If he couldn't escape, he would die. Regardless, he would not accept this unjust treatment. Seeing the bald man preparing to strike, Gu-Wen added, while I cannot return the jar to you, I can offer you an immense opportunity, one that far surpasses the value of a blue-grade goo. The bald man tightened his fists, his gaze icy. Opportunity? Why should I trust you? Gu-Wen replied nonchalantly, simply because I recognize the celestial centipede goo. The celestial centipede goo is an extremely rare type of goo worm, with no more than 10 existing worldwide. I believed you are quite aware of this, aren't you? The bald man's expression shifted as Gu-Wen's words struck a chord within him. Had Gu-Wen not identified the celestial centipede goo and accurately assessed its properties, he would have attacked the moment the avatar appeared. The bald man's face darkened, and he demanded, first, tell me what opportunity you wish to exchange. Ji-Yuan maintained his serene demeanor. It is, of course, an opportunity that will enable you to grow stronger, even allowing you to ascend to the fourth transformation. The bald man's heart raced at the mention of the fourth transformation. An opportunity that could lead him to the fourth transformation? He had been at the third transformation for 3 long years. If he could reach the fourth transformation, what was a mere blue-grade goo worth? He would willingly sacrifice all his possessions for such a chance. The transition for goo masters differs from that of goo worms. Goo worms merely require the right materials and lifespan to evolve, but goo masters must assess their existing goo worms and, upon receiving the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, can successfully undergo their transformation. In simpler terms, when the abilities that a person possesses through their goo worms exceed the required value for the first transformation, they can become a first-tier goo master. Surpassing the second tier enables one to become a second-tier goo master. Thus, the combination of goo worms is of utmost importance to the goo masters. When paired appropriately, the sum of 1 plus 1 plus 1 can undoubtedly exceed 3, and may even surpass 10 or 20. Upon successfully advancing, each goo master receives gifts from the heavens and earth, including enhancements to their mental strength and physical form, rewards of goo worms, and various peculiar methods of recompense, diverse and bountiful. There is nothing beyond the reach of these celestial rewards. Only the imagination limits their potential. The rewards are not singular. The quantity received depends on each individual's fortune. In a past life, there was a lovely girl with a modest bust who received among her rewards an increase in her cup size. This seemingly trivial reward brought her immense joy for quite some time. The primary reason the bald man remained stuck at the third tier for so long was that his main goo worm, the celestial centipede goo, had reached its utmost potential. To advance to the fourth tier, he required materials of purple quality, which were priceless and virtually unobtainable. Thus, He saw no hope of progression as for how to pair the celestial centipede goo to unleash its full combat power. He was utterly perplexed, navigating blindly. Achieving the third tier by mere chance had already been his limit. Now, unexpectedly, Guwen claimed to have a method to enable his advancement to the fourth tier. If this were true, he would gladly call Guwen father. With fervor igniting within, he gazed at Guwen and restrained his inner agitation, stating, "If you can make me a fourth-tier Gu master, I am willing to bury the hatchet and owe you a favor from this day forth." Guwen maintained a calm demeanor. "That's exactly right. Communication is key." The bald man's celestial centipede Gu had already been cultivated to its peak. What difficulty could there be in advancing to the fourth tier? At this moment, the invisibility Gu within the jar had been successfully refined by Guwen. Whenever he wished, Guwen could utilize the invisibility Gu to vanish from sight. Yet, he had no intention of leaving just yet. There was still some value in this bald man, perhaps something to be gained. From this moment forth, the rhythm would be orchestrated by him. Guwen regarded the bald man and inquired, "If I enable your fourth transformation, what can you offer me in return?" "You think a green jar would suffice to exchange for an opportunity at the fourth tier? You are rather presumptuous." The bald man snorted coldly, replying, "If you truly can make me a fourth-tier Gu master, I will give you whatever you desire, even if it means braving mountains of knives or seas of fire." Guwen contemplated the celestial centipede Gu behind the bald man, then spoke thoughtfully, "Braving mountains of knives or seas of fire is unnecessary. Just give me a drop of the celestial centipede's venom, particularly the core venom from its abdomen." The core venom of the celestial centipede Gu is of considerable value. Its loss would diminish the Gu's combat prowess, making such a rare material nearly extinct on the market. A true rarity, priceless and unavailable. The bald man frowned. "Impossible. How few drops of core venom does the celestial centipede Gu even possess?" Guwen continued, "If I can make the celestial centipede Gu a fourth tier, would it lack for venom?" Upon hearing fourth tier, the bald man's voice faltered. If he could truly achieve the fourth tier, then even if it meant dissecting the celestial centipede Gu to extract all its venom for Guwen, it wouldn't be a loss. After all, once he attained the fourth tier, all losses would be compensated. The bald man fell into deep thought, gritting his teeth. "If you can make the celestial centipede Gu a fourth tier, I can give you a drop of venom, but you must first reveal the method." Guwen remained calm, stating, "The conditions for the fourth transformation of the celestial centipede Gu require a purple-grade venomous herb, a lifespan of 3,000 years, and several other materials. Am I correct?" The bald man's heart jolted. He hadn't anticipated this young man possessed such knowledge. This was listed in the data panel as the method provided by the heavens for the fourth transformation of the celestial centipede Gu. To know this information, one must first possess a third-tier celestial centipede Gu. Guwen added, "Indeed, this is one of the methods for the fourth transformation of the celestial centipede Gu. Yet the conditions are stringent. How easily can one obtain the venomous herb? As a high-tier transformation material for most venomous Gu worms, the venomous herb is rare and virtually non-existent." The bald man suppressed his inner turmoil and spoke in a deep voice. "So what?" Guwen's lips curled into a slight smile. "Therefore, I possess an alternative recipe for the fourth transformation of the celestial centipede. Gu worms are unique and ever-changing. It is only natural that there would be more than one path to evolution. In a past life, Guwen had slain a fifth-tier Gu master who possessed a formidable celestial centipede Gu. A memory etched vividly in his mind in the spoils of that battle. Guwen discovered another method for the fourth transformation of the celestial centipede Gu. Another method? The bald man's pupils slightly widened. It was no secret that Gu worms could evolve in various ways within the world of Gu masters. Could it be he truly had a chance at the fourth tier? He had thought that in his lifetime, the path to the fourth tier would be elusive, yet today, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Remarkably, it was in the form of a thief who had pilfered his jar. Chapter 7. A former seventh-tier powerhouse. Under the moonlight, the bald man's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure, regarding Guwen with a cold smirk. "Why should I believe you? What if you provide me with a false recipe? I won't gamble my celestial centipede Gu on that." Utilizing a false Gu worm recipe for evolution could lead to severe injury if luck favored him, or even the demise of the Gu if fortune did not. The bald man, having calmed himself, naturally remained skeptical. Guwen's gaze was steady as he looked towards the sky, proclaiming, I do not require your belief. The heaven's belief is sufficient. With heaven as witness, I shall record the goo worm recipe. Thunder roared. In an instant, a terrifying golden lightning bolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the night with an explosion of radiant gold. As the brilliance surged, a golden sheet of paper and a pen materialized before Gu-won. This was indeed the power of the heavens. It allowed Gu-won to inscribe the recipe from his mind. Only genuine recipes could garner the heavens' recognition, while falsehoods would result in failure to record. This scene was visible solely to Gu-won and the bald man, unnoticed by others. What on earth? The bald man stared in shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the celestial phenomenon. What is this? Wait, could this be a communication with the heavens, recording a recipe? The bald man suddenly recalled a post he had seen online. It was rumored that individuals above the 6th tier, or those possessing special recording goo worms, could communicate with the heavens to record recipes, causing celestial phenomena to bear witness. Those capable of such abilities were certainly not ordinary. They were either top-tier goo masters or held powerful recording-type goo worms, at the very least, of orange grade. With noble status and boundless potential, he never expected that the thief of his jar would possess such terrifying prowess. No, perhaps he could no longer be called a mere thief. The bald man's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Gu-won with a mix of resentment, given your formidable strength, why are you still stealing my green jar? Is my green jar somehow more enticing than others? Yet, does this not imply that Gu-won is indeed offering him the recipe for the 4th transformation of the celestial centipede goo? Could it be that he genuinely had a chance at the 4th tier? With that thought, the bald man's breath quickened, his gaze fixed on Gu-won amidst the golden glow, unable to suppress a gulp. Murmuring, if this is true, I would gladly call you father. Observing the bald man's reaction, Gu-won's lips curled into a subtle smile. Although he was neither a special recording goo worm owner nor a 6th tier powerhouse, he had once achieved the 7th tier in his past life, with the imprint of that spirit still etched in his soul, allowing him to perform this feat. Gu-won focused his energy, grasping the golden paper and pen in the air, and began to write, his characters flowing like dragons, firm and powerful. Celestial Centipede Goo, 4th Transformation Recipe. 3 Earth Centipede Goo, 1 Venomous Centipede Goo, 2 Venomous Wheat Herbs. Combined with a lifespan of 1,000 years, can enable the Celestial Centipede Goo to undergo its 4th transformation. Upon completing the recipe, the golden light swept over it for review. Once verified, the heavens bestowed a golden seal upon it. The recipe is complete. The golden paper gradually transformed back into ordinary paper, inscribed with the recipe and the golden seal. Simultaneously, Gu-won felt a drain on his mental energy, a side effect of recording the recipe, requiring some time for recovery. Yet for Gu-won, having once been a 7th tier Goo master, such consumption was negligible. Holding the 4th transformation recipe, Gu-won looked at the bald man, his voice calm. Is this sufficient for the heavens proof? The bald man's eyes reddened, filled with astonishment as he gazed at the 4th transformation recipe in Gu-won's hand, his gaze brimming with longing. He yearned to rush forward and snatch the recipe away. Yet he dared not. He was no fool. Gu-won's display of power indicated he was either a 6th tier powerhouse or someone with an orange-grade recording goo worm. A prodigy with limitless potential, he likely had a formidable force backing him. How could he afford to provoke such an individual? The bald man swallowed hard, glancing around nervously, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Goosebumps rising. Beneath the seemingly tranquil darkness lurked countless powerful guardians, didn't it? How could a talent of such caliber be unprotected? Had he made a move against Gu-won, he would likely have been reduced to a lifeless corpse by now. The bald man felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Goodness, I nearly met my end. This world truly is perilous. The next moment, the bald man suddenly produced a dagger from his clothing, swiftly turning around to plunge it into the abdomen of the heavenly centipede Jiud. In an instant, a stream of verdant venom oozed forth. The bald man retrieved a porcelain vial, capturing every drop of the toxic liquid, amounting to a considerable dozen droplets. Concerned that it might not be sufficient, he further inserted the vial into the body of the heavenly centipede, vigorously thrusting it several times to ensure every last drop was extracted, before nodding in satisfaction. He corked the vial with a wooden stopper, scratched his bald head, and addressed Gu-won with a hint of awkwardness. Damn it, it's me. Air. I mean, I failed to recognize your greatness, daring to provoke you. This green goo vial, in truth, is a gift from nature, unearthed beneath the tree. I did not bury it. I never buried a goo vial. Who would, for no reason, bury a goo vial under a tree? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The bald man, typically accustomed to a foul mouth, found it exceedingly difficult to refrain from expletives, his tongue nearly numb from the effort. Observing this scene, Gu Wen's cheeks twitched slightly. Goodness, this bald man truly is ruthless. With that dagger strike, he nearly dispatched the heavenly centipede Gu, draining it of all its venom. Impressive indeed. Esteemed one, this venom is a gift I present to you as a token of our meeting. The bald man hastily extended the vial to Gu Wen. In truth, he was not one to indulge in sycophancy or flattery, yet the prowess and methods displayed by Gu Wen had left him utterly awestruck. How could one not be impressed by someone capable of summoning the heavens for verification in a moment of discord? Gu Wen accepted the vial, gazing at the venom within, his expression serene. Though his heart brimmed with joy, the venom of the heavenly centipede Gu was of considerable worth and an irreplaceable material. With this venom, perhaps he could cultivate several special venomous Gu insects. Gu Wen looked at the bald man, finding him increasingly agreeable. This bald fellow was quite forthright. He required merely a drop of venom. Yet here was the man who had drained the heavenly centipede Gu entirely, truly earnest. To be fair, Gu Wen held no ill will towards the bald man in his previous life. Had he not relied on the green goo vial buried by the bald man to amass his first fortune, he would have perished in Galaxy City, and his future endeavors to become a seventh-turn expert would have been impossible. Everything is interconnected. Were it not for the bald man, he would have long vanished from this world. From this perspective, Gu Wen actually owed the bald man a debt of gratitude. He tossed the fourth turn formula into the air, saying, "This formula is yours. Strive for the fourth turn. Tonight, though not venture out." Gu Wen suddenly pondered why the bald man from his previous life had not returned for the green goo vial. Could it be that he perished on the very night he buried it? After some contemplation, Gu Wen deemed it quite plausible. At least in his previous life, he had never encountered the bald man nor heard of anyone in Galaxy City possessing a heavenly centipede Gu. All right, esteemed one. I shall not budge an inch from here, even if it costs me my life. I absolutely won't go anywhere, the bald man declared, fervently accepting the Gu insect formula. His heart raced with excitement. Had he known that burying the Gu vial could lead to such fortunate circumstances, he would have buried it long ago. Although the materials required for this new formula were equally precious, they paled in comparison to the violet materials. With this formula in hand, he would soon attain the fourth turn and become a true powerhouse. Despite having accepted a task for the night, it mattered not. He would forsake it. What was a minor breach of contract when he was on the verge of becoming a fourth turn expert? The bald man carefully clutched the formula, fearful of damaging it. Although it appeared to be merely an ordinary piece of paper, without this formula, even if he knew the required materials, he could not successfully elevate the heavenly centipede Gu to the fourth turn. The precise dosages and formula were contained solely within this paper, and the words would not reveal themselves. Once the materials were prepared and he chose to evolve, this formula would automatically activate, blending the ingredients to assist him in evolving the heavenly centipede Gu. The bald man, filled with exhilaration, lifted his head, ready to express his gratitude to Gu Wen once more, only to find Gu Wen had vanished without a trace. The bald man's eyes widened, his heart leaping in shock. Indeed, he was a hidden powerhouse, disappearing with such swiftness. I am already a third-turn expert, yet I could not detect a single breath. The bald man gazed into the night, his heart aflame with excitement, shouting, "Esteemed one, I, Bald Lao, owe you a favor. From this day forth, wherever and whenever you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to aid you, through fire and water," as he shouted. The bald man's eyes grew misty. His body trembled. "Damn it, I am finally on the verge of the fourth turn. Xiaoli, your vengeance shall finally be avenged." Unbeknownst to him, Gu Wen had not truly departed. He had merely refined an invisibility Gu and stood silently nearby, observing the bald man with mild curiosity. This bald man undoubtedly had a story. Had he perished on the path of avenging his daughter? However, it mattered little. It was of no concern to him. Gu turned to leave. The night concluded splendidly. He had opened the green goo vial, refined an invisibility goo, obtained a vial of heavenly centipede goo venom, and garnered the favor and goodwill of a soon-to-be fourth-turn powerhouse, a bountiful harvest. Yet a brand new dilemma arose. He remained a pauper, unable to produce even a single silver coin. How would he earn his first fortune? The goo vial shop awaited his patronage. Gu shook his head, ultimately deciding to explore the vicinity of the goo vial shop the following day, and if all else failed, he would sell a drop of the heavenly centipede goo venom. This evening's events had served as a reminder. His experiences from his previous life were, in fact, a form of wealth. Perhaps he could offer diagnoses for others' goo insects, plan cultivation routes, and in return, receive a handsome sum of silver coins. Surely that was not unreasonable? As Gu understood, matching, planning, and diagnosing goo insects had always been an industry in itself. Moreover, those masters deeply entrenched in it typically charged exorbitant fees. Some well-known figures even demanded upwards of 10 million silver coins. Yet, the true expertise of these so-called masters was often questionable. Those with genuine authority would seek counsel from genuine fifth or sixth-turn goo masters. It was only those who possessed wealth but lacked connections or power that would turn to these masters. However, Gu was certain of one thing. He was undoubtedly a bona fide master, a former seventh-turn expert. Quite secure indeed. Chapter 8. Is it not normal for goo masters to have a peculiar penchant? In the blink of an eye, Gu, clad in his pajamas, returned to the hotel. The front desk's JK girl, upon seeing Gu, immediately broke into a sweet smile and greeted him. "Brother, you're back? Did you just go out for a late-night snack?" The JK girl remained exceedingly warm, although she found Guwen's late-night outing in pajamas rather odd. Yet that was of little consequence, for Guwen was a student of the Goo Master Academy. A future Goo Master. Is it not normal for Goo Masters to have peculiar preferences? Gazing at the JK girl, Guwen felt a whimsical thought arise within him. How lovely she must look when she cries. Thus, he shook his head, approached the front desk, and sighed softly. "No, I was just idling about. I just went out to kill a few people." Upon hearing Guwen's words, the JK girl's smile abruptly faded, her heart nearly ceasing to beat in that moment. "You doubt you went out to kill someone?" Guwen shrugged, replying, "Indeed, if I don't kill a few people each day, I feel awfully restless. It's not that I enjoy killing. Rather, I revel in the sight of blood blossoming before my eyes, especially the young and beautiful girls, witnessing the terror they display before their demise, the screams and wails they produce. Ah, it is truly a delight." As he spoke, Guwen's expression morphed into something grotesque and twisted, resembling a deranged individual in the throes of madness. He then stared at the JK girl like a predator eyeing its prey. Remaining completely still, the JK girl's heart raced wildly, the sound echoing as if a small beast resided within her chest. Her complexion turned ashen, her body trembling as she took hesitant steps back. Managing to stammer, "Why, you've worked hard," Jiyuan smiled, saying, "Not at all, not at all. It is my pleasure. Why would I find it laborious to waste time and energy for enjoyment? By the way, you don't seem very old." "Do you?" "Little sister, I adore little sisters." Jiyuan leaned against the front desk, regarding the JK girl with predatory eyes, unabashedly admiring her, causing her to tremble and quake. The JK girl was on the verge of tears, her voice quivering with emotion. "Brother, I'm not a little sister anymore. I just look young. I'm already 30 years old." Jiyuan feigned disappointment, furrowing his brow. "30 years old, how mundane." With a shake of his head, Guwen turned away and walked towards the elevator, a hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. Watching Guwen's departing figure, the JK girl felt her body weaken, collapsing onto the floor. Her complexion was pale, her heart racing, tears welling up in her eyes. "Woe is me, I almost perished. I shall never again attempt to strike up a conversation with a student from the Goo Master Academy, especially those Goo Masters. They are all perverts. Woe is me." Inside the elevator, Guwen's lips curled into a slight smile. The young girls of this era possess a certain charm. It is rather endearing that an ordinary person would wish to engage with someone who is likely a Goo Master. In just a few years, such encounters will become a rarity, because in years to come, everyone will come to understand that Goo Masters may pose a greater threat to ordinary people than ferocious beasts. Many of the bloodthirsty goo insects require human lives for their evolution. In his past life, Guwen had a particularly vicious and blood-soaked goo insect, which needed to kill many people for each upgrade. Yet, despite not being a good person, he could not bring himself to slay his fellow countrymen. At least, if they had done nothing wrong, there was no need for their demise. Thus, Guwen discreetly ventured to the East Japan and returned with a bountiful harvest. Tio put it simply, the goo insect that could only evolve through life sacrifices was upgraded to its maximum level by him. Upon returning to his room, Guwen turned on the television, tuning into the Galactic City channel. He needed to gather more information about the inner workings of Galactic City. Much like how many financial professionals would diligently watch the evening news before the arrival of goo insects, these seemingly trivial news segments might hold significant interest for goo masters. The frequency of ferocious beast activity near Shouthang Mountain in Galactic City has increased, with indications of a mysterious realm appearing. Ordinary individuals and low-tier goo masters are advised to refrain from approaching Shouthang Mountain, as life is paramount. Suspicious traces of a dragon have been discovered in the Qingyuan River of Galactic City, with the cleaner dispatched to investigate. Citizens are urged to maintain a safe distance. The esteemed Director Liu Hao of the Cleaner Bureau has successfully led his team back from the Lizard Mountain secret realm, triumphantly retrieving several thousand goo jars and countless treasures. Congratulations are in order. As Guwen watched the news report, he nodded slightly, with many memories from his past life becoming increasingly vivid. Indeed, a secret realm emerged near Shouthang Mountain during this period. Albeit a mere ordinary micro-realm, he recalled that it had only been a short while since its appearance when it was swiftly eradicated by the cleaners. Notably, this Shouthang Mountain secret realm produced a valuable purple goo jar, which, in his previous life, was sent to headquarters, ultimately yielding a purple goo insect, the Flickering Goo. The Flickering Goo is a lower-tier version of the teleportation goo, but is still of considerable worth, far surpassing that of the purple goo jar. It seems a visit to the Shouthang Mountain secret realm is warranted. Ji Yuan pondered, deeming that such a valuable item should not be left for the higher-ups of the cleaner headquarters. The first news item held some relevance, while the latter two were of little value. The so-called dragon in the Qingyuan River was ultimately confirmed to be merely a very large water snake. While formidable, it was worlds apart from an actual dragon. For the thousands of goo jars Liu Hao had brought back from the Lizard Mountain secret realm, they held a modicum of worth. In his past life, it had been revealed that the blue goo jars containing evolution goo in the goo jar shop were actually sold by Liu Hao. Liu Hao was, in fact, rather unfortunate. He retained a pile of worthless goo jars while the most valuable ones were sold off. And after the evolution goo was unveiled, he faced considerable complaints. After finishing the news, Guwen shook his head, preparing for sleep. For him, securing the evolution goo remained paramount. As long as he obtained it, he was confident he could advance to a third-tier goo master before the impending crisis in Galactic City, perhaps even achieve the fourth tier. Just as Guwen lay down, he was suddenly jolted by a heart-wrenching scream from next door, the bed creaking rhythmically in response to the anguished cries of a woman. Ji Yuan's expression darkened as he glanced at the clock. Indeed, it was the late hour when philosophical reflections on life typically transpired. The screams grew louder, the commotion increasingly frenzied. Ji Yuan was certain that the neighbors were engaged in some rather extravagant activities. It was certainly not a simple expression of love. He turned over, forcing himself to sleep. With his strong mental fortitude, falling asleep should have been a simple task. Yet, even so, it took him a full 10 minutes to drift off. The next day, Guwen awoke, casting a resentful glance at the neighboring room. Were it not for his current reincarnation and improved temperament, those who disturbed his slumber would already be two lifeless bodies. After a brief wash-up, he decided to head to the hotel cafeteria for breakfast. Just as he opened the door, he coincidentally found the door next door opening simultaneously. A tall and elegant woman emerged, clad in black stockings, her long hair cascading down her back upon seeing Guwen. The beauty smiled and nodded. Good morning. That a hint of shyness lingered in her brow, clearly aware that her noise last night had been excessive. Ji Yuan regarded the OL beauty thoughtfully, but returned the greeting with a nod. Good morning. With his keen perception, Guwen immediately discerned that this OL beauty was also a goo master. A beautiful goo master staying in a hotel in the slums? Are there truly so many goo masters in this world? Normally, a goo master would not venture into the impoverished districts unless she had some specific mission. Yet, everyone harbors their own secrets, and Guwen had no interest in probing. After a simple breakfast at the hotel, Guwen made his way downstairs, finding that the front desk was still manned by the same JK girl from yesterday, clearly yet to change shifts. Upon seeing Guwen, her complexion turned ghostly white. The warmth of the previous day gone. Ji-Yuan offered her a knowing smile before turning to leave the hotel. A new day was dawning, and it was time for him to earn some money. As for how to accomplish that, he already had a plan in mind. The JK girl, startled by Guwen's smile, turned pale, picking up the front desk phone, weeping as she said, "Boss, I need to take a half-month leave." An hour later, Guwen arrived at the Gu Master Street in the Western District of Galactic City. The Western District, newly developed, was adorned with towering buildings exuding a strong sense of technology and modernity. This area was also known as the Affluent District, where the wealthy and powerful resided. GU Master Street was specifically designated for Gu Masters, offering all the supplies they might require. However, in 3 years, both the Eastern and Western districts would be reduced to ruins. Galactic City would become a desolate wasteland amidst the chaos of ferocious beasts, fading into history. Chapter 9. The large, big white bug at this moment. Guwen strolled confidently down the bustling Gu Master Street, a flag in hand. The banner displayed a series of printed phrases. Gu Insect Diagnosis, Gu Insect Treatment, Gu Insect Evolution, Gu Insect Pairing, Legendary Master. On-site teaching, no charge if I can't help you. Only assisting 3 fortunate souls. Unlucky ones please refrain. The flag Guwen held instantly captured the attention and curiosity of countless passers-by. A legendary master providing on-site teaching. No charge if he couldn't assist? How audacious! What kind of master would roam the streets waving a flag? It certainly resembled an elderly charlatan parading about with a banner. The crowd buzzed with chatter. How audacious! This lad looks barely 20 yet dares to call himself a legendary master. Unlucky ones please refrain. I suppose that luck refers to money. One must admit, he possesses quite the nerve. This is Gu Master Street, filled with Gu Masters. If he catches the ire of one with a short temper, who would dare to test the waters? He claims to charge nothing if he can't help. It's all a ruse. The free service is the most costly. As the crowd continued to murmur, Guwen remained composed, observing the growing throng around him. He then settled down on a small stool at the roadside, hanging the flag aside, and called out, "Ordinary folks, please step aside. Gu Masters, come forth. If you have any ailments or issues with your Gu insects, feel free to consult me. No charge if it doesn't work. Gu Master Planning, Gu Insect Pairing. Come seek guidance. Today, I will only see 3 fortunate souls. Those with fortune, hurry on over." As Guwen began to call out, others couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, what kind of master stands by the roadside shouting for attention? This is utterly devoid of class. I must see which fool will fall for this today. This lad truly has audacity to swindle money and still dare to come to Gu Master Street. Where are the security guards? Why haven't they thrown him out yet? Just then, a sultry girl approached, clad in denim hot pants and a white t-shirt, her bosom ample and her skin as fair as milk. With wine-red hair cascading down her back, her long, fair legs were striking, capturing everyone's gaze. The sultry girl looked at Guwen, her voice icy. "I heard you can treat Gu insects? Then tell me, what is wrong with mine? If you can cure my Gu worm, I, Yi Ziqing, will promote you for free, allowing all the Gu Masters in the Galactic City to seek your treatment. If you are unable to do so, then do not flaunt your deceit here." Yi Ziqing's expression was frigid, clearly indicating her displeasure. She was here to stir up trouble. Upon hearing Yi Ziqing's name, those around her were taken aback. Goodness, it is indeed Yi Ziqing. Is she not a member of the cleaners? Yes, I remember. She is the most beautiful among the rumored cleaners. TSK, she is a 3rd-tier Gu Master. Who would have thought this little fraud would encounter such misfortune? With her first client being a 3rd-tier Gu Master. I heard that Yi Ziqing's primary battle Gu worm was injured, and she contacted countless masters who possess healing abilities for Gu worms. Yet all received the same response: "It is beyond salvation." Haha, I am eager to see how this little fraud will handle it. The Gu worm that countless top healing masters in Galactic City could not treat. This little fraud will surely be left in tears if she possesses even the slightest bit of skill. Guwen noticed Yi Ziqing's arrival, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. TSK. Yi Ziqing, That name is all too familiar to him. In his past life, when Galactic City was destroyed, Yi Ziqing was one of the few surviving Goo Masters, later entering the Goo Master headquarters for further training, ultimately breaking through to the 5th tier. The ending, however, was tragic, as she was captured by a group of evil Goo Masters and turned into a furnace. Reduced to a mere furnace for evil Goo Masters, her fate was naturally one of torment and humiliation. At that time, Goo Wen had already joined the cleaners, and while executing the task of cleansing the evil Goo Masters, he had the misfortune of witnessing Yi Ziqing's corpse. However, at that time, Yi Ziqing was not clothed. From this perspective, Goo Wen could be considered to have avenged Yi Ziqing, though unfortunately, she remained unaware of this favor. Ji Yuan gazed at Yi Ziqing, his expression calm as he inquired, "Where is the Goo worm?" Yi Ziqing snorted coldly, "You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River." With a swift movement, a radiant light flickered in Yi Ziqing's hand, revealing a white Goo worm. The Goo worm was entirely pure white, slender, with pitch-black eyes, about the size of a grain of rice. Its most striking feature was a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's, though the left wing was damaged, resembling a significant portion that had been broken off. Ji Yuan observed the Goo worm and immediately deduced, "This is the 3rd-tier Swift Goo, a blue Goo worm, capable of significantly enhancing a Goo Master's speed in a short time. After reaching the 5th tier, it can grant the ability to fly, and it is compatible with many flying-type Goo worms, allowing for mutual synthesis and evolution." Seeing Goo Wen recognize the Swift Goo, Yi Ziqing's eyes widened in surprise. She had initially thought Goo Wen was merely a charlatan, here to cause trouble out of fear that someone might be deceived. Yet, unexpectedly, Goo Wen truly possessed knowledge, able to identify the Swift Goo at a glance and even provide extensive core information about it, including the fact that the 5th-tier Swift Goo could fly, a fact she had previously learned from a 5th-tier master. She never anticipated that this street-side fraud would also be aware of it. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. "Swift Goo? This large white worm is a Swift Goo? I've never heard of it before." "Well, that's because you lack knowledge. The Swift Goo ranks among the best among blue Goo worms, capable of explosive speed in a short time, making it an exceptionally powerful combat Goo worm. But this fellow seems to have some skills? Could it be he is not a fraud? I have heard of the Swift Goo, but I had no idea it could allow one to fly after reaching the 5th tier." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yi Ziqing suppressed her astonishment and coldly retorted, "So what if you guessed correctly? Can you cure it?" Goo Wen regarded the Swift Goo in Yi Ziqing's hand, his expression tranquil as he replied, "If I am not mistaken, you must have been pushed to the brink during battle, forced to overexert the Swift Goo, which led to the damage on one side of its wings." Yi Ziqing's pupils dilated slightly in surprise. She had not anticipated that Goo Wen would accurately deduce everything. Soon, she composed herself and said, "Are you merely relying on hearsay? My primary battle Goo worm's injury is not a secret. Many who entered the Lizard Mountain's secret realm witnessed it." Goo Wen felt a vain throb on his forehead. "Miss, do you really overestimate your own fame? Whether your primary battle Goo worm is injured is of no concern to me. Who has the time to investigate your affairs? Are you out of your mind? Can you cure it or not?" Goo Wen truly wished to dissect Yi Ziqing's head to see what nonsense filled it. The need for treatment extended beyond her Swift Goo. She herself required healing. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes lighting up. "This fellow has some guts, even daring to scold a 3rd-tier Goo Master." Yi Ziqing's expression shifted slightly, a surge of anger rising as she clenched her fists. "You had better be able to cure my Swift Goo. If you can heal it, I will publicly apologize to you." Yi Ziqing tossed her fiery red hair, her gaze frosty and arrogant. Ji Yuan rolled his eyes. "If you want to treat it, then treat it. Stop the chatter." Ji Yuan approached Yi Ziqing, casually glancing at the Swift Goo in her palm, unable to suppress a tsk. Tsk, a glimmer of cold light and anger flashed in Yi Ziqing's eyes. "What are you looking at?" Goo Wen replied defiantly, "Of course, I am looking at this large, plump white worm. This Swift Goo is quite chubby. How did you raise it? Don't you know to control its diet? The Swift Goo belongs to the speed category. Raising it to such a plump state, how can it exert its speed advantage in battle? Do you think you are raising a pig Goo? To put it plainly, if your Swift Goo were a bit slimmer, one of its wings might not even be broken. With such excessive flesh and such thin wings, overexerting it is only to be expected." Goo Wen spoke with a tone of disappointment, lamenting that Yi Ziqing truly seemed to lack even the most basic theoretical knowledge to have raised her Swift Goo in such a manner. For a goo worm to unleash its full potential, even reaching 200 of its capability, requires the goo master to manage the goo worm's condition, physique, and vitality through meticulous training. Though Guwen was young, his speech bore the weight of wisdom, and yet he was undeniably logical. The spectators were captivated by his words. Such profound reasoning, so it turns out the swift goo is too plump. After hearing Guwen's words, Yi Ziqing felt a jolt within her. She suddenly recalled that a fifth-tier goo master had once visited Galactic City and casually advised her regarding her swift goo, warning her not to overfeed it, or it would hinder its performance and strength. At the time, she had not taken it seriously, thinking the master was joking, and out of fear of starving the swift goo, she had continued to feed it generously. Yet unexpectedly today, she heard the same advice from Gu Wan. Could it be that her overfeeding was indeed the cause of her swift goo's injury? Yi Ziqing lowered her gaze to the swift goo resting in her palm. A hint of guilt surfacing in her eyes, so it was her fault. Chapter 10. This swift goo can be healed, I assure you. Yi Ziqing's heart had already begun to align with Gu Wen's assertion, but she still felt a twinge of defiance as she asked, "So what? The process is irrelevant. What matters is that it is injured. Can you heal it?" To be frank, I came to Gu Master Street today to visit the foremost Gu physician in Galactic City, Elder Lu Qianhua. Elder Lu has already declared the swift goo's fate. The swift goo has suffered a shattering fracture of its cicada's wings, rendering it lifeless and beyond salvation. It is utterly irreparable. Unless you are a fifth-tier goo physician, after Yi Ziqing spoke, a shadow of despair flickered in her eyes. She would rather Gu Wen be correct, would rather publicly apologize to him, hoping he could save her swift goo. But the facts dictated, the swift goo was truly beyond salvation. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why are you rambling on about nonsense? I haven't claimed your swift goo is irreparable, have I? What Elder Lu Qianhua says is of no concern to me. Just because he says it cannot be healed, does that mean it truly cannot be? This swift goo can be healed, I assure you. Who cares about Lu Qianhua or Lu Wanhua? Gu Wen has his own agenda today, which is to make a profit. The moment these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The eyes of those around brightened, mocking laughter erupting. Hee, I initially thought this fellow had some ability, but now it seems he is merely a joke. How arrogant. Do you really think you are superior to Lu Qianhua? Enough. I can't take it anymore. May I go give him a beating? How dare he malign Elder Lu Qianhua? Humph. Lu Qianhua is the pride of our Galactic City's Gu physician community. It is not for a mere yellow-haired kid to defame at this juncture. There were only two possible outcomes. Either this fellow would heal the swift Gu and achieve instant fame, or he would leave in disgrace, with no place left for him in Galactic City. The crowd, initially there for amusement, saw their feelings toward Gu Wen plummet to rock bottom after he made his bold proclamation. It was evident how high Lu Qianhua's standing was in their eyes. Ji Yuan listened to the crowd's derisive comments, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. In this scene, this atmosphere, he felt somewhat like the protagonist of a traditional urban novel. Is the Dragon King about to make an appearance? Tisk. Something felt amiss. In light of the current circumstances, his subsequent lines should be Ji Yuan's lips curled slightly upwards as he strode confidently to Yi Ziqing. Seizing the swift wind insect and placing it in the palm of his hand, his expression frigid, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. A comminuted fracture? A loss of vitality? This so-called Lu Qianhua, in my humble opinion, is nothing but a charlatan. To label a simple injury as a comminuted fracture. What a quack! After uttering these words, Gu Wen nearly chuckled to himself. Now, that strikes a chord. Yet, he did not intend to demean Lu Qianhua. How could one who cannot even remedy such a trivial injury claim to be the foremost insect physician in Galactic City? Teske. Truly a pretender. Upon hearing this, the hearts of those surrounding him skipped a beat, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? Did this young man dare to directly insult Lu Qianhua as a quack? Audacious. Utterly reckless. As the premier insect physician of Galactic City, Lu Qianhua, despite his innate deficiency in spiritual power, had devoted his life to becoming merely a first-tier insect master. However, Lu Qianhua was revered as a living fossil in the medical community of Galactic City. Having perused countless tomes on insects and medicine, diligently studying numerous ailments and injuries associated with insects, countless insect masters in Galactic City had benefited from Lu Qianhua's expertise. How could this young man be so brazen as to publicly denounce Lu Qianhua as a quack? Did he truly wish to jeopardize his standing in Galactic City? Even if Lu Qianhua were to overlook this affront out of magnanimity, those insect masters who had once received Lu Qianhua's aid would not let him off so easily. Yi Ziqing's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Had she known, she would have refrained from stepping forward. Should anything untoward befall Gu Wan, the blame would rest squarely on her shoulders. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Wan maintained a tranquil demeanor and turned to address them. Who possesses insect life liquid? Bring me a vial. As the surrounding crowd heard this, they instinctively took a step back. Regardless of their possession, none dared to become entangled with Gu Wan. This young man had offended Lu Qianhua. Surely, he could no longer find his footing in Galactic City. Yi Ziqing regained her composure, hesitated for a moment, and then retrieved a vial of insect life liquid from her storage device, saying, I have some, but the insect life liquid can only treat external injuries and restore vitality. The swift wind insect has sustained permanent damage. The life liquid will be of no use. Gu Wan accepted the vial of insect life liquid, his expression calm as he replied nonchalantly, Fool! I have informed you that the swift wind insect has not suffered permanent damage. It merely requires the guidance of spiritual energy to allow the life liquid to nourish and repair the injured area. Gu Wan uncapped the vial of insect life liquid and, with an air of nonchalance, poured its entire contents over the swift wind insect, as if giving it a bath. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ziqing hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing her concerns. Under normal circumstances, administering life liquid to an insect requires a drop-by-drop application, lest the insect be unable to absorb it properly, leading to nutrient overload. However, with her swift wind insect in such a state, she thought it best to try anything. Even if the swift wind insect were to be discarded, at least it would have had a hearty meal before its demise. Contemplating this, Yi Ziqing's expression grew more somber. At that moment, a miraculous event transpired. The life liquid on the swift wind insect gradually separated into tiny droplets, appearing lively and transparent as they formed a queue, inching toward the cicada wings of the swift wind insect. Like moths drawn to a flame, they surged into the cicada wings one after another. After the life liquid was absorbed, the cicada wings began to emanate a faint aura of vitality. What had seemed desolate and lifeless now slowly exhibited signs of life anew. Remarkably, they even began to move. Witnessing this, Yi Ziqing trembled, unable to believe her eyes. The surrounding crowd was equally awestruck, all eyes fixated on the miraculous spectacle, scarcely daring to blink. Could it be? Lu Qianhua had pronounced a death sentence. Yet a miracle was unfolding, unthinkable, before the astonished gaze of the crowd, as droplet after droplet of life liquid permeated the cicada wings. The previously damaged cicada wings began to grow anew. It was akin to a young sprout emerging from the earth. The growth accelerating from slow to rapid. Mere seconds later, the cicada wings, once marred, had truly rejuvenated, flawlessly. The swift wind insect displayed an expression of contentment, its little eyes gleaming with delight. Gurgle. Clearly, Gu Wan's treatment had provided immense comfort. Yi Ziqing, utilizing her spiritual energy to assess the condition of the swift wind insect, discovered that the injuries on its cicada wings had completely healed. It was in perfect health. Yi Ziqing's pupils dilated. Swallowing hard, she lifted her gaze to Gu Wan, her beautiful eyes filled with awe and disbelief. He actually accomplished it. The onlookers were equally dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment. In a way, did I just witness that? The insect life liquid possesses such capabilities? No one mentioned that it could regenerate severed wings. A collection of fools, have you not realized? He is skillfully manipulating the life liquid with immense spiritual power. The difficulty? Goodness. Could this young man be a hidden fifth-tier insect master? What Lu Qianhua could not heal, he can. Is it possible that this young man surpasses Lu Qianhua? Goodness, this remarkable control. What is Lu Qianhua? Then, the title of the foremost insect physician in Galactic City is about to change hands. Esteemed one, take my knee. Impressive. Gu Wan took a mere 30 seconds to successfully restore the cicada wings on the back of the swift wind insect. Such extraordinary skill was enough to earn him the adoration of all present. The crowd gazed at him with burgeoning fervor. How could they not admire such a remarkable medical prodigy? However, It appeared that medicine was merely one of the many talents this prodigy possessed. Once more, the crowd turned their attention to the banner beside Gu Wan, their eyes lighting up with excitement as they contemplated the words inscribed upon it. Although most of their insects were unharmed, they could still consult Gu Wan on various other matters, for instance, insect pairing and evolution. Surely, this esteemed individual would excel in those areas as well? At this moment, Gu Wan, maintaining his calm demeanor, returned the swift-winged insect to Yi Ziqing, inquiring, "How is it?" Regarding the medical standards of Galactic City, Gu Wan genuinely held them in disdain in his past life. He was not a professional insect physician, but rather a seventh-tier prodigy with a modicum of medical knowledge. Even he could remedy the cicada wings of the swift-winged insect. Yet, in the vast expanse of Galactic City, not a single soul could achieve this. The so-called foremost insect physician even misjudged the nature of the swift-winged insect's injuries. Yi Ziqing trembled slightly, a surge of profound realization coursing through her, stirred by her excitement, causing Gu Wan to inadvertently glance downward at him. It was not that he was a lecher, but rather, it was human nature. Yi Ziqing gazed at her now healthy swift-winged insect, her heart brimming with exhilaration. She lifted her head to meet Gu Wan's gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with fervor, admiration, and excitement. In the next moment, Yi Ziqing bowed deeply to Gu Wan, her demeanor sincere, her voice laced with remorse. "I am truly sorry, Senior." This bow was a sight to behold. Ji Yuan remained composed, replying nonchalantly, "No need for apologies. What of the consultation fee?" He had not come merely to hear apologies. He was here to collect his due. "Oh, right." Yi Ziqing hurriedly rummaged through her storage device, her face flushing with embarrassment as she admitted, "I only have a little over 300,000 silver coins on hand, all of which I will give to you. I understand this is insufficient to cover the consultation fee, but I promise to repay you when I have the means. Additionally, I owe you a favor." The 300,000 silver coin price felt humiliating to Yi Ziqing, to the point where she struggled to present it. The primary battle insect that had accompanied her for so many years was worth far more than 300,000 silver coins. Even for 1 million silver coins, she would spare no expense to heal it. A first-tier swift-winged insect alone could fetch a price of 300,000 silver coins, not to mention her third-tier swift-winged insect, with which she shared a profound bond cultivated over many years. Gu Wan's eyelids twitched slightly. Was it truly 300,000 silver coins? Is being a doctor this lucrative? Tisk. No wonder so many charlatans relish the profession. It appears patient's money is so easily acquired. Ji Yuan accepted the savings card that Yi Ziqing extended without hesitation. This was rightfully his. "I shall accept the consultation fee, but the favor is unnecessary. Remember not to overfeed the swift-winged insect in the future." Yi Ziqing's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. "Why yes, Senior." In that moment, Yi Ziqing appeared as though she had been successfully molded by Gu Wan, her heart overflowing with respect and admiration for him. When she found herself in dire straits, it was Gu Wan who emerged like a savior, offering her hope, and he was so young and handsome. Naturally, her fondness for Gu Wan soared. Just then, a man clad in a red t-shirt approached from the fringes of the crowd, sporting short hair and exuding a sunny charm. He smiled at Yi Ziqing and said, "Ziqing, I just sought out my master. My master is willing to attempt to use top-tier medicinal materials to treat your swift-winged insect once more, though he cannot guarantee the success rate. The injuries are too severe. My master will do his utmost. As for the consultation fee, due to the necessity of employing numerous precious materials, it will be somewhat steep, 30 million silver coins. If you find yourself short on funds, I can lend you some." As soon as those words were uttered, the expressions of everyone around transformed into peculiar looks, akin to gazing at a fool, directed towards the man in the red t-shirt. Before long, the crowd recognized the identity of this individual. This fellow is he not Lin Hua, the disciple of Lu Qianhua? What did he just say? His master can treat the Gaelgu now, and he demands 30 million silver coins? Ha 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 ha. Everyone could not help but burst into laughter. It was unintentional, but alas, this was simply too amusing. 30 million silver coins, with no guarantee of success, and this is supposedly the foremost Gu doctor of Galaxy City? Hilarious! In that moment, upon comparison with Gu Wan, they realized that this so-called premier Gu doctor of Galaxy City seemed to be utterly unworthy of his reputation. No, not merely unworthy, He was shockingly unworthy. Gu Wen only charged 3 million silver coins plus a vial of Gu insect life essence to repair the cicada wings of the Gale Gu, accomplishing the task effortlessly in a mere 30 seconds. Yet this so-called top Gu doctor demands 10 times more and does not even guarantee a successful outcome. What use are you, you wretched creature? Yi Ziqing's eyes turned icy, filled with disdain as she gazed at Lin Hua. How had she never noticed before how utterly repugnant Lu Qianhua and his disciple were? They would stop at nothing to make money. There was no compassion of a healer. She nearly abandoned her Gale Gu because of them. How could they dare to call themselves the premier Gu doctor? Bah! The crowd regarded Lin Hua with scornful eyes, akin to observing a jester. As Lu Qianhua's disciple, Lin Hua was once an object of envy. But now, people are indeed quite pragmatic. When the master falters, the disciple can hardly expect to fare well. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Lin Hua furrowed his brow slightly. Feeling perplexed, he noticed that the gazes of those around him were somewhat amiss. Their smiles tinged with mockery and derision, as if they were observing a clown. How could this be? Previously, no matter where he went, the looks directed at him were filled with envy and admiration. This feeling of contempt was a first for him. At that moment, Yi Ziqing, her gaze frosty, addressed Lin Hua, saying, "There is no need for treatment. My master's abilities are far too formidable. Why minor issue does not warrant his intervention. Furthermore, that do not call me Ziqing. We are not that familiar yet." Her words dripped with sarcasm. Witnessing the drastic change in Yi Ziqing's attitude, Lin Hua felt even more bewildered. Yet he quickly replied, "Ziqing, the Gale Gu is your core combat insect. Although 30 million for treatment is somewhat exorbitant, if it can be cured, it is all worth it. If you are short on funds, I can lend you some." The crowd erupted in laughter. Lin Gongzi, 30 million for treatment is truly exorbitant. If it were 3 million, I think it would be acceptable. Indeed, Lin Gongzi, is your master's fee really that high? TSK, who would have thought that being a Gu doctor nowadays comes with such a brand premium? Tenfold no less. Lu Qianhua, the premier Gu doctor of Galaxy City, truly a charlatan. I used to hold Lu Lao in high regard. It seems haha. Upon hearing the laughter from the crowd, Lin Hua's face changed drastically, his expression turning icy as he shouted angrily, "How dare you slander my master? Are you all tired of living? I tell you, though 30 million is steep, my master earns not a single coin from it. In all of Galaxy City, no one but my master can cure her Gale Gu. A bunch of ignorant jesters, cease your clamor." Lin Hua had assumed that after his righteous proclamation, the crowd would surely awaken to reason and apologize. After all, reputation holds weight. Who would dare disrespect Lu Qianhua? But unexpectedly, upon finishing his speech, the crowd's smiles only brightened, their eyes filled with even more derision. After today, the name Lu Qianhua would become a laughingstock. Yi Ziqing's gaze remained icy, her lips curling into a mocking smile. "The jester is none other than you." With that, Yi Ziqing turned and bowed respectfully to Gu Wen once more, saying, "Senior, thank you. May I inquire your esteemed name? Upon my return, I shall promote you within the cleaners. If you wish, you could also join our cleaners as the chief Gu doctor." Though Yi Ziqing was merely a vice-captain of a small team, lacking the authority to extend such an offer, she believed that with Gu Wen's abilities, if he were willing to take on the role of chief Gu doctor, the director would surely agree. Chief Gu doctor of the cleaners? Gu Wen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Being a Gu doctor was not his desired pursuit. Even if he joined the cleaners, it would be to engage in the work of the pioneering team. Not to serve as a physician, joining the cleaners was one thing. Destiny would lead to future encounters. Ji Yuan shook his head, turning to leave. Having earned enough, he could cease this street performance art. He had initially thought he would need to assist 3 people to earn his first bucket of gold. But unexpectedly, the appearance of the affluent and beautiful Yi Ziqing alone had granted him 3 million silver coins. That was sufficient. Seeing Yi Ziqing speak to Gu Wen with such reverence and admiration, Lin Hua finally noticed the banner in Gu Wen's hand. Upon reading the words inscribed upon it, Lin Hua's fury ignited, and he immediately pointed at Gu Wen, cursing, "Damn! Ziqing, are you being deceived by this fool? You believe my master, yet trust this street urchin? Do you truly think he can cure your Gale Gu?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Yi Ziqing's expression darkened. her icy gaze flashing with murderous intent as she fixed Lin Hua with a deadly stare. Her voice cold as ice. "If you dare utter another disrespectful word, I will kill you in the street." To Yi Ziqing, Gu Wen was akin to a benefactor reborn. He was the one she currently revered. How could she allow anyone to defame him? The gazes of the others turned towards Lin Hua, filled with disdain and mockery. "So this is Lu Qianhua's disciple." The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Neither master nor disciple is worth anything. You demand 30 million silver coins for a treatment that might not even work, while he cured it for 3 million, and you still refuse to accept it? Just practice more. At that moment, Ji Yuan, who was about to depart, paused. Facing away from Lin Hua, a radiant and slightly manic smile spread across his face. What had he just heard? It seemed someone was cursing him. Gently placing the banner aside, Gu Wen turned to face Lin Hua, his gaze as cold as ice, as if looking upon a corpse. "Was it you who cursed me?" Gu Wen's voice was calm. Observing the scornful looks from the crowd and Yi Ziqing's frigid demeanor, Lin Hua, filled with rage, pointed at Gu Wen, shouting, "I'm cursing you. Damn. You, a street doctor, a fraud, have no right to speak to me. You may deceive Ziqing, but you cannot deceive me. I have seen many such flashy frauds." Lin Hua was truly incensed. All his composure and decorum were cast aside. He was indignant. Why did Yi Ziqing trust him so implicitly? Why did the surrounding onlookers also place their faith in him? Damn it. He was the disciple of the premier Gu doctor of Galaxy City. What was this street-side quack even worth? Gu Wen regarded Lin Hua with a serene expression. Stepping closer until he stood before him, elegantly rolling up his sleeves, in the next moment. Smack, Gu Wen delivered a resounding slap, asking, "Did you curse me?" At this scene, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. What the? No way. Lu Qianhua's disciple has been struck? Incredible. Lin Hua, of noble status, was not someone most would dare provoke, not merely because he was Lu Qianhua's disciple, but also due to his father's position as the chairman of the Lin Group, a pharmaceutical giant in Galaxy City. Who would dare strike the young master of the Lin family? In an instant, half of Lin Hua's face turned crimson. He was stunned, staring at Gu Wen in disbelief. You dare strike me, smack? Gu Wen delivered another slap, looking at Lin Hua and asking, "Did you curse me?" Lin Hua trembled, his eyes reddening. No one had ever dared to treat him this way, damn you. Smack, Gu Wen, impatient, slapped him again. "Do you understand decorum? Say another foul word and see what happens. You bastard. Someone with my level of decorum never resorts to foul language." This slap brought Lin Hua to tears, his body shaking. You. Smack, what about me? Can't you hold a conversation? Lin Hua lowered his head, trembling, too frightened to speak. Smack, why are you silent? Playing mute? Smack, who told you to speak? Smack, still not speaking. After a series of slaps, Lin Hua, who had once appeared somewhat dashing, was reduced to a disheveled mess, his heart nearly shattered, his body trembling. Wu, he even forgot that he was actually a second-tier Gu master, capable of retaliating with Gu insects. Gu Wen loomed over him, his gaze filled with unrestrained defiance as he coldly declared, "Remember, my name is Gu Wen. This is a society governed by law, and I spare your life today. If you dare to show me your teeth again, I will rip your head off and stuff it into your skin." With that, he concluded. Ji Yuan turned and walked away. How dare he insult him? Such a foolhardy act, were it not for the concern that committing murder in public might invite excessive trouble. He would have ended Lin Hua's life right then and there. What sort of creature dared to bare its fangs at him? Was Lu Qianhua truly formidable? Was the Lin Corporation so powerful? If they pushed him to the edge, he would annihilate them all, worthless fools. As Gu Wen departed, the onlookers widened their eyes in shock, collectively erupting in excitement. Wow! Incredible! To publicly mock Lu Qianhua as a quack and brutally assault the heir of the Lin Corporation. This Gu Wen was truly a remarkable individual. Chapter 12. Is this Gu can store cursed? Upon witnessing Gu Wen's departure, Yi Ziqing first shot a cold, contemptuous glare at Lin Hua, her eyes brimming with icy anger and disdain, as though she were gazing at a mere jester. There was also a hint of a goddess observing her sycophant, filled with scorn. Then, in haste, Yi Ziqing turned her gaze back to Gu Wen's retreating figure. Her expression tinged with anxiety and hurriedly pursued him. Seeing this scene, Lin Hua could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling as he clenched his teeth. "GUWN, GU1. I shall remember this. I want you dead." Lin Hua's fury reached its zenith, and he howled to the heavens, blood still spewing from his mouth, transforming him into a grotesque fountain. The surrounding spectators recoiled in horror. Hastily stepping back, fearing the sanguine spray would splatter upon them, it was said that the wealthy played dangerously. Who knew what infectious diseases Lin Hua might harbor? Lin Hua was consumed by seething rage. Perplexed as to why, in the face of Guwan, he had completely forgotten to resist. But that mattered not. What was significant was that Guwan dared to slap him in public. He was the esteemed heir of the Lin Corporation. Lu Qianhua's disciple. Anyone who offended him would meet their demise. Unbeknownst to Lin Hua, his earlier inaction was due to his ancestors in the underworld beseeching the king of hell on his behalf. Had he dared to retaliate with his cursed insects, Guwan would have swiftly ended his life. Even though he was a second-tier curse master, Guwan could have dispatched him before he summoned his insects. The distant spectators watched Lin Hua's grotesque display, excitement coursing through them. Who would have anticipated that a simple outing would yield such a spectacle? Soon, the news of young Master Lin being slapped in public and Lu Qianhua's incompetence would undoubtedly spread throughout Galaxy City. How delightful! Meanwhile, Yi Ziqing caught up with Guwan, her long red hair swaying behind her as she approached with a worried expression. "Senior Gu, I apologize for today's events. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have crossed paths with Lin Hua and Lu Qian." Yuan halted, raising an eyebrow. This young lady exhibited a duality of character. Her current humble demeanor resembled that of an obedient neighborly girl. In stark contrast to the icy goddess she had appeared as upon their first encounter. Was she playing with contrasts? Yi Ziqing, with a hint of guilt, continued, "Lin Hua and Lu Qianhua hold a unique position in Galaxy City. You have offended them because of me, and retaliation is inevitable. Why not accompany me to the cleaners? Once you join, no one would dare to seek vengeance. Join the cleaners?" Guwan immediately dismissed the notion. He might consider joining the cleaners later, but certainly not at this moment. Nor would he do so out of a need for protection. Ji Yuan turned to Yi Ziqing, his voice calm. "There is no need for concern. How could a tiger be bothered by the hatred of ants?" Yi Ziqing's heart quivered, her eyelashes fluttering. What a powerful statement! Did Guwan view the Lin Corporation and Lu Qianhua as mere ants? Just as Yi Ziqing seemed poised to speak further, Guwan interrupted. "Let today's events be forgotten. You need not follow me any longer. I have my own matters to attend to." His tone bore impatience. He was anxious to open the cursed jars. Why was this woman trailing him? Such a nuisance. Hearing the impatience in Guwan's voice, Yi Ziqing felt a pang of grievance, as a girl who had always been adored. It was her first experience being treated this way by a boy. Yet, she understood that Guwan was effectively dismissing her. To persist would be exceedingly rude. Thus, with a look of dismay, she bit her lip and replied, "Yes. Senior." Ji Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Yi Ziqing was wise enough to take the hint, and he turned to leave. Yi Ziqing dared only to stand there, her gaze complex as she watched Guwan's retreating figure. Just how many secrets did this Guwan possess? Having shaken off Yi Ziqing, Guwan entered an alleyway and retrieved the bank card she had given him, a smile of greed curling at the corners of his mouth. 3 million silver coins. This young lady was truly wealthy. For a simple curse treatment, he had initially intended to charge only 100,000 silver coins, but he had unexpectedly struck gold. After the advent of the new era, to ensure the circulation of silver coins, under the influence of various factions, bank cards no longer supported password protection, allowing anyone in possession of a card to spend the funds within. This arrangement was, in fact, somewhat chilling upon reflection. Perhaps many factions encouraged mutual slaughter, killing for treasure. In his past life, when Guwan lacked funds, he had even resorted to becoming a thief, robbing many wealthy individuals of their bank cards. It could be seen as robbing the rich to aid the poor, borrowing from the affluent to alleviate his own poverty. With Yi Ziqing's bank card in hand, Guwan looked towards the direction of the cursed jar shop. Muttering to himself, "The life of a jar opener has begun." The street of curse masters in Galaxy City spanned 1,500 meters, lined with numerous specialized shops selling curse jars, weaponry, potions, and herbs, where one could procure all manner of essential items for curse masters. Guwan's sole objective this time was to open curse jars. He aimed to unearth as many powerful cursed insects as possible to enhance his own prowess, striving to advance to a first-tier curse master. Despite possessing lifespan, invisibility, and fire curse insects, the compatibility among these three was poor, yielding little in the way of synergy. Moreover, Guwen had yet to apply for a curse master level assessment with the heavens. Hence, he was still an unremarkable curse master, not even qualifying as a first tier. What piqued Guwen's curiosity was whether, upon his rebirth, he would receive rewards from the heavens upon breaking through to first-tier curse master once more. If so, how splendid that would be. The rewards from the heavens could only be claimed at the moment of career transition, and they were typically invaluable, often unattainable in the real world. If he were to miss out on these rewards in this life, it would be a stroke of bad luck indeed, for all the rewards from his previous life had dissipated into the ether with his rebirth and the blink of an eye. Guwen arrived at a cursed jar shop. This establishment was of moderate size, not too grand but certainly not small. Through the transparent glass, he could see numerous shelves lined with a variety of jars. The jars bore different materials and colors, with the majority being gray and white, a small number in green, and the blue jars were exceedingly rare, displayed only in the most central area. Not a single jar of blue grade or higher was present. As Guwen entered the shop, a youthful and charming attendant approached him immediately. She was clad in a short skirt, her long legs on display, her bosom attractively visible, and she sported a cute rabbit headband. With a deep bow, she greeted Guwen in a sweet, melodic voice, "Esteemed customer, welcome. May I assist you in your shopping?" As curse masters were among the elite of this world, all service industry personnel associated with them were typically of top-tier physique and beauty. Guwen shook his head, "No need." The attendant, understanding his dismissal, gracefully withdrew. Although had Guwen agreed to let her accompany him, she would earn a commission on each jar he purchased. Wise individuals rarely pressed a curse master too hard. No one wished for their lifespan to be overly prolonged. Even so, the attendant remained at a distance, observing Guwen, ready to assist him if any need arose. Guwen began to browse the shelves of the cursed jar shop. What was completely unknown to others presented itself before him, each jar eagerly revealing its information. Gray cursed jar contains a heap of useless soil with low nutritional value, incapable of even supporting plant growth. Gray cursed jar contains a bread curse, gray grade, capable of producing fresh, fluffy bread daily, and essential for bread lovers. White cursed jar contains a water droplet curse, white grade, the most basic combat insect. White cursed jar contains a disease. Upon opening, you will be infected, suffering for a month, with the potential for death. White cursed jar contains a lump of excrement. Upon opening, you will be overwhelmed by the stench. White cursed jar contains a venomous bee. Incredibly swift, upon opening, you will be stung, with a possibility of death. White cursed jar contains a death curse. Upon opening, you will die instantly. Guwen's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he perused the jars. What the hell? Is this cursed jar shop cursed itself? Why do the vast majority of these jars possess negative effects? The fact that a white jar could yield a death curse was simply absurd. Chapter 13. The unfortunate goo can shop. The death goo is the most terrifying goo worm contained within any goo can. Without exception, the moment a goo can reveals a death goo, a judgment is made, presenting a 50% probability of life or demise, akin to the flip of a coin, placing one's fate entirely in the hands of destiny, regardless of one's rank as a goo master or the strength one possesses. If the judgment from the death goo decrees death, then one shall perish on the spot, with no chance for resistance. Typically, death gus are found within goo cans of blue grade or higher, representing a nightmare for every goo can opener. Countless formidable goo masters have unwittingly unleashed death gus, leading to their immediate downfall. For instance, a pharaoh from the Middle East, who had achieved the formidable rank of 7 transitions and possessed a terrifying array of goo worms, was renowned across the globe. Yet, through a moment of carelessness, he opened a death goo and met his untimely end. Where is the justice in that? In this world, luck reigns supreme. Without exception, Guwen gazed at the white goo can containing the death goo, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This white goo can had indeed made an astonishing display, housing a death goo despite its low grade. After a brief contemplation, Guwen decisively reached for the white goo can. He would claim it. Although opening it bore the same risk as seeking death, if wielded properly, it could potentially serve as a formidable weapon to astonish his enemies. Who would dare to imagine that a seemingly ordinary white Gukan could conceal a death Gu? A smile emerged on Gu Wen's face. Such a precious item left to languish in this dilapidated shop would be a gross misallocation of fortune. After acquiring the death Gu, Gu Wen also picked up another white Gu can, which contained a water drop Gu. The water drop Gu held an equivalent value to the flame Gu, capable of fetching around 300,000 silver coins, and he could choose to keep it for his own use. Once he cultivated both the flame Gu and water drop Gu to a rank of 3 transitions or higher, he could attempt to merge them. Despite their seemingly incompatible natures, the very conflict of their powers might lead to the evolution of a stronger Gu worm, a water and fire Gu. Its rank would be green. The fusion of water and fire, the clash and explosion of their forces, would yield exceptional combat capabilities. However, the synthesis would carry a risk of failure. Achieving harmony between water and fire is no simple feat. Should failure occur, there would be a 90% chance of instant death for the Gu worm, and even if it were to survive, it would be gravely wounded and unable to recover for a significant duration. But what of it? If failure were to occur, so be it. The flame Gu and water drop Gu were hardly of great value. Gu Wen was unconcerned. Should he succeed in creating the water and fire Gu, it would yield immense profits. Meanwhile, the shop attendant, who had been discreetly observing from the shadows, began to assess Gu Wen's identity as he gathered the 2 white Gu cans. An ordinary person, hoping to test their luck at becoming a Gu master, had come to purchase white Gu cans. Correct? He seemed overly concerned about low-grade Gu cans, and having lingered for so long, it suggested that his family background was quite ordinary. It seemed he had likely drained his resources in a gamble for this chance. Alas, he was unaware that our Gu can shop was notoriously unlucky. Who knows where the shopkeeper procured these Gu cans? Hardly anyone ever emerges unscathed from opening them. As an attendant selling Gu cans? She felt it crucial to discern the social standing of her customers. On one hand, it could elevate transaction amounts under specific conditions, resulting in greater profits for her. On the other hand, it could also allow her to forge connections with influential, benevolent individuals who might assist her. After assessing Gu Wen's status and intentions, the attendant's eyes filled with a touch of pity, yet she would do nothing. As a diligent shop attendant, she would never betray her employer, nor would she disclose that all the Gu cans within the shop were but worthless trash. Oblivious to the attendant's thoughts, Gu Wen concluded his examination of the gray and white Gu can section and turned his gaze towards the green and blue Gu can areas, hopeful that these more expensive cans might yield some delightful surprises. Moments later, a multitude of information presented itself before Gu Wen's eyes. Green Gu can, within lies a power of aging. Upon opening, you shall immediately become aged, reducing your lifespan by 20 years. Green Gu can, within resides a large sausage Gu, gray grade, delicious and suitable as rations. Green Gu can, within lies a disease that will afflict you. Green Gu can, within is a harbinger of disaster, bringing misfortune upon you. Glancing hastily, Gu Wen's expression darkened. Damn it. He suspected something was amiss with this Gu can shop. How could there be not a single beneficial item among them? Aging, disease, misfortune. These would make any rational being shake their head in disbelief. Could it be that the shopkeeper was a naturally unfortunate soul? All the Gu cans containing negative effects must have been acquired by him. No wonder this Gu can shop was so desolate. No sane person would dare venture here to make a purchase. Well, he did not count, for he possessed the ability to see the prompts, which set him apart from the average individual. Gu Wen patiently continued to observe, and at last, he discovered a few relatively decent Gu worms. White Gu can, within lies a millennium longevity worm, which, upon refinement, can extend your life by a millennium. Green Gu can, within is an electric current Gu, green grade, capable of unleashing electrical power, belonging to the lightning category. Blue Gu can, within is a sword Gu, blue grade, proficient in offense, remarkably sharp. The value of these 3 Gu cans was quite respectable. The electric current Gu, being of green grade, could emit a faint electrical current, pairing effectively with numerous other Gu worms to unleash impressive power. Valued at approximately 800,000 silver coins. The sword Gu, classified as blue, excelled in offense, capable of lethal strikes in the blink of an eye, boasting formidable combat strength, worth no less than 5 million silver coins. The Millennium Longevity Worm was even more valuable. Its refinement could extend one's life by a millennium. For ordinary goo masters seeking longevity, refining longevity worms was typically essential, ensuring their value remained consistently high. A worm capable of extending life by a millennium is typically worth 10 million silver coins. Upon seeing these goo worms, Guwen instinctively converted their value into silver coins in his mind. Recognizing this thought within himself, he was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. Why had he become so obsessed with wealth in this lifetime? This was unacceptable. Silver coins held little value in the later stages. They would become mere numbers, devoid of any real worth. No high-grade goo worm could be purchased with silver coins. However, they remained quite useful in the early stages. Ji Yuan reassured himself of the silver coin's value, then continued to scrutinize the goo cans in the shop with a financial mindset, muttering calculations regarding the worth of each goo can. Chapter 14. How unfortunate must one be to enter this goo can shop? Before long, Guwen had selected 9 goo cans and approached the checkout counter to finalize his purchases. Among them were 1 blue goo can, 5 green goo cans, and 3 white goo cans. This was the best selection of quality goo cans available in this shop. Aside from these 8, all other goo cans either presented more risk than reward or had negative effects. After Guwen's thorough search, it was certain that no one else would find anything of value in this goo can shop in the future. He silently offered a blessing for those who would come after him. The shop attendant, witnessing Guwen's swift collection of so many goo cans, was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. When Guwen selected 3 white goo cans, she had assumed he was merely a gambler hoping to test his luck, risking it all to become a goo master or end up as a beggar. Yet, unexpectedly, Guwen had gathered so many cans, including a blue one. The blue goo can was priced at a staggering 1 million. Was he a hidden affluent heir? With this thought in mind, the shop attendant hurriedly approached the checkout counter, presenting Guwen with a sweet smile. Wow! I can hardly believe, sir, that you have chosen so many goo cans. I hope you manage to unveil numerous powerful goo worms. You can surely achieve it. Guwen looked at the shop attendant and inquired. You must say this to every customer, do you not? The shop attendant paused, then replied, Oh, yes. Guwen sighed softly and continued. If I am not mistaken, your words have seldom come to fruition. Every individual who has purchased goo cans here has typically returned empty-handed. Let alone acquiring powerful goo worms. Simply avoiding the negative effects is already a stroke of good fortune. Upon hearing this, the shop attendant felt a twinge of embarrassment rising within her. She lowered her head and said, I sincerely apologize. It seems our shopkeeper has indeed procured these goo cans that appeared somewhat unfriendly. Ji Yuan nodded. The reputation of your goo can shop for misfortune has long since spread. It is a well-known secret. The shop attendant stared in surprise. Really? Then why did you choose to purchase goo cans here? Guwen smiled slightly. Because I believe that extremes will inevitably lead to a reversal of fortune. With so many ill-fated customers preceding me, they have effectively paved the way for my success. Today, I will undoubtedly return triumphantly. Guwen's words echoed the sentiments of a superstitious gambler, suggesting that after 9 consecutive failures, the probability of success on the 10th attempt is significantly high, is it not? No. In reality, the odds of good and bad remain a consistent 50%. The shop attendant gazed at Guwen, her eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. In truth, there have been customers who shared the same thoughts before, yet I firmly believe you can achieve this. Keep up the good work. Guwen felt a wave of annoyance as the sympathetic gaze of the attendant lingered upon him while she encouraged him. If he hadn't received a prompt, he would have hesitated to make a purchase. Guwen continued, Does your shop support the repurchase of useless goo worms? If I were to acquire some that are of no use, could I sell them to you? The young attendant's eyes lit up at his words. Useless goo worms? Indeed. This seemingly youthful gentleman was, in fact, a goo master, as only a goo master would utter such a phrase. After all, for an ordinary person, no goo worm is truly without value. Even the most worthless goo worm could enable an ordinary individual to become a goo master. Certainly, our store does support repurchase, and we base our offers on market prices found online, replied the attendant. Although she refrained from voicing it, she thought to herself that it was highly unlikely he would unearth any goo worms in their shop. If the store manager were to find out she had frightened away a customer, she would surely face severe reprimand. Guwen nodded with a slight smile. Please calculate the total price so I can pay by card. He presented the savings card he had just acquired, placing it on the counter. The attendant glanced at the jar's Guwen had selected and calculated. One blue goo jar is 1,000,000. 5 green jars are 500,000, and 3 white jars are 30,000. Altogether, that amounts to 1,530,000 silver coins. I'll round it down to 1,500,000 for you. As she spoke, the attendant swiped the savings card through the machine. The sum of 1,500,000 silver coins flowed seamlessly. Her heart raced slightly. Wow! 500,000 silver coins, and it truly went through. This gentleman is indeed wealthy. In her time as an attendant, she rarely witnessed anyone purchasing a blue goo jar. 1,000,000 silver coins could suffice for an ordinary person's lifetime. Guwen calmly retrieved his savings card, appearing unfazed, yet internally he felt a pang of anguish. Opening these jars was indeed costly. If he failed to uncover any goo worms, wouldn't that mean financial ruin? Was this not akin to gambling? Fortunately, he could see prompts, so this was not gambling. He was merely here to procure supplies. The attendant's smile grew even more radiant as she bowed deeply to Guwen, intentionally emphasizing her curves. Almost losing her balance, she nearly revealed too much. Observing the spectacle, Guwen felt a flicker of unease. A celestial maiden? The attendant, seemingly oblivious to her near mishap, sweetly declared, "Thank you for your patronage. These goo jars are now yours. Please feel free to open them." Guwen harbored grave suspicions that her actions were deliberate. Adhering to his principle of not missing an opportunity, he silently observed, as he was, after all, quite versed in etiquette. When others spoke to him, he would always look them in the eye. It was simply polite. Although he could not see the attendant's eyes now, he felt it was sufficient to gaze elsewhere. As the attendant straightened up, Guwen finally diverted his gaze back to the 8 jars that belonged to him. A slight smile gracing his lips. It was time to open the jars. In his previous life, each occasion of opening jars filled him with a mix of tension and excitement, akin to playing a gotcha game. Eagerly anticipating a premium reward, he hoped to elicit something valuable, a desirable goo worm. Yet in this life, with the prompts available, Guwen felt a profound tranquility, so much so that it bordered on dullness. It was hardly thrilling. Having prompts was, in some ways, a burden. Contemplating to himself, he glanced at the 9 jars before him, first reaching for the white jar containing the eternal life worm. His own lifespan had dwindled to a mere 11 years, necessitating a restoration. Initially, Guwen intended to explore the impoverished district after purchasing the jars, seeking out a few desperate beggars or fugitives to eliminate, thereby utilizing the lifespan goo to extend his own. However, with the acquisition of this longevity worm, such troubles were now unnecessary. The eternal life worm would sustain him for an extensive period. If sold on the market, this worm would fetch no less than 10,000,000 silver coins. Thus, the eternal life worm was the most significant treasure Guwen had stumbled upon tonight. With determination, Guwen opened the white jar. In an instant, 10 years of lifespan transformed into a flowing essence, and a faint white light flickered within the jar as a plump eternal life worm emerged, its body adorned with concentric rings, each ring representing a millennium of life. Its head was a vivid red, a hallmark of the eternal life worm. Guwen remained calm at the sight, while the attendant gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand, her excitement palpable as she even stamped her feet in glee. "An eternal life worm. You've struck gold, sir. Oh my, our shop has finally seen a stroke of luck. It's been a month since anyone has opened a jar without suffering a loss." Guwen's lips twitched slightly. "A month?" The attendant nodded fervently. "Indeed, for the past month, every customer that has entered our store has left empty-handed, and there were even 2 who met their demise within our walls. One customer opened an explosive worm and was blown to bits. Another encountered a death goo and perished on the spot. Furthermore, another customer unearthed a freezing goo and was turned to ice. Fortunately, I managed to smash the ice with a hammer, or we would have lost 3 customers." The more Guwen listened, the more he felt a sense of foreboding. This was altogether too eerie. A month without a successful opening and 2 fatalities. Was this shop cursed? Noticing Guwen's peculiar expression, the attendant quickly realized she had overshared. She hastily covered her mouth and blinked. It seems our shop's fortunes may be turning. UVE just uncovered an eternal life worm, worth at least 10,000,000 silver coins. You wouldn't consider returning the other jars, would you?" The attendant's heart raced with anxiety. If the manager found out her loose tongue had jeopardized the sale of jars worth over $1 million, she would surely face dire consequences, perhaps even dismissal. Finding a job in the Gu Jar district that offered such a high salary with minimal demands, without needing to compromise her dignity, was no simple endeavor. Gu Wen smiled and shook his head, and of course not. What if the remaining jars also contained valuable Gu worms? As he spoke, a hint of pity flickered in his eyes. After today, this Gu Jar shop would undoubtedly transform into a haven of misfortune. The good jars had already been claimed by him. The attendant's eyes mirrored a flicker of sympathy. Perhaps this fortunate customer was unaware of the true nature of the establishment, though he had experienced a stroke of luck with the eternal life worm. Could such fortune truly persist? Was it his luck that was exceptional, or was it the shop's luck that was woefully dismal? Contemplating this, the attendant felt a sense of anticipation, even though it wasn't her opening jars. Witnessing others do so brought its own kind of pleasure. With a thought, Gu Wen stored the eternal life worm away. The attendant assumed he had placed it into a spatial item, though she felt a twinge of envy. She maintained a composed demeanor. After all, for a Gu master, possessing a spatial container was hardly a remarkable feat. In reality, Gu Wen had directly refined the eternal life worm, while others might require 10 days to half a month to refine such a worm. Gu Wen, endowed with 7 turns of spiritual power, needed but a second. As the effect of the eternal life worm settled in, a smile crept onto Gu Wen's face. He was ready to continue opening jars. He reached for a green jar and promptly selected to open it. A century of life transformed into flowing essence. Meanwhile, the attendant watched intently, her heart racing with excitement, even more so than Gu Wen, eager to discover whether the shop's misfortune had truly dissipated. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from the jar. As it was opened, a lightning Gu materialized at its center, crackling with electrical energy. Witnessing this, the attendant was left utterly dumbfounded, her eyes wide in disbelief. Lightning Gu, a green Gu worm. How is it possible that we struck gold again? The market price for a lightning Gu is 800,000 silver coins. How could this happen again? The attendant, overwhelmed with exhilaration, leaped into the air. Yay! I am no longer a mere attendant of misfortune. This will henceforth be a shop of fortune. With just 2 jars opened, they had yielded an eternal life worm and a lightning Gu. Such fortuitous luck was almost beyond belief. Gu Wen, however, remained composed as he turned his gaze to the remaining 3 green jars, waving his hand to open them simultaneously. With a flash of 3 green lights, additional Gu worms emerged. Storage Gu, green grade, capable of storing items, with an initial space of 1 cubic meter, priced at 1.5 million. Xiaomei Gu, classified as a green grade item, possesses the unique ability to enhance a woman's beauty after refinement, transforming her into the exquisite Xiaomei, leaving no trace of cosmetic alteration. Its price stands at 1 million. Dali Gu, also a green grade item, augments one's physical strength upon refinement, priced at 800,000 silver coins. The sole function of Xiaomei Gu is to enhance beauty. Beyond that, it offers no combat capabilities or supportive effects. Yet, this singular effect has garnered immense admiration from countless women, maintaining a consistently high market value. As these 3 Gu insects were unveiled, the shop assistant was utterly astounded, her body trembling with excitement. She had struck luck 3 times in a row. Had all the inferior Gu insects in the shop been purchased by others? Was the remaining stock entirely comprised of high-quality Gu? The assistant could hardly believe it. Swallowing hard and instinctively glancing towards the shelves, perhaps she could muster her entire savings to indulge in a Gu jar for herself? After a moment's thought, she quickly shook her head. No, she mustn't gamble. Winning would be fortunate, but losing would mean becoming someone's mistress. The shop assistant gazed at Gu Wen with envy, exclaiming, "Sir, your fortune is truly remarkable. In my lifetime, I have never encountered someone as fortunate as you. With the opening of these Gu jars, you must be reaping immense rewards." Gu Wen smiled and teased. "I too believe my luck is splendid. Perhaps I am destined to be a natural Gu master." As the green Gu jars were exhausted, only 2 white jars and 1 blue jar remained. The blue jar contained the sword Gu, while the white jars housed the death Gu and water drop Gu. The death Gu, a strategic weapon, was not to be opened. It would serve its purpose for ambushes in the future. As for the sword Gu and water drop Gu, Guwen intended to open them later at home. He stowed the electric goo and storage goo, leaving the Xiaomei goo and Dali goo on the table, addressing the assistant. Please keep these 2 goo insects for your records. What is their market value? The assistant promptly began typing on the keyboard, quickly retrieving the current market price for the 2 goo insects in Galaxy City. Sir, the Xiaomei goo is valued at 1 million. And the Dali goo at 800,000, totaling 1.8 million. Her eyes sparkled with envy as she spoke. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Guwen had initially spent 1.5 million silver coins on the goo jars, and now he would receive 1.8 million from the shop. So, he not only spent nothing but actually profited by 300,000. Moreover, Guwen still possessed a 10 million value eternal life insect and an unopened blue goo jar. What a tremendous gain, Guwen nodded, saying, please transfer the amount to my card. The assistant swiftly utilized the shop's account to transfer 1.8 million to Guwen's card. Watching the money he had just spent return to him so swiftly, a faint smile graced Guwen's lips. Is this the joy of opening jars? It seems rather delightful. He casually refined the storage goo, then placed all other goo insects and jars into it. With this profitable venture, he felt inclined to visit another goo jar shop. Turning to the assistant, he offered a slight smile. Goodbye. It appears your goo jar shop is not as unfortunate as I initially thought. With that, Guwen silently wished for the shop's fortune, knowing that at that moment, their luck would begin to wane. The assistant, brimming with excitement, deeply bowed and said, thank you for your patronage, sir. I shall forever remember your luck. You are the most fortunate person I have ever encountered. Guwen's lips curled into a subtle smirk. You will certainly remember. For once I depart, your shop shall face a significant downturn. Chapter 16. A new hellish difficulty approaches. Guwen turned and exited the shop. The assistant, still aflame with excitement, called after him, Sir, remember my name. I am Lin Shi. From this day forth, I shall embrace my new-found fortune. Guwen smiled faintly, not looking back. I shall remember. Lin Shi. Yet, what does it matter to remember? When the impending crisis arrives, Goo Master Street and the entirety of Galaxy City will be obliterated. The assistant named Lin Shi will likely not survive. Sighing with regret, Guwen shook his head. Galaxy City held many of his memories. Given the choice, he would not wish for its destruction. However, that does not mean he would risk his life to fight for it. After all, he has never been a virtuous person. Inside the shop, Lin Shi was overjoyed, her lips curling into a triumphant smile. Humph! She was finally about to experience good fortune. The 5 green goo jars opened today were a clear omen. Just as Guwen stepped out of the shop, he observed a rotund man drawn to the beautiful Lin Shi within the goo jar shop. The man, exuding the aura of a successful individual, waved his hand grandly and declared, Beautiful lady, fetch me 20 goo jars. Outside the shop, Guwen nearly burst into laughter. The first unfortunate soul had arrived. He hoped the man could survive in this cursed goo jar shop. One wonders who the unfortunate shopkeeper is, truly a natural-born harbinger of misfortune. As Guwen strolled down the street, he suddenly witnessed chaos erupting within the crowd ahead. Countless individuals bore expressions of terror, frantically fleeing towards him amidst cries for help. Run! Run! A cursed soul has unleashed a swarm of killer bees from a goo jar. Help! Where are the cleaners? Don't block my way. Where are my shoes? Forget it. Just flee. In the sky ahead, a dense swarm of killer bees appeared, filling the air with a deafening buzz, their numbers overwhelming. Each killer bee was the size of an egg. Guwen raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, such enormous killer bees. A single sting would surely leave one bruised and battered. Observing this scene, Guwen recalled a news report from his previous life about an incident on Goo Master Street, where someone opened a blue goo jar and inadvertently unleashed a calamity, a swarm of killer bees. Typically, such hazardous goo insects could only be found within purple jars. Therefore, opening jars of purple grade and above is heavily regulated. One must have a sufficiently powerful goo master as protection and be in a sparsely populated area. Otherwise, recklessly opening a purple jar could lead to being apprehended and executed by the cleaners. This is a globally acknowledged rule, a means of maintaining order. Of course, while this is an unwritten regulation, many goo masters still flout it. Opening a purple jar is an exceedingly private affair, and few wish to be observed. Some goo masters opt to venture to the outskirts to open jars, allowing them to control any potential disasters. Even if discovered by the cleaners, as long as no significant harm is done, They would not face severe repercussions, for high-ranking goo masters capable of opening purple jars are a valuable resource for humanity. As for the malevolent goo masters, they care little for such constraints, often relishing the opportunity to unleash devastation within cities. The more lives lost, the more gleeful they become, far more exhilarated than if they had opened a purple goo insect. This is why malevolent goo masters are shunned. In summary, such widespread disasters were rarely seen in the first decade of the new era, confined mostly to purple jars. The emergence of these killer bees is a harbinger, signaling that humanity's world is undergoing a transformation. Disturbances are not limited to goo jars. There are also secret realms and ferocious beasts. Humanity is on the brink of entering a hellish difficulty level. Observing the swarm of killer bees, Goo mused. This is merely the beginning. The first decade of the new era is a novice difficulty, granting humanity ample time to open goo jars, explore secret realms, and grow stronger. Otherwise, humanity would have perished long ago. And now, the novice mode has passed. A brand new hellish difficulty is about to descend. How pitiable humanity is as he watched the chaos unfold, with people being mercilessly slaughtered by the killer bees. Goo shook his head and walked away. He was not a savior and had no intention of rescuing these individuals. The egg-sized killer bees possessed formidable combat prowess, swarming like a flying army. Far beyond the capabilities of ordinary goo masters to confront it, would take at least 2 third-rank goo masters to have any hope of controlling the situation. As a low-tier goo master, he would do well to avoid the frayed eye in the rear. Some goo masters, realizing they could not escape, summoned their own goo insects in a desperate bid to confront the killer bees. Yet, their efforts yielded little success. For those of low rank or first rank, engaging with the killer bees was akin to courting death. As for the second-rank goo masters, they were typically seasoned veterans, long gone from the scene. The third-rank goo masters merely observed from a distance. Until they were certain they could manage the crisis, they would not involve themselves, wishing to avoid unnecessary peril. After all, not all goo masters have aligned themselves with the cleaners. Only the reckless madmen among the cleaners would charge headlong into danger when faced with a crisis. In the blink of an eye, Goo Master Street was awash in blood, with over 100 lives lost. At last, the cleaners arrived on the scene. The leader of the team, the Goo Master, Goo, was already acquainted with the man known as the Scavenger. Li Long drew forth a large sword that shimmered with a dark, eerie glow, donned black gloves, and his eyes radiated a chilling brilliance. With a sudden leap, he brandished the ominous sword. Whoosh! A wave of black sword energy surged forth, instantly annihilating a significant portion of the deadly killer bees in midair, their lifeless bodies cascading down like raindrops. Observing this spectacle, Goo couldn't help but marvel. Truly, Li Long, a fourth-order Goo master, had arrived on the scene in person. Thus, the killer bees posed no real threat. As a fourth-order Goo master, his innate Goo insect was a violet-level demonic sword, and his formidable combat prowess had nearly reached the apex of the fourth order, with only a single step remaining before attaining the fifth order. To deal with this swarm of killer bees was indeed an overkill. It was somewhat regrettable that in his previous life, Li Long had not managed to grow stronger. He perished in the crisis that befell Galaxy City before he could even reach the fifth order. Otherwise, with his talent and combat capabilities, achieving the seventh order in the future would have been a certainty. Upon seeing Li Long, countless survivors, having narrowly escaped death, trembled and wept, exclaiming, "Captain Li, we are saved. Boo-hoo, Captain Li is incredible. We almost died. We never expected such terrifying danger to erupt in Goo Master Street. Is the safe zone no longer safe?" After witnessing this farce, Goo turned to leave. The emergence of the killer bee swarm indicated that humanity was drawing ever closer to the impending crisis. He needed to hasten his preparations and elevate his strength to ensure survival in this perilous world. After all, the destruction of Galaxy City was not far off. In the afternoon, Lin Hua sat in the office of the Lin Group, gazing at the data collected on Goo by his subordinates. His expression was twisted with rage, his body trembling as he seethed, "Damn it! This wretched man is merely an expelled student, not even a Goo master. If I had known, damn!" With a furious gesture, Lin Hua threw the documents to the floor, utterly disgraced. Earlier that day, had he not been frightened by Goo, how could he have stood there foolishly while Goo slapped him repeatedly? Damn it! This incident had even spread beyond their circle. Many knew that the esteemed heir of the Lin Group had been publicly slapped by an inconspicuous man. How could he endure such humiliation? Clenching his fists, Lin Hua icily inquired, "Has the news been suppressed?" Beside him, the manager of the Lin Group nodded promptly, "Yes, young master. The afternoon's events have been thoroughly buried. There is no trace of any news, including the defamation of Elder Lu Qianhua." Lin Hua's eyes glinted dangerously as he shouted madly, "Find him, capture him, bring him before me. I want to kill him with my own hands." The manager of the Lin Group calmly nodded, replying, "As you wish, young master." For such a large organization, the act of killing an ordinary person was merely routine. If the young master desired a death, then a death would be delivered. After the manager departed, Lin Hua's mind was plagued with doubts. Were the students of the Gu Master School truly this formidable? Even the teachers lacked the confidence to heal the injuries inflicted by the Gale Gu. Yet an expelled student could accomplish it. How peculiar! Yet it mattered little. What was crucial was that Gu Wen had ruined his opportunity and publicly humiliated him. He must seek vengeance. Lin Hua had initially intended to leverage this opportunity to win over Yi Ziqing. Perhaps borrow several million silver coins from her and see if he could find a chance to win her affection. But unexpectedly, his entire plan had been thwarted. He would kill Gu Wen. Meanwhile, Gu Wen had casually strolled through several Gu jar shops, acquiring two rather impressive Gu insects: the concealment Gu, which could mask one's presence and was of blue grade, and the sprint Gu, which could enhance mobility and was of green grade. Both Gu insects were excellent auxiliary types, especially the concealment Gu, which was renowned for its prowess alongside the invisibility Gu. Of course, it was merely comparable. In actuality, the value of the invisibility Gu typically exceeded that of the concealment Gu by twofold, if not more. Moreover, Gu Wen procured various materials essential for Gu insect evolution. Upon returning to the hotel, he could proceed to evolve all the Gu insects in his possession. To his delight, after purchasing these Gu insects and materials, the silver coins in his possession had not diminished. Rather, they had multiplied several times, reaching a staggering total of 20 million silver coins. The electric Gu was also sold off by Gu Wen. It must be said, scoring such deals was exhilarating. As for whether his ostentatious conduct would attract others' attention, Gu Wen was unconcerned. Galaxy City was on the brink of destruction. What was there to fear? Besides, even if he were discovered, others would merely regard him as fortunate. Who would suspect that he possessed a golden finger allowing him to perceive information within the Gu jars? Each time Gu Wen opened a Gu jar, it felt akin to robbing a bank. Regrettably, high-grade Gu jars were exceedingly rare in the shops. There were hardly any blue jars, let alone the more formidable violet jars. Gu jars of violet grade and above had been monopolized by various major factions. And even if they lacked sufficient lifespan to open the jars, they would not allow them to circulate in the market. This was, in fact, a form of monopoly, restricting the growth of wild Gu masters. For the world at large, this could be seen as a boon, for Gu masters with backing were typically held in check and lacked the freedom to unleash their inner malice. However, should those wild Gu masters become evil Gu masters with access to sufficient high-grade jars, it would pose a tremendous threat to the world. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Wen felt a pang of regret. As a wild Gu master, the lack of access to sufficient jars was indeed troublesome. In his previous life, he had chosen to join the scavengers solely for the sake of the jars. Must he again join a faction in this life? Gu Wen fell into contemplation, upon careful consideration. In the current global environment, to rapidly grow stronger, he indeed had to first align himself with a faction to siphon off their resources. There were several distinct routes to choose from when selecting a faction. First, there were those anti-human factions wreaking havoc globally. Such options were certainly not on his radar. These lunatics were a gathering place for evil Gu masters, perpetually plotting the world's destruction and the slaughter of humanity, offering no value whatsoever. Gu Wen had no interest in them. Most importantly, joining such anti-human factions would soon land him on every human's wanted list, severely hampering his future development. He would no longer be able to access any public secret realms. Who would allow a wanted criminal into a secret realm? Furthermore, the more notorious anti-human factions included names like the Paradise of Bliss, Heaven, the Blood Demon Sect, and the Reversion Sect, among others. The second category to be excluded was foreign factions. Although translation Gu was now commonplace in the market, thus alleviating concerns about language barriers, Why would a well-placed citizen of the 9 provinces seek refuge abroad? That would be sheer madness. Guwen maintained a sense of mental cleanliness and preferred to avoid dealings with foreigners. Rather than joining the factions of those foreign devils and adventuring abroad, it would be far more prudent to regard these foreigners as mere lifespan packages, eliminating a batch whenever his own lifespan ran low to replenish his own. After ruling these options out, Guwen's objectives became significantly clearer. He dismissed small factions, as they lacked presence and value. In terms of large factions, the Scavengers, the Hall of Yama, and the Celestial Pavilion were undoubtedly his top choices. The Scavengers were the official organization, the most powerful, with branches in every city across the 9 provinces, possessing the greatest resources and highest status. Whenever a new secret realm opened, the Scavengers consistently claimed the most spots, and in some cases, they monopolized certain realms outright, with other factions daring not to utter a word. However, there were drawbacks. The Scavengers were fundamentally about self-sacrifice. Should they face a beast siege, they would undoubtedly be the last to retreat, making them inherently perilous, high risk, high reward. As for Guwen, he did not possess any spirit of selfless devotion. As for the Hall of Yama and the Celestial Pavilion, their downside lay in the elevated status and power of high-order Gu masters. This was a common flaw among grassroots factions, wherein high-order Gu masters wielded absolute authority, adhering to the rules of the Dark Forest. The strong oppressed the weak as a matter of course. Should one be bullied, there was no room for tears. One simply had to endure it. If Guwen were to join either of these factions, he would indeed have to maintain a low profile. Should he acquire powerful Gu jars and insects, and the higher-ups took an interest, he would be obliged to surrender them. Otherwise, well, he certainly would not enjoy the consequences. After pondering for a while, Guwen ultimately set his sights on the Scavengers. Forget it. No need to overthink. If he were to join, he might as well align with the strongest and take the plunge. The Scavengers currently ranked as the unequivocal top faction globally. Joining them would guarantee, barring unforeseen circumstances, access to the most resources and Gu jars. Whenever a new secret realm opened, he would secure a spot if he desired. At present, it was indeed the best choice. With his future goals solidified, Guwen sat on the hotel sofa and laid out all the Gu insects he had acquired that day, prepared to refine them before anything else. Once these Gu insects were refined, he would likely break through to become a first-order Gu master. At that point, joining the Scavengers would afford him a modicum of influence, preventing him from being relegated to menial tasks. Chapter 18. Seize the hidden opportunities in Galaxy City. Under the masterful control of Guwen, the process of refining the Gu worms was completed in less than 20 seconds. If others were to witness this feat, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. For an ordinary person, even refining a single white Gu worm would take at least half an hour. Yet, for Guwen, the act of refining Gu worms was as effortless as drinking water. Gazing at the Gu worms within his body, a smile crept upon his lips. At last, he possessed a modicum of self-protection. He merely needed to acquire the evolution Gu, and 1/3 of his goals in Galaxy City would be accomplished. In Guwen's grand design, the evolution Gu held paramount importance. Only by obtaining the evolution Gu could he swiftly grow stronger and survive the impending crisis 2 months hence, potentially reaping even greater rewards. The world was replete with uncharted treasures, awaiting his arrival. However, to claim these treasures, he first needed to refine a formidable array of Gu worms. Otherwise, even if he knew where the opportunities lay, he would lack the qualifications to pursue them. Guwen closed his eyes, memories of his past life flashing rapidly through his mind. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "In approximately 2 weeks, a horde of ferocious beasts will breach the confines of the Lizard Mountain secret realm, launching an assault on humanity's safe zones. In this onslaught, humanity will suffer grievous losses, with countless Gu masters perishing, as will the beasts. Perhaps amidst this crisis, I can engineer some opportunities for myself." Guwen possessed the lifespan Gu, and this battlefield, drenched in death and blood, was nothing short of a paradise for him. All he needed to do was wander about, and he would amass an abundance of lifespans. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the Demon King leading the beast invasion from the Lizard Mountain secret realm would drop a purple Gu jar upon his demise, from which a powerful wind control Gu could be extracted. The wind control Gu, classified as purple, would allow the Gu master to soar through the skies, wielding the power of the wind. and Guwen happened to know a rather unique goo synthesis formula, capable of merging the wind control goo with the sword goo, potentially resulting in the creation of a flying sword goo. The flying sword goo, also purple in grade, would enable him to soar on a sword, excelling in offense and defense. With a flying sword in hand, he would be invincible in slaughter. In his previous life, Guwen had witnessed the might of the flying sword goo. When the sword was drawn, a cold light flashed, and countless heads rolled. Ji Yuwen's heart raced with excitement. If I can synthesize a flying sword goo, perhaps I could embark on the path of the sword cultivator in this life. A sword cultivator, resolute in slaughter, unrivaled in battle. Guwen had always envied the powerful sword cultivators of the 9 provinces in his past life, regretting his missed opportunity to become one. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered the path to becoming a sword cultivator in this life. With this thought, Guwen couldn't help but smile. Could it be a sign that he could extract a sword goo from the goo jar shop? His eyes remained calm as he gradually linked his thoughts and plans into a coherent line. He intended to seize all opportunities surrounding Galaxy City. 1. Evolution goo. 2. Flickering goo from Little Soup Mountain. 3. Wind control goo. These 3 opportunities were of utmost importance to him. As long as he could successfully acquire these 3 purple goo worms before the impending beast crisis in Galaxy City arrived in 2 months, he was confident he would achieve the rank of a 4th transition goo master. At that point, whether to advance or retreat would rest entirely upon his own volition. Perhaps he would then possess the qualifications to seize the grand opportunities hidden within Galaxy City. With his plans firmly established, Guwen's thoughts became remarkably clear. First and foremost, he should submit an application to the heavens to undergo the Goo Master Rating Assessment. Once he passed the assessment, he would have the chance to receive numerous unique rewards, even innate talents, and special goo worms. Moreover, his physical prowess, mental fortitude, and various other aspects would see a significant enhancement. Some goo masters who received multiple rewards from the heavens, even without utilizing goo worms, exhibited combat capabilities akin to superheroes, incredibly formidable. However, what rank would the heavens assign him for his assessment? Guwen felt a twinge of curiosity. He currently possessed 8 goo worms: red goo, lifespan goo, blue goo, invisibility goo, concealment goo, sword goo, green goo, running goo, storage goo, white goo, flame goo, water droplet goo. The combination of these 8 goo worms was quite reasonable, offering both offense and defense. Along with some unique abilities, the rating should not be too low. Among them, the invisibility goo and concealment goo endowed him with formidable life-preserving and stealth capabilities, as well as assassination and exploration skills. The synergy between these 2 goo worms could yield effects surpassing many purple goo worms. The invisibility goo allowed him to become unseen, while the concealment goo could mask his presence. Although Guwen held little interest in becoming an assassin or killer, it must be said that with these 2 goo worms, he could indeed be considered a competent killer, vanishing from sight, cloaking his presence, sneaking up behind his target, and striking with the sword goo. Ah, who could withstand such an onslaught? Even a 3rd transition goo master would have to retreat in defeat. In addition to these 2 concealment-oriented goo worms, the sword goo was also exceptionally powerful in combat. While the sword goo lacked the strength of the flying sword goo and the legendary divine sword goo, as a blue goo worm, it was still remarkably sharp, capable of delivering lethal strikes. When wielded, the sword goo could transform into a finely crafted longsword, gleaming with a cold light, ready to deliver fatal blows. Regrettably, the 1st transition sword goo could not unleash sword energy. It could only be deemed its basic form, requiring several more transitions to attain true power. The running goo could enhance his speed, albeit not to the extent of Yi Ziqing's Gale goo, yet it was still useful in the current stage. The storage goo served purely as a supportive goo worm, providing spatial storage capabilities. As for the flame goo and water droplet goo, they were currently the ones Guwen prioritized the most. If he could cultivate these 2 goo worms to the 4th transition and subsequently fuse them into the water and fire goo, he would directly obtain a 4th transition water and fire goo. The water and fire goo, as one of the top-tier combat elemental goo worms among green goo worms, would see his combat prowess soar exponentially once it reached the 4th transition. This synthesis would also save him countless transition materials. Therefore, Ji Yuwen had to give it a try. A glimmer of a gambler's spirit shone in Guwen's eyes as he waved his hand, causing a multitude of materials required for the goo worms to manifest upon the table beside him. He had already prepared the materials for evolution. Everything now hinged upon the innate potential of the flame goo and water droplet goo. With good fortune, the two could merge into one, elevating their value and strength. Should luck be against him, they could perish together. After all, they were merely two white goo worms. Goo felt no sorrow at their loss. On the table, the flame goo, radiating intense heat, and the water droplet goo. Merely a single droplet, both trembled involuntarily. For reasons unknown, they suddenly sensed the approach of death. Ji-Yuan gazed at these two goo worms, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Whether they lived or died, it was all in the hands of fate. Chapter 19. Synthesizing goo worms, water and fire goo. Ji-Yuan opened the information panel, selected the flame goo, and clicked on evolution. The information from the heavens immediately appeared. Are you sure you want to evolve the flame goo? Evolution requires 1 blazing fruit and 100 years of lifespan. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-Yuan replied affirmatively yes. The evolution of goo worms was intricately linked to the heavens. Each evolution could be completed through the system panel. This was the most convenient, swiftest, and safest method, of course, if one did not trust the heavens and preferred to rely on oneself. It was also possible to use one's mental energy to refine transition materials, infusing lifespan to facilitate the evolution of goo worms, in his past life. There were those who, in their fervor for the heavens annihilation theory, deemed all the calamities facing humanity to be the result of the heavens' actions. Thus, they refused to place their faith in the heavens, choosing instead to believe solely in themselves. Consequently, they endeavored to refine goo worms on their own, seeking to evolve them. Undoubtedly, this was a futile endeavor. What could have been a successful evolution in a mere second turned into a month-long struggle with a high likelihood of failure. Ultimately, these individuals met with disastrous fates, either descending into madness or perishing on the path of refining goo worms. The faction they formed was known as the Destined Ones, a rather juvenile name, to say the least. Without a doubt, they were not true Destined Ones, as the blazing fruit and lifespan dissipated. A surge of scorching energy infused with the essence of life surged within the flame goo, causing its aura to become restless. This force began to roam within the flame goo, darting about chaotically, placing immense pressure on it while simultaneously evolving its form, enhancing its capabilities. The flame goo trembled slightly, its dark eyes filled with a glimmer of determination. After Ji-Yuan's overexertion the previous night, the flame goo had learned to better control the power within itself. Thus, the difficulty of its evolution would be significantly reduced. It had already experienced a stronger force. Third transition. What could possibly be difficult about that? Moments later, a terrifying blaze erupted from within the flame goo, flames shooting skyward, scorching the ceiling. The ceiling quickly blackened under the onslaught. Ji-Yuan regarded the ceiling with a calm expression. No matter. Let it burn. After all, he was about to leave this hotel soon. With the eruption of this fiery force, the flame goo finally completed its evolution, achieving the third transition. The entire process was remarkably effortless. A smile graced Ji-Yuan's lips. It was now at the third transition. What came next? He intended to directly evolve the flame goo to the fourth transformation. The materials required for this transformation included a blue-grade flame fruit and a lifespan of 500 years, both of which he had already prepared. Continue the evolution. Ji-Yuan spoke calmly. Boom. The flame goo, still in a daze, once again entered a state of evolution. This time, the duration of the evolution was longer. Yet the flame goo managed to endure effortlessly and succeeded in its transformation. After all, it was Ji-Yuan's goo insect. During its evolution, Ji-Yuan's formidable mental strength also aided it, so he had never considered the possibility of failure. Only during the synthesis would there be a risk of failure. After the fourth transformation, the power of the flame goo underwent a dramatic change. A fourth transformation flame goo was now as powerful as a first transformation blue combat goo insect. However, this was not the limit Ji-Yuan sought. He desired even more. Ji-Yuan then turned his gaze towards the water droplet goo and said, "It's your turn." In the next moment, droplets of water began to permeate from within the water droplet goo, its body becoming quite damp, the liquid flowing, and one could vaguely hear the sound of water flowing through the air. Unlike the volatile flame goo, the water droplet goo possessed an inherently gentle temperament, and its abilities were remarkably stable. Thus, the evolution of the water droplet goo was naturally simpler. 1 minute later, the water droplet goo also successfully completed its fourth transformation. This required Gu to sacrifice 1,100 years of lifespan. Observing the substantial decrease in his lifespan, Gu couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache. Indeed, evolving Gu insects was an extravagant endeavor. Had it not been for the lifespan Gu, he would never have chosen to evolve these two little creatures in his lifetime. Now that the evolution is complete, you must endure even greater trials. Ji Yuan gazed at the two Gu insects, his eyes gleaming with ambition. His goal was singular, to synthesize the water and fire Gu. He first took out a dozen lively maggots, feeding them to the flame Gu and water droplet Gu to fill their bellies. Well, after all, even if the evolution fails and they perish, I must ensure they leave this world well fed. It would be too pitiful if they never had a full meal before their end. The flame Gu and water droplet Gu, oblivious to their circumstances, happily began to feast on the maggots. Maggot, is anyone speaking up for me? As the two Gu insects filled their stomachs, Gu once again opened the information panel of heaven and earth. This time, he selected Gu insect synthesis, choosing the flame Gu and water droplet Gu, and added numerous materials capable of neutralizing the forces of water and fire. These materials cost Gu a staggering 200,000 silver coins. However, if the synthesis succeeded, everything would be worth it. A first transformation water and fire Gu was valued at 800,000 silver coins. Then what of a fourth transformation water and fire Gu? Apologies, it was priceless. Although the water and fire Gu was merely a green Gu insect, if it reached the fourth transformation, its capabilities would undergo a qualitative change, making everything utterly different. This was somewhat reminiscent of a self-playing chess game Gu had played in the past. In that game, a 3-star white hero could easily overpower a rarer 1-star blue hero or purple hero. Ji Yuan gazed at the data and promptly chose to synthesize. The voice of heaven and earth announced, "Is it permissible to synthesize the flame Gu and water droplet Gu?" Warning: the flame Gu possesses fire attributes, while the water droplet Gu has water attributes. The powers of the two conflict, resulting in an extremely low synthesis probability. Gu hesitated not for a moment. Yes, the low probability mentioned by heaven and earth referred to normal circumstances. Yet, how could the flame Gu and water droplet Gu in his possession possibly be considered normal? He had added so many materials to neutralize the conflict, and with his mental strength assisting from the side, even if the probability of synthesis was not particularly high this time, it was far from being negligible. In an instant, a sphere of green light materialized, enveloping both the flame Gu and water droplet Gu. For a moment, both the flame Gu and water droplet Gu felt a surge of tension. And as if coming to a realization, they exchanged glances filled with hostility and anger. Water and fire are inherently antagonistic. Now, as they were to be fused, they were naturally unwilling. This was precisely the challenge of synthesizing the water and fire Gu, the incompatibility of water and fire. Because of this, even in past lives, the water and fire Gu remained exceedingly rare. At that moment, the green light sphere began to emanate a gentle, harmonious neutralizing force, soothing the tumultuous energies of the flame Gu and water droplet Gu. This gentle power was incredibly soft, calming the restlessness of both Gu insects. Seeing this, Gu immediately infused his mental strength into the light sphere, beginning to pacify the flame Gu and water droplet Gu. As Gu's mental energy joined in, the flame Gu and water droplet Gu instantly calmed down, their animosity gradually dissipating. Slowly, the green light enveloped their bodies, transforming them into a gaseous form, merging together to become a single entity of water, which then began to take shape. Ultimately, a brand new form of Gu insect successfully emerged. Synthesis successful. Chapter 20. Gu Master Rating. The Man of Mist. Synthesis successful. Obtained Gu insect, water and fire Gu. The voice of heaven and earth resounded. The water and fire Gu measured approximately 2 inches in length, its body symmetrical, sporting 2 long antennae. Its surface featured a smooth, hard shell. The left side was blue, and the right side was red. Even the water and fire Gu's antennae were one blue and one red. The powers of water and fire achieved a perfect balance within the water and fire Gu. A smile crept upon Gu's lips. His heart filled with joy. The synthesis was a success. He examined the information. Gu insect, water and fire Gu grade, green level, 4th transformation, conditions for 5th transformation, 3,000 years of lifespan. A blue quality magma stone, a blue quality ice forest wood, combined with 1 liter of blue grade or higher spirit water. Abilities: water and fire, skill 1. Flowing Flame, can unleash an intensely scorching flowing flame, which, while possessing extreme heat, also carries the properties of flowing water. Once ignited, it causes a flowing, dampening effect that is difficult to extinguish. Skill 2. Flame Water. High-temperature flame water generated through the frenzied heating of searing flames. Imbued with the characteristics of fire, intense heat, and combustion. Skill 3. Water Flame Explosion. Overloaded compression of the powers of water and fire, causing them to continuously merge and compress, rendering them unstable, ultimately resulting in a powerful explosion. Gazing at the information of the water and fire goo, Guwen nodded in satisfaction. Truly formidable, the ultimate fusion of water and fire. Undoubtedly, the water and fire goo excelled in group combat. All three skills could inflict area effects, and once unleashed, the devastation would be extensive. Reflecting on this, Guwen found himself contemplating a journey to the east. The characteristic of flowing flame, which clings to the foe, once it inflicts damage, would create an effect that was impossible to extinguish, continuously burning the opponent. Fire can be extinguished by water, and water can be dried out by fire. But what if this power belonged to both water and fire? How would one dispel it? Regardless of whether one employs fire or water, it would only amplify the flowing flame, akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Only with special dispelling goo insects, earth attribute goo insects, or through certain other unique methods could the flowing flame potentially be extinguished. In summary, the fourth transformation water and fire goo boasts exceptional combat capabilities. It is a top-tier green combat elemental goo insect. Adept in group battles, Guwen stored the water and fire goo and, contemplating the impending Lizard Mountain riot in 2 weeks, felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With this adept group combat goo insect, barring unforeseen circumstances, he could undoubtedly take part in this battle and serve as a key force, heading towards the most critical and perilous combat zone. Consequently, the difficulty of obtaining the wind control goo had significantly diminished. Now, it was time for the Goo Master rating. Guwen looked at the goo insects within him, filled with confidence. With his current abilities, being rated as a second transformation Goo Master was a certainty. This was without considering the Lifespan Goo if the Lifespan Goo fell within the scope of Heaven and Earth's rating. Who knows how many transformations he would be rated? Moreover, his mental strength was also not included in the rating criteria. Guwen calmed his mind and internally declared, "Commence the Goo Master rating." In an instant, a golden light flashed within Guwen's heart, sweeping over him and examining all the goo insects he possessed. Beginning to assess their ratings and compatibility, detected a first transformation Lifespan Goo, grade Red. Due to its uniqueness, it will not be included in the rating selection. Detected a first transformation Stealth Goo, a first transformation Concealment Goo, and a first transformation Sword Goo. All three goo insects are blue grade, with outstanding ranks and reasonable compatibility. Detected a first transformation Running Goo, green grade, compatible with the three above. After assessment, the compatibility with the Assassin route is extremely high. The goo insects can exhibit formidable capabilities. Rating in progress. Rated as a first transformation Goo Master. Recommended path, Assassin. Continuing assessment. Detected a fourth transformation Water and Fire Goo, green grade. After assessment, the fourth transformation Water and Fire Goo possesses formidable combat capabilities. Continuing rating. Rated as a second transformation Goo Master. Assessing other goo insects. Assessment complete. Final result. Second transformation Goo Master. You have completed the tier advancement assessment, transitioning from the first to the second rank. This evaluation will bestow upon you 2 celestial rewards. Best of luck to you. Assessment. You are a master of elemental forces, adept in the art of combat and slaughter. You possess the ability to merge with the darkness, transform into an assassin, and wield the power of the elements to wreak havoc upon the battlefield. As the golden light within him gradually faded, Guwen nodded slightly. A second-tier Goo Master, as anticipated. Prior to the assessment, he had surmised that he would likely be rated as a second-tier Goo Master. However, would the celestial rewards truly descend? Guwen felt a sense of anticipation. If it were possible, that would be simply marvelous. The first-tier celestial reward has been confirmed. Title: The One Shrouded in Mist. The One Shrouded in Mist. This title shall cloak you from the heavens, obscuring your fate and severing causal ties, rendering your past, present, and future imperceptible to all. You shall exist enveloped in mist, with none capable of discerning your destiny. This will provide you with the utmost protection until you ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Forge ahead. Mist-shrouded one. Upon reading this title's description, Gu felt a sudden buzz in his mind, his heart racing involuntarily. This reward, it felt almost tailor-made for him. To obscure his fate and sever causal ties. Was it to conceal his identity as a reborn individual? Or perhaps to mask the hints in lifespan Gu? Undoubtedly, this reward was immensely precious to Gu, allowing his secrets to remain forever buried, impervious to discovery. Without this title, he would have harbored concerns about whether powerful Gu masters skilled in divination and mind-reading might unveil his secrets. Yet now, with this title, he had no need for such worries. However, the implications of this title left Gu feeling a chill. Could it be that the heavens were intentionally protecting him? His expression darkened. Countless thoughts racing through his mind, he realized that perhaps his rebirth was not as straightforward as it seemed. It involved complexities beyond his understanding. Soon, Gu calmed himself, casting aside all other thoughts. Regardless of the vortex he found himself in, there was only one thing he could do now. Grow stronger, and no matter the circumstances, this would be his guiding direction. Until the day he amassed sufficient strength, he would inevitably pierce through the darkness, unveil the mist, and uncover the truth. Until then, he needed to focus solely on becoming stronger. Everything else was inconsequential. At that moment, the voice of the heavens echoed once more. Chapter 21. Awakening of Divine Talent, the Slayer's Second-Tier Reward. Divine Talent Awakening, the Slayer. Divine Talent, the Slayer. You are a born slayer, reveling in bloodshed. Each act of slaughter ignites a thrill within you, sending shivers of excitement coursing through your veins. Even if you appear indifferent on the surface, you are a true demon, merciless and deeply enamored with the act of killing. Talent Skill 1. Each act of murder permanently enhances your physical attributes. Talent Skill 2. Slaughter Field. You can manifest a slaughter field, enveloping all around you within its sinister grasp. Within this field, your abilities are significantly amplified, while your opponents are plunged into panic, their strengths diminished. Each kill further intensifies the potency of your slaughter field. Note: the current cooldown for the slaughter field is 24 hours. After each activation, you will enter a weakened state lasting 8 hours. Upon reading this, Gu felt a surge of astonishment. Divine Talent? Had he truly attained the legendary Divine Talent? In his previous life, upon reaching the second tier, he had only received a simple green talent. To think that in this life, he had directly acquired an overwhelming Divine Talent. Moreover, this talent seemed to align perfectly with him. Yet, how did the heavens know of his penchant for slaughter? Guwen's lips twitched slightly. He should have concealed that aspect of himself. He had to admit that deep down, he had always harbored a fascination for killing. However, having lived within human society, he had suppressed such thoughts in his previous life. After venturing to the east, he had indeed displayed his love for slaughter and his wild nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been issued a bounty by the east, the highest tier. Says. This revealed the extent of his misdeeds in the east. Indeed, they were misdeeds. As the voice of the heavens faded, Gu felt a twinge of regret. Only 2 rewards? How stingy. Did not others, the fortunate ones, receive 7 or 8 rewards? Why was he not so lucky? Besides, if others heard Guwen's complaints, they would surely wish to silence him. Although he had only received 1 reward for each of his 2 promotions, the magnitude of each reward surpassed that of thousands or tens of thousands received by others combined. However, this reward was undeniably steering him further down the path of slaughter. Upon his rebirth, he had contemplated whether to take a different path this time, perhaps becoming a righteous and benevolent young man. Though that was merely a fleeting thought, like someone idly musing while relieving themselves. Nonetheless, it indicated that Gu had indeed considered being a good person, and now, with the heavens' endorsement, he was utterly unable to play the role of a good man. He would tread ever further down the path of slaughter. Ji-Yuan shook his head, putting away the Gu insects and materials. It was time to seek an opportunity to join the cleaners, as they represented the best choice for swiftly gaining strength. Casting a glance at the sky, he resolved to devise a plan to make connections tomorrow. The entire day passed in a flurry of activity. As Gu remained in his room, manipulating his Gu insects to discover better and more comfortable combinations. The relationship between Gu insects and Gu masters required mutual familiarity, allowing their intentions to align perfectly and unleashing the full battle potential of the goo insects. This was also the reason why Yi Ziqing, after her wind goo was injured, had exhausted herself seeking ways to heal it, leading to a sense of despair. The wind goo itself was not particularly costly. At least for a third-tier goo master like Yi Ziqing, acquiring another wind goo was not a daunting task. However, fostering a bond of understanding and connection with the new wind goo was not so easily achieved. As midnight approached and the moon hung high in the sky, Gu Wen prepared to sleep when suddenly, a knock echoed at his door. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Wen furrowed his brow, a sense of alertness rising within him. Who could be knocking on his door? He was all alone, and no one knew he resided here. Moreover, given the late hour, it was unlikely to be a service staff member, however. As a second-tier Gu master. He had no need to fear being targeted. Ji Yuan rose and called out, "Who is it?" A melodious and enchanting female voice responded from outside. "Hello, it's me, your neighbor next door." The voice was strikingly familiar. Gu Wen immediately recalled the beauty he had seen that morning, clad in black stockings, tall and striking. Her appearance a delightful contrast. This woman had kept him awake the previous night with her calls. Gu Wen's memory was vivid. His eyes narrowed slightly. Coming to knock at this hour. Was she here to discuss the intricacies of life? Unlikely. A Gu master visiting at such a late hour could only mean mischief. With that thought, a glint of crimson flickered in Gu Wen's eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips, tinged with excitement and anticipation. He had yet to claim a life today. While he considered himself a good person, opposed to indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, if someone were to deliver themselves to him, how could he refuse? That would be ungracious. Gu Wen smiled faintly and opened the door, revealing a warm and welcoming expression. "Good evening, beautiful lady. Would you care to come in for a while?" Chapter 22. He, Gu Wen, cold-blooded and unfeeling. The enchanting woman at the door wore a striking red gown, perfectly tailored to accentuate her slender waist and ample bosom. Her hair was elegantly styled, and her makeup was exquisitely done, making her utterly captivating. The beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback by Gu Wen's forwardness as he opened the door. She had encountered her fair share of wolves, but one so eager was indeed a rarity. Regaining her composure, she smiled at Gu Wen, her eyes sparkling as they roamed over him, her voice laced with suggestion. "It seems we've come to an understanding. Life is meant to be enjoyed in the moment." With deliberate steps, the beautiful woman entered the room, shutting the door behind her. Her smile brightened, radiating warmth as she approached Gu Wen, gazing into his eyes. "Little brother, I am a bit older than you, but I trust that won't be an issue." The alluring woman emanated a unique fragrance, both delightful and infused with the charm of mature femininity. The woman of the night bore a strikingly different aura from the polished, career-oriented goddess he had encountered that morning. Tonight, she exuded the essence of a playful enchantress, unabashedly flaunting her allure. Ji Yuan smiled. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." I was taken aback by Gu Wen's astonishingly swift reaction. Without a hint of hesitation, she leaped into action, lunging once more towards Gu Wen while simultaneously summoning another of her insect-like creatures. The mysterious fragrance insect, a cloud of white, intoxicating scent erupted from the various orifices of the beautiful woman, enveloping Gu Wen. Every aperture was exuding this enchanting aroma. This was a green insect. Ji Yuan was already prepared. With a deft movement, she propelled herself backward in a great leap. The woman's claws struck the adjacent wall, leaving a deep gouge and producing an unbearable noise. Ji Yuan shook her head and smiled. "If this is all there is, then I may have to end your life." Swish! In the next instant, Gu Wen's eyes began to shift in hue, one resembling flame, the other a droplet of water. Gradually, an exceedingly peculiar flame manifested in Gu Wen's hand. A ghostly blue fire that swayed and danced, at times assuming a liquid form, reminiscent of a pool of blue magma or perhaps a spectral blue flame. The flame's form continually transformed. The temperature in the air fluctuated dramatically with the emergence of the fire, one moment scorching hot, the next chillingly cold. Upon witnessing this bizarre flame, the beautiful woman was momentarily stunned. Her knowledge evidently paled in comparison to Gu Wen's. Even as Gu Wen wielded the flame, she could not comprehend what sort of insect it was. Observing the bewildered expression on the woman's face, Gu Wen smiled gently. "This is my first time employing this insect in battle. Consider it an honor." I hope you can die with dignity, for your life will not be in vain. Boom! In the next moment, Gu Wen's other hand erupted with a flame as well. The two flames began to change in form. The flame on the left blazed with intense heat, burning wildly, exuding an aura of volatility and danger. The flame on the right was frigid, flowing like liquid, appearing tranquil, yet brimming with an endless, cold menace. Seeing this spectacle, the beautiful woman became frantic, her heart racing. Her feminine intuition warned her that she was in grave danger. The woman quickly implored, "Wait, perhaps we can still negotiate." Ji Wen's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. What nonsense! After finally finding a living target to test my power, how could I possibly let you go? Gu Wen's expression turned wild as she slowly drew her hands together, merging the two flames. In that instant, the conflicting forces began to clash, expanding and resisting each other. An overwhelming pressure surged from Gu Wen's hands, radiating in all directions. The air oscillated between scorching heat and bone-chilling cold, creating a surreal atmosphere. The beautiful woman's body trembled. Her complexion drained of color as she gazed at Gu Wen with terror. Madman, that he's a madman. Doesn't he fear blowing himself up? The woman was utterly panicked, disregarding her state of undress as she turned to leap from the window. But it was too late. The forces of water and fire merged. Becoming a tempestuous and terrifying force, Gu Wen unleashed it with a swift throw, water flame explosion. The amalgamation of water and fire transformed into a searing torrent, hurtling towards the beautiful woman. She had no time to flee before it detonated. Boom! An endless explosion ensued, the forces of water and fire rampaging freely, sending shockwaves in all directions, shattering glass and demolishing walls, allowing moonlight to flood in. The entire room trembled. Water and fire surged throughout the space. Even the ceiling was ablaze with flickering flames, exuding an eerie blue light. As for the beautiful woman, she was obliterated in an instant, her organs shattered beyond recognition. Ji Wen glanced towards the window, observing that the wall on that side had been completely blown away, leaving only a gaping hole in the view from here is quite pleasant. The entire room had transformed into a terrace. Have I caused quite the ruckus? Gu Wen's lips twitched slightly. He vowed he had no intention of blowing up someone else's hotel. This was merely an unfortunate accident. Who could have predicted the water flame explosion would possess such tremendous power? With the woman's demise, Gu Wen's innate abilities began to manifest, enhancing his strength, physical resilience, mental acuity, and various other attributes. His power had increased by approximately 0.5 times. Ji Wen smiled, satisfied. Successfully absorbed 1,312 years of life. Such poverty, Gu Wen muttered, shaking his head as he approached the bedside table and picked up the phone to call the hotel front desk. Please come up, there seems to be a problem. The front desk attendant was still the beautiful young lady from yesterday. Her request for leave had been denied. Upon hearing Gu Wen's call, the attendant's face turned pale, her body trembling. I don't know. Is he going to kill me? Does he expect me to deliver myself to him? Am I some sort of delivery service? Chapter 24. She instantly went weak at the knees. Despite her reluctance, the front desk attendant's body trembled as she made her way toward the elevator. Too frightened to refuse Gu Wen, let alone attempt to escape. Should she ascend, her chances of survival would be a mere 10. Yet if she dared to flee, as a Gu master, Gu Wen would have 1,000 ways to locate her instantly and eliminate her. The risk of death was 100. Most importantly, she was in a crowded hotel. Surely, even someone like him would exercise some restraint. He must fear the cleaners, right? If she fled the hotel and ventured into an isolated area, that would be the true peril. Perhaps that was what he intended all along. In mere seconds, the front desk attendant had conjured an entire cinematic narrative in her mind. In the elevator, she even remembered to send a tearful message to her mother. Mommy, I love you. If one day I'm no longer here, please take care of yourself. After sending the message, the front desk attendant took a deep breath, adopting a mindset of self-sacrifice, resolute in her approach towards Gu Wen's room. Gu Wen had already opened the door in advance. Even prepared as she was, upon witnessing the devastation within Gu Wen's room, the front desk attendant trembled involuntarily. She instantly went weak at the knees. Where did the wall go? How could it just vanish? The flames flowing across the floor appeared so sinister. Remembering the tremendous explosion she had just heard, fear gripped her heart, and she felt tears welling up. This pervert was playing with explosions for amusement. As the front desk attendant approached, Guwen spoke calmly. As you can see, this room is no longer suitable for habitation. Please arrange for me another room. As for the damages incurred in this one, compensation will be provided. Ji Yuan had already resolved to involve the cleaners. Naturally, he intended for them to cover the costs, though he currently possessed 20 million, which made him relatively wealthy. One should never squander money recklessly. The front desk attendant's complexion remained pale as she stammered. Okay, there's an empty room on this floor. It's the third one on your right. The door is open, you can settle in there. The key card is already inserted. The front desk attendant's mind was blank, her speech entirely instinctive. Seeing the visibly frightened young woman, Guwen couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had indeed frightened her yesterday. A good thing. In this perilous world, having a bit of vigilance was far better than being completely oblivious. Ji Yuan cast another glance at the direction of the beautiful woman's corpse. Also, there is a woman's body over there. I killed her. Immediately contact the police and have the cleaners come to clean up the scene. Additionally, inform them that an evil Gu master is present. They should send someone of significance. Unbeknownst to Guwen, the front desk attendant had yet to notice the body. Hearing his words, she instinctively turned to look Diane. The next moment, her mind went blank, and her body went limp, collapsing to the floor. She instinctively covered her mouth with her fists and screamed. Ah! Guwen raised an eyebrow. Why scream? Keep it together and quickly call the police to summon the cleaners. Tears streamed down the front desk attendant's face as she looked at Guwen with palpable terror, her body shaking. Evil Gu master. Evil Gu master. This man is indeed an evil Gu master. He killed a woman in the hotel, and she's completely naked. Who knows what torment she endured in life? Oh, how pitiful, sister. The front desk attendant hurriedly struggled to her feet, trembling as she rushed toward the elevator. Her heart racing. She didn't even know if she would survive. Guwen watched the front desk attendant's retreating figure with some confusion. I clearly stated that woman was an evil Gu master. Why is she still so afraid? Wait a moment. Could she possibly think of me as an evil Gu master? Guwen's lips twitched slightly. Now that I think about it, that might indeed be the case. But it mattered little. Ji Yuan shook his head and stepped out of the room, seeking refuge in another empty room to lie down. All that remained was to wait for the cleaners to arrive. The front desk attendant, trembling, returned to her station and hastily dialed the police. Hello, we have an evil Gu master here. An evil Gu master. He detonated the walls of the hotel and even took the life of a woman. The woman lay bare, possibly having been. Moreover, it was he who instructed me to call you here. I am uncertain if he has set any traps. Please hurry, sob. The cleansers, upon receiving the emergency call, immediately took the matter seriously. All the temporarily idle cleaners were gathered together. Captain Li Long had mentioned just yesterday that there might be sinister sorcerers lurking in the Eastern District. Little did we expect to receive an emergency call today. Captain Li Long is indeed prescient. Within the cleansers, countless individuals cast admiring glances at Li Long. During the impromptu operational meeting, Li Long furrowed his brows and spoke decisively. I propose we head to the Eastern District immediately. It is home to countless civilians, and if the adversary begins to slaughter, we cannot bear such immense losses. Soon, someone raised a concern. However, the adversary was the one who prompted that young girl to call for help. Could there be some trap? Li Long nodded in agreement. There must be a trap. This is an overt scheme. Thus, I suggest all available cleaners mobilize together. As long as we have sufficient numbers and strength, we can breach any trap. Li Long's words quickly garnered the approval of the majority. This is the ethos of the cleansers. Wherever danger lurks, they must delve in, if they were to abandon the Eastern District solely out of fear. What would they even be as cleansers? I support this. I concur. I agree. Ultimately, Li Long's proposal was passed unanimously. After consulting with Director Lu Hao via phone, he also granted his approval, except for Lu Hao, who was still recuperating, and a few injured cleansers. Nearly all were mobilized, targeting the Eastern District. In the Galaxy City's first team, Captain Li Long, a 4th-tier sorcerer, and Vice Captain Shi Wei, a 3rd-tier sorcerer. In the second team, Captain Xiao Sei, a 4th-tier sorcerer, and Vice Captain Yi Ziqing, a 3rd-tier sorcerer. In the third team, Captain Wang Damo, a 4th-tier sorcerer, and Vice Captain Wang Dazhuang, a 3rd-tier sorcerer. In the fourth team, Captain Zhou Jian, a 4th-tier sorcerer, and Vice Captain Zhu Yu, a 3rd-tier sorcerer. Alongside them, Over 100 members were fully mobilized. Yi Ziqing clenched her delicate fist. Fortunately, her Gale Worm had been healed by Master Gu Wan, or she would have been unable to unleash her full combat potential tonight. After tonight's operation, the cleansers would surely suffer significant losses. Perhaps they could ask Master Gu Wan to assist the cleansers in treating their worm injuries. As long as they could heal their worms, the price could be negotiated. Meanwhile, Gu Wan was lounging in bed, blissfully watching the news, entirely unaware that the cleansers of Galaxy City were converging upon him. Intent on apprehending this sinister sorcerer, Chapter 25. Captain, he admitted it 5 minutes later. Black SUVs approached from all directions, surrounding the chain hotel where Gu Wan resided. The sorcerers of the cleansers donned matching black combat attire. Their expressions grave, prepared for an intense confrontation. Tonight's operation was commanded by Li Long. The second team is in position. Please advise. The third team is in position. Please advise. The fourth team is in position. Please advise. The first team, led by Li Long, was at the forefront, directly in front of the chain hotel. Li Long scrutinized the hotel, his brow furrowing as he quickly discerned something amiss. He noticed that the 9th floor's walls had been completely blown apart, revealing the interior's scene, shimmering with a potent combination of water and fire energy. Li Long, with his exceptional eyesight, immediately spotted the woman's lifeless body by the wall. He decisively stated, "We have identified the battleground of the sinister sorcerer. The 9th floor of the hotel has been breached, saturated with strong water and fire energy, indicating this sorcerer is not the same as the one who killed the beggar. This sorcerer is even more formidable. Heightened security. We can ascertain that the enemy is not alone." Upon hearing this, everyone became increasingly vigilant. Many cleaners began to channel the worms within them, both for self-defense and to prepare for battle at a moment's notice. According to the predetermined plan, I will lead the first team into the hotel for reconnaissance. The second team will follow, while the third and fourth teams maintain perimeter watch, ready to provide support. Li Long stated calmly. Responses came swiftly through the intercom. Understood. Having arranged the operational plan, Li Long waved his hand and led the first team directly toward the hotel. Upon pushing open the hotel door, the receptionist, a young girl, burst into tears, as though she had seen her saviors, crying out, "Sob, sob, you finally arrived. That evil man is on the 9th floor. You must apprehend him quickly. He is currently in an empty room on the 9th floor. Room number 9007. Li Long nodded and reassured her, "Do not worry. You are safe now. Find a place to hide. It is very dangerous here." With that, Li Long turned to face the staircase and declared, "Let us go." In such circumstances, they dared not use the elevator. If a trap were set within, a single bomb could lead to catastrophic losses. The first team surged forth. The receptionist felt both excited and terrified. "Come on, that you can do it. Justice will prevail." Li Long and the first team exhibited professionalism, with clearly defined roles, including auxiliary sorcerers capable of detecting worm fluctuations and psychic anomalies. In no time, they had scanned the entire building, almost certain that there were no issues below the 9th floor. Thus, the crux of everything lay on the 9th floor. Li Long boldly drew his purple magic sword, his gaze icy, as he traversed the hotel corridor, indeed sensing a formidable sorceress power. "Be cautious. The enemy is on the 9th floor." The first team advanced with utmost care and soon arrived at the room previously occupied by Gu Wan. Observing the chaos within and the swirling water and fire energy, Li Long calmly assessed, "There is an aura of joyous worm and water-fire worm. The enemy is quite powerful. The corpse by the wall must be the victim. We will not concern ourselves with her for now. Our priority is to subdue the sinister sorcerer." Having confirmed that this room harbored no ambush, Li Long and his team bypassed it and continued toward room 9007. Unbeknownst to them, the neglected naked corpse was, in fact, the true form of the sinister sorcerer. In no time, they reached the door of room 9007. The auxiliary member of the first team, a silver-haired girl, nodded and whispered, "There is someone inside." Beside her, a muscular man towering at nearly 2 meters muttered, "I knew there was someone." "The television is blaring." A fair-skinned, bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and suggested, "Captain, should I just blow this room up? My psychic bomb is itching to go." Li Long frowned, about to respond when suddenly, the door to room 9007 swung open. Ji Yuan greeted Li Long and his team with a smile he deemed amicable. "Hi there. Gu Wen's formidable psychic power had allowed him to sense the arrival of Li Long and his team at the earliest opportunity. As the door opened, the expressions of Li Long and his team changed dramatically. Startled by the encounter, having faced countless battles, they understood that when an enemy appeared with such a smile, it typically signified they had fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, Li Long and his team activated their inner worms, unleashing an overwhelming force, their bodies radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, the entire corridor illuminated. Li Long's magic sword was pressed against Gu Wen's neck. A bomb was affixed to Gu Wen's body. A layer of weakness effect was conferred upon him. A burly man appeared behind Gu Wen, constricting his neck. Various flashy worms were unleashed upon Gu Wen, capturing him without fail. Fortunately, the members of the first team exhibited a commendable level of combat discipline, refraining from delivering lethal blows. Their intent was solely to restrain Gu Wen. In that moment, Gu Wen was taken aback. He looked at Li Long and asked, Captain Li, what are you doing? Li Long narrowed his eyes, gazing at Gu Wen. So it is you. Your appearance in the alley last night was no coincidence. I did not expect you to be so deeply concealed. You are a sinister sorcerer. Li Long instantly recalled their encounter in the alley the previous night, where Gu Wen had even conversed with him. Regrettably, he had failed to perceive that Gu Wen was a sorcerer. Gu Wen's lips twitched slightly. Am I a sinister sorcerer? The silver-haired girl interjected. Captain, he admitted it. Gu Wen nearly spat blood. I admit nothing. This silver-haired girl is rather beautiful, yet her words are so venomous. Who admitted anything? Li Long observed Gu Wen's demeanor and felt something was amiss. If Gu Wen were indeed a sinister sorcerer, why would he voluntarily present himself? Why would he willingly allow himself to be captured? Wait, is something not right? Li Long looked at Gu Wen and said, I will give you 30 seconds to explain yourself. The rest of you remain vigilant. Gu Wen shook his head, having anticipated that Li Long and the others would greet him with utmost respect, friendliness, and astonishment, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding his defeat of the evil Gu Master. Yet, the reality was somewhat different. Thus, Gu Wen recounted the events of the evening. Upon finishing, silence enveloped Li Long and his companions. So it was like this? The evil Gu Master was indeed the very corpse they had overlooked. Gu Wen, it turned out, was a well-meaning citizen who not only vanquished the evil Gu Master, but also remembered to alert the authorities for cleanup. However, at this thought, Li Long felt a tinge of embarrassment and said, Let us first take a look at the scene. The group returned to the site, and after the silver-haired girl conducted her professional assessment, she too felt a bit awkward as she remarked, Captain, this naked woman is indeed the evil Gu Master. Her body still carries the lingering sense of Joy Gu, Enchantment Gu, and Brown Fox Gu, all aligning with what he described. Once the silver-haired girl concluded her examination, the group finally confirmed that this was indeed a significant misunderstanding. Joy Gu, being a kind of Gu insect, could only be refined by the evil Gu Master. The tall, muscular man scratched his head. So, we made such a fuss and mobilized everyone. Was that a bit excessive? The bespectacled man calmly interjected. A clown. Li Long's lips twitched slightly as he turned to Gu Wen. Tonight's events were indeed a blunder. My apologies. Gu Wen's forehead darkened with a line of concern. Then he shook his head. It's not your fault. I can somewhat understand why you misinterpreted the situation. It must have been that receptionist girl. Gu Wen sighed softly, realizing he had almost been mistaken for the evil Gu Master and faced execution on the spot. Truly, one must refrain from deceiving innocent girls. Nevertheless, despite the unpleasant process, the outcome was indeed favorable. Chapter 26. A Banner of Honor, plus 500 silver coins. A voice crackled through Li Long's walkie-talkie. Commander, we have discovered 3 evil Gu Masters. They attempted to escape via the 10th floor window, but they have all been apprehended. Li Long responded. Understood. Keep a close watch on them. The silver-haired girl gazed at Gu Wen in astonishment. Your companions have been captured. They actually tried to flee amidst the chaos. Gu Wen's expression darkened. I've told you. They are not my companions. They belong to that woman. Yet, he had not anticipated that this woman actually had companions. What business could they have in Galaxy City? Gu Wen pondered over his past life's memories but could not recall any pertinent information, as not all news would circulate. However, it was indisputable that these evil Gu Masters would not be up to any good. Guwen glanced towards the direction of the woman's corpse. It must be said that Li Long's decision to bring all the cleaners along had indeed yielded some results. Otherwise, capturing those companions would have been impossible. The silver-haired girl remarked, "Oh, right. I almost forgot you are not an evil Gu master." The muscular man, feeling excited, threw an arm around Guwen's shoulders and exclaimed, "Wow, who would have thought there would actually be a harvest?" These roaming evil Gu masters, for some reason, came to Galaxy City. You've really made a contribution. This is a significant achievement. Evil Gu masters are the enemies of all humanity. For the cleaners, capturing an evil Gu master is akin to apprehending drug lords before the apocalypse. After all, once these evil Gu masters wreak havoc, the death toll would at least count in the thousands, if not more. So, what rewards are there? Guwen inquired with interest. Indeed, a banner of honor, plus 500 silver coins. As for other rewards, you won't receive those, since you are not an internal member of our cleaners, the muscular man cheerfully replied. Ji Yuwen's face darkened. That was essentially meaningless. Li Long glanced at the disarray within the room. The remnants of water and fire power scattered about, and a thought struck him. Did you refine the water and fire Gu? Have you reached the third transformation? Guwen smiled faintly. Fourth transformation. The revelation astonished everyone. A fourth transformation, water and fire Gu. Who would have thought this seemingly unremarkable young man was quite formidable? The water and fire Gu is particularly special, ranking among the top-tier combat capabilities within green Gu insects. Comparable even to third transformation blue combat Gu insects, in a true battle. It ultimately boils down to individual combat skills. I didn't see that coming. No wonder you managed to single-handedly defeat the evil Gu master. The muscular man said, clearly impressed. You are stronger than I am, as I am merely a support. The silver-haired girl nodded in agreement. Li Long regarded Guwen, unable to contain his excitement any longer. He cleared his throat and said, I wonder if you have any backing. If you are willing to join the cleaners, we can attribute the credit for capturing these evil Gu masters to you. If you do have a faction, we can also consider letting you withdraw. I can assist in negotiations. Currently, the cleaners were in dire need of manpower. With someone as powerful as Guwen appearing, how could Li Long possibly let him slip away? Upon hearing this, the other team members widened their eyes. Huh? That is possible? Achieve merit first, then join? Moreover, is it appropriate to poach from other factions so openly? Although Guwen had already prepared to join the cleaners, he maintained a facade of calm and asked, what benefits are there in joining the cleaners? I currently have no faction. Seeing that Guwen was somewhat interested in joining, Li Long promptly assured him, based on your combat power assessment, if you choose to join the cleaners, I can promise you will directly become a level 3 cleaner, with a monthly salary of 10 blue Gu jars or 1 purple Gu jar and 1 million silver coins. Additionally, the credit for this incident will be attributed to you, allowing you to accrue a generous amount of points, which can be exchanged for desired items within the organization. Li Long offered an exceptionally high remuneration. This was the utmost he could promise. He believed that Guwen, possessing a fourth transformation water and fire Gu, had yet to align himself with any faction and must be the type who preferred operating independently. To entice such an individual to join the cleaners, he needed to guarantee substantial benefits. Otherwise, the chances of agreement would be slim. Once these words left Li Long's mouth, the other members around him were astounded. Their expressions reflecting disbelief. 3. Level 3 cleaners? Just like that. As elite members of the first squad of the cleaners, they were merely level 3 cleaners themselves, yet Guwen, upon joining, would be on equal footing with them. Guwen pondered, evaluating the conditions Li Long had offered. In truth, these terms were already quite generous. The internal ranking of cleaners is divided into 5 levels, with level 5 being the lowest and level 1 the strongest. Above level 1, there are distinctions of elite, super, and king levels. However, those higher tiers were far too distant. In cities like Galaxy City, being a level 3 cleaner is already considered a high-ranking position. The elite cleaners within the organization are predominantly level 3, often capable of serving as deputy leaders. Li Long himself was merely a level 2 cleaner, while the director was level 1. As for elite cleaners, Galaxy City had yet to see even one. Typically, level 3 cleaners are third transformation Gu masters. All elite members of Li Long's first squad are, without exception, third transformation Gu masters. Yet, at this moment, Guwen was still only a second transformation master. Li Long had already set a precedent. Thus, Guwen smiled slightly and extended his right hand towards Li Long. I am willing to join. My name is Gu Wen. Li Long returned the smile. Welcome aboard, as Li Long looked at Gu Wen. A smile graced his lips. He was not only drawn to Gu Wen's current combat prowess, but also captivated by his potential. A meticulous thinker with formidable combat abilities. Capable of independently defeating an evil Gu master, and possessing a Gu insect that could confound even him. Such potential was immeasurable. It was worth noting that Gu Wen was merely 18 years old. Meanwhile, Gu Wen was attracted to the promise of a monthly purple Gu jar and the conveniences afforded by the cleaner's identity. With this affiliation, he would gain early access to all opportunities in Galaxy City. Some locations, even if he knew where opportunities lay, would remain inaccessible without this layer of identity. The other Gu masters surrounding Li Long began to smile. The muscular man threw an arm around Gu Wen's shoulder. Welcome, welcome. We now have another newcomer in our cleaners. The others chimed in. Captain, let us assign him to our squad. Although he is only a second transformation Gu master, possessing a fourth transformation water and fire Gu makes him quite formidable. Yes, hurry up and assign him. We mustn't let other squads notice. It was clear that the others recognized Gu Wen's potential, and excitement spread among them. The silver-haired girl boldly declared, Captain, if anyone tries to snatch him away, just eliminate them. This silver-haired girl, seemingly delicate and demure, immediately suggested violence. Li Long, harboring similar thoughts, shook his head. Personnel transfers must still adhere to the director's arrangements. While he had taken the initiative to allow Gu Wen to join the cleaners, the specifics still required the director's oversight, arrangement, and investigation. After all, he was merely a captain, and his authority was not so extensive. Chapter 27. Codename. Gu Wen pondered thoughtfully. Joining the first squad? It was indeed an excellent choice. The first squad possesses the strongest capabilities and the highest status. Generally speaking, when it comes to exploring secret realms, if the first squad wishes to select a location, the other squads must yield. Such is the advantage that strength brings. However, if given the choice, he would prefer to assemble a team of his own, as it would grant him greater freedom and convenience in executing his future plans. Unfortunately, his current abilities do not afford him the qualifications to lead a team independently. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, members of the first team directly retrieved the woman's corpse from the ground and leaped down through the shattered wall on the 9th floor. Given their prowess, they did not need to descend the stairs. Taking a shortcut was far swifter. As a third-tier Gu master, even without refining Gu worms to enhance physical attributes, his physical strength was remarkably formidable. Beside the crumbling wall, the silver-haired maiden gazed at Gu Wen and remarked, You are still only a second-tier master. Would you like me to assist you in descending? Gu Wen smiled and shook his head. No need with that. He leapt downward, the scenery around him blurring in a swift passage. As he neared the ground, Gu Wen conjured a fiery water barrier to cushion his fall, landing unscathed within its embrace. In midair, the silver-haired maiden cast a lightness buff upon herself, gracefully gliding down like a butterfly with silver wings. A truly beautiful sight. Upon landing, she looked at Gu Wen in astonishment. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. I wouldn't dare descend in such a reckless manner, lest I break my legs. A nearby muscular man laughed heartily. That's because you are a support Gu master, lacking in combat skills. US men, well-versed in battle, naturally wield our Gu worms with masterful precision. The silver-haired maiden, unperturbed, calmly replied, Oh, you are indeed impressive. Henceforth, do not seek my buffs during fights. If you were to perish, I wouldn't spare you a glance. The muscular man immediately recoiled. Please, sister, I was wrong. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and chimed in, Hand over the buffs to me. This oaf is unworthy. Watching the playful banter among the first team, a smile crept onto Gu Wen's lips. It appeared that under Li Long's leadership, the atmosphere within the first team was quite pleasant, a rarity indeed. In his past life, Gu Wen had witnessed numerous teams plagued by discord, each member bound together only by self-interest and various ulterior motives. Yet, Li Long's first team exhibited genuine harmony, not merely a fade. Alas, 3 months hence, when the impending crisis arrived, how many would survive? In his previous life, they had stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Long on the front lines, fighting valiantly, only to meet with total annihilation. Li Long then introduced, Allow me to present to you this silver-haired maiden, our team's support, known as by Jingyue, codename Silver Butterfly. This muscular fellow is Shi Wei, codename Iron Bull. The bespectacled one is Yi Weici, codename Light Mirror. And then there S Ming Hu, Guangsu, and Bing Ge. You may also choose a codename for yourself. During missions, we will address each other by our respective codenames. Gu Wen nodded and turned to Li Long. And what is your codename, Captain? Li Long replied calmly, Demon Sword. They also refer to me as Team Leader Li, Demon Sword. Gu Wen thought of Li Long's purple Gu worm. A sword of demonic nature. That codename indeed suits him well. Contemplating further, Gu Wen declared, as for my codename, I shall be Gu Wan. This was the codename he had used when he joined the cleaners in his past life. Bai Jingyue looked puzzled. Gu Wan? What a peculiar codename. Is that another name for you? Yu Weici adjusted his glasses. I understand. Gu Wan, Gu Wan. The second Gu refers to the Gu worms, right? Gu Wan smiled, clever. Shiwei exclaimed in wonder. Your surname indeed correlates with Gu quite well. It's a pity you are a combat Gu master. Had you been responsible for documenting records, it would have been a perfect match, truly, a name befitting the person. At that moment, from all directions, numerous jeeps approached. Many other workers clad in black combat gear gathered around Li Long, greeting him, Team Leader Li. Beside these workers were 3 individuals bound with black ropes. Clearly the other 3 evil Gu masters. This black rope was no ordinary restraint. It was a specialized rope developed by the cleaners' headquarters, capable of rendering enemies unable to utilize their Gu worms once ensnared. Li Long, maintaining a calm demeanor, addressed the assembly. The operations for tonight have concluded. I have already summarized the events via radio. Let us escort these 3 surviving evil Gu masters back to the cleaners. We shall have Old Xing interrogate them overnight. Old Xing was the Gu master within the cleaners designated for interrogation, possessing no abilities other than his expertise in extracting confessions and inflicting torment. Under Old Xing's methods, it was rare for anyone to remain resolute in tumultuous times. Severe measures are warranted, and when dealing with evil Gu masters, they need not be treated as human. Not only the cleaners but any faction would have individuals tasked with such grim duties. The gathered workers responded in unison, understood. It was evident that Li Long enjoyed a high standing within the cleaners. Even the leaders of other teams displayed profound respect in his presence, unwilling to show any defiance. This wasn't merely due to Li Long's seniority or status. It was also a testament to his formidable strength. Initially, they had not held Li Long in particularly high regard until they had suffered a defeat. After which they became compliant, at that moment, from within the crowd. A strikingly tall and beautiful worker donned in black combat attire, with long red hair, looked on in astonishment. She gazed at Gu Wan, who stood behind Li Long, exclaiming, Master Gu Wan, what are you doing here? This woman was Yi Ziqing. She was taken aback, unable to fathom that while executing a mission tonight, she would encounter the very Gu Wan who had treated her Gu worms earlier that day. Upon hearing this title, the expressions of those around them turned peculiar. Why Yi Ziqing, you, a third-tier Gu master and deputy leader of the second team, are calling a younger lad master? Are you quite all right? Especially Li Long and the other members of the first team, who exchanged bewildered glances between Yi Ziqing and Gu Wan, their expressions filled with intrigue. Master Gu Wan, what sort of peculiar title is this? I never imagined Gu Wan would be acquainted with Yi Ziqing. Chapter 28. Unless others offer a higher price, Gu Wan smiled gently at Yi Ziqing. Good evening. Why Yi Ziqing, sensing the curious gazes of those around her, hastily recounted the events that had transpired earlier on Gu Master Street. After she finished, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Good heavens! So you are the one who publicly insulted Lu Qianhua as a quack and even beat up the heir of the Lin family. As cleaners, they were on the front lines of gossip and naturally knew of the earlier commotion on Gu Master Street. They couldn't help but regard Gu Wan with admiration, tinged with a hint of pity. The admiration stemmed from Gu Wan's audacity, while the pity arose from concern about whether he could survive after offending Lu Qianhua and the Lin family, who boasted a 4th-tier Gu master. Li Long and the members of the first team were even more astonished. They never expected Gu Wan to not only possess exceptional combat skills, but also demonstrate remarkable medical prowess, potentially surpassing even Lu Qianhua. Had they stumbled upon a treasure? Seizing the opportunity, Li Long stated, he has joined the cleaners and will henceforth be one of us, regardless of what Lu Qianhua and the Lin family intend to do. The cleaners will stand firm. Li Long's voice was calm yet undeniably resolute in his eyes. He had never regarded Lu Qianhua or the Lin family with any seriousness. Shiwei chuckled. Anyone who dares to touch our cleaners will find their heads cracked open. Yu Weici adjusted his glasses and added, I possess numerous explosive devices, Detonating them beneath the Lin family's building could be quite entertaining. The other cleaners burst into laughter, for now that they had joined the cleaners, they were all one family. What did the Lin family or Lu Qinhua matter? Yi Ziqing looked on in astonishment. She never imagined that Gu Wen would be associated with Li Long. No wonder she didn't need to recommend him for joining the cleaners. Compared to Li Long, her status as deputy leader was trivial. Yi Ziqing then respectfully bowed to Gu Wen. Senior, thanks to your treatment, my Gale Gu has completely recovered. I truly need to express my gratitude. Gu Wen maintained a calm expression. It was merely a transaction. No need for thanks. Also, please refrain from calling me senior. I'm only 18 years old. Does it not seem a bit odd for you to call me that? Upon hearing this, Yi Ziqing's face turned slightly red. It does feel rather strange. Yet, for some reason, Gu Wen's demeanor and presence made him seem far beyond his years, resembling a person of high authority rather than an 18-year-old youth. Shiwei laughed heartily. He has officially joined our cleaners, codename Gu Wen. From now on, you may simply call him Gu Wen or Gu Wen Senior, Gu Wen Senior. That doesn't seem too different from calling him Senior Gu Wen. Yi Ziqing thought, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Captain of the 2nd Division, Xiao Sei, with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, approached Gu Wen, extending his right hand with a smile. Greetings, I am Xiao Sei from the 2nd Division. A 4th Order Gu Master, AS. You have just joined the cleaners. I presume you have yet to be assigned to a division. Might I inquire if you are interested in our 2nd Division? The stunning Yi Ziqing is our vice-captain. Perhaps you could engage in further discourse with her. During the day, Xiao Sei had heard Yi Ziqing speak of Gu Wen, and given the events of the night, as the captain, he was well aware that Gu Wen had single-handedly vanquished an evil Gu master. Such a rare talent was not one he wished to let slip away. A combat-capable Gu physician joining their 2nd Division would surely propel them to new heights. Xiao Sei was willing to employ Yi Ziqing's allure as an advantage. Yi Ziqing, unfazed by this, gazed at Gu Wen with hope and offered a friendly smile. Senior, should you choose to join our 2nd Division, I would gladly serve as your guide, introducing you to our team and the internal workings of the cleaners, something I excel at. At this moment, Shiwei interjected, visibly agitated. This talent was discovered by our 1st Division. Do you intend to poach him? Xiao Sei, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, let us not forget. He became acquainted with Yi Ziqing of our 2nd Division first. UAC scoffed, is it only your 2nd Division that boasts beauty? Our 1st Division's Silver Butterfly is not lacking in charm. Bai Jingyue shot a dark look at UAC. The next time you are injured, I shall mix a touch of poison into your medicine. At this juncture, the captain of the 3rd Division, Wang Damo, a towering figure at 2 meters 3, cleared his throat and remarked, perhaps our 3rd Division would be a better fit for him. We possess a 36E. Both Xiao Sei and Shiwei exclaimed in unison, get lost. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Li Long intervened, stating, enough. The matter of Gu Wen's assignment rests with the director's decision. What is the point of squabbling amongst ourselves? As the elite of the cleaners, we should not give others fodder for mockery. Tonight's operation has concluded. From this moment on, all must remain on high alert. As we cannot ascertain whether there are other evil Gu masters lurking in Galactic City, exercise caution against retaliation. Upon hearing Li Long's words, everyone fell silent, closing their mouths in unison. Despite Li Long's currently amiable demeanor, it was well known that his wrath could leave a lasting impression on anyone who had witnessed it. The cleaners echoed in agreement. Yes, Gu Wen, feeling somewhat helpless, mused, I am merely a 2nd Order Gu master. Why are they competing over me? If they wish to compete, shouldn't they at least consider my opinion first? Perhaps they could hold an auction. After all, I have no qualms about disregarding friendships. I care only for profit. The highest bidder wins. With Li Long bringing the topic to a close, the night's operations ended, and the group began to disperse. As Li Long was the overall commander, Gu Wen boarded the 1st Division's vehicle on the way back to the cleaners. The driver was at the wheel. Li Long occupied the passenger seat, while Shiwei, Gu Wen, and Bai Jingyue occupied the back seat. During the journey, Li Long suddenly turned to Gu Wen and said, If the director inquires tomorrow about which division you wish to join, I hope you will consider our 1st Division. We are the strongest, with the best benefits, in the future, regarding opportunities and the distribution of spoils in the secret realms. Our 1st Division will also enjoy priority. Upon hearing this, Shiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Well, Captain, so this is your true nature. You just silenced us so you could first bring Gu Wen on board, and then persuade him? Clever, Very clever. Compared to that, I feel like a fool for openly competing. Gu Wen was momentarily taken aback as he realized that Captain Li Long was not as righteous and solemn as he initially appeared. There was a hint of cunning about him. Noticing Gu Wen's silence, Li Long added, "Silver Butterfly, you should also persuade him." Bai Jingyue gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Captain." She understood Li Long's implications all too well. Gu Wen chuckled helplessly and replied, "All right, Captain Li, if given the choice, I will do my utmost to join your first division. I find the atmosphere there quite appealing." Li Long, along with Shiwei and Bai Jingyue, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Ji Yuwen's willingness to join their division was a stroke of fortune. After all, Gu Wen was an exceptional talent, one who surpassed even Lu Qianhua as a Gu physician. Just this fact alone was enough to incite a frenzy among them, especially considering Gu Wen's youth and formidable combat prowess. There was, however, one thought Gu Wen left unspoken, unless someone offered a higher price. Chapter 29. How to choose between 10 blue Gu jars and 1 purple Gu jar. At the entrance of a chain hotel, the receptionist watched as jeep after jeep departed, tears of excitement streaming down her cheeks as she clenched her tiny fists. "I knew it. Justice prevails. That evil man has finally been captured. I am safe now, boo-hoo." The headquarters of the cleaners in Galactic City is situated in a newly constructed building on the outskirts of the Western District. Crafted from special materials that render it remarkably sturdy, conveniently close to the Eastern District for mission execution, Ji Yuwen followed Li Long into the cleaners' headquarters. Inside, many staff members greeted Li Long with nods. Captain Li Long reciprocated the greetings and took the opportunity to introduce the headquarters to Gu Wen. "This is the cleaners' base in Galactic City, where you will be working in the future. Unlike the era before the new epoch, the cleaners do not impose many rigid regulations. There is no need for clocking in or arriving punctually. However, in the event of an emergency task, you must assemble here promptly." Gu Wen nodded, inquiring, "And what about daily routines?" Li Long explained, "I will issue you a wristband shortly. This wristband will notify you of tasks based on your location, and upon completion, you will earn points. These points hold a value that surpasses silver coins. If someone attempts to deceive you by offering silver coins in exchange for your points, do not agree. Within the cleaners, points can be exchanged for anything. If something is unavailable in Galactic City, you can request it from headquarters. Therefore, as long as you possess sufficient points, you can acquire orange Gu insects." Ji Yuwen nodded in agreement, remembering from his previous life how invaluable points were when he had once joined the cleaners. Even now, there were several orange Gu insects displayed at the headquarters, ready for exchange as long as one had enough points. This was one of the reasons Gu Wen was eager to join the cleaners. Given his capabilities, he did not require finished orange Gu insects. He merely needed to exchange for high-grade Gu jars, which would eventually yield orange, or even more powerful Gu insects, Li Long added. Additionally, you are only required to complete 1 task per day. If after completing a task, you wish to rest, you can use the wristband to opt out of further tasks. However, you must complete at least 50 tasks within a month. Moreover, if there are special urgent tasks, attendance is mandatory. Before Gu Wen officially joined the cleaners, Li Long was determined to clarify all regulations. Although he was keen on having Gu Wen join, he would not deceive him or conceal any of the cleaners' important details, as that did not align with his principles. Soon, Li Long had comprehensively outlined the basic rules of the cleaners. In essence, the rules were quite lax, as long as there was no indiscriminate killing. Completing daily tasks in Galactic City and participating in emergencies on time sufficed. Furthermore, there were special tasks that one could voluntarily undertake, such as joining an exploration team for a specific secret realm or investigating peculiar beasts in certain areas or suspected evil Gu masters. These tasks typically posed higher difficulty and carried risks of casualties, but the points rewarded were likewise substantial. After understanding the regulations, Gu Wen agreed to join. Li Long produced a piece of paper for Gu Wen to fill out a brief form. After taking a photograph of the form to send to headquarters, Gu Wen's admission into the cleaners was finalized. While it seemed rather informal, it was, in fact, quite straightforward. Presently, he was merely an ordinary cleaner. And as long as the captain and the director approved, it was sufficient. It was only when one held a position above captain that headquarters would conduct a thorough assessment, albeit this assessment would also be conducted online. Li Long handed Gu Wen a wristwatch and said, "This is your wristwatch. Any future tasks must be accepted through this device." Ji Yuwen took the watch, fiddled with it briefly, and then donned it. It was a simple, ordinary wristwatch in his previous life. When he joined the cleaners as a 5th-order Gu master, He had received a more advanced and valuable wristwatch. However, it mattered little. After all, it was just a watch. Li Long continued, additionally, you can go to the 5th floor's warehouse to collect a set of black operational attire for cleaners, the same type we wore tonight, if you do not wish to wear it on regular days. That is acceptable. However, when executing group tasks, it is mandatory to wear it as a symbol of your identity and to prevent others from impersonating cleaners. Ji Yuan nodded. All right, Captain, is there anything else? Li Long pondered for a moment before replying. Additionally, your specific squad will be communicated to you by the director tomorrow via your wristwatch. If the director calls you, you know what to do, right? Li Long gazed deeply at Gu Wen, his eyes brimming with implication. Gu Wen's lips twitched. I understand. I will express my desire to join Squad 1. The captain of Squad 1 is quite amiable, and the team members are very friendly. I truly adore that place. Upon hearing this, Li Long finally felt satisfied, a smile breaking across his face. Very well, you can return to rest now. Ji Yuan nodded, ready to leave when Li Long added, Oh, you are now a cleaner. The headquarters will assign you a luxurious apartment, but for the sake of task convenience, it will be located in the outskirts of the western city. You don't mind, do you? It may be a bit remote, but the scenery is quite nice. If you dislike it, you can also apply to live in the city. Ji Yuan shrugged. I have no particular preferences regarding my living arrangements, as long as I have a place to stay. It will suffice. Will the location and password of the house also be communicated to me via the wristwatch? Li Long was taken aback. Indeed, you guessed correctly, Ji Yuan chuckled. It's not so much that I guessed, but rather that I was a cleaner in my past life. All right then, I'm off. Captain Gu Wen turned to leave, but after taking 5 steps, Li Long called out again. Wait, one last thing. The points for the evil sorcerers will likely be distributed to you in the coming days. The specifics will depend on the value of these sorcerers. Ji Yuan's lips twitched. He realized that Li Long's memory seemed rather poor. Yuan turned back. All right, Captain. There's no rush regarding the points. Is there anything else? Li Long decisively stated. No more. Gu Wen inquired again. Really? Li Long nodded firmly. Truly, there's nothing else. Only then did Gu Wen walk away, having reached the door when Li Long called out once more. Wait, there's one final matter. The salary for our cleaners will be calculated starting from your first day of joining. So you can come here tomorrow to collect your salary. It will be either 10 blue potion jars or 1 purple potion jar, along with 10 million silver coins. Considering that opening potion jars involves an element of chance, you may choose your jars from the warehouse, which is something most cleaners typically do. After all, no one would want to entrust their luck to another. After Li Long finished speaking, Gu Wen's forehead twitched. All right, my dear Captain Li. Fortunately, this time, Li Long truly had finished speaking. Exiting the cleaner building, Gu Wen felt quite pleased. He had initially thought that upon joining the cleaners, he would be relegated to a 4th-tier cleaner. However, Li Long had directly appointed him as a 3rd-tier cleaner. With this in mind, he could look forward to his salary tomorrow. How to choose between 10 blue potion jars and 1 purple potion jar? He would have to see the jars first before making a decision. Chapter 30. Number 184. At the entrance of the cleaner building, Shiwei, by Jingyue, and Yi Weici had yet to leave. They had changed into casual attire and waved at Gu Wen as he emerged. Ji Yuan looked over and realized they were waiting for him. The 4 of them, alongside Li Long, constituted the core members of Squad 1. While the other sorcerers had already returned home to rest, Ji Yuan approached them. Shiwei glanced at the wristwatch on Gu Wen's hand and burst into laughter. It seems that starting today, you're one of us, a cleaner. Gu Wen shrugged. Indeed, fate is quite marvelous. An evil sorcerer has led me to unwittingly become a cleaner. In truth, I quite enjoy freedom. Yuan would absolutely not admit that he had wished to join the cleaners during the day. Tonight's events merely served as a catalyst. Bai Jingyue remarked, I'm also rather surprised. Why have I become a cleaner? I actually prefer to quietly stay in my room, yet now I must go out daily with these stinky men to carry out tasks. As she spoke, Bai Jingyue's demeanor turned dejected, seemingly expressing disdain for them. Shiwei and Yi Weixi's expressions darkened. Get lost, Gu Wen laughed. It was evident that their camaraderie was strong. The 3 retorted in unison. That's not true. They then added Gu Wen as a friend and promptly pulled him into the Squad 1 group, which consisted of 183 members. With Gu Wen included, the total rose to 184. Gu Wen's mouth twitched slightly. I haven't officially joined Squad 1 yet. Is it really acceptable to add me to the group like this? Bai Jingyue shook her head earnestly. No, you have already joined? Shiwei echoed, You are now part of the squad. Yi Wei-si sneered. Aren't you simply the 184th member of Squad 1? Gu Wen's expression darkened. Is this a form of abduction? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Given a choice, he would indeed prefer to be in Squad 1. There are 184 people in Squad 1. Do some logistics personnel also count among them? Gu Wen inquired curiously. He was somewhat surprised by the number in the group. Typically, a squad in a prefecture-level city would comprise merely around 20 individuals, yet Squad 1 had as many as 184. Upon hearing Gu Wen's question, the smiles of the three abruptly faded, their expressions turning somber as silence enveloped them. After a few seconds, it was Bai Jingyue who explained, this number represents the total of all personnel since Squad 1's inception. Now, including you, we have 21 members left in Squad 1. The remaining 163 have already perished. Though they have departed, they remain part of Squad 1, which is why their numbers have not been reallocated. Their wristwatches have all been sealed away. Bai Jingyue continued, if you join Squad 1, you will be designated as the 184th member. Upon hearing this, Gu Wen couldn't help but fall into silence, so it was like this. The custom in Galaxy City's Squad 1 was not something all cleaners possessed. For the vast majority of cleaners, upon their demise, their wristwatches and numbers would be reclaimed and reassigned to the next individual. However, Galaxy City's Squad 1 had chosen to preserve their information, eternally etched in the group. A tribute, Gu Wen stated solemnly. Although he was a rather selfish individual and could not embody such selflessness, he held a deep respect for the contributions these individuals had made to the 9 provinces and humanity. In his past life, during his periods of weakness, he had encountered countless crises, with the fighters of the cleaners consistently standing at the front lines, securing escape opportunities for those behind. Otherwise, he would not have been able to achieve the 7 transformations in his past life. He might have perished at the hands of ferocious beasts long before reaching Galaxy City. Bai Jingyue flashed a beautiful smile. Well, there's no need to be overly solemn. I find a statement made by the captain quite insightful. As long as we can shine and express our value. That is the best tribute to our predecessors. Shi Wei grinned broadly. Indeed. Who knows, we might one day perish in some filthy ditch, and then we too will become predecessors. If we die, we do so with dignity. We perish in the line of battle. Yi Wei-si interjected mockingly. You still fantasize about becoming a predecessor. Shi Wei glared at Yi Wei-si. Do you believe I won't beat you up? Yi Wei-si's expression remained calm. Go ahead. After you finish beating me, I'll just blow up your house tonight. Shi Wei pointed at Yi Wei-si. You were quite ruthless. Shi Wei understood that Yi Wei-si was indeed capable of such actions. This fellow appeared calm on the surface, yet was entirely unhinged beneath, capable of anything. Ji Yuan chuckled, likely also aware of their roles. Shi Wei as the tank, Yi Wei-si as the demolition expert. Bai Jingyue as the support, and Li Long wielding a magic sword in close combat. This was probably the configuration of the 4 core members of Squad 1, along with the other 16 sorcerers. Their overall combat strength remained formidable. Of course, the distribution of roles was merely superficial. In a real confrontation, the unique abilities of each individual and the types of sorcery they possessed would result in diverse combat capabilities and responsibilities. For example, although Shi Wei was a tank, he was not foolish enough to only cultivate sorcery related to physical strength and defense. He also possessed offensive capabilities. Even Bai Jingyue, who appeared delicate, was not solely an auxiliary character. After all, this was reality, not a game. After a few more exchanges of pleasantries, they finally parted ways. Shi Wei and the others left together, all assigned to large apartments by the cleaners, and since they were on the same team, their residences were in the same building. Ji Yuan, on the other hand, boarded a cleaner's vehicle, heading back to the hotel in the eastern city. Although he could stay nearby, he wished to return, to see that gossiping front desk girl. She must be missing him too. Sitting in the car, Gu Wen gazed at the wristwatch on his arm, murmuring to himself, Squad 1. Number 184. Huh? It doesn't seem to be a D. Ji Yuan closed his eyes, lost in thought. To be fair, he actually did not wish to entangle himself too deeply with anyone in Squad 1, especially when it came to emotions. He did not want to forge friendships with anyone. He understood that Galaxy City was already teetering on the brink of destruction. Others may still have a chance to survive, merely by evading this impending crisis in advance. Yet for every cleaner, the hope of survival dwindles to a mere zero. Take Yi Ziqing, for instance. Had she not been assigned to an external mission, she too would have perished in this catastrophe. In the previous life's conclusion, Every member of the first squad met their demise, without exception, even the mightiest. Li Long, including the director of Galaxy City, and one escaped. Ji Yuan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Whatever was to come in 2 months' time could wait until then, if this was indeed their fate. There was no escaping it, and he felt utterly powerless. Death, perhaps, was merely another form of liberation. At the very least, they could avoid the most frenzied, tragic, and despairing days of humanity. Was that not a kind of release? Let death come. As the jeep came to a halt in front of the chain hotel, Guwen stepped out with a smile, addressing the lovely receptionist. "I'm back, dear sister," at the front desk. "Are you still here?" He walked into the hotel, gradually making his way to the front desk. At that moment, the receptionist was humming a cheerful tune, her expression radiant. Ji Yuan approached her with a gentle smile. "What brings you such joy?" The receptionist instinctively replied, "Because that vile man, that despicable villain, that wicked sorcerer, has finally been brought to justice. Of course, I am overjoyed." As she spoke, she lifted her head, only for her expression to drain of color. Her body trembling. You're back? Her heart nearly stopped in shock, tears threatening to spill. Had he not been captured? How was he here again? Guwen looked at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Guest," he continued, "please give me a room card. I need to rest." The receptionist, pale as a ghost and feeling stiff, trembled as she retrieved a room card from the drawer, handing it to Guwen. "Here. For you. It's the same room, 9007. Guwen accepted the card, smiling slightly. "Thank you." With that, he turned and headed toward the elevator, his heart brimming with delight. What a fright she must have felt after Guwen left. The receptionist hurriedly picked up the phone to call the police, her voice quivering. "Wu, that wicked sorcerer is back. Wasn't he captured?" The dispatcher paused. "Which sorcerer are you referring to?" The receptionist quickly replied. "Guwen, that sorcerer named Guwen." The dispatcher chuckled. "Ah, Guwen. His information is already recorded in our database. You've misunderstood. He is not a wicked sorcerer. Quite the opposite. He is the one who eliminates them. He has now joined our ranks." The dispatcher explained briefly, leaving the receptionist in shock. Huh? Is that so? So she had misunderstood? The one she thought was a wicked sorcerer had actually become a cleaner? Oh my goodness! How embarrassing! How could she not realize that she had been teased by Guwen? In this world, there are always those who rejoice and those who mourn. The next day, Guwen, wearing a smile, descended to the hotel lobby and glanced at the receptionist. She huffed, visibly irritated. Ji Yuan chuckled. What a delightful little sister. Exiting the hotel, his jeep awaited him at the entrance to take him to the cleaner headquarters. Thus began his first day on the job. Of course, before commencing work, he needed to collect his salary and open the sorcerer's jar. Chapter 31. The brick sorcery taking a seat in the back of the jeep. The driver promptly nodded in greeting. "Mr. Guwen, good morning. Shall we head directly to the bureau?" Guwen nodded. "Yes, to the bureau." The full name of the organization is the Cleaner Safety Management Bureau. The driver, clad in a black suit with a neatly trimmed crew cut, was also a sorcerer, albeit one whose spiritual power was insufficient to qualify as a formal combat or support sorcerer. He had refined a white driving sorcery, categorizing him as a lifestyle sorcerer. Though lifestyle sorcerers lack combat prowess, they provide significant assistance and convenience in daily life. Common examples include culinary sorcerers, tailoring sorcerers, and cleaning sorcerers. Though their status does not match that of combat or support sorcerers, they still lead fulfilling lives compared to ordinary people. Each individual is born with varying levels of spiritual power, thus not everyone can become a formal sorcerer. As the vehicle traveled along the road, an explosion suddenly erupted ahead, engulfing the area in smoke. The driver's expression changed drastically as he slammed on the brakes and immediately pressed the alarm button. Turning to Guwen, he grimaced. "Mr.Guwen, are you unharmed? We may be under attack. It's possible that last night's events have been leaked, and the wicked sorcerers are seeking revenge." Gazing at the swirling smoke, Guwen smiled. "Indeed, it appears we are under attack. I sense the intent to kill. Please wait here while I investigate." Although he was uncertain of the assailants' identities, passivity was not Guwen's style. He would take the initiative. The driver nodded. "Be careful." Understanding his role as mere support assigned to Guwen, he refrained from interfering or advising him on any decisions. Upon exiting the vehicle, Guwen immediately caught the strong scent of gunpowder. "Tsk, Just common explosives? Setting a trap for a sorcerer with bombs. How unprofessional or audacious. Amidst the smoke, a cold snort echoed, "Humph. The bombs are merely to impede your progress. Those who seek your death are us." As the voice faded, 3 sorcerers emerged from the fog, their burly frames exuding a menacing aura, their heads shaved, with the leader sporting a scarred face. A clear indication of a ruthless outlaw. Guwen utilized his spiritual power to assess them and quickly furrowed his brow. Ah, they lack the strength of wicked sorcerers. Moreover, they seem rather weak. These 3 are merely first-tier sorcerers. This implies they were not sent for revenge by the wicked sorcerers. After all, the wicked sorcerers are not foolish enough to dispatch 3 minions to deliver themselves into the lioness den. Guwen soon pieced together the puzzle and smiled. If he was not mistaken, these 3 were likely dispatched by Lin Hua yesterday. Who else would send such feeble sorcerers to ambush him? Looking at them, Guwen's eyes shimmered with a mix of pity, excitement, coldness, and a fleeting hint of cruelty. Since his rebirth, he had already claimed 2 heads in succession. It seemed today he would clock in again. Guwen looked at the trio, smiling. "I'll give you 5 seconds. During this time, you may strike at me freely. Consider it a reward for facilitating my clock-in. But after 5 seconds, I shall make my move." Gazing at the smile on Guwen's face, the trio could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Is this man insane? He is smiling even after being attacked? Yet, recalling Lin Hua's orders and intelligence, they were aware that Guwen was merely an ordinary sorcerer with no combat capabilities. What was there to fear? They were specialized combat sorcerers. Fixated on Guwen, the trio concentrated, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they summoned their spiritual power. 3 bricks slowly coalescing in their hands. How foolish! Seeking death, attack. Guwen couldn't help but chuckle. Good heavens, brick sorcery. Are these 3 mere petty thugs? All 3 had refined brick sorcery, a gray sorcery that typically serves one purpose: construction. Sacrificing a single gray brick sorcery yields thousands of bricks, and those crafted from brick sorcery are remarkably durable and of high quality. No need to worry about shoddy workmanship. Yet, using brick sorcery in combat? This was Guwen's first encounter with such absurdity. The trio, armed with their bricks, charged forward, their speed amplified as they dashed toward him. Being first-tier sorcerers, they undoubtedly did not rely solely on the brick sorcery. They had also refined running sorcery. Observing their swift approach, Guwen's lips curled upward. Young Master Lin truly underestimates me, sending such lowly minions to assassinate me. Or perhaps this is merely a test? Regardless, Lin Hua and the Lin group were not worth Guwen's energy to ponder over. In that moment, Guwen's eyes began to shift in color. One eye aflame with red, the other a deep blue, exuding an extraordinary and eerie charm. Whoosh, Guwen moved, his speed surpassing theirs, directly positioning himself before the trio, his fists enveloped in the powers of water and fire. Whoosh, 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 bang. In a flash, Guwen unleashed 3 powerful punches against their abdomens, instantly collapsing their cores and fracturing their ribs. The organs they protected sustained severe damage, resulting in internal bleeding. The trio was sent flying like shooting stars, their bricks scattering across the ground. "Ah!" they cried out in agony, feeling as if their insides were ablaze, suffering immensely. They collapsed to the ground, terror-stricken, their eyes wide in disbelief. How could this be possible? Did not the young master claim that Guwen was merely an ordinary Gu doctor? Lacking in combat prowess? Then how could they have been so swiftly annihilated? This is inconceivable. Guwen stood beside the jeep, casting a disinterested glance at the 3 ruffians, before getting into the vehicle and stating, "Let us go. The matter is settled. Inform the department, no need to send anyone for support." The driver was taken aback. "Aren't we going to kill them?" Guwen replied leisurely, "They are already dead. Just remember to send someone to collect the bodies." The 3 men felt as though their insides were ablaze, but could it be that there truly was a fire raging within them? The driver immediately responded, "Understood." With a swift press of the accelerator, the jeep sped away. The trio stared blankly at the retreating vehicle, bewildered, before erupting into laughter, never expecting to have escaped with their lives. Ha ha ha, this Guwen is truly a fool, unaware of the necessity to eradicate threats completely. Who would have thought they could survive? How fortunate. Do you feel a bit warm? Warm? It does seem so. Wait till your stomach is glowing. Holy cow, Your body is on fire. You too. The three's eyes widened in horror. Gradually, flames consumed them from within, reducing them to desiccated corpses. Gained 32 years of lifespan. Gained 45 years of lifespan. Gained 18 years of lifespan. Hearing the voices in his ear, Gu Wen's expression brightened. As he accrued nearly a century's worth of lifespan. Killing truly is the swiftest path to gaining power. With the lifespan Gu, as long as he kills, he receives lifespan rewards, regardless of distance. As one of the 23 Gu. The principle of the lifespan Gu's absorption of life differs fundamentally from ordinary Gu. Chapter 32. Fame. What need have I, the cleaner, for fame? In the cleaner building, Li Long's office, Li Long sat in his chair. His brow slightly furrowed. You were attacked? Is it the evil Gu master seeking revenge? Gu Wen shook his head and shrugged. No. It was that young master from the Lin family pulling some tricks. Sending 3 first-tier Gu masters to assault me. Ha 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 ha. Gu Wen genuinely found it amusing. Was it not blatantly offering their heads? Li Long twirled a black pin, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Lin family truly seeks death, daring to lay hands on my cleaner's people. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will pay a visit to the Lin family. If Lin Qinghai cannot reign in his son, then the Lin family may as well be expelled from Inha City. Li Long's voice brimmed with authority and certainty. As the second in command of the cleaners in Inha City, he had every right to utter such words. Even if he were to annihilate the Lin family, the cleaner headquarters would merely offer a token reprimand, treating the incident as though it had never occurred. Seeing Li Long's intent to resolve this matter on his behalf, Gu Wen hurriedly interjected, No, Captain. This is my affair with the Lin family. There is no need for the cleaners to intervene. Otherwise, it would tarnish our reputation. If Lin Hua refrained from provoking him further, who would he even kill? To Gu Wen, the entire Lin family now represented a delectable experience package. If he were to wipe out the entire group, what bountiful rewards and lifespan could he attain? Fame? What need have I, the cleaner, for fame? Li Long shook his head, but as he spoke, he suddenly realized something and gazed deeply at Gu Wen, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you wish to handle this matter yourself, I shall not interfere. Ji Wen also smiled faintly, appreciating conversing with an astute individual. That is splendid. After all, I am one who prefers not to rely on background to intimidate others. Let me engage in a friendly exchange with them. This friendliness was, of course, meant to be taken with a grain of salt. The headquarters has completed the verification of your information. You may now proceed to the finance office to collect your salary. Li Long informed him. Ji Yuan nodded, choosing not to leave immediately but waiting for Li Long to continue. After a brief pause, Li Long added, By the way, the evil Gu masters from last night have spoken. They belong to the Hao Huan sect and are stationed in Inha City, seemingly tasked with a certain mission, but unfortunately, they know little. This incident served as a wake-up call, allowing us to prepare in advance. So you have indeed accomplished a great feat. The points have already been credited to your account, a total of 1,000 points. Do not consider it insignificant. You can exchange it for a purple Gu jar. Gu Wen was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this 1,000 points. The cleaners are quite generous. Just like that, they casually rewarded him with a purple Gu jar. If he chose not to exchange it for a jar, he could also directly use it to redeem Gu insects. 1,000 points could also be exchanged for 2 or 3 blue Gu insects at the internal cleaners rate. Blue Gu insects typically ranged from 200 to 300 points, while special insects like the invisibility Gu were perpetually out of stock. Even if available, they would cost 500 points. Understood. I shall go browse now. Ji Yuan turned to leave. Li Long nodded. As he reached the door, Li Long suddenly spoke again. By the way, your grouping has been decided. Given your uniqueness and future potential, the director has allocated you to the first squad, so let our first squad assist you in your development. Gu Wen was taken aback. He was directly assigned to the first squad. Turning back, he gazed at the composed Li Long, his lips twitching slightly. It was evident that his direct entry into the first squad was likely due to Captain Li Long's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Nonetheless, this was for the best. Being in a strong squad was certainly preferable to being in a weak one. I understand, Captain Li, Gu Wen replied with a smile. Exiting Li Long's office, Gu Wen glanced at his wristwatch and found that his information indeed had changed. A cleaner. Gu Wen level 3 authority 3 affiliation. Tianlan Province, Inha City First Squad, ID. 184 points. 1,000. Monthly daily tasks. 050 Gu Wen shook his head slightly. He had indeed become a member of the first squad. Number 184. Henceforth, this would be his designation. 184. Ji Yuan arrived at the finance office, knocked on the door, and a woman's voice immediately rang out from within. Come in. Ji Yuan pushed open the door and was greeted by a cute girl wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and glasses. Her ample bosom prominent. She sat in a chair, tilting her head slightly upon seeing Gu Wen. I haven't seen you before. You must be the new member who joined the cleaners yesterday? Gu Wen nodded. Hello, my name is Gu Wan. The girl appeared somewhat surprised. You joined Brother Long's first squad? You must possess quite a bit of strength, as not just anyone can enter Brother Long's first squad. Hello, my name is Wu Man Man. The girl rose from her chair, approached Gu Wan, and extended her delicate hand. Ji Yuan shook her hand, feeling a curious notion stir within him. From yesterday until now, everyone in the cleaners had referred to Li Long as Captain Li or Li Captain. Yet, this Wu Man Man referred to him as Brother Long. It was hard not to wonder if there was some intriguing gossip behind this. You are here to collect your salary, right? Show me your wristwatch. Wu Man Man instructed. Ji Yuan extended his right hand, and Wu Man Man produced a white scanner, sweeping it over Gu Wen's wristwatch, instantly recognizing the information. All set. Wow, you're only a second-tier Gu master, yet you are a level 3 cleaner. It seems you have great potential, 1 million silver coins, plus opportunities for Gu jars. After confirming, Wu Man Man operated the machine again and declared, all done. The silver coins have been credited to your account, and you have 10 chances for Gu jars. You can collect them in the Gu jar room. Ji Yuan nodded, smiling. Thank you. Wu Man Man waved her hand. No need for pleasantries. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to come to me. I pride myself on being united and friendly, always ready to help. Moreover, as a member of the first squad, you should enjoy the best treatment and the finest services. Gu Wen smiled. The benefits of joining the first squad were already manifesting so quickly. All right, I shall head to the Gu jar room now. Goodbye. Wu Man Man nodded. Goodbye. By the way, when you go out to carry out missions, remember to make sure Brother Long drinks more water. He never likes to drink. A dark line flashed across Gu Wen's forehead. She was not even trying to be discreet. Why did he suddenly feel as though he had been force-fed dog food? I will, Gu Wen replied as he exited the finance office, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The cleaners in Inha City seemed quite different from those in other cities. It was rather amusing. Chapter 33. I prefer having someone beneath me. The Gu jar room was located on the -1 floor of the cleaner building. Ji Yuan took the elevator down to the lower level, and upon exiting, he was greeted by a vast Gu jar room. The room was constructed entirely of special steel, remarkably sturdy, and presented an ethereal blue hue. Upon the shelves, one after another, an array of jars filled with an exquisite assortment of mysterious creatures was displayed. Showcasing a plethora of colors and styles, a glance at the blue jars revealed at least several hundred. Even the purple jars were not to be outdone, with more than 10 adorning the confines of the jar chamber. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Wen could not help but exclaim in astonishment, it appears to be the scavengers. The value of these jars alone far surpasses that of all the jars combined on the entire street of Gu masters. Indeed, joining a faction is imperative. Otherwise, the path to becoming stronger is a distant dream. Beside the elevator stood an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, his hair as white as snow yet exuding an air of vitality. He turned his gaze towards Gu Wan. Are you a newcomer? He inquired. The old man's eyes were remarkably sharp, betraying the typical frailty of age, instead resembling the spirited gaze of a youthful individual. Gu Wan nodded. My name is Gu Wan, a recent addition to the team under Captain Li Long, currently part of the first squad. May I inquire your name? The old man chuckled. Oh, I am the jar administrator here. Just an ordinary mortal. Prior to the new era, you might have regarded me as a security guard. You may call me Uncle Wong, as everyone else does. Uncle Wong was quite amiable. Ji Yuan responded. Uncle Wong, I have come to inspect the jars. May I take a look? Given the elder's age, Gu Wan felt no shame in addressing him as uncle. Uncle Wong waved his hand, saying, Go ahead. If you find something you fancy, just let me know. Ji Yuan nodded and approached the jar display. Within the chamber, the jars appeared unguarded, yet in reality, a faint blue light enveloped the front of each shelf. Remove a jar. One must first dispel this blue light. Otherwise, attempting to forcibly take it would trigger an alarm, causing the chamber to seal automatically, with all scavengers converging in an instant. That moment, capture would be inevitable. As Gu Wen stood before the shelves, rows of information promptly materialized before him. A diverse array of insects, each accompanied by an air of danger. The blue light could not hinder Gu Wen's extraordinary enhancement. He glanced briefly when suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait a moment, he had discovered something. In a corner, a dusty blue jar shimmered with an orange glow, distinctly different from the colors emanating from the other jars. It was akin to uncovering a rare artifact in a game. The brilliance was striking. Most importantly, the information about this jar left Gu Wen astounded. This seemingly worn blue jar contains the priceless orange insect, Evolution Gu. Ensure you acquire it. Upon reading this prompt, Gu Wen's lips twitched slightly. The Evolution Gu he had longed for was right here. In that instant, everything clicked into place. The jar chamber was likely overflowing with jars. So Director Liu Hao must have decided to clear some out and sell them at the jar shop. As luck would have it, one containing the Evolution Gu had been sold. Observing the freshness of the dirt atop the jar, it was likely just excavated from the Lizard Mountain's secret realm. Gu Wen's lips curled slightly as he thought, Director, oh Director, your past life must have earned you quite the scolding from the scavengers of Galaxy City. It was not in vain. Since he had spotted the Evolution Gu, Gu Wen would not let it slip away. He pointed directly at the blue jar and declared, Uncle Wong, I wish to exchange for this. Uncle Wong waved his hand, replying, just take a look for now. Once you've chosen all the jars you desire, I will retrieve them for you. Gu Wen nodded and continued to examine the other jars. Eventually, his gaze settled on a purple jar. After yesterday's various openings and upgrades, he had expended quite a bit of his lifespan, but considering the lifespan acquired from his deeds, he still had 5,000 years to spend. Opening a purple jar required 1,000 years of lifespan. Thus, he could afford to select one purple jar to see if it contained any useful insects. The blue jar required only 300 years of lifespan. After a few glances, Gu Wen's eyes suddenly brightened. This insect appears promising. This jar contains a purple-level insect, Attack Storage Gu. The Attack Storage Gu is a particularly unique insect, capable of storing attacks within it, which can be released without any cost when needed. It serves as a formidable life-saving tool. Especially for Gu masters backed by powerful factions, they often go to great lengths to obtain an Attack Storage Gu, allowing their elders to store attacks within it. In the event of a life-threatening crisis, they can unleash the stored attack, ensuring survival, and even slay foes of higher rank. Furthermore, the Attack Storage Gu is not a one-time use. After releasing an attack, it can recover its energy during the cooldown period and continue to store more attacks, making it exceedingly valuable. Its market price is 50 million silver coins, as far as Gu Wen knew. In the Imperial capital, someone had offered 80 million for this insect, yet it remained a rarity. Upon seeing this insect, Gu Wen made his decision instantly. He would take it. Why forego a 3 million silver coin insect in favor of another? That would be madness, Gu Wen stated. Uncle Wong, I have made my selection. These two insects, one purple and one blue. I will use my salary for the purple one and my points for the blue one. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong was taken aback. Wow, you just joined the scavengers, yet you possess such a high salary and points. You have someone backing you. Gu Wen shrugged. I prefer having support from below rather than above. Gu Wen jested, and Uncle Wong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you lad. With a wave of his hand, the barriers surrounding the blue and purple jars vanished, allowing Gu Wen to reach for them. Gu Wen glanced at Uncle Wong. This control over spiritual energy. Uncle Wong does not seem to be just any ordinary jar administrator, but that was of little consequence. Gu Wen picked up the blue and purple jars and approached Uncle Wong, asking, Uncle Wong, will you need to scan my wristwatch? Uncle Wong replied, no need. I've already deducted it. Gu Wen's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, Uncle Wong's authority was quite high, as he could deduct salary points without even needing to scan his wristwatch. In this day and age, no administrator was without their own complexities. Uncle Wong continued, opening a purple jar requires a 4th-rank Gu master to provide protection. It's a regulation. You're in the first squad? Ask Xiao Li to grant you protection. There is a designated room for opening jars in the building. Let him guide you. Gu Wen's lips twitched. Xiao Li. All right, thank you, Uncle Wong. Until next time. After politely bidding farewell, Gu Wen turned and entered the elevator. Chapter 34. Li Lung's Anomaly. Captain. The room designated for opening jars was a pitch-black chamber, Li Long appeared somewhat surprised. I thought you would opt for 10 blue jars, as that would enhance your strength comprehensively. What Li Long suggested was indeed the approach most Gu masters would take. During their developmental phase, to grow rapidly, it was advisable to open as many blue jars as possible to acquire a variety of insects that would bolster their overall strength. Once a diverse array of insects was assembled, they would then consider opening higher-level jars for a chance at acquiring more advanced insects to break through their limitations. It was quite rare to see someone like Guwon, who had yet to fully assemble his collection of insects, but proceeded to open a purple jar. Should a purple jar yield insects of lower than purple grade, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The odds of that happening were also quite high. Of course, Li Long was unaware of Guwon's specific collection of insects. He only knew Guwon possessed a waterfire Gu and did not inquire further. This was regarded as Guwon's privacy, and the scavengers did not compel reports. It was entirely voluntary. Ji-Yuan smiled. I'm a gambler at heart. If I'm going to bet, I might as well go for something substantial. What if I uncover a purple insect? Li Long casually shook his head. He had once shared that same mindset, only to be met with a harsh reality check. Never trust the probabilities of jars. It is quite possible this was concocted by someone named Ma. You may begin. Li Long remained confident, with him there to provide protection, as long as Guwon did not unluckily open a death Gu. He could save him. Ji-Yuan nodded and glanced at the purple jar. Let us get this seemingly worthless one out of the way first. The evolution Gu can wait. Clutching the purple jar, Guwon resolutely thought, open. In an instant, his lifespan transformed into a flowing stream, pouring into the jar. The jar's surface began to tremble, the vibrations escalating rapidly from subtle to pronounced, eventually emitting a resounding noise. Boom! As the jar was officially opened, a brilliant purple light burst forth, illuminating the dark chamber. Staring at the dazzling purple light, Li Long was momentarily dumbfounded. His eyelids flickered, and his lips twitched slightly. Did you really just open a purple insect? This must be a joke. Although it's a purple jar, statistically, the probability of unveiling a purple insect is exceedingly low, even less than 5%. How did Guwon achieve this? Guwon glanced at Li Long. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Captain, it seems my luck is quite favorable. Ji-Yuan lifted the jar, revealing the insect within. It was a rather plump creature, its body adorned in a rich brown hue. Especially its belly, which is exceedingly plump. Li Long couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Attack storage Gu. Although Li Long was quite well informed, he couldn't help but be astonished by Guwon's luck. The market price of such a Gu worm is not particularly significant, as no matter what price one offers, it is exceedingly difficult to procure a purple Gu worm, particularly one that possesses broad applicability, high value, and is quite rare. This Gu worm, you may consider whether to use it yourself or submit it to the organization. Currently, there is a bounty from headquarters for this Gu worm. If you submit it, you could earn 5,000 points, which could be exchanged for about 5 purple Gu jars, or perhaps for other purple Gu worms, Li Long stated. Without a moment's hesitation, Guwon shook his head decisively. I wish to use it for myself. Any purple Gu worm is exceedingly rare and holds no market value. Only a fool would submit it. Li Long nodded. Since you choose not to submit it, allow me to assist you. Li Long gazed at the Gu worm within the jar, his eyes calm. Hand it over to me. Ji-Yuan did not hesitate and promptly passed the jar over. He trusted Li Long's character. After all, someone who could sacrifice their life for a city would hardly be selfish. Li Long accepted the jar, retrieving the attack storage Gu from within and placing it against the wall. The attack storage Gu immediately adhered to the wall with its slimy body. Li Long then summoned his magic sword with a thought. Upon witnessing this, Guwon's eyes brightened. Just as he had surmised, Li Long intended to store an attack for him. TSK'd a full force strike from a 4th turn master. With this life-saving talisman, he could potentially injure a 4th turn Gu master or even slay them outright. Li Long's eyes turned frosty, emanating a chill, while a hint of bloodlust and madness began to radiate from him. The surface of the magic sword shimmered with a bewitching purple light as Li Long raised it, gathering momentum that exuded an overwhelming force and pressure from all directions. Ji-Yuan immediately darted to the side, retreating to a corner. Observing the extreme power emanating from Li Long, Guwon was greatly astonished. Although Li Long was merely a 4th turn Gu master, the power he was unleashing felt as if it surpassed the 4th turn in his past life. There were rumors that Li Long was the strongest beneath the fifth turn. Now it seemed those words were not unfounded. Finally, the momentum within Li Long reached its zenith, and he swung with great force. Boom! A terrifying purple demonic energy materialized, radiating an overwhelming, blinding light, its immense power surging forth in all directions. Directly assaulting the attack storage Gu on the wall, the terrifying shockwave struck Gu Wen's face, causing him slight discomfort. Ji Yuan felt a thrill of fear, genuinely worried that Li Long's attack might exceed the limit and obliterate the Gu worm. Fortunately, as a purple Gu worm, the attack storage Gu was not without defenses. Upon witnessing the impending attack, it opened its mouth wide, resembling a black hole, and swallowed the attack hole, even letting out a contented burp. The first turn attack storage Gu absorbed this strike, which was nearly its limit. Ji Yuan approached, clapping his hands in admiration. Impressive. Truly formidable, Captain. Li Long cast a cold, emotionless glance at Gu Wan, which vanished in an instant. His gaze returning to normal, Li Long sheathed his magic sword, stating, "This attack is for your survival. Come to me again once it's used up." Ji Yuan smiled, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain. TSK, joining the organization has its merits. Had he not allied with the cleaners, even if he had acquired the attack storage Gu, he would have merely preserved his own attack, which would have been of little use. Yet now, with the Captain's sword energy, the power of the attack storage Gu could be wholly different." Li Long remarked. "All right, the purple Gu jar is now opened. I must return to attend to matters." Ji Yuan nodded. "Farewell, Captain." After Li Long departed, the smile on Gu Wen's face faded abruptly, his mind filled with the icy demeanor that had flickered in Li Long's eyes, an expression devoid of warmth, embodying only endless coldness and indifference. It was as if Li Long had transformed into an entirely different person. Captain.is he being influenced by the magic sword in his hand. Chapter 35. Evolution Gu. Gu Worm record ranking 88 in this world. There are many Gu Worms that, while bestowing great combat power upon their masters, also pose certain dangers and influences. Li Long's magic sword Gu is evidently one of them. Ji Yuan shook his head slightly and approached the wall. Retrieving the now dormant attack storage Gu, channeling his mental energy to begin the refinement process. After a mere 10 seconds, the attack storage Gu was successfully refined. Gu Wen utilized his mental energy to sense the icy, dangerous, and terrifying sword energy within the attack storage Gu, feeling quite satisfied. This sword energy would become his trump card. Who would have imagined that an ordinary person without connections would possess an attack storage Gu capable of unleashing such formidable power? Storing the attack storage Gu, Gu Wen mused, "Captain, you truly are a good person. It's a pity that good people do not live long, and their misfortunes last for millennia." At this moment, Gu Wen found himself alone in the small black room. Due to the protection of a Gu Master's privacy, there were naturally no surveillance devices in this small black room. Thus, Gu Wen could commence his evolution Gu. He had no intention of concealing the existence of his evolution Gu. For the greater the potential he exhibited, the more resources he could obtain from the cleaners. However, Gu Wen decided to wait a little longer. Now was not the time to reveal the evolution Gu. He needed to arm himself to the teeth first. Gu Wen gazed at the blue Gu jar in his hand, showing no hesitation as he opened it immediately. In an instant, a dazzling orange light illuminated the entire small black room. The Gu jar trembling violently, seemingly on the verge of succumbing to the aura of the orange Gu worm. Finally, the lid of the jar was forcefully ejected, revealing a vividly lifelike and exquisitely crafted Gu worm standing in the center of the jar. The evolution Gu was fiery red, radiating vitality, with two transparent cicada wings on its back emitting bright red light, resembling a general donned in battle attire, imposing and magnificent. Gu Wen regarded the evolution Gu before him with apparent calmness. Though internally, he felt a swell of excitement. Is this the legendary evolution Gu? In his past life, he had only heard of its name but had never encountered one. Yet in this life, he was able to seize it ahead of time. Capturing this formidable evolution Gu. Evolution Gu, ranked 88 in the Gu worm record. Though it was not among the most powerful 23 red Gu worms, its potency was undeniably remarkable. With millions, even billions, of Gu worm species in the world, to stand out among so many and rank 88 speaks volumes of the evolution Gu's status. Gu Wen reached out to caress the evolution Gu, commencing the refinement process. The speed of refining the orange goo worm was significantly slower than that of other goo worms. Even Guwen took a full 10 minutes to successfully refine this goo worm. For anyone else, refining this evolution goo would likely take at least half a month. Upon successful refinement, Guwen began to examine the information regarding the evolution goo. Goo worm. Evolution goo rank. Orange level. First turn, second turn condition. 1000-year lifespan ability. Evolution. Skill 1. Evolution. Utilizes special internal power to stimulate the elemental cells within other goo worms, promoting their evolution, which may temporarily be divided into two types. 1. Advancement. 2. Mutation. Evolution CD. 24 hours. The same goo worm can only be evolved once. Guwen contemplated thoughtfully while gazing at the information. The first turn evolution goo possesses only one skill, akin to what he understood from his past life. Allowing other goo worms to evolve, he wondered, after reaching the third turn or fifth turn, what additional skills might be unlocked? Could it allow the same goo worm to undergo a second evolution? Or perhaps the evolved goo worm would become even more formidable, observing the requirement of a 1000-year lifespan. Guwen hesitated not a moment and selected evolution. Let us aim to evolve the evolution goo to the second turn first. Another 1000 years of lifespan vanished. Guwen was left with merely 2000 years of lifespan. He shook his head in resignation. Cultivating goo worms was indeed a costly endeavor in terms of lifespan. Even with a 10,000-year lifespan worm, it would not suffice for his reckless endeavors. In truth, the growth Guwen had experienced over these brief 2 days would equate to a year for others. Few goo masters would dare to utilize their lifespan so recklessly. It simply wasn't feasible. As his lifespan was poured into it, the evolution goo swiftly completed its evolution, successfully reaching the second turn. Its information underwent slight changes. Third turn condition, 5,000-year lifespan ability, evolution, skill 1, evolution. Utilizes special internal power to stimulate the elemental cells within other goo worms, promoting their evolution, which may temporarily be divided into two types. 1. Advancement. 2. Mutation. Evolution CD. 16 hours. The same goo worm can only be evolved once. After evolving, the goo worm may have a chance to acquire entirely new skills. The evolution goo at the second turn has reduced its evolution CD but has not gained new skills. However, the description of skill 1 has undergone a transformation. The evolved goo insects, having been subjected to the evolution goo, will have the opportunity to acquire entirely new abilities. This capability is truly terrifying. The prospect of a goo insect obtaining a brand new skill represents an immense enhancement for any such creature, akin to altering its innate potential. Truly, it lives up to the name of evolution goo. Guwen marveled at this. And this is merely the second-tier evolution goo. What if it were the 5th tier? Or the pinnacle, the 8th tier evolution goo? Each goo insect has a distinct maximum for career transitions. White and green goo insects are limited to 5 transitions. Blue goo insects can achieve 6. Purple goo insects can reach 7. Orange goo insects can attain 8. Golden goo insects can manage 9. And red goo insects can touch upon the ultimate 10th transition. This, however, pertains only to standard circumstances. In reality, unique situations can arise. For instance, Guwen had witnessed an individual who managed to cultivate a blue goo insect to the 7th transition, showcasing a truly formidable combat prowess. After storing the evolution goo, Guwen exited the small dark room, having lingered there for quite some time. Remaining further might attract unwanted attention. Guwen was a person who preferred to maintain a low profile, conducting his affairs discreetly and executing his tasks in silence. Thus he sought to avoid drawing the gaze of others. Meanwhile, within a luxurious villa in Galaxy City, a man suddenly experienced excruciating pain in his chest. For reasons unknown, he felt an intense inner turmoil, as if he had lost something profoundly significant. Yet he could not ascertain what that loss was. Chapter 36. It seems I am to become a butcher in the scavenger building. Sherway encountered Guwen, holding a steaming cup of coffee, and approached him with enthusiasm. Good morning, number 184. Guwen's forehead twitched at the strange moniker. What an odd title! Sherway laughed heartily. Just a jest from now on. We are comrades. This cup of coffee is for you. I just brewed it and haven't touched it myself. He thrust the coffee into Guwen's hands. Guwen glanced down at the cup, about to protest his distaste for coffee when Sherway waved a hand dismissively. I've just received an urgent mission. I must be off. Familiarize yourself here. And feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. With that, Sherway hurriedly departed, clearly having received a pressing assignment. Ji Yuan looked down at the steaming cup of coffee, chuckling softly as he shook his head before taking a sip. Immediately, his brow furrowed. Ugh, far too bitter. It was indeed unpalatable. He was still unaccustomed to such beverages. While others sought the caffeine in coffee to invigorate themselves, he found that merely glancing at blood sufficed for his own stimulation. He had no need for such a bitter concoction. Gu went down the coffee in one go and discarded the cup into a nearby trash bin. Truly dreadful, was his candid appraisal. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Bai Jingyue, who waved her delicate hand in greeting. Good morning, number 184, Guwen raised an eyebrow. Another one. Is this the customary way you address newcomers? Bai Jingyue shook her head. No, this is Shi Wei's suggestion for how we should refer to you. He believes it will help you integrate better into the team. Ji Yuan's lips twitched. Is that so? Bai Jingyue appeared somewhat disheartened. It seems this title is of little use, as expected. I should have known not to heed that oath. A teasing voice chimed in from the side. Listening to that oath is, of course, pointless. The voice belonged to Yu Weici, who approached Guwen with a cup of coffee in hand. Care for a drink? At the sight of the coffee, Guwen was instantly reminded of its bitterness, his brow knitting together. No, thank you. Compared to such a bitter beverage, I would rather sip plain water. Why? Yu Weici shrugged. Coincidentally, I also dislike coffee. But it helps me stay alert. I don't want to be drowsy during a mission. That could lead to a rather unfortunate demise. Ji Yuan smiled. I generally prefer to cut a small incision in my arm and watch the blood spurt out. That instantly wakes me up. Upon hearing this, Yu Weici involuntarily shuddered, his lips twitching. Your methods are certainly unique. Ji Yuan chuckled. You two carry on. I need to collect my combat uniform and commence my duties for the day. They both nodded. Go ahead, good luck. After Guwen departed, Yu Weici remarked, it seems the captain has recruited yet another rather unconventional individual. What kind of sane person would stab themselves for a jolt of energy? Meanwhile, Bai Jingyue pondered thoughtfully, gazing at Guwen's retreating figure, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Using a knife to stimulate the mind? Perhaps I should try that next time. Yu Weici instinctively took a few steps back, almost forgetting that Bai Jingyue was no ordinary person. If you like him, go pursue him. He is surely single. Why? Yu Weici couldn't resist the urge to tease. Bai Jingyue shot him a playful glare. Are you courting death? Yu Weici cleared his throat. I said nothing. After collecting his combat uniform, Guwen stowed it away in his storage. In truth, the black combat attire of the scavengers was rather stylish and well-designed, making it quite suitable for battle. However, in everyday life, no one would don such uniforms. The vast majority of cleaners wore casual clothes to facilitate their missions. Otherwise, some targets would flee upon sighting combat gear. With preparations complete, Guwen glanced at his wristwatch and clocked in. This marked the moment when he would begin receiving various assignments, continuing until he chose to cease accepting tasks. Barely 2 seconds after clicking, a mission notification popped up. East District, Taiping Avenue 124, a ferocious beast, tusked wild boar, has been detected. Strength assessed as subpar. Please proceed to eliminate it. Reward, 3 points. Will you accept the task? Guwen frowned slightly. Just this. For someone of my caliber to hunt a mere wild boar seems excessive. The reward is only 3 points. Nevertheless, he reasoned that even a small mosquito is still meat, and after some contemplation, he opted to accept the mission and headed outside. Along the way, Bai Jingyue greeted him. It seems you've already received a task. Ji Yuan shrugged. Indeed. I'm off to hunt a pig. I feel like I'm becoming a butcher. Bai Jingyue chuckled, revealing 2 adorable dimples, quite charming. That is your mission. After you complete 10 tasks, you will be assigned more challenging ones. Ji Yuan nodded. I understand. I am still a newcomer, merely undertaking the beginner's tutorial. I shall take my leave. See you later. At the entrance of the scavenger building, a jeep awaited to take Guwen to the mission site. This was a dedicated driver provided to him by the scavengers. Each cleaner had a designated vehicle and driver to assist in completing their missions. Inside the vehicle, Guwen inquired, by the way, what is your name? I haven't asked yet. The driver replied, Mr. Guwen, my name is Zhou Guo. Ji Yuan nodded, committing the name to memory. As his dedicated driver, it was essential to remember his partner's name. Zhou Guo, how long have you been with the scavengers? 5 years. During these 5 years, I have worked with numerous cleaners, but unfortunately, they all sigh. Zhou Guo sighed softly, clearly indicating that his previous partners had all perished. Ji Yuan's lips twitched. Was he to be the next? Curse it. He shouldn't have spoken. Moments later, the jeep delivered Gu-1 to his destination, where he immediately spotted a massive wild boar, its long tusks formidable. The creature was rampaging through a shop, wreaking havoc within. The store lay in disarray as the boar, caked in dirt, had transformed its exterior into a hard, earthen armor, providing formidable protection. This was one of the challenges in dealing with the beast. It relished rolling in mud, and once the mud dried, it rendered the wild boar's body incredibly tough and difficult to breach. Observing the wild boar, Gu-Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared this creature had descended from the mountain. The only nearby mountain was Lizard Mountain. This was evidently a portent, a sign of the impending great crisis. Chapter 37. Serving the people is our purpose. As scavengers, Gu-Wen strolled leisurely towards the shop under siege. In the distance, a passerby shouted in alarm, "Don't go near. Run away. This is no ordinary wild boar. It's a ferocious beast." Gu-Wen glanced at the onlooker and smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, the cleaners are on the case." Upon hearing this, the passerby's anxious expression vanished, replaced by excitement and admiration. "Oh, it's a cleaner. Go for it. Eliminate that wretched beast." Gu-Wen approached the shop, stepping through the shattered glass door that had been smashed open by a tusked wild boar. Carefully treading on the shards of glass scattered across the floor, the sharp sound of breaking glass alerted the wild boar, causing it to whip around abruptly, its bloodthirsty gaze locking onto Gu-Wen. The boar bared its enormous maw, fixating on Gu-Wen as it let out a thunderous roar and charged directly at him. "You thick-skinned beast, do you not adhere to the rules of combat? Must you attack without so much as a greeting?" Gu-Wen shook his head, gathering the elemental forces of water and fire within him, and hurled it towards the wild boar. Boom! A torrent of scalding water erupted from his palm, cascading forth like an unbridled wave, surging towards the wild boar. In an instant, the boar was enveloped in the fiery deluge, slipping on the ground and tumbling down. Although the water was indeed composed of water, its temperature was exceedingly high, comparable to that of low-grade magma. Covered in the searing water flames, the wild boar let out a deafening cry, rolling in pain across the ground, gurgle, gurgle, as it writhed in agony. The entire floor was transformed into a river of flames, and the more it struggled, the more grievous its injuries became. It was much easier to deal with a creature devoid of intelligence. Gu-Wen mused that a creature as foolish as this wild boar would soon become a rarity in the coming years. Those formidable beasts, while also creatures, possessed a level of intelligence that was not markedly inferior to that of humans. Especially the cunning ones. Their schemes remained vividly etched in Gu-Wen's memory to this day. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. The outer layer of the wild boar's flesh had been roasted to perfection by Gu-Wen's water flames, emanating a delectable scent. Though the soil encasing the boar was remarkably tough and resistant, it offered no insulation against heat. On the contrary, the soil was a conductor of heat, and now, the boar's once proud earthen armor had become a source of immense suffering. Much like a beggar's chicken wrapped in clay before being placed in an earthen oven to roast. The wild boar soon lay still, occasionally twitching. Gu-Wen glanced at the massive beast, summoned his swordworm, and from a distance, aimed at the boar's eyes, launching it with force. Whoosh! The swordworm traced an elegant arc in the air, striking the wild boar's eye with pinpoint accuracy. Pop! The eyeball burst, blood gushing forth. The previously motionless wild boar, now in excruciating pain, let out another agonized roar, thrashing for a solid 5 or 6 seconds before finally collapsing, succumbing to death. Gazing at the boar's immense form, a smile crept across Gu-Wen's lips. "Playing dead with me? You're far too naive." Approaching the fallen wild boar, Gu-Wen stowed away the swordworm and extinguished the flames, calmly taking out his wristwatch to snap a photograph of the boar. Clicking to complete the task, the AI auditing system of the cleaner operated with remarkable speed, and within less than a second, the points awarded by the cleaner were successfully credited to his account. The first task was complete, marking his first milestone. With a smile, Gu-Wen effortlessly lifted the hefty wild boar, weighing a staggering 2,000 pounds, and calmly made his way out of the shop. Unlike domestic pigs, the average wild boar typically weighs no more than 400 pounds, with those exceeding this weight being exceedingly rare. However, since the advent of the new century, the spiritual energy in the air had undergone a transformation. leading to the evolution of most creatures in the wilderness. And this wild boar was evidently one such example. Of course, there was also the possibility that this wild boar had escaped from the secret realm of Lizard Mountain. Exiting the shop, Guwen tossed the boar onto the vacant ground beside the store. His task was merely to kill the boar. The subsequent disposal of the carcass would be handled by the cleaner. Such an unremarkable wild boar held no value. Even its toughest tusks would fetch only a few hundred silver coins, and Guwen couldn't be bothered to pry them off, deeming it a waste of time. Upon witnessing the demise of the boar, an elderly man, around 60 years of age, approached with a youthful girl who appeared to be barely 20. The old man bowed repeatedly to Guwen, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. Without you, we truly would not have known what to do." As he spoke, he glanced sorrowfully at the damage within the shop, clearly the owner of the establishment. Guwen maintained a calm demeanor, offering a slight smile. "Serving the people is the mission of us cleaners. No need for thanks." After saying this, Guwen turned and took his seat in the back of the jeep. The driver, Zhogua, pressed on the accelerator, and the jeep sped away. Watching the retreating vehicle, the young girl tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face. "That cleaner, I feel like I've seen him at school. Isn't he the one who was expelled for sexual harassment? How did he become a cleaner and become so powerful?" The old man beside her quickly covered the girl's mouth, admonishing, "Do not speak nonsense. How could a master of Gu be so easily maligned? You must have mistaken him for someone else." The girl furrowed her brow. "Mistaken him? That shouldn't be the case. Guwen, that name is correct, isn't it?" "It has to be Guwen." A cleaner approached Li Long's office, carrying a stack of documents detailing Guwen's background, and handed them over. "Captain Li, here are some materials regarding Guwen. Would you like to take a look? He was a student at Galaxy Academy just a few days ago, but was expelled due to certain circumstances." "Expelled?" Li Long raised an eyebrow. "Such an outstanding student was expelled? What are the principal and teachers at Galaxy Academy doing? Are they incompetent?" Li Long skimmed through the materials and couldn't help but chuckle. "Stalking? Sexual harassment? When the director has time, he should pay a visit to Galaxy Academy. The principal and teachers there seem unable to distinguish right from wrong. What qualifications do they have to run a school?" After just a brief glance, Li Long chose to support Guwen. Based on his interactions with Guwen over the past 2 days, he absolutely did not believe Guwen was the type to act on impulse. Otherwise, that malevolent Gu master at the hotel could have easily taken his life. Furthermore, Guwen showed little interest in the department's most beautiful women, Yi Ziqing and Bai Jingyue. The girl who was supposedly harassed, was she a celestial being? The materials also stated that Guwen had consistently claimed his innocence. Yet no one believed him. Well then, if no one at the school believed him, the cleaners would choose to believe in him. Chapter 38. Little Kitty, confess and submit to justice. Guwen had now arrived at the second task location. And this task was even more perplexing than the first. A girl's cat had mutated, becoming aggressive and began rampaging throughout the house, attacking its owner. The girl, terrified, had locked herself in the bathroom and called the police. Garden Community, Building 2, Unit 3, Apartment 802. That this is the right place. Guwen, having noted the building and unit numbers, entered the community and took the elevator to the 8th floor. Fortunately, he was not directionally challenged. On the contrary, he had a keen sense of direction and navigation, so he rarely got lost and could easily find any location. Otherwise, given the nature of this task, it might have taken him quite some time to pinpoint the exact location. Had this been before the new era, he might have been a natural-born delivery driver. In the blink of an eye, Guwen reached the 8th floor, confirmed the door number, and took out 2 pieces of wire to pick the lock. As a well-rounded individual, he possessed various skills. 2 seconds later, the lock clicked open. Peering into the living room, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What a sight to behold! Truly, it can only be described as a disaster, debris strewn everywhere. The sofa torn to shreds, coffee tables and chairs completely shattered. Even the ceiling bore the marks of the cat's paws and claws. Indeed, when a cat goes on a rampage, it leaves no room for dogs. After all, dogs cannot climb the ceiling. The owner might want to consider hiring a skilled renovation specialist to restore the house. Shaking his head, Guwen stepped into the house. The mutated cat, highly sensitive to sound, instantly detected Guwen's presence. Whoosh! It leaped with incredible speed, landing on the wall directly opposite Guwen, its icy gaze scrutinizing him as if assessing his combat prowess. This was a leopard cat. Its body brimming with muscular strength, a cold glint in its eyes, and razor-sharp claws adorned with intricate patterns. After mutation, its physique had elongated to a remarkable 1.5 meters. Now, it resembled not a cat, but a leopard. So it's a leopard cat. No wonder its destructive power is so formidable. Ji Yuan chuckled softly. The leopard cat already possessed exceptional physical qualities, speed, and predatory skills. Its evolution into such a powerful creature was hardly surprising. Gazing at the leopard cat, Gu Wen stated calmly, "Little kitty, confess and submit to justice, and perhaps you may find a way to survive. Otherwise," the leopard cat let out a furious roar, "Meow." Clearly, it was unwilling to grant Gu Wen that courtesy. Gu Wen shook his head. Why resist? In the next moment, Ji Yuan's eyes instantaneously turned icy cold as he unleashed the power of the running Gu, causing his speed to multiply several times in an instant. After achieving the status of a second transformation Gu master, Gu Wen's physical attributes had been significantly enhanced by the blessings of heaven and earth. This moment, as he activated the running Gu, his speed became invincible. In a flash, Gu Wen darted past, arriving directly beside the leopard cat, offering it a faint smile. "I hear you are quite swift." The leopard cat, startled by Gu Wen, immediately trembled, arching its back as if on the verge of panicking, and instinctively attempted to leap away. However, just as it sprang into the air, Gu Wen deftly seized its hind leg, pulling it back with ease. With one hand gripping the leopard cat, Gu Wen retrieved a sword Gu, swiftly trimming all of its claws, thus rendering it easier to control without the fear of being scratched. The leopard cat emitted continuous wails and shrieks in Gu Wen's grasp, while he remained calm, carrying it towards the locked toilet door. "Your pet cat has been captured. How shall we proceed?" Inside, a frail voice responded, You caught it." The toilet door creaked open to reveal a girl with fair skin, disheveled hair, and disarrayed clothing. Clearly frightened, her hair was a mess, and her outfit was tattered, exposing large patches of skin. Dressed in pajamas, it was evident she had been jolted awake from her slumber by the leopard cat. Upon seeing Gu Wen, she could not help but burst into tears, her face glistening with distress. "Thank you. You nearly scared me to death. I felt like it wanted to eat me." The girl bit her lip. Looking quite aggrieved, though still possessing a semblance of beauty, Ji Yuan replied calmly, "It wasn't just a feeling. It truly did want to eat you." Cats are inherently carnivorous, and considering its evolutionary mutations, such behavior is not surprising. The girl, taken aback, gazed at the leopard cat with fear in her eyes. "I will never keep a cat again." Ji Yuan looked at the leopard cat and asked, "Do you no longer want it?" The girl nodded resolutely. "I don't want it." Gu Wen shrugged and nodded. "You've made the right decision. In that case, I shall take it away for humane disposal." Upon hearing humane disposal, the girl hesitated for a moment, clearly understanding its implications, yet she nodded repeatedly. Take it away, take it away. I never want to see it again." Ji Yuan smiled. This girl still had some sense. He had encountered a similar situation in his past life, where a girl, attacked by a mutated cat, was reluctant to part with it in the end. She was consumed by that very cat. When found, only a thigh bone remained. Pets with a history of attacking their owners should never be kept. Otherwise, no one knows what might happen. Gu Wen was about to leave. The girl suddenly reached out, gripping his arm, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him. "May I have your contact information? I'm a bit scared that if I encounter any trouble in the future, can I come to you?" Gu Wen glanced at her, slightly retracting his arm with a smile. "If you have a problem, just call the police." With that, he turned and exited the room, closing the front door behind him. Research indicates that when a person is at their most helpless and desperate, it is also the opportune moment to make an entrance. If one does something to make them feel warmth and security, they are likely to develop dependence, or even fall in love. Moreover, Gu Wen had just saved her life. However, this all hinges on one prerequisite. One must not be too unattractive. Just like in ancient times, when a distressed girl is saved, if her benefactor is handsome, she may say, "I am unable to repay you. I am willing to offer myself." But if he is unattractive, she would say, "I am unable to repay you. I shall serve you in my next life." This is ultimately a realistic issue. Chapter 39. Indeed, members of the First Division are not to be trifled with. In the blink of an eye, Gu Wen completed 8 tasks. He had just joined the sanitation team, These tasks posed no significant challenge, being entirely in novice mode. This was also due to the current tranquility of Galaxy City. Were chaos to ensue, and the sanitation team find themselves shorthanded, even as a novice, he would be assigned to undertake more perilous tasks in the afternoon. Gu Wen's wristwatch flashed with a message. Hello, our new member Gu Wen. I am Lu Hao, the director of the sanitation team in Galaxy City. I would like to conduct some basic inquiries to assess your specific abilities. Are you available to return to the sanitation building? Gu Wen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Hao, I suppose I should head back then. Ji Yuan understood this was a standard procedure. Although Li Long had already evaluated him and assigned him a rank of 3, it was necessary for Director Lu Hao to conduct a more detailed assessment. On one hand, it was to gain a clearer understanding of Gu Wen's abilities for better utilization in future crises. On the other, Lu Hao needed to compile some materials to send upward. Before long, Gu Wen returned to the sanitation building, coincidentally encountering Yi Ziqing at the entrance. Her eyes lit up as she greeted him enthusiastically. Senior, hello? Gu Wen paused, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Actually, I believe you need not call me senior. We are now peers, both ranked as level 3 sanitation workers. Strictly speaking, your position is even higher than mine. Given that you are the vice captain of the 2nd Division, Ji Yuan felt rather young to be addressed as such by Yi Ziqing. She promptly shook her head. No. Position is one thing, but personal feelings are another. You saved my Gale Gu. You will always be my senior. If you wish, you are welcome to join the 2nd Division anytime. I would gladly relinquish my vice captain position to you. Gu Wen found himself at a loss, merely shaking his head. How should he describe Yi Ziqing? She truly knew how to show gratitude. She was certainly better than those ungrateful wretches. Given Yi Ziqing's character, if you had helped her, she would undoubtedly do her utmost to assist you within her means. Well, as you wish. The director has summoned me for a discussion. I shall head up now, Gu Wen stated. Yi Ziqing nodded eagerly. Yes, please go ahead, senior. I never expected to truly become colleagues with you. Thinking about it makes me quite happy. Now I need not worry about my Gu being mortally injured. Gu Wen's lips twitched. I suggest you treat your Gu well. As he entered the sanitation building, a sharp-faced man suddenly leaped out. Confronting Gu Wen with hostility and visible defiance, I heard you took the back door to become a level 3 sanitation worker. Gu Wen regarded the man, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Upset? Here to cause trouble? Indeed, I did take the back door. Though I may not possess much ability, I certainly have no shortcomings in the networking department. Level 3 sanitation worker, with a purple Gu jar each month. How delightful. Gu Wen feigned indifference. Upon hearing Gu Wen's words, the sharp-faced man grew even angrier, glaring at him with trembling fury. I, Zhao Zhiping, have been a sanitation worker for 2.5 years and am still merely a level 4 sanitation worker. What gives you the right? Ji Yuan patted Zhao Zhiping on the shoulder. If you're lacking skill, practice more. If you're lacking connections, give more gifts, you know? Zhao Zhiping seethed with anger. Get lost. Don't think I don't know. I've investigated your background. You, a beast expelled for sexual harassment, what qualification do you have to join the sanitation team? His words echoed loudly, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, all intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. It was a pity that the 1st Division members were absent. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have rushed to defend Gu Wen. Ji Yuan regarded Zhao Zhiping, his eyes calm yet laced with a hint of menace. Responding unhurriedly, indeed, I am a beast that enjoys sexual harassment. Zhao Zhiping mistakenly interpreted Gu Wen's words as a concession. Puffing up with pride, he scoffed. Though I don't know how you deceived Yi Ziqing. Keep your distance from her, and by Jingyue, if you dare to harass our sanitation team's girls, just watch if I don't beat you. Gu Wen's expression remained placid. Is that all you have to say? Zhao Zhiping nodded, boasting, that's all. It's good to see you're sensible. Ji Yuan smiled. Sensible? Do you even know what that means? With a swift kick, Gu Wen sent Zhao Zhiping flying, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Zhao Zhiping writhed in pain, staring at Gu Wen in disbelief. You. How dare you? You actually dared to make a move in the sanitation building. Did you not see the sanitation rules? Gu Wen rolled up his sleeves. Approaching Zhao Zhiping, his fists crackling with fiery energy as he rained down blows, each strike landing with brutal force. I will teach you a lesson. Thud, thud, thud. With a few punches, Zhao Zhiping was left bloodied and battered, his flesh reduced to a gruesome state, with even the stark whiteness of his bones visible at the cheekbone. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. Holy cow! This has escalated quickly. This newcomer is incredibly fierce. Having just joined the cleaners, he is already fighting within the cleaners building and has reduced Zhao Zhiping to this sorry state. Enraged by the beating, Zhao Zhiping attempted to command the worms within him to retaliate. But every time he did, Gu Wen seemed to anticipate his moves perfectly, delivering a kick precisely to the location of the worms, forcing them back inside him. Thus, Zhao Zhiping could only endure the relentless beating, devoid of any capacity to counterattack. Ji Yuan pummeled him for a full 3 minutes until Zhao Zhiping lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Only then did Gu Wen snort coldly and say, "I told you to practice more if you're so weak. Go be this pathetic and still complain." What a joke! Gu Wen turned to scan the other cleaners in the building. They instinctively swallowed hard and quickly shrank back, fearful of being dragged into the fray themselves. Make sure to call an ambulance for him and let him know that when he wakes up, he should come apologize and bring a gift. If he fails to do so, he'll face the consequences. Having said this, Gu Wen turned and left. The fight was over. It was time to meet the director. Once Gu Wen departed, the crowd exchanged glances, all shaken by the display of Gu Wen's prowess. He had nearly beaten Zhao Zhiping to death, yet expected an apology from others. How domineering! Indeed, the members of the First Division are not to be trifled with. Chapter 40, Faction Assessment. What is my faction? Gu Wen, having dealt with Zhao, remained remarkably calm. The other party had spoken out of turn, and he merely responded in kind. Was this not reasonable? As for whether he was violating the rules of the cleaners, that was of no concern to him. He would deal with the consequences later. Arriving at the director's office, Gu Wen knocked on the door. "Director, it's Gu Wen." A robust male voice responded from within. "Come in." Ji Yuan opened the door and immediately spotted Director Lu Hao, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appearing to be around 40 years of age. His bronze skin bore slight wrinkles, giving him a weathered appearance. "Director," Gu Wen greeted. Lu Hao nodded, scrutinizing Gu Wen from head to toe before stating, "So you are Gu Wen? Li Long has already briefed me on your details. Not bad. You are a very promising talent. Quite suitable for our cleaners." Ji Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Whether I am suitable or not is irrelevant. In this era, any Gu master is needed by the cleaners." Lu Hao sighed softly. Indeed, while ordinary people may be unaware, various unusual occurrences have been happening across the country, leading to a persistent shortage of Gu masters. "May I ask why you wish to join the cleaners?" Lu Hao's inquiry seemed casual but was one of the core questions of their conversation. As the director, he needed to assess whether Gu Wen had ulterior motives for joining. Ji Yuan replied calmly, "For the resources the cleaners possess. The cleaners have numerous Gu pots and worms. By completing tasks and earning points, I can enhance my strength swiftly. Remaining a lone practitioner would hinder my growth." Lu Hao was taken aback, then chuckled, shaking his head. "I expected you to say something noble, like wanting to contribute to humanity or that you've aspired to be a cleaner since childhood. I didn't anticipate such honesty." Ji Yuan's forthrightness increased Lu Hao's regard for him. Over the years as director, Lu Hao had encountered countless individuals spouting platitudes, none willing to candidly express their true thoughts. Each time he heard such responses, he felt disgusted. Of course, some who spoke similarly were genuinely sincere, like Li Long, who had expressed his desire to contribute to Jiuzhou, maintain public order, and uphold peace among humanity. Wishing to eradicate disasters, Lu Hao had merely scoffed at the time and paid it no mind. Little did he know that Li Long truly harbored those thoughts. Ji Yuan gazed at Lu Hao and said, "I believe my relationship with the cleaners is mutually beneficial, so I will express my goals and needs. You may consider me an extreme egoist, as long as the cleaners provide sufficient benefits. I would be willing to sacrifice myself for their cause." Lu Hao was rendered speechless by Gu Wen's declaration. In all his years as director, he had never heard anyone speak so directly. However, such candor was refreshing. The cleaners did not lack resources. What they needed were powerful Gu masters. After a 3-second pause, Lu Hao studied Gu Wen closely, his eyes calm. "Since you are an extreme egoist, if hostile forces were to attempt to bribe you with benefits, would you betray the cleaners and Jiuzhou?" Without hesitation, Gu Wen shook his head. "No, while I am selfish, I am also a citizen of Jiuzhou. Although I want to sacrifice my interests for some grand notion of righteousness, I also wouldn't betray Jiuzhou for the sake of profit. The two are not mutually exclusive." Lu Hao continued his inquiries. If you encountered a group of ordinary people in need of help and could easily save them with a phone call, would you do so? Guwen shrugged. Certainly, that's an easy task. Lu Hao pressed on. What if saving them required a sacrifice on your part, such as losing an imminent opportunity? Would you still save them? Guwen decisively shook his head. No, that would be too much of a sacrifice. Lu Hao asked again. If you obtained a particularly wicked and powerful goo worm that necessitated the slaughter of millions for successful refinement, would you commit such an atrocity? At this question, Guwen chuckled. In his previous life, he had encountered a similar goo worm and had made a choice then. He nodded and replied, I would. Lu Hao's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to speak, Guwen added, however, I wouldn't harm the people of Jiuzhou. They are my compatriots, and I could not bring myself to do so. Instead, I would choose to travel overseas, perhaps to places like Dongying or America. Listening to Guwen's response, the director fell into deep thought, feeling a headache brewing. Ji Yuwen's character, if labeled as kind, had an undeniably sinister edge. He could casually declare the slaughter of millions. Yet, if he were to be deemed evil, there was still a semblance of kindness in his resolve not to harm his own people. From their dialogue thus far, Lu Hao believed that Guwen was not merely speaking empty words. He was articulating his true thoughts. Otherwise, Guwen could have easily provided a more impressive answer, avoiding such a convoluted and troubling analysis. As Lu Hao mentally assessed Guwen, he ultimately concluded on his faction. Chaotic good. He would act according to his own sense of right, indifferent to societal rules and morals. Whether an act was good or evil depended solely on his perspective. No one could predict what actions he might take. Although he fell within the realm of goodness, he was still capable of slaughtering millions. In the eyes of society, the concepts of good and evil held no weight for Guwen. He possessed an entirely different standard of judgment. In truth, Guwen's chaotic goodness was but a heartbeat away from chaotic evil. Lu Hao felt a throbbing headache. What kind of person had Li Lung recruited into the cleaners? Chapter 41. Utilize what you have. Reality is not a fairy tale. After regaining his composure, Lu Hao addressed Guwen again. Please showcase a few of your goo worms, so I can better assess your positioning and provide relevant information to the higher-ups. There's no need to reveal everything. Just summon the goo worms you can display openly. The cleaners maintain a considerable degree of freedom, at least for ordinary members, and do not require total transparency regarding their abilities. Guwen pondered for a moment and summoned the 4-turn water and fire goo. He then simply gazed at Lu Hao calmly. Lu Hao's lips twitched slightly. Is that all? Guwen nodded. Yes, that's it. Lu Hao felt a headache coming on. How am I supposed to report this to the higher-ups? Show me at least 2 more goo worms, even if they are the ones you care about the least. Not sufficient. Guwen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before summoning the storage goo and the running goo. These 2 goo insects were obtained from the goo jar shop, and if others wished to investigate, he could not conceal them anyway. Thus, it was better to display them openly. After all, they were merely 2 basic goo insects, so it mattered little. As for the lifespan goo, evolution goo, attack storage goo, invisibility goo, and concealment goo, he need not even consider revealing them. It was absolutely out of the question. However, Lu Hao might already be aware that he possessed the evolution goo and attack storage goo. After all, he had opened the goo jar within the scavenger building, and it was unlikely he could keep it hidden from Lu Hao, but it mattered not, as long as he did not admit to it. He simply did not have them. Lu Hao shook his head helplessly. Well, at least your 4th-tier firewater goo is quite powerful, worth 2 in 1. Had it not been for your decent potential, I would have certainly pressed you to expose a few more goo insects. Since Guwen entered the office, Lu Hao had lost count of how many times he had furrowed his brow. Ji Yuwen smiled at Lu Hao, saying, if necessary, I would indeed be willing to let my captain and teammates know about some of my special goo insects. However, since this is information being reported upward, it is naturally best to disclose as little as possible. Ji Yuwen shrugged. As far as he knew, the scavengers' upper echelons were not as pristine as they appeared, and he saw no need to expose his information to them. Lu Hao chuckled. You do not trust the higher-ups? Guwen smiled. Should I? Every place has the potential to breed corruption. Lu Hao's lips twitched. I feel you are broaching a rather perilous topic. You should leave at once and attend to your own affairs. If we continue this conversation, I fear for my own safety. Lu Hao was well aware that Guwen spoke the truth. Even the leaders of the scavenger knew that there were indeed internal issues, but how could such problems be easily resolved? For instance, what if a top-tier powerhouse within the scavenger, a 7th-tier expert and one of humanity's strongest. Were to face issues? What then? Problems must still be addressed. Reality is far from a fairy tale. As Gu turned to leave, he had just reached the door when Lu Hao spoke again. By the way, fighting is strictly prohibited within the scavenger building. Considering you are a newcomer and that the other party provoked you first, I shall let you off this time. Do be cautious in the future. Clearly, Lu Hao was not oblivious to the conflict between Gu and Zhao Zhiping. Even though he was stationed on the highest floor of the scavenger building, in normal circumstances, he should not have been privy to events occurring below. Yet, he was informed immediately. But what if it were outside the scavenger building? Gu inquired. Lu Hao's expression darkened. Indeed, this new member is no pushover. If it were outside the building, you would be subject to circumstances. While the scavenger does not encourage private fights, it does not explicitly forbid them either, as long as no lives are lost. Lu Hao stated. Gu nodded thoughtfully. As long as no lives are lost. Losing an arm or a leg, having all Gu insects perish, or being rendered powerless should pose no issue. How delightful. Lu Hao's face darkened. Is that how I intended for you to interpret it? Gu nodded earnestly, declaring, I comprehend. This is your teaching, director. Lu Hao slammed the table. I did not. You may engage in chaos if you wish, but do not do so under my name. Lu Hao's face was as dark as coal. And he even envisioned a scene where Gu stood at the entrance of the scavenger building with a weapon, hacking away at people while proclaiming, the director ordered me to do this. Given Gu's disposition, he might very well do it. Observing the director's grim countenance, Gu smiled faintly. Farewell, director. I must attend to my tasks. With that, Gu turned and departed the director's office, I in his office chair. Lu Hao shook his head at it. Seems I must find an opportunity to warn the other squads to refrain from provoking Gu. This new member is certainly not to be trifled with. If a significant issue arises, it would indeed be a headache. Lu Hao began drafting Gu's profile. Member, Gu known Gu insects, 4th tier firewater Gu, 1st tier running Gu, 1st tier storage Gu, unknown Gu insects. Combat power assessment, 2nd tier limit, faction assessment, chaotic good comments. This is an extremely mysterious, highly dangerous member with immense potential. He seems to possess exceptional luck, does not appreciate constraints, and will only act according to his own moral compass. Disregarding societal opinions and regulations, when dealing with him, please refrain from employing any coercive methods. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly backfire. If we can fulfill all his desires, perhaps he will rapidly evolve into a formidable weapon. Potential rating. Once this profile was finalized, Lu Hao nodded with a smile. The matters concerning the evolution Gu and attack storage Gu will remain unreported for the time being. After all, he is merely an ordinary member, and there are indeed a few corrupt individuals at the top. Once he reaches the 3rd tier and acquires some degree of self-preservation capability, we may consider exposing him. Lu Hao clicked send. The profile regarding Gu was transmitted to headquarters. In the elevator, Gu pondered, thinking to himself, if all goes well, the director's rating for him should be an S, or perhaps the director, in an effort to protect him, would only rate him an A. The evolution Gu and attack storage Gu were obtained within the scavenger, and Gu did not believe this could be kept under wraps. Furthermore, he did not intend to conceal it entirely. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to open the Gu jar within the scavenger. The effect he sought was for Lu Hao to be aware that he possessed them, while publicly, he did not. It is necessary to appropriately showcase one's strength and potential, as this could yield additional privileges and benefits. For instance, when faced with a mission that is certain to be fatal, if Lu Hao were given a choice, he would undoubtedly select a member with lower potential for the assignment rather than a genius. Can it be said that Lu Hao's decision would be incorrect? The world of adults is invariably filled with calculations of gains and losses. The weak have always been mere pawns, lacking even the capital to be used as such. Becoming stronger is the paramount concern. Chapter 42. What a pity. I did not expect this lad to be so resilient. Just as Gu arrived downstairs, he happened upon the captain of the 3rd squad, Wang Damo, who bore injuries, his face bruised and battered, as if he had just been through a beating. Ji Yuan instinctively asked. Captain of the 3rd squad, what happened? Did you just have a scuffle with some thugs? Wang Damo glowered at Gu with an expression of deep frustration, then turned and walked away without uttering a word. Gu was somewhat bewildered. What is going on? Nearby, an onlooker chuckled and remarked, you are unaware, right? That Zhao Zhiping who just sought trouble with you is a member of the 3rd squad. You publicly thrashed him? Which somewhat humiliated Wang Damo. Thus, Wang Damo originally intended to seek an explanation from you, but instead, your squad captain stepped in and gave him a thorough beating. Truly, your first squad is fierce. After the members fight, the captain joins in as well. This individual is a lifestyle Gu master, not responsible for combat, usually handling information gathering and daily intelligence matters. Upon hearing this, Guwen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha, splendid. I did not expect the captain to be one of us. Well done. The third squad, you say? I'll remember that. Ji Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he would not randomly attack members of the third squad, Wang Damo seeking him out for a confrontation certainly warranted keeping a grudge. The lifestyle Gu master couldn't help but swallow hard. You are holding a grudge against the entire third squad? Truly befitting of a first squad member, aligning perfectly with their principles. Ji Yuan cast another glance at the lifestyle Gu master and asked, by the way, how is Zhao Zhiping? Is he dead? The lifestyle Gu master shook his head. No, there is a Gu doctor within the scavenger who has successfully stabilized his vital signs. However, he won't be able to get out of bed for a while. It seems he will be unable to fulfill his tasks for this month. Failing to complete a task means the scavenger will not disburse salary. After all, the scavenger is not a charity. They will not support Gu masters for free. Ji Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't die? And he isn't disabled? What a pity. I did not expect this lad to be so tough. Had I known, I would have dealt a few more punches. The lifestyle Gu master broke into a cold sweat. He realized that this new member of the first squad seemed to be even more formidable than the veteran members. Ji Yuan patted the lifestyle Gu master's shoulder and said, I'm off. Goodbye. The lifestyle Gu master gazed at Gu Wen's retreating figure, filled with admiration. So strong, so audacious. A true role model. After indulging in the gossip, Gu Wen left the scavenger building, intending to check on his new residence and also to utilize the evolution Gu within. The accommodation assigned to him by the scavenger had been confirmed. Qianlong Bay Community, Building 4, Apartment 601, a small villa with a single unit per floor, a spacious layout. Qianlong Bay Community is one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in the entire Galaxy City, home to individuals of considerable influence and power. Even members of the scavenger might not be allocated such a fine residence. Clearly, Gu Wen, as a third-tier cleaner, still held some significance. The higher the rank, the better the benefits one could enjoy. In the blink of an eye, Gu Wen arrived at Qianlong Bay Community. After confirming his identity with his wristwatch, he was allowed entry into the prestigious neighborhood. The security at Qianlong Bay Community is remarkably commendable. Even the doorman is a first-tier Gu master specializing in combat. In the event of a crisis, countless Gu master security personnel will swiftly assemble to avert any danger posed to the esteemed residents within. Moreover, the community is home to many formidable Gu masters, including numerous members from various factions like the Cleaners, the Underworld, and the Celestial Pavilion. Thus, the safety of this enclave is undoubtedly assured. Many Gu masters are particularly concerned about security, for they too have families, and they cannot always remain at their side. Gu Wen strolled along the cobblestone paths of the community, admiring the picturesque rockeries, artificial fountains, and the splendid flora. A faint smile graced his lips. This place is indeed beautiful and possesses a high level of security. Yet, in the face of the terrifying crises looming over humanity, the idyllic scenes here are utterly vulnerable. In a past life, Qianlong Bay was razed to the ground, leaving the Gu masters within with no chance to flee. Soon, Gu Wen arrived at his designated villa, approached the elevator, and after verifying his identity with his wristwatch, the doors slid open. He swiftly ascended to the 6th floor. Each floor housed a single unit. Upon the elevator's opening, a lavish and sophisticated living room unfolded before him, an expansive 300-square-meter flat. The entrance boasted a spacious foyer for shoe storage, exquisitely decorated. However, Gu Wen paid little heed to such details. He stepped into the living room, shoes on, and began to inspect the premises meticulously, ensuring its safety and checking for any surveillance. After several minutes, utilizing his formidable mental prowess, he conducted a thorough inspection of the entire house, both inside and out, and could ascertain that no traps had been laid. Not even a single hair was found. Clearly, the cleaning lady had maintained the room impeccably. Ji Yuan retrieved a chilled soda from the refrigerator, settled onto the sofa for a moment of leisurely respite, and then commenced examining the Gu worms within his body. The evolution Gu offered an opportunity for evolution every 16 hours. and he needed to select a goo worm for this process, so which one to choose? Guwen first glanced at the lifespan goo, then shook his head decisively. There was no need for contemplation. An orange goo worm could not possibly facilitate the evolution of a red goo worm. The hierarchy within the realm of goo worms is strictly delineated. The red goo worm holds a significantly higher status than the orange variant. The options thereafter were limited. Following the color hierarchy, they included the attack storage goo, invisibility goo, concealment goo, sword goo, and waterfire goo, among others. The attack storage goo was the first to be dismissed, as evolving it would not yield a substantial increase in Guwen's power. It would be more prudent to wait until his third evolution before utilizing the evolution goo on it, as it might produce remarkable results then. As for the invisibility goo and concealment goo, they were similarly disregarded. Their evolution would not bring about significant enhancement. The sword goo was intended for future synthesis into a flying sword goo. Thus it too could not be casually evolved. Should it evolve into another type of goo worm, acquiring the sword goo again would be no easy feat. After careful consideration, Guwen's gaze fell upon the 4-tier waterfire goo. Firstly, the waterfire goo is currently his primary combat goo worm. Without exception, evolving it would maximize his strength. Secondly, the waterfire goo is already at the 4-tier level. Whether it successfully evolves into the 5-tier or undergoes a mutation, both outcomes would be acceptable for Guwen. In contrast, the other goo worms are merely at the 1st tier. Even if they evolve, they would only attain the 2nd tier. Such a loss would be unacceptable. With a thought, Guwen summoned the waterfire goo and commanded, "Waterfire goo, continue to grow stronger." Chapter 43. The untamed Shoutang Mountain Secret Realm Guwen activated the evolution goo within himself. In an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped the waterfire goo, a mysterious and powerful luminescence infused with boundless special energy. The waterfire goo's body trembled slightly, immediately entering a state of evolution. Simultaneously, the heavens announced, "Successfully utilized the evolution goo's power. Waterfire goo is evolving. Evolution direction unknown. Please be patient." Under the embrace of the golden light, the waterfire goo's body shook violently, its structure and cells continuously generating and annihilating, as if searching for the perfect path of evolution. Guwen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was his first time employing the evolution goo, and he was immensely intrigued by its capabilities. In the realm of goo worms, those classified below purple are termed mortal goo, and even when nurtured to perfection, they remain but mortal goo. In contrast, goo worms above the orange level are referred to as immortal goo. The distinction between the mortal and the immortal is but a single word. Yet their powers are worlds apart. Even a perfectly cultivated purple goo worm's value pales in comparison to the most ordinary orange goo worm. Immortal goo typically possess unique energy operation methods. The energy they generate and the aura they release differ significantly from other goo worms. For instance, the golden light emitted by the evolution goo embodies a unique evolutionary power capable of facilitating the evolution of other goo worms. Meanwhile, the lifespan goo can emit a crimson force of longevity, entirely constructed from lifespan energy, though its specific effects remain unknown. Other immortal goo share similar characteristics. Mortal goo may manifest in numerous forms and quantities. Yet, immortal goo exists singularly at any given moment. Immortal goo possess a uniqueness that is unparalleled. This golden evolutionary force may also hold unexplored potentials yet to be unveiled. Guwen gazed thoughtfully at the golden light. Regrettably, the evolution goo is currently only at the 2nd tier. He has yet to unlock its other abilities. Present in his hands, the evolution goo can only function as a relentless evolutionary machine. The 3rd tier requires 5,000 years of lifespan. Acquiring that in the short term is no easy feat. As the evolutionary power infused the waterfire goo, it gradually transformed. The blue-red carapace became increasingly pure, devoid of any impurities. The powers of water and fire grew ever more intertwined. Soon, the evolution was complete. Waterfire goo successfully ascended to the 5 tier, acquiring the new skill, Waterfire Rain. Successfully triggered the evolution goo's special ability. Waterfire goo comprehended a new skill, Waterfire Wings. Guwen furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It was unfortunate that the waterfire goo did not undergo a special evolution, merely advancing from the 4 tier to the 5 tier. Nonetheless, it was still quite satisfactory. Waterfire Rain represents the core skill of the waterfire goo, arguably its most formidable attack. One must reach the 5 tier to comprehend it. Now, the evolution goo had directly elevated the water fire goo to the 5 tier, which is indeed a pleasant surprise. A green goo worm. Achieving the 5 tier is no trivial matter. Firstly, a lifespan of 3,000 years is required, along with various rare materials. Without the evolution goo, he would have had no means to facilitate the water fire goo's success to the 5 tier within a short time frame. Furthermore, it was unexpected that the water fire goo had triggered the evolution goo's special skill, acquiring an ability not originally belonging to it, the water fire wings. From the name alone, it seemed quite impressive. Ji Yuan promptly opened the information to examine the details of these two skills. Water fire rain consumes a substantial amount of physical and mental energy to unleash a vast and powerful deluge of water and fire. Water fire rain will coalesce clouds in the sky before descending, its might immeasurable and lethality immense. Gu Wen nodded slightly. This skill is extraordinarily powerful. In his previous life, he had witnessed an individual wielding a water fire goo unleash water fire rain. Under its onslaught, no living being could survive. This is indeed one of the water fire goo's core ultimate moves. The other ultimate move, naturally, is water flame explosion. The two skills focus on different aspects. Water flame explosion emphasizes instantaneous explosive power with greater might and lethality, while water fire rain excels in group combat. Overall, both skills are exceptionally commendable. Ji Yuan then turned his attention to the next skill, water fire wings. Unlike water fire rain, water fire wings was entirely unprecedented. A special skill birthed by the evolution goo. Water fire wings. Harnessing the powers of water and fire, it allows the user to sprout wings from their back. While the wings are present, the consumption of mental and physical energy increases significantly, providing an enhancement to water and fire-based attacks. Amplifying their power. It also allows for transformation into a flight form, enabling aerial movement, during which energy consumption will further escalate. Ji Yuan quickly perused the introduction and felt his eyes brighten. The water fire wing skill is simple yet formidable. It can be divided into two primary uses. 1. It enhances the power of water and fire, significantly boosting the strength of any water or fire-based forces summoned while the wings are manifested. 2. It grants the ability to fly. Although utilizing these two powers results in a substantial rise in consumption, it matters not. This skill is worth it. The mere capacity for flight is already a delightful surprise for Gu Wen. Typically, only purple goo worms can grant humans the ability to fly. It is astonishing that a green water fire goo has fortuitously awakened such a remarkable skill. The evolution goo is indeed powerful. Gu Wen glanced at the evolution goo, then at the water fire goo, feeling a sense of regret. Unfortunately, the same goo worm can only undergo evolution once. However, this holds true for the current evolution goo. What if his evolution goo were to be elevated to the 5 tier, 6 tier, or even 7 tier? Is there a possibility of unlocking a second evolution capability? That remains an enigma. The evolution of the goo dossier from the previous life remains a closely guarded secret, known to only a select FEW. Ji Yuan shook his head, dismissing the matter. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He would eventually advance the evolution of the goo. At the very least, his combat prowess had once again seen a significant enhancement. Gu Wen stored away the evolution goo. There were still 16 hours remaining on its cooldown, after which he could evolve another goo worm. The upper limit for green goo worms was 5 transformations, and the water and fire goo had now been cultivated to their utmost potential. What kind of devastating power could a fully cultivated green water and fire goo unleash? Gu Wen found himself growing increasingly impatient. Unfortunately, there was currently no one available for a sparring match. At that moment, Gu Wen's watch flickered, indicating a message from the first team group, which tagged everyone. A special secret realm has emerged at Xiatangshan. Those wishing to explore should sign up. Our first team will be led by Vice Captain Zhu Yu, collaborating with other squads. This secret realm is relatively small and poses a low level of danger. Aside from the cleaners, other factions and students will also send personnel to participate. Those with weaker combat abilities can sign up to practice. Li Long. Chapter 44. Keep a close eye on Gu Wan. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Xiatangshan's secret realm? Gu Wen's eyes lit up. Was the exploration of this realm commencing so soon? Although the difficulty was not high, it contained a purple goo jar that could yield a purple goo worm, the flickering goo. This goo jar had been sent to headquarters in the previous life and had been obtained by the higher-ups there. This time, he might be able to intercept it ahead of time. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Wen sent a message. I will participate. Why let such an obvious opportunity slip away, only to leave it for headquarters? That would be madness. I didn't expect our new member to be so eager. In that case, I won't go. Let's give him a chance to shine. Sure way? I won't go either. A micro-secret realm is rather dull. Yi Weixi. Actually, I would like to go, but the old director assigned me some tasks. How infuriating. I have no choice but to sit this one out. By Jingyue, I will go. Count me in. With the three mainstays of the first team all opting out, and Captain Li Long also not participating in this secret realm, the team would now consist solely of Vice Captain Zhu Yu, Gu Wan, and a few other ordinary members of the first team. Ji Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He hadn't anticipated that Li Long and the others would be so selective about their missions. They couldn't even be bothered to attend a realm with such low difficulty. But then again, who could have guessed that this seemingly mundane realm would harbor the flickering goo? Soon after, Bai Jingyue tagged Gu Wan in the group. Good luck. Remember to cling to Vice Captain's leg while we're not there. Although he may not be as monstrous as the captain, he is still quite strong. Sherway added, Indeed, as long as you stay close to him, you will undoubtedly be safe. Yi Weixi concurred. I second that. As a mere second transformation Gu Master, Gu Wan was perceived by them as significantly weaker compared to the official combat Gu Masters of the first team, all of whom were at least third transformation. He was the only exception. This reflected the strength and foundation of the strongest squad in Galaxy City. Ji Yuan chuckled and replied, Understood. After everyone had signed up, Li Long sent another message. Task schedule, tomorrow, gather at the cleaners building at 7 a.m. Point reward, 100. Gu Wan glanced at the task reward, feeling a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. No wonder Sherway and the others were uninterested in participating. With such a meager reward for so many days in the secret realm, it truly seemed unnecessary. After all, Gu Wan had earned 1,000 points for eliminating an evil Gu Master, indirectly leading to the capture of 3 others. 100 points could barely buy a green Gu worm. However, Gu Wan was not overly concerned, as his goal in participating was not points. It was the flickering Gu within. The flickering Gu, a purple Gu worm, possessed abilities akin to teleportation. It could flicker about within a fixed range, and while its energy consumption was considerable, if utilized judiciously, its capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Especially adept at assassination. One could flicker behind an opponent and strike with a single blow. If paired with the stealth Gu and concealment Gu, the opponent might not even realize what had befallen them. Contemplating this, Gu Wan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Something felt amiss. Why was he starting to resemble an assassin-type Gu Master? That shouldn't be the case. Just then, Li Long sent Gu Wan a private message. This task is merely a simple cleanup operation. Prioritize your safety once inside. Zhu Yu can be trusted. Contact him if any issues arise. Clearly, Li Long was quite concerned for Gu Wan. This promising member, Ji Yuan replied, Understood. He couldn't help but feel curious about Vice Captain Zhu Yu. What kind of person was he, in his previous life? Gu Wan had not been well acquainted with the cleaners of Galaxy City. He only knew a few prominent figures like Lu Hao, Li Long, and Yi Ziqing. Zhu Yu had not crossed his radar. However, it seemed that Zhu Yu had also perished in Galaxy City, alongside Li Long, defending the front lines, leaving no trace behind. Before heading to the secret realm, Gu Wan intended to further enhance his own strength. Although he was already formidable enough, capable of easily defeating and killing ordinary third transformation Gu Masters, no one would mind becoming even stronger. With over 2,000 years of lifespan remaining, Gu Wan contemplated for a moment before elevating the running Gu and storage Gu to third transformation, while upgrading the stealth Gu, concealment Gu, and sword Gu to second transformation. The second transformation of the stealth Gu and concealment Gu did not unlock new skills, but their existing stealth capabilities were significantly enhanced. The improvement to the sword Gu was modest, primarily in terms of sharpness. The most notable enhancement of the running Gu was, of course, in speed, and after reaching the third transformation, it also unlocked a new skill. Jump. You can jump higher and farther. This skill is straightforward, allowing Gu Wan to leap with remarkable height and agility, akin to a flea. While it may seem nearly useless on flat ground, it would be an entirely different matter in a forest. After this series of enhancements, Gu Wan found his lifespan dwindling to a mere double-digit figure. Lifespan truly was a fleeting resource. Ji Yuan shook his head. He had just obtained a millennium-long longevity worm, yet his lifespan had already diminished so rapidly. Hopefully, within the secret realm, he could find an opportunity to absorb more lifespan. This expedition into the secret realm would not only involve the cleaners. Thus, Guwen thought that if a ripe opportunity presented itself, he might just engage in some fishing for law enforcement, eliminating a few individuals and absorbing their lifespans, which would also facilitate the growth of his supreme talent, Slayer. One other thing piqued Guwen's curiosity. If he were to slay a ferocious beast, would he also be able to absorb its lifespan? Furthermore, would his Slayer talent activate when slaying ferocious beasts? At least during his earlier encounters with wild boars and kittens, it had not activated. Perhaps due to their insufficient capabilities? After all, they were merely low-tier ferocious beasts. Uncertain. However, he would find out tomorrow. A smile inadvertently crept across Guwen's face. The thought of slaughter made him unable to contain his amusement. The wilderness was the place where someone like him thrived, for there he could kill. How could one kill so freely within the city? Meanwhile, in another location, Director Lu Hao, Captain Li Long, and a somewhat rotund man named Zhu Yu stood in an office. Lu Hao and Li Long wore serious expressions. We must keep a close watch on Guwen. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Zhu Yu smiled, assuring, rest assured, I will ensure his safety. Lu Hao shook his head, his eyes filled with concern. Note, my worry is not for him. It's for others. This time, we are not the only ones entering the secret realm. Zhu Yu seemed unconvinced. What could a second transformation Gu Master accomplish? Is he going to kill everyone? Don't worry. With me around, there won't be any accidents. Thank you all for your gifts and support. Also, for those with time, please leave a 5-star review and encourage updates. Thank you. Chapter 45, Big Fool Chun. What are you up to? That day, Guwen headed to the mall to purchase some supplies that might be useful in the secret realm. Surviving in the secret realm was akin to surviving in the wilderness. The more prepared one was, the better. Guwen first visited a specialty outdoor survival store, acquiring a substantial quantity of sturdy ropes, several pots, entrenching tools, insect repellent, and other essentials. He also bought plenty of compressed rations and energy drinks. Although he was a Gu Master, these basic supplies were still necessary. No one could predict what kind of crises might arise in the secret realm. It was always better to be overprepared than to be caught off guard when issues arose before long. Guwen had gathered most of what he needed and was about to leave when he suddenly overheard two girls nearby discussing matters concerning Xiaotangshan. Do we really need to buy so many useless items for the secret realm? Of course. Since it's what the teacher requires, we'll do as instructed. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope we don't encounter any overly dangerous ferocious beasts. Fear not, for with Teacher Wang leading the way, we are in capable hands. After all, Teacher Wang is a seasoned 2-turn Gu Master. Moreover, numerous cleaners will also venture into the secret realm to explore. How delightful. Cleaners are truly impressive. I aspire to join their ranks someday. Without a doubt, we will be able to enlist as cleaners in the future. After all, we are exemplary students of the Galaxy Academy, and today we can refine Gu insects, becoming qualified Gu Masters. Listening to the discussions of the two girls, Guwen pondered thoughtfully. Are these students preparing to undergo trials in the Xiaotangshan secret realm? How fortuitous. But then, would that White Lotus, who once conspired against him, also enter the secret realm? If she does, he shall not hold back. A gentle smile graced Guwen's lips, yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of icy malice. The secret realm is a lawless land. Here, he can act as he pleases, as long as he remains unseen. Zhang Xinqing, I hope we can meet soon, Guwen smiled. Not having killed Zhang Xinqing in his past life has always been a regret of his. Had he not been betrayed by her, he would still be a student at this time, able to formally choose his first Gu insect and become a Gu Master, embarking on a life of distinction. However, reality offers no alternatives, and he finds himself preferring the life he leads now. What is the point of being a student? The thrill of slaughter is far more captivating. The next day, Guwen rose early, freshened up, and took the elevator, ready to head to the cleaners building to embark on his first group mission of this life. The elevator jolted slightly, halting at the 5th floor. There, a girl clad in black, with a cold demeanor, entered. Her calm gaze swept over Guwen before she turned her back, maintaining an air of frosty indifference. A neighbor from the 5th floor? Guwen observed the girl's silhouette. Deep in thought, the mental energy within her intriguing. A 3-turn Gu Master, or perhaps a 4-turn. How fascinating. This small galaxy city truly harbors hidden talents. He must utilize his authority at the cleaners building to investigate who this girl is. It is not that Gu Wen enjoys prying into others' privacy. Rather, he dislikes the presence of those he cannot control lingering so close to him. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Thus, by toppling all the dangers surrounding him, he ensures his safety. At the cleaners building, many workers arrived early due to a special task. Upon seeing Gu Wen, Yi Ziqing greeted him with delight, exclaiming, "Senior Gu Wen, I heard you would be participating in this secret realm trial." Gu Wen rubbed his head, wondering when this girl would change how she addressed him. He is only 18. Indeed, since I have some free time, it would be beneficial to explore the secret realm, broaden my horizons, and hone my practical skills, Gu Wen replied, fabricating lies effortlessly. Yi Ziqing nodded, albeit with a hint of regret as she remarked, "This time, I am leading Team 2, but it's unfortunate you aren't part of our team. Otherwise, I could protect you closely. Yet, even so, should you require assistance, feel free to call on me. Team 2 is always on standby." Gu Wen raised an eyebrow. Protect closely? Just how closely? He glanced at Yi Ziqing's alluring figure. Had he known such services were available, he might have considered joining Team 2 sooner. Nearby members of Team 2 gazed at Gu Wen with envious expressions, as if questioning, who is he? Why does Yi Ziqing hold him in such high regard? How enviable. Gu Wen then proceeded to the changing room of the cleaners building, donning his combat attire, as it was customary to wear such clothing for group missions. The fitted black outfit suited him well. Gu Wen admired his reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, quite dashing. No wonder it's me. At precisely 7 a.m., a slightly plump man in combat attire entered. A straw dangling from his mouth, he casually assessed the number of people present before announcing, "Is everyone here?" He was none other than Zhu Yu, the vice-captain of Team 1, Yi Ziqing, adorned in her combat attire, exuded confidence with her long red hair cascading behind her as she stepped forward. "I have already called the roll. Everyone is present." Zhu Yu nodded and addressed the assembly. "This operation will involve members from both Team 1 and Team 2. Our objective is to clear the Xiatangshan secret realm. I am the team leader, Zhu Yu, and the vice-captain is Yi Ziqing. Once we enter the secret realm, it will be akin to entering a battlefield. All must obey my commands. Should anyone defy my orders, I reserve the right to take immediate action. Is that understood?" In unison, the crowd responded, "Understood." Gu Wen observed Zhu Yu with surprise. He had not anticipated that not only was Li Long from Team 1 highly regarded, but Zhu Yu also commanded considerable respect. In such a setting, winning hearts typically signifies strength. If he were not formidable, he would not achieve such standing. Zhu Yu, satisfied with the response, lingered on Gu Wen for a few moments, intrigued by this individual whom both the director and Li Long seemed to hold in high esteem. Zhu Yu continued, "Furthermore, as the difficulty of this secret realm is not high and it does not harbor many formidable beasts, some students from the Galaxy Academy, along with other factions, will also participate in this mission. The lives of those from other factions are inconsequential. The students will conduct their trials on the periphery while we are tasked with clearing the core area. We will maintain a respectful distance, but should these students encounter danger, we are obliged to rescue them. After all, they are the flowers of our nation. Is that clear?" Once more, the group responded in unison. "Clear." Gu Wen regarded Zhu Yu thoughtfully and inquired, "Vice-Captain Zhu, I have a question. If these students were to inadvertently perish within the secret realm, would we be held accountable?" At this, Zhu Yu's body twitched slightly, and his gaze fixed intently on Gu Wen. "Is such a question appropriate for anyone to ask? What on earth are you implying?" The other members glanced at Gu Wen, their expressions tinged with apprehension. They realized that this new recruit, who had publicly confronted Zhao Zhiping, was indeed quite peculiar. To strike Zhao Zhiping was one thing, but to suggest the complete annihilation of students? Truly astonishing. Even Yi Ziqing found herself swallowing hard. Is this the mindset of a genius? After a brief hesitation, Zhu Yu replied, "While legally we would not be held accountable should they all perish, the responsibility for their safety lies with their teachers. We are not their babysitters. However, they are, after all, the flowers of our nation, and should they face danger, we must exert our utmost efforts to rescue them. Most importantly, we must never lay a hand on them. That would be a violation. We are cleaners, not wicked Gu masters." Throughout Zhu Yu's speech, his gaze remained fixed on Gu Wen, clearly addressing him alone, as none of the others exhibited such bizarre tendencies. Gu Wen shrugged. "Why do you all look at me like that? I merely posed a hypothetical." Who knows what unforeseen events might transpire within the secret realm? I'm not one to relish in killing. The others twitched slightly at his words. Not one to relish in killing? Oh, but you certainly are. After all, Gu Wan was the first in Galaxy City to join the cleaners by pledging to eliminate wicked Gu masters. Zhu Yu regarded Gu Wan with a wry smile. I sincerely hope you are correct. After Zhu Yu delivered a few standard remarks, the group boarded a bus, setting off towards Xiatangshan. Xiatangshan is merely a small hill within Galaxy City, not particularly large. The Xiatangshan secret realm is similarly modest, with low difficulty. It stands in stark contrast to the perilous Lizard Mountain secret realm. Lizard Mountain, the largest mountain in Galaxy City, derives its name from its resemblance to a giant lizard. And its secret realm is notoriously dangerous. Countless cleaners and various factions have explored the Lizard Mountain secret realm repeatedly, yet they have only scratched the surface. It has been rated as a level secret realm, while Xiatangshan is rated the lowest, an F level, on the bus. Yi Ziqing chose to sit beside Gu Wan, attracting envious glances from many. Breathing in the fragrance emanating from her, Gu Wan frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. The space had been ample for one, but now it felt cramped with another person. How bothersome. After taking a moment, Yi Ziqing produced a pure jade pendant and handed it to Gu Wan, saying, Senior, this is a communication jade pendant I carry with me. Should you encounter any danger in the secret realm, you can use it to contact me. I will promptly bring Team 2 to your aid. In addition, this jade pendant is capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a third-tier Gu master. Although it holds little utility for me, I believe it would be of great benefit to you. To endure a full-force attack from a third-tier Gu master? What a remarkable item! Gu Wan's interest was piqued as he glanced at Yi Ziqing, and upon observing her exquisitely beautiful face, he suddenly found her less bothersome than before. Had he known there was a gift involved, this misunderstanding could have been avoided. Without hesitation, Gu Wan accepted the jade pendant, smilingly stating, Since this is your goodwill, I cannot refuse. I shall gladly accept it. A treasure capable of withstanding the full force of a third-tier Gu master. This is precisely what Gu Wan needed. With this jade pendant in hand, even when facing a fourth-tier Gu master, he would not risk being instantly killed in a single blow. As long as he remained alive, he could swiftly employ the invisibility Gu and concealment Gu to vanish from sight. His means of self-preservation had been significantly enhanced. Even when confronted by an assassin, he felt no fear. Upon seeing Gu Wan accept the jade pendant, Yi Ziqing felt a surge of happiness within her. She had genuinely feared that he would reject her offer. Gu Wan had healed her Gale Gu for a mere 3 million silver coins, and she had long felt indebted to him. This way, her heart felt much lighter. On the bus, the others gazed at the jade pendant in Gu Wan's possession, their eyes widening and reddening with jealousy, almost burning with envy, particularly intense jealousy. If it were merely a jade pendant, they might not have paid it much mind. However, the most significant aspect was that this pendant was Yi Ziqing's personal talisman, which she had always worn around her neck, typically resting against her ample bosom. Yi Ziqing, being straightforward, had not noticed this detail, but how could the others possibly overlook it? Jealousy. Extreme jealousy. Gu Wan, holding the pendant, felt the searing gazes of the surrounding male Gu masters, as though they were about to devour him whole. He shook his head, thinking, a beauty is a source of trouble. Is it really just a jade pendant that warrants such commotion? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Wan decided to tease these male Gu masters. He deliberately brought the pendant to his nose, inhaling its fragrance, and was immediately met with a delicate aroma, a milky scent. At this, the other Gu masters completely lost their composure, trembling and on the verge of shedding envious tears, wishing they could pummel Gu Wan. However, they dared not. On one hand, they feared offending the first team, and on the other, they were uncertain whether they could contend with Gu Wan. This man, who commanded the respect of Lu Hao, Li Long, Yi Ziqing, and even Zhu Yu, could not possibly be a simple character. After all, foolish individuals like Zhao Zhiping were in the minority. In the blink of an eye, the bus arrived at the Xiaotang Mountain secret realm. Zhu Yu led the way, descending from the bus. At the entrance of the Xiaotang Mountain secret realm, countless individuals had already gathered. To the left stood a group of students, all clad in uniforms, clearly the students of Galaxy Academy. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, excitement, admiration, and eagerness as they gazed at the bus. For the vast majority of these students, custodians were their idols, the very figures they aspired to become in the future. Their aim was to participate in the trial. To the right, there were also over 20 individuals. These were members of other factions allocated slots by the cleaners, granting them entry into the Shouthang Mountain's secret realm for exploration. After all, when the cleaners feast, they must allow others a taste of the broth. Both groups had arrived early to await the opening of the secret realm, while the cleaners arrived leisurely, as the strongest faction with the most authoritative voice naturally had the right to keep everyone waiting. Gu Wen casually surveyed the Galaxy Academy students from the bus. Soon, a smile graced his lips. What a coincidence Gu Wen had anticipated. The White Lotus Zhang Xinqing, who had falsely accused him of secretly filming and sexual harassment, along with her sycophant Wang Chunwei and numerous former classmates, were among the crowd. Ji Yuan had once been the top genius of Galaxy Academy, excelling in humanities. Naturally, all his classmates were high achievers, increasing their chances of being selected for such practical training opportunities. At this moment, his former classmates gazed at the custodians with excitement and admiration, oblivious to the fact that Gu Wen was also among them. Wang Yuan, a teacher from Galaxy Academy, approached Zhu Yu with a beaming smile, saying, "You must be Captain Zhu. Hello." Wang Yuan was a second-tier Gu master, holding a significant position within Galaxy Academy, but his status paled in comparison to the cleaners. After all, any random member of the first team was a third-tier Gu master. Everything will proceed as discussed with the director. You will have your students train at the periphery, and they absolutely must not enter the inner area. Zhu Yu instructed with a smile, appearing friendly. Wang Yuan nodded promptly. Rest assured, Captain Zhu, I will keep a close watch on them. For some reason, Zhu Yu suddenly recalled Gu Wen's smile, stirring a sense of unease within him. He shook his head and added, I hope you can keep an eye on them. Otherwise, you may pay a heavy price. Wang Yuan looked puzzled. At a heavy price? That seems excessive. This is merely an ordinary micro-secret realm. The cleaners have already dispatched adept Gu masters to explore it, and there shouldn't be any significant dangers. Why would Zhu Yu say such a thing? However, Wang Yuan dismissed the thought, believing Zhu Yu was merely trying to intimidate his students to ensure their compliance and prevent them from venturing into the core area. Don't worry, Captain Zhu. I know my students well, Wang Yuan assured him. Amidst the crowd, Gu Wen observed Wang Yuan with a slight smirk. Ah, Teacher Wang. He is quite a decent instructor. During my time at Galaxy Academy, he provided me with much guidance, teaching me a great deal. He even stood up for me when I was falsely accused. Yet, in the end, it is of little consequence. Meanwhile, another group approached, their expressions tense and trembling as they addressed Zhu Yu. We are from the Yama Hall, the Immortal Pavilion, and the Assassins Association. Hello, Captain Zhu. We will rely on your assistance during this expedition into the secret realm. The three leaders were all third-tier Gu masters. Yet even among third-tier Gu masters, distinctions existed. It was evident that these individuals held a degree of trepidation towards Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu regarded them with indifference, unperturbed by their fear, and spoke plainly. I have no time to babysit you. Do as you please once inside. As long as you abide by the rules, if you break them, I shall tear you apart and stuff your arms into your own skins. Cold sweat trickled down the backs of the listeners, and they hurriedly nodded. Yes, Captain Zhu, you can rest assured. Witnessing this scene, Gu Wen felt a sense of surprise. He had not anticipated that not only the cleaners internally respected Zhu Yu, but that members of other factions would also exhibit such deference. This vice-captain, Zhu Yu, seemed to possess some substance, albeit lacking in decorum. Why resort to threats of stuffing arms into skins at the slightest disagreement? If one were to stuff something, it would make more sense to stuff their heads instead. At that moment, the students from Galaxy Academy were also engaged in lively discussion. Wow, this Captain Zhu is so handsome. Though he's a bit chubby, he seems incredibly strong and gives off a sense of security. The other custodians are also quite dashing. Their black combat uniforms are simply too cool. I want to join the cleaners in the future. We are all Gu masters now. Although we are still unremarkable, we will surely qualify to join the cleaners in due time. Just look at how the other factions are intimidated. It shows how powerful the cleaners truly are. Zhang Xinqing stood amidst the crowd, observing Zhu Yu, her beautiful eyes flickering as she seemed lost in thought. Beside her, her number one sycophant, Wang Chunwei, marveled. So handsome. Xinqing, I will definitely join the cleaners in the future and become a captain. Then I shall protect you. Zhang Xinqing frowned, her expression icy. Don't speak so intimately. We are not that close. Wang Chunwei, undeterred, maintained a cheerful demeanor, accustomed to such rejections. Zhang Xinqing silently clenched her fists, whispering to herself, I must become a powerful Gu master. I must. Zhang Xinqing had always been a person willing to employ any means to achieve her goals. Her initial scheme to frame Gu Wen stemmed from his consistent top scores in humanities and his indifference toward her, unlike other male classmates who were enamored with her. Thus, she devised a plan to eliminate Gu Wen, fearing he might impede her future and prospects. After all, resources allocated within the school were limited. Only with Gu Wen out of the picture would she have the opportunity to secure more resources. At that moment, Zhang Xinqing suddenly felt as if someone from the cleaners was watching her. However, when she turned her gaze towards them, she found nothing unusual. Frowning slightly, she brushed it off. After all, she considered herself an undeniable beauty, and if someone from the cleaners were to steal glances at her, she would not be surprised. In fact, she would welcome the attention. After all, the janitors are all exceptionally formidable, having always been the individuals she yearned to rely on and seek refuge with. This time, the Secret Realm trial may very well present an opportunity. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xinqing deliberately flashed a pure, girlish smile in the direction of the janitors, appearing sweet and charming. Indeed, a few of the janitors felt a stir of interest. However, due to Zhu Yu's presence ahead, they dared not move, pretending as if nothing had transpired. After all, the janitors are part of an official organization. While their private actions may not be heavily scrutinized, they must adhere to strict conduct during missions. Should anyone act too frivolously or ostentatiously, they would undoubtedly face repercussions upon their return. Unless Point One is a genius or a powerhouse, at this moment, after finishing discussions with other major factions, Zhu Yu approached the entrance of the Secret Realm alone, preparing to unlock it. The entrance to the Xiaotangshan Secret Realm lies at the foot of Xiaothang Mountain. The entrance resembles a three-dimensional face mirror, standing about 2 meters tall, revealing only a swirling mist within, obscuring the shape inside. Zhu Yu produced a seal and pressed it forcefully against the face mirror entrance. Whoosh! In an instant, the mist dissipated, transforming the entrance into a dark passageway, leading directly into the depths of the Xiaotangshan Secret Realm. Chapter 48. This world is not benevolent upon witnessing the opening of the Secret Realm entrance. Every eye, save for the janitors, gleamed with curiosity, eager to rush in and explore. The janitors, however, had long grown accustomed to the Secret Realm and felt no excitement. Standing at the entrance, Zhu Yu turned to the crowd and spoke, Remember everything I say next. Once you enter, continue walking straight until you reach the end. You will be teleported to the heart of the Xiaotangshan Secret Realm, the core area. This is where we janitors and the other major factions should be heading. As for our mission, I shall not elaborate further. Each secret realm has its unique entrance and method of transportation. The method and rules for the Xiaotangshan Secret Realm have clearly been unearthed by the janitors. It is a common and straightforward teleportation method. The distance traveled within the secret realm dictates the teleportation area. Ji Yuan nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, reaching the perimeter would be simple. One merely needs to enter the secret realm and remain still to be teleported to the outskirts. And once there, Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He harbored no malicious intent. He simply wished to catch up with an old classmate. Zhu Yu continued, As for the students of Galaxy Academy, upon entering the secret realm, you will encounter a black light curtain. At that point, simply halt your progress. Do not venture any further. Otherwise, you will be teleported to the heart of the realm, where survival is nearly impossible. Will we die? The moment those words left his lips, countless students turned pale with fear. They were merely students, unaccustomed to such scenarios. To demonstrate her resolve, Zhang Xinqing promptly stepped forward and addressed Zhu Yu. Captain Zhu, please rest assured. We are the most outstanding and elite students of Galaxy Academy. We will not cause any trouble. Wang Chunwei quickly echoed. Indeed, indeed. The core area is entrusted to you, while we will handle the outskirts. Zhu Yu merely cast a calm glance at them before turning back to the secret realm entrance, stating flatly, Janitors, let's move. With that, Zhu Yu strode directly into the secret realm, and the other janitors followed suit, one by one stepping into the entrance. Although the entrance was uniform, the locations to which each person was teleported varied entirely. The area was determined by the distance covered at the entrance, followed by random allocation within that area, relying solely on luck. Before entering the secret realm, Yizicheng did not forget to glance at Gu Wen, saying, Senior Gu, Please be cautious once inside. After all, you are merely a second-tier Goo Master. Should danger arise, do not hesitate to contact me. You possess my jade pendant, allowing you to sense my location. Ji Yuan nodded and smiled. Understood. How could he possibly face danger? He was only heading to the outskirts. Ji Yuan stood at the rear of the janitors, being the last to enter the secret realm. Before crossing the threshold, a smile spread across his face, one that was both radiant and slightly unhinged. Finally, the moment for revenge had arrived. Although Zhang Xinqing had met a grim fate in her past life, it felt somewhat unsatisfactory not to exact retribution personally. As Goo Wen entered the secret realm, he was immediately enveloped in a shroud of black mist. He halted in his tracks, awaiting the teleportation to commence. At this moment, within the crowd from Galaxy Academy, Zhang Xinqing gazed at Goo Wen's silhouette, her delicate brows furrowing suddenly, her heart racing. That figured. Why does it seem so familiar? Could it be Ji Yuan? But soon, she shook her head. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. Goo Wen was merely an ordinary person, not even a Goo Master. How could he possibly join the janitors? Moreover, members eligible to participate in the janitorial exploration team could not be inexperienced. Only the strong were qualified to register and enter the secret realm for exploration. Contemplating Goo Wen, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Xinqing's eyes as she thought, Humph, those who offend me must perish. Goo Wen, do not blame me. Blame yourself for excelling in your liberal arts studies and snatching my white goo jar. Though I, Zhang Xinqing, may not care for such a paltry item, I absolutely will not allow anyone to stand above me. No, to trample on my head. As the janitors vanished completely, the other factions felt a sense of relief. Their lips curling into smirks as they grew bolder. Teske, those insufferable janitors. What audacity! Humph! If only our branch in Galaxy City were stronger. Would that Zhu Yu dare to disregard us? Let us go. It is time to hunt beasts and dig for goo jars. Have you not noticed that among Galaxy Academy, there are several striking young ladies? I must admit, they are quite appealing, exuding a youthful charm. With the janitors absent, the Goo Masters from other factions unleashed their true nature, leering with lecherous gazes at the students of Galaxy Academy. Especially Zhang Xinqing, standing at the forefront, was subjected to 1,000 lecherous stares, causing her to retreat hurriedly into the crowd. Teacher Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, positioning himself protectively in front of the students, admonishing, What do you intend to do? Do not forget that Captain Zhu is inside the secret realm. Do you wish for me to summon him? Or should I call the General Commander Li Long? Upon hearing this, the factions hesitated, fear etched on their faces. After all, Galaxy City is the territory of the janitors. If Zhu Yu and Li Long, those two madmen, were to become enraged, wiping them out would not be out of the question. They finally refrained from making any further reckless remarks, merely scoffing and shaking their heads as they turned to enter the secret realm. Offending the janitors? Forget it. They had no desire to court death, as the various factions entered the secret realm. Wang Yuan sighed softly and instructed the students, Remember, in this world, Goo Masters can be more perilous than fierce beasts or monsters. All factions outside the janitors are not righteous. Keep your distance. The students' faces turned ashen, their hearts racing. The murderous aura and scent of blood emanating from those Goo Masters had nearly rendered them faint. These individuals had truly taken lives and committed countless cruel acts. In that moment, they finally realized that this world is not a friendly one. Zhang Xinqing's complexion turned pale as she reassured herself. It's all right. As long as I can become a powerful Goo Master, no one will dare to treat me this way again. Beside her, Zhang Chunwei eagerly chimed in, I will protect you once I become strong. Zhang Xinqing shot him a look filled with disdain. Zhang Chunwei protecting her? Humph. The very thought terrified her. Should he truly gain strength, he might even assault her. She knew Zhang Chunwei too well. Chapter 49. Is this not disgracing the organization? After entering the secret realm, Goo Wen experienced a whirlwind sensation for approximately 3 seconds, as a faint ripple of spatial energy enveloped him, transporting him into the Xiatangshan secret realm. The secret realm can be understood as a self-contained space, existing as an appendage to the primary realm of Blue Star, scattered across the globe. Goo Wen opened his eyes, he found himself amidst a dense jungle, where the air was rich with spiritual energy, imparting a refreshing aroma. Upon landing, Goo Wen immediately entered a state of vigilance, deploying his formidable mental energy to explore the surroundings and assess the environment from all directions. Once assured there was no immediate danger, he finally relaxed. This should be the outskirts of the Xiaotangshan's secret realms. Oh, what should I do next? First, I should don a mask. Gu Wen casually retrieved a black face mask from his space and donned it over his face. Though it imparted a somewhat nefarious feeling, it was inconsequential. After all, he has joined the cleaners. If he truly intended to engage in nefarious deeds, it would be unwise to do so too brazenly. Wouldn't it? That would tarnish the organization's reputation. As for the combat attire, he decided not to change it. It was too much trouble. After all, as long as he covered his face with a mask, whatever transpired next would be of no concern to him. Regarding the combat uniform, it must have been a replica crafted by a malevolent sorcerer. What connection does it bear to Gu Wen? Once he masked himself, Gu Wen strode confidently through the forest, marking his first visit to this hidden realm of Xiaotang Mountain. It was imperative to explore. Who knows, he might stumble upon other peculiar jars. As he wandered, Gu Wen encountered a leopard adorned with patterns, its robust frame suggesting it weighed over 500 pounds. Judging by its size, it hardly resembled a mere leopard. Rather, it appeared akin to a formidable tiger. With piercing eyes and muscular form, it exuded strength. Gu Wen scanned the leopard with his mental prowess, only to furrow his brow in disappointment. Pathetically weak. Merely an ordinary first-tier beast, while slightly stronger than the subpar creatures. It was still underwhelming as Gu Wen ambled about with an air of confidence, blatantly revealing his presence. The leopard's keen senses immediately detected him. It crouched low, its icy gaze assessing Gu Wen as if determining his worth as a meal. Meanwhile, Gu Wen remained unfazed, steadily advancing toward the leopard. As he drew closer, the leopard's wariness grew, prompting it to launch a sudden attack with a furious roar. It leapt high into the air, reaching an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters. In the sunlight, the leopard appeared majestic and powerful. Extending its razor-sharp claws, it aimed to deliver a lethal blow to Gu Wen's head. Yet Gu Wen remained composed. In his hand, he summoned the sword Gu, transforming it into a long, ethereal blue blade, keen and glistening with a blood groove. Faced with the airborne leopard, Gu Wen merely thrust forward with serene precision. Swish! The blade whizzed through the air, piercing the leopard's forehead. Blood flowed into the groove of the sword Gu, dripping to the ground. With a forceful swing, Gu Wen discarded the leopard's lifeless body onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Successfully gained 30 years of life. Miraculous talent, Slayer activated, increasing strength and speed. Upon hearing the celestial notification, Gu Wen's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent! He had not anticipated that a fierce beast could trigger the lifespan Gu and his talents. This meant that the reason he had failed to activate them when slaying the wild boar and leopard cat was due to their insufficient strength. After all, those two were merely subpar beasts. However, this leopard was a first-tier beast. Could it be that only beasts of first tier and above could activate the lifespan Gu and Slayer? Gu Wen pondered thoughtfully. If that were the case, he could explore more hidden realms. For they were abundant with all manner of bizarre creatures. If he exterminated them all, wouldn't his growth be rapid? With sufficient strength and the ability to protect himself, Gu Wen could even venture out to sea ahead of schedule. Heading to the east, slaughtering the little sunbathers could also be a means of becoming stronger, and quite efficient at that. However, there was no need to contemplate such distant matters. Just as Gu Wen prepared to depart, he noticed a faint white glow emanating from the leopard's body. Surprised, he approached the white Gu jar. The drop rate in this Xiaotang mountain was astonishingly high. Gu Wen knelt beside the leopard's body, gently prodding with the sword Gu, revealing a white wooden Gu jar beneath the carcass in this world. Upon slaying fierce beasts, demon creatures, ghosts, demons, vampires, werewolves, and all manner of non-human beings, there was a possibility of uncovering Gu jars. Soon, these extraordinary beings would descend upon various locales in this world, most of them still residing within hidden realms. Gu Wen lifted the white Gu jar with his sword Gu and grasped it in his hand, revealing its information. This white Gu jar contains a lump of foul feces. You would not want to open it. The moment you do, the feces Gu will appear in your hand. Gu Wen's lips twitched in disbelief. This unfortunate Gu jar was more trouble than it was worth. He casually tossed the white Gu jar aside, leaving it next to the leopard's corpse, departing without a backward glance. Whether some unfortunate soul would stumble upon this white goo jar and succumb to temptation was of no concern to him. He merely discarded it as refuse. It was certainly not his intention to tempt anyone into opening the white goo jar and facing the consequences of the foulness within. Absolutely not. Shortly after Gu Wen's departure, students from the Galaxy Academy began to arrive at the outskirts of the Xiaotang Mountain Hidden Realm, one of whom happened to be a familiar face, Wang Chunwei, Zhang Xinqing's top dog. Upon spotting the leopard's corpse, Wang Chunwei was taken aback, trembling with fear as he hesitated to approach, spending a full minute mustering his courage. Only then did he cautiously edge closer to the leopard's lifeless body. Gazing at the sword wound, he was astounded, his eyes widening with excitement. This had to be the work of a senior from the cleaners. How formidable! A single strike to kill. As a student of the Galaxy Academy, Wang Chunwei had some discernment. Soon, his eyes lit up. This is Dada Goo Jar, Chapter 50. This is, for heaven's sake, just a lump of dung. Upon discovering the goo jar, Wang Chunwei's heart raced, and he swallowed hard. Unable to believe his incredible fortune in stumbling upon a goo jar in the wild. Was this a trophy dropped by the leopard? It seemed the big shot had no interest in the white goo jar. Truly deserving of their reputation? Wang Chunwei nodded, his imagination running wild. He envisioned a scene. A cold, indifferent cleaner clad in combat gear, wielding a long sword, effortlessly slaying the leopard, and upon the leopard's discarded white goo jar. The cleaner merely scoffed. The white goo jar? Let the students have it with that. The cleaner departed with flair. The thought of this image filled Wang Chunwei with exhilaration. He picked up the white goo jar, gripping it tightly, and expressed his gratitude. Senior, though we are strangers, I thank you for your gift. I, Wang Chunwei, will utilize your goo jar to grow stronger. The white goo jar required 10 years of life, and Wang Chunwei was fortunate enough not to lack such time. He was a natural-born longevity star, destined to live to 120 years. Without hesitation, he chose to open the white goo jar in an instant. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings. Then, much to Wang Chunwei's delight, a lump of dung appeared in his hand. Staring at the sticky substance, he was momentarily bewildered. This is slime goo? Or jelly goo? Wait, something's off. Why does it smell so foul? Could it be a dung goo? Well, that could work. If refined, I could unleash dung attacks on others. At that point, I could coerce Zhang Xinqing into that well, if she resists. I'll just use dung to persuade her. She is so averse to filth that she would surely comply. The more he imagined, the more excited he became, lowering his gaze to inspect the contents of his hand. The next moment, Wang Chunwei's face turned green. He let out a furious roar. Damn it. This is, for heaven's sake, just a lump of dung. Big shot. I hate you. Even if it wasn't intentional, I still must hate you. Meanwhile, Gu Wen had just finished cleaning out a cave, where he had slain a female bear and a juvenile cub, gaining another 40 years of life. Though, sadly, no goo jar had dropped. Emerging from the cave, he felt a twinge of regret. Why was it that he encountered only fierce beasts and not any students? Just as Gu Wen lamented his luck, a female classmate happened to stroll by. This girl sported a ponytail and had fair skin, with a hint of baby fat, large eyes, but she was rather short, likely only around 5 feet tall. She exuded a petite, lowly-like charm. Gu Wen's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached, calling out, "Classmate, please wait." Hearing his voice, the little lowly instinctively turned her gaze, her face paling as she screamed, Don't come any closer. What do you want? My teacher is nearby. He is a 4th-tier Goo Master." It was no wonder the little lowly was frightened. With a mask on his face and a bloodied sword in hand, Gu Wen hardly appeared to be a figure of virtue. Gu Wen's lips twitched. Your teacher is a 4th-tier? When did Wang Yuan, who has been a 2nd-tier Goo Master for a lifetime, become a 4th-tier? Why was he unaware of this? Shaking his head in resignation, Gu Wen replied, "Little girl, look at my attire. I am with the cleaners, not a villain." The little lowly, however, was not easily deceived. Furrowing her brow in suspicion, she hesitated before asking, "If you are with the cleaners, why are you wearing a mask?" The consultant's demeanor remained calm as he spoke softly. "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. There are issues surrounding the periphery of this secret realm, and Captain Zhu has dispatched me to address them." Observing the seriousness in Gu Wen's expression, the young girl could not help but believe him to some extent. A glance at Gu Wen's combat attire revealed that it indeed resembled that of a cleaner. "Are you truly a janitor?" the little girl asked tentatively. "Absolutely," Gu Wen responded with conviction, for he had not uttered a falsehood. "Wow, I never expected a janitor would approach me for conversation. You have always been my idol. Big brother, you are so handsome. I adore you," the young girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she dashed over to him. Ji Yuan's lips twitched slightly. "Must the contrast be this pronounced? Little sister, are you particularly fond of such contrasts? You believe I'm a janitor simply because I say so?" How easily deceived. Ji Yuan regarded the little girl with what he considered a friendly smile and inquired, "What is your name, dear?" Though his smile was amiable, the little girl, oblivious to his intentions, replied without hesitation, "My name is Li Duo, a student from Class 3 at Galaxy Academy." "Li Duo, you say that I see. Have you discovered any means to locate your classmates? Captain Zhu has tasked me with a matter that requires additional hands. Upon completion, all of you shall receive rewards," Gu Wen improvised. Feeling no qualms about deceiving the little girl, Li Duo was utterly thrilled by this news. "Really? Can I join too? This feels like an early invitation to be a cleaner. How exciting!" Her enthusiasm was palpable as she bounded up to Gu Wen, completely shedding her initial trepidation. Clearly, this girl possessed quite a bold spirit, having entirely overlooked the fact that Gu Wen was still clad in a black mask. "Big brother, before entering the secret realm, our teacher provided each of us with an identity tag, enabling us to sense each other's locations. The teacher instructed us to gather first and then form groups. All the classmates have already proceeded to the assembly point. You can come with me." Li Duo divulged everything she knew without reservation, completely unaware that she was unwittingly inviting a wolf into her midst, a wolf that relished in carnage. Ji Yuan smiled. "Is that so? How wonderful. You are truly a remarkable little girl. Such a splendid little girl. Best to send her to the opposing forces. We certainly do not want her on our side." Gu Wen could not help but muse, fortunate that he was a good person with no malicious intent. Otherwise, these students would likely perish without a trace. Nevertheless, did he genuinely harbor no ill intentions? Cough. "That was of no consequence. Big brother, let us go." Li Duo eagerly led the way. Ji Yuan followed closely behind, a smile perpetually gracing his face as he observed the little girl. He harbored no sinister motives. He merely wished to locate his old friends swiftly and reminisce with them. What nefarious deeds could he possibly contemplate? However, once he found his old friends, how should he treat them? He could not simply draw his sword and strike. That would be far too conspicuous, easily leading to the conclusion that he was the perpetrator. Or perhaps that eliminate them all. That would complicate the analysis, no doubt. Chapter 51. Is there really an evil Gu Master? Li Duo, leading the way, still wore a cheerful smile, entirely oblivious to Gu Wen's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Wen shook his head. If he were to act in such a manner, the likelihood of being identified as the culprit would significantly increase, and he would be forced into the role of an evil Gu Master. There were numerous benefits to being a cleaner. He did not wish to sever ties so soon. A mere White Lotus was not enough to compel him to disregard all caution. It was best to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. In the blink of an eye, Gu Wen was led by Li Duo to a clearing, where several students had already gathered, including their teacher, Wang Yuan. With excitement, Li Duo waved and called out, "Teacher, teacher, look who has come." Like a spirited child bringing home a guest, she seemed overjoyed. Wang Yuan turned his gaze and, upon seeing Gu Wen, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, an unsettling premonition taking root within him. Who would still wear a mask in broad daylight? Li Duo, whom have you brought here? Wang Yuan's expression hardened as he approached Gu Wen, eyeing him warily. "Might I inquire who you are?" Gu Wen replied calmly. A cleaner. Ji Yuan altered his vocal tone to avoid detection by Wang Yuan. Though Wang Yuan noted Gu Wen's attire indeed resembled that of a cleaner, this only heightened his suspicion. Furrowing his brow, Wang Yuan pressed on, "A cleaner? Then why are you here at the periphery, still masked? If memory serves, your task is within the depths of the Shoutang Mountain secret realm." Throughout his questioning, Wang Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Gu Wen, his body tense and alert, prepared for a potentially lethal confrontation. In a place like the secret realm, the appearance of an unidentified, masked individual typically heralded danger, especially when it came to certain evil Gu Masters, who often infiltrated secret realms to carry out terror attacks. Ji Yuan regarded Wang Yuan and stated, Due to unforeseen circumstances within the secret realm, I have been dispatched by the cleaners to execute a special mission on the periphery. As for the specifics, that is classified information. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes at Gu Wan, skepticism evident. That cannot be. If there were truly a mission, Captain Zhu would have informed me in advance. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Wang Yuan shouted, summoning his primary combat Gu insect. A silver-white wolf materialized before him. The blue Gu insect. White wolf Gu. This summoning type Gu could take physical form for battle. The white wolf, resembling a majestic wolf king, boasted thick white fur and a large head, its icy, bloodthirsty eyes radiating an aura of nobility. Positioned protectively before Wang Yuan, the white wolf fixed its gaze on Gu Wan, poised to strike. Yet, inexplicably, the mere sight of Gu Wan sent shivers of fear coursing through the white wolf, filling it with trepidation and unease, as though Gu Wan exerted some form of bloodline suppression over it. Wang Yuan sensed the White Wolf King's fear and felt a rising unrest within himself, fixating intently on Gu Wan. His White Wolf King had never exhibited fear in the face of a third-tier Gu master. Who, then, was this masked individual? Gu Wan smiled serenely. Indeed. Wang Yuan is not as easily deceived as the little girl Li Duo. It seemed a direct confrontation was inevitable. If not for the circumstances, he would prefer to avoid a deadly clash with this former teacher of his. After all, in his most desperate moments, it was this very teacher who had believed in him, supported him, and even sought to provide him shelter after expulsion, attempting to clear his name. It was Gu Wan who had declined, choosing instead to leave the school alone, unwilling to burden anyone. That moment, Li Duo, the little girl, looked somewhat bewildered, glancing between Wang Yuan and Gu Wan. Teacher? He is a cleaner. We are allies. What is happening? Li Duo struggled to comprehend the situation. Wang Yuan, not bothering to turn, replied with exasperation, You have been deceived. Just as Wang Yuan was about to shout for all the students to flee, suddenly, a blood-soaked student rushed in from a distance. His face pale and trembling, crying out, Teacher, help! There is an evil Gu master. Save me, save me. The student collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood, revealing a bizarre purple flower growing from his back. The sinister flower was feasting on his flesh and blood. Witnessing this, Wang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, you have accomplices. Gu Wan, uninterested in Wang Yuan's outburst, swiftly positioned himself behind the afflicted student, using his sword Gu to sever the purple flower. Gazing at the flower, Gu Wan murmured, bloodthirsty demon flower, blue-grade, capable of strengthening itself by devouring the flesh and blood of the living. Wait a moment, is there truly an evil Gu master among us? Gu Wan paused, bewildered. But why had he never heard of evil Gu masters infiltrating the Shouting Mountain secret realm during his previous life? Could it be a consequence of his rebirth, creating a butterfly effect? So soon? Gu Wan involuntarily recalled the woman he had encountered at the hotel, the one he had killed without hesitation. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed his unease. This evil Gu master. Could they be seeking vengeance against him? Surely not. Observing Gu Wan's swift action in rescuing the student without attacking them directly, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing, You truly are one of the cleaners. Gu Wan replied calmly, Indeed. I received a last-minute notification, hence why I have not had the opportunity to inform you. With Gu Wan's words, Wang Yuan began to trust him, albeit with lingering doubts. The arrival of this unfortunate student had inadvertently provided Gu Wan with significant assistance. However, to say he is unfortunate would be an understatement. In truth, he has been quite fortunate, for he has encountered Gu Wan, who has preemptively severed the bloodthirsty magic flower, thereby ensuring his survival. Wang Yuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a malevolent sorcerer had infiltrated the secret realm. How had they managed to do this? Were they perhaps concealed among the other major factions? Gu Wan shook his head and spoke calmly. There are numerous methods to infiltrate the secret realm. For instance, a boundary-breaking talisman could bypass the seal established by the cleaners at the entrance, allowing one to enter the secret realm ahead of time. Malevolent sorcerers typically possess such talismans. Wang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. I have heard of that as well. What should we do next? Wang Yuan had already regarded Gu Wan as his pillar of support. After all, he was merely a second-tier teacher, whereas this masked cleaner clearly possessed greater strength and a higher status. He resolved to obediently follow the directives. What shall we do? Why, we shall make a grand affair of it. A slight smile danced upon Gu Wen's lips. The emergence of the malevolent sorcerers presented him with a perfect opportunity. Naturally, he intended to leverage this advantage to fulfill his plans and objectives, and to seize further benefits and gains. Chapter 52. You don't understand a thing. Wang Yuan's face darkened. What do you mean by making a grand affair of it? We currently have no knowledge of the exact number of malevolent sorcerers or their strength. A single misstep could lead to our total annihilation. Gu Wen shrugged. Total annihilation? Even if that were to happen, the ones who would perish would be you. He possessed both a concealment talisman and a hidden charm. He was, in fact, quite safe. There was no reason for him to feel anxious. The appearance of an injured student sent a wave of dread through the previously jovial crowd of classmates, who quickly gathered around. Their bodies trembled with fear, and many timid students began to weep. They had merely come for training. How could they possibly encounter malevolent sorcerers? Teacher, what should we do? I am still young. I do not want to die. Sob sob. Teacher, can you contact the other cleaners? Please summon them to save us. Teacher, what should we do? It's over. It's truly unfortunate. Malevolent sorcerers kill without a second thought. We are surely doomed. The students clamored anxiously. Li Duo's complexion also turned pale, her lips trembling as she looked toward Gu Wen. Brother, you are a cleaner. Surely you can save us, right? Gu Wen scanned the gathered students, then shook his head in regret. Where have Zhang Xinqing and Wang Chunwei gone? Have they eloped? Or are they off in the woods attending to personal matters? Why have they not yet arrived? Should they inadvertently fall victim to these invading malevolent sorcerers? Gu Wen would be furious enough to spit blood. He had not avenged himself in his previous life. To miss the chance again in this one would be utterly infuriating. However, there was no need to rush. Gu Wen shook his head, glancing down at the unfortunate injured student. Teacher, surely one of your students has refined healing charms. We should first stop the bleeding. Otherwise, he will soon bleed out. Wang Yuan immediately reacted. Yes, Wang Hui, Li Shui, you two, quickly attend to him. Wang Hui and Li Shui, two female classmates, hurried over and began to channel their healing charms. The healing charms they had refined were merely the most basic and rudimentary types, blood-stopping charms and bandaging charms of white grade. Yet, they were sufficient for handling such minor injuries. The student on the ground had lost all color in his face. He looked up, deeply moved, and said, Thank you. Thank you. He felt profoundly touched. He had been lying on the ground for so long, completely unnoticed and uncared for. It was this elder cleaner who had first considered his safety. Sob sob. Wang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. As a teacher, he had completely forgotten. Ahem, so, great cleaner, what should we do next? Gu Wen shook his head. Oh, not call me great cleaner. From now on, you shall refer to me as the masked man, for it is merely a temporary alias and of little significance. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment before exclaiming, I understand. You are a weapon concealed in the shadows of the cleaners, correct? It is inconvenient for you to reveal your true identity. I comprehend. Gu Wen's lips twitched. You don't understand a thing. But that is of little importance. For now, focus on gathering all the students quickly to prevent them from being isolated and killed. As for the malevolent sorcerers, leave them to me. A group of shadowy figures is hardly a cause for concern. As Gu Wen spoke, wielding his sword charm, he advanced toward the direction where the unfortunate student had come from. He wished to ascertain the strength of the malevolent sorcerer controlling the bloodthirsty magic flower. Ideally, he could capture one alive to extract further information and intelligence. The appearance of the malevolent sorcerers had thrown Gu Wen's plans into disarray. The sensation of being out of control was decidedly unpleasant. Observing Gu Wen's retreating figure, the students' eyes gleamed with excitement. They regarded him as a hero. Wow, so handsome. Cleaners are indeed all this dashing. Sob sob. I suddenly feel unafraid. I feel so secure. I wish to marry him. If I could wed such a person, I would be incredibly happy. Even if I cannot marry him, I would be content to share a bed with him. I would cherish everything about him and bear him a child. Even if I had to raise it alone, I would gladly share a bed with him. You wish, do you? You're a man. Witnessing his students' outrageous musings, Wang Yuan's face turned as dark as thunder. Damn it! What sort of students have I taught? Damn. I truly wish to start over with this bunch of rascals. Wang Yuan patted his white wolf, instructing it to stay by the student's side to ensure their safety. While he began to activate the identity inscription on his palm, through the inscription, he sent a message to the nearby students. Hurry, there is danger. For the sake of caution, Wang Yuan also produced a special device and sent an emergency distress signal to Zhu Yu. As soon as this signal was received, Zhu Yu would be alerted to the situation on the periphery. He still could not fully trust Gu Wan, so he had to seek Zhu Yu's assistance. He had to take responsibility for his students. The Xiaotang Mountain's secret realm was not vast, and it did not possess any special magnetic fields that would shield signals. Thus, communication devices remained functional. However, this was only the case for simple F-level secret realms like Xiaotang Mountain. The vast majority of slightly more challenging secret realms had unique magnetic fields that interfered with signals, rendering communication devices ineffective. At that point, communication charms would be indispensable. At this moment, in the core area, Zhu Yu noticed the red light flashing from the calling device and paused momentarily, instinctively thinking of Gu Wan. Could it be Gu Wan? Surely not. Although the director and Li Long had both advised him to keep a close watch on Gu Wan, it seemed unlikely that Gu Wan would be so audacious as to transport himself to the periphery and attempt to harm those students. Or could he? Nonetheless, as the commander of this operation, he had a duty to ensure the safety of these students. Zhu Yu promptly retrieved the communicator. A crisis has arisen on the periphery. Prepare to assist. Soon, a series of responses came through the communicator. Received, received, received. Gu Wan also responded, albeit differently. Received. However, unlike the others, whose replies were clear, bright, and resonant, Gu Wan's voice came through the communicator as intermittent and filled with static. This was due to the considerable distance between him and the other cleaners. The outer perimeter to the core area was at least several hundred kilometers apart. Fortunately, the cleaners' calling devices were of high quality. Otherwise, they would have been rendered useless. Zhu Yu's expression darkened. He could now be fairly certain that Gu Wan had indeed ventured to the periphery. But was Gu Wan truly so bold as to directly confront the students? Zhu Yu felt a twinge of doubt. Perhaps Gu Wan had indeed gone to the periphery, but it was also true that a crisis had emerged. Regardless of the outcome, he needed to assemble his team and head to the periphery. He had to take responsibility for those students. Zhu Yu began to gather personnel through the communication devices, preparing to depart for the outer perimeter. Chapter 53. His second tier is completely different from others. At this moment, Gu Wan was smiling as he faced a sorcerer clad in a white mask and a black cloak, with an eerie aura radiating from within. This sorcerer had been discovered perched atop a tree, evidently having followed the injured student. His objective was the same as Gu Wan's, to trace the source. Zhu Yu regarded the masked sorcerer with a smile and said, "A white mask and a black cloak. Are you from the Blissful Realm?" This attire is the hallmark of the malevolent sorcerers from the Blissful Realm. The Blissful Realm is one of the largest malevolent sorcerer factions within the Jiuzhou territory. They operate without rules or plans. No one knows where they will appear or what they will do. Yet, whenever they do emerge, it is always to bring about slaughter. Their doctrine aims to lead the entire world into a state of bliss. In Gu Wan's view, they were merely a group of organized lunatics. The masked man scoffed. "Sharp eyes you have. You recognize our blissful realm. But who are you? And what is your purpose?" Gu Wan shrugged. "Me? Can't you tell from my attire? I am but a humble janitor, a beacon of justice, wielding the light in stark contrast to wretches like you, scurrying about in the sewers." Zhu Wan harbors no fondness for these illogical, thoughtless sorcerers who delight in indiscriminate slaughter. Go him. They are nothing short of lunatics. Were their motives to grow stronger through their gruesome deeds, he might find a modicum of understanding. The masked man snorted derisively. "You think me a fool? If you're a janitor, why do you hide your face?" Gu Wan, maintaining a serious demeanor, elucidated. "I am but a member of a clandestine organization known as the Cleansers. This group shuns the light and is steeped in mystery. Hence my concealed visage. Should my identity be revealed, the allure of mystery would dissipate." The masked man hesitated. "Really?" His tone betrayed a hint of trepidation. If Gu Wan truly belonged to such a secretive faction, then his prowess must be formidable indeed. In a wonder his mental acuity could not penetrate Gu Wan's being, failing to discern the presence of any sinister creatures within him. Zhu Wan shook his head, asserting that is false. The masked man erupted in fury. "You dare to mock me? You seek death." With a thunderous roar, a vibrant purple aura erupted from him, and soon, His chest was violently torn apart. From within, a bizarre and enchanting flower emerged. The flower, resplendent in purple, exuded an otherworldly beauty, its roots and veins deeply entwined with the masked man's flesh, feeding on his very essence. His internal organs had long since been devoured. Replaced by this sanguine bloom, the bloodthirsty demon flower Gu-Wen observed this spectacle with a mix of astonishment and disdain. The methods of these sorcerers never failed to astound him, revealing the depths of their folly. At that moment, the masked man, uninterested in further discourse, began to fervently summon the bloodthirsty demon flower within him. Gradually, countless smaller flowers began to proliferate, swirling in the air. 1.2, 1,000, tens of thousands. The speed of replication was terrifying. Achieving such numbers in but a heartbeat, an endless swarm of bloodthirsty demon flowers danced in the sky, casting a sinister shadow all around, creating a scene of utter strangeness. The masked man, his voice laced with malice, bellowed, "You shall perish before my bloodthirsty demon flowers. None can survive." These flowers, a unique breed of cursed insects, typically attacked by conjuring countless replicas to assault and parasitize their foes. True to their name, they thrived on bloodshed, making their wielders invariably sinister sorcerers. Gu-Wen, contemplating the myriad of bloodthirsty demon flowers, mused, "Such rapid replication. Have you also refined the growth insect? No, this is a purple insect. You hardly seem worthy of possessing it. Perhaps you command other special insects, like the flesh-nourishing insect or the human bone-feed insect, favorites among those who wish to cultivate the bloodthirsty demon flower." Facing the masked man's onslaught, Gu-Wen remained unperturbed. At this juncture, he feared plant-based cursed insects the least. Though the bloodthirsty demon flower was indeed malevolent, it still belonged to the realm of flora, and most plants, as fate would have it, are susceptible to fire. Was this not a perfect match? As Gu-Wen effortlessly identified the insects he had refined, the masked man was taken aback. He had not anticipated Gu-Wen's keen insight. Was this mere luck? Clenching his teeth, the masked man ramped up the summoning of the bloodthirsty demon flower. Concurrently, he unleashed another cursed insect, the bloodthirsty insect, a blue insect. The bloodthirsty insect granted all the bloodthirsty demon flowers a terrifying enhancement, increasing their speed and bloodlust exponentially. Countless bloodthirsty demon flowers surged toward Gu-Wen, some even sprouting mouths, their teeth eerily resembling those of a human. A sight both bizarre and horrifying. Yet Gu-Wen, witnessing this, merely smiled and snapped his fingers high in the air. A flame and a droplet of water materialized, gradually merging into a fearsome and tumultuous energy. The forces of water and fire intertwined with fervor, their might intensifying. Once the energy took shape, Gu-Wen hurled it forth. Boom! The torrent of water and fire surged forth, colliding violently with the bloodthirsty demon flowers, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Water and flame erupted. The chaos echoed with a terrifying roar, shaking the very ground around them. Beneath the blaze, countless bloodthirsty demon flowers plummeted from the sky like torrential raindrops, their forms ablaze, devoid of life, all perishing without exception. The core of the bloodthirsty demon flower within the masked man withered instantly, suffering grievous damage before retracting. Amid the flames, Gu-Wen remained smiling, gazing at the masked figure. If this was all his opponent had to offer. Then the encounter was nearing its conclusion. The masked man widened his eyes, shock etched across his features, trembling as he beheld the devastation. "No, impossible. You are a third-order sorcerer? How can this be?" The power Gu-Wen had just unleashed clearly indicated he had transcended to the realm of third-order sorcery. With his unparalleled skill and formidable mental prowess, Gu-Wen's second-order abilities were far beyond the ordinary. Gu-Wen, maintaining his composure, addressed the masked man candidly. "I am certainly not a third-order sorcerer. I am merely a second-order." In disbelief, the masked man vehemently shook his head. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A second-order sorcerer cannot unleash such terrifying power. It cannot be." The masked man himself was a second-order sorcerer, one of the more capable among them. He was acutely aware of the limitations of such a rank. To unleash an explosion of such magnitude. How could Gu-Wen possibly claim to be merely a second-order sorcerer? Gu-Wen shrugged nonchalantly. In this day and age, it seems honesty is met with skepticism, I truly am a second-order sorcerer. However, it matters little. Do you possess any other tricks? If so, reveal them swiftly. If not, it shall soon be my turn." The masked man hung his head, despondent, wordlessly defeated. What other abilities could he possibly employ? His entire array of cursed insects revolved around the bloodthirsty demon flower, and he could scarcely fathom that his primary combat insect had been obliterated so effortlessly. With his main combat insect incapacitated, what could his remaining auxiliary insects accomplish? He was not a versatile sorcerer. "Spare my life, and I shall divulge all I know," the masked man implored, raising his gaze to meet Gu Wen's. Gu Wen regarded him with a smile, contemplative. He understood that within organizations like the Paradise of Extreme Pleasure, known for their anti-human agenda, there typically existed two types of individuals. One type was fervently devoted, loyal to the point of fanaticism, willing to die for their cause without a moment's hesitation, even if it meant self-destruction or leaping into the abyss. These individuals were extremists, utterly devoid of any potential for surrender. The other type, however, joined such nefarious organizations purely for personal gain, lacking the same fervor. In fact, the term loyalty scarcely applied to them. These individuals were almost invariably traitors. Upon defeat, they would capitulate without hesitation, divulging all they knew. Thus, the question arose, what sort of individual was this sorcerer? Gu Wen inquired. "Reveal all that you know, and I shall consider whether to spare your life." Without a moment's hesitation, the masked man divulged, "My name is Zhou Jin, a second-order sorcerer. My primary combat insect is the bloodthirsty demon flower, and my auxiliary insects include. We received our mission just last night, infiltrating the secret realm of Shao Tongshen at midnight via a special device. Our objectives were twofold. First, to eliminate these students to demonstrate to the cleansers that we are not to be trifled with. Given that they apprehended our comrades, superiors are quite displeased. As for the few cursed sorcerers you captured, I know not their mission. I am but an ordinary peripheral member. I am aware only that their true target is not Galaxy City, but rather a human named Gu Wen, for whom they were apprehended." Gu Wen's lips twitched slightly. He could nearly confirm his suspicions. This fellow was undoubtedly of the second sort, a quintessential traitor. He had yet to employ any form of coercion or inducement, and yet this fool had willingly divulged everything. However, it seemed the cursed sorcerers had come to Shao Tongshen precisely because of him. Ji Yuan felt a mix of exasperation and intrigue. Oh, my surprise! The destination of those sinister Gu masters was not Galactic City after all. One might ponder whether this was a stroke of good fortune or ill fate. He randomly chose a hotel and fortuitously stumbled upon it. Now, his name, Gu Wen, had been thrust into the spotlight of the Paradise World. However, the fact that the Paradise World was able to obtain such intelligence clearly indicated a troubling issue. The internal affairs of the cleaners were not as pristine as they seemed. Yet, was the problem rooted in the headquarters? Or in this branch located in Galactic City? Gu Wen pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, the masked man continued, "Our second mission is to eliminate Gu Wen. According to intel, Gu Wen has also entered the secret realm of Little Tang Mountain. Our original plan was to eliminate these students here and then infiltrate the depths of the secret realm together, seeking an opportunity to assassinate Gu Wen." Ji Yuan's lips twitched. Assassinate whom? Was he being directly targeted? Indeed, this was a truly inhumane organization. Their actions were dictated entirely by whims. They displayed no consideration for gains or losses, nor did they weigh the pros and cons. Gu Wen narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he had already been marked, he needed to find an opportunity to uproot the entire Paradise World. Otherwise, it would always be a source of trouble, although he currently lacked the capability to do so. As there were at least 6 transmutation Gu masters within the Paradise World, and he was uncertain whether there were any at the 7th transmutation level. However, he was not alone. Behind him stood the cleaners. And this was the advantage of being part of an organization. Ji Yuan contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "How many of you have entered the secret realm of Little Tang Mountain? And what are your strength levels?" The masked man replied without hesitation, "Replying to your lord, I am not certain about that, as we entered separately, and I am merely an outer member. However, I do know that the commander of this operation seems to be a 4 transmutation Gu master. His mission is to assassinate Gu Wen, and he has already infiltrated the core area alone." Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. They certainly held him in high regard. To deploy a 4 transmutation Gu master directly? Huh? Fortunately, he had chosen to come to the outskirts and did not teleport directly to the core. Otherwise, if he were to run into this 4 transmutation goo master, even if he survived, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. After obtaining the information he sought, Guwen turned his gaze back to the masked man and said, "Very well. I am quite pleased with your response. I have decided to spare your life." Upon hearing this, the masked man immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Ji Yuan continued, "Do not thank me just yet. I have one final question. Answer correctly, and I shall let you go. What is today's date?" The masked man, upon hearing such a simple question, was immediately moved. He understood that Gu Wen intended to deliberately spare him. Therefore, he confidently replied, "Today is July 4th. Gu Wen had been smiling, but upon hearing this answer, his expression darkened. "You seek death. Today is clearly July 5th. Teach. How can I have any use for you if you cannot even answer such a simple question?" With a swift motion, Gu Wen drew his sword Gu and, employing the running Gu, flashed directly in front of the masked man, stabbing through his throat. Blood gushed from the masked man's neck as he pointed desperately at Gu Wen. "It is the 4th. Gu Wen scoffed coldly. How could it possibly be the 4th? He then glanced at his wristwatch and saw the date written clearly, July 4th. So it really is the 4th. What a pity. I must have misremembered. Chapter 55. Grateful for nature's gifts. At the moment the masked man laid eyes on Gu Wen, he was already dead. As someone who lacked martial virtue, how could Gu Wen's words be easily trusted? Gained a lifespan of 3,300 years. Talent, Slayer activated, absorption attributes successfully enhanced, slight increase in affinity for plant-type Gu, slight increase in affinity for bloody Gu, slight increase in mental power. Gu Wen raised an eyebrow. 3,300 years of lifespan? This masked man was rather well endowed. How did it feel akin to defeating monsters to loot equipment and seize treasures? The lifespan Gu at the first transmutation could only absorb the remaining lifespan of others, so to devour more lifespan, he would need to hunt down those Gu masters with extensive lifespans. With this thought, Gu Wen reflected. Currently, the lifespan Gu was merely at the first transmutation, and its capabilities were not particularly terrifying. However, once the lifespan Gu evolved, could it awaken other means of lifespan absorption? Gu Wen glanced at the information on the lifespan Gu. He realized he already met the conditions for its second transmutation. He merely needed 1,000 years of lifespan. Previously, he had chosen not to evolve it because he intended to first enhance his practical combat prowess. Now, however, it seemed an opportune moment to allow the lifespan Gu to evolve. As the pinnacle, most powerful red Gu, the lifespan Gu could reach a maximum of 10 transmutations. Unlike those lower-tier Gu, each evolution of the lifespan Gu would bestow formidable abilities. Without hesitation, Gu Wen focused on the lifespan Gu's information and directly chose to evolve it. In the next moment, the lifespan Gu, which had been dormant in Gu Wen's heart, seemed to awaken, radiating a fiery crimson glow. The lifespan Gu opened its eyes, small yet filled with a blood-red hue, exuding an extraordinarily mysterious and inexplicably powerful aura. A special atmosphere permeated the air, causing all other Gu within Gu Wen's body to tremble, immediately opting to prostrate themselves in submission. This was the suppression power of a high-tier Gu over lower-tier Gu. Merely through its aura, it instilled fear in the other Ji Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. As if the lifespan Gu were not only absorbing his lifespan but also siphoning off the essence of his blood from his heart. After a full minute, the lifespan Gu finally settled down, the bloodlight and aura dissipating, while its tendrils, now more numerous, tightened their grip around Gu Wen's heart. Beyond that, the lifespan Gu seemed to have undergone no significant change, slipping back into slumber. Lifespan Gu successfully reached the second transmutation. The ability to absorb lifespan has been enhanced. For specific information, please check the data. Acquired new skill, Universal Lifespan. Universal Lifespan? Upon seeing this skill, Gu Wen's eyes lit up. Just from those 4 characters, it was apparent that this new skill of the lifespan Gu seemed remarkably powerful. Merely at the second transmutation, it had already acquired the ability of Universal Lifespan. What might lie ahead? Perhaps even the ability of Cosmic Lifespan. Gu Wen promptly opened the lifespan Gu's data panel. Gu Insect, Lifespan Gu Grade, Red Level, Second Transmutation, Third Transmutation Conditions, 10,000 years of lifespan. The soul of a 4 transmutation Gu Master. The soul will be automatically absorbed upon the 4 transmutation Gu Master being defeated. Ability, Lifespan, Skill 1. Absorb Lifespan. Upon killing a living being, one can absorb the remaining lifespan from them, including all lifespans of any goo they possess. Skill 2. Universal Lifespan. All things in the world possess a lifespan. By expending Lifespan, one can alter the lifespans of all things in the world. Encompassing everything imaginable, Ji Yuan's gaze immediately gravitated towards the new skill, Universal Lifespan. After reading the description of Universal Lifespan, his heart began to race slightly. Could it be as he had imagined? If he was not mistaken, this skill of Universal Lifespan might allow him to strip all entities of their lifespans, including objects, lives, and even mountains and rivers. Everything in the world is subject to the concept of lifespan, and the lifespan goo could deprive them of their lifespans. Those beings that had lost their lifespans would be reduced to mere lifeless matter. What a terrifying ability! Gu Wen could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Perhaps the second transmutation was merely the beginning of the lifespan goo's true power. As long as his future lifespan was substantial enough, he could, in an instant, turn the lifespans of his enemies into nothingness, leading them to instant demise. Furthermore, what if he were to eliminate the lifespans of an entire nation? How might that nation meet its end? Lifespan was a force that transcended conventional laws belonging to a higher dimensional power. In the face of such power, lower dimensional elements and laws would merely be a joke. Thus, this ability could even be wielded as a weapon of causality. As long as your lifespan reached 0, death was inevitable. This ability, if wielded properly, could only be described as monstrous. Gu Wen suppressed his exhilaration and began to examine the other information. Next was Skill 1. This skill, which allowed the absorption of lifespan, seemed to have undergone no significant changes, but in reality, it had received substantial enhancements. Previously, the lifespan goo could only absorb the remaining lifespan of others. Now, it could even absorb the lifespans of the goo on the opponent. This point may seem insignificant, but it would significantly increase the lifespan he could acquire in the future. Most goo masters would not retain much lifespan on them. Once they had enough lifespan, they would choose to expend it to open goo jars or cultivate goo. Therefore, absorption might not yield much, especially since not everyone was like the masked man, carrying over 3,000 years of lifespan. Now that he could absorb the lifespans of the goo as well, his gains would certainly increase markedly. After all, most goo masters would possess at least a dozen goo. After reviewing Skill 1, Gu Wen shifted his gaze to the third transmutation conditions. It required a lifespan of 10,000 years, along with the soul of a 4 transmutation goo master. Ji Yuan frowned slightly. This condition was somewhat challenging to fulfill. First, 10,000 years of lifespan required an astronomical figure, but that was not the most difficult part. The most challenging task lies ahead. He must personally slay a 4th-tier goo master. Where on earth could he possibly accomplish such a feat? Given his current capabilities, bullying an ordinary 3rd-tier goo master would be manageable, but to kill a 4th-tier goo master is an entirely different matter. However, considering his current rate of growth, perhaps it wouldn't take too long to eliminate a 4th-tier goo master after all. With this thought in mind, Gu Wen found some solace. Yet, the subsequent evolution requirements for the longevity goo involve committing murder, which gives off a sinister aura. Ji Yuan's expression turned peculiar. If this longevity goo truly belonged to the category of malevolent goo, then it seems he would need to venture to the East Sea at some point in this lifetime. How to put it? One must be grateful for the gifts of nature. Chapter 56. Why haven't they arrived yet? Have they truly gone to engage in field combat? After defeating the masked man, Gu Wen's physical attributes and mental fortitude received another enhancement, along with a newfound affinity for botanical and sanguine goo worms. In terms of physical prowess, Gu Wen felt the most significant change. His physical attributes were not particularly formidable at present. Each enhancement brought about noticeable transformations. For his mental strength, it was rather trivial. And perhaps it would be better to forego it entirely. The affinity was equally crucial. The higher the affinity, the greater the combat efficacy when utilizing such goo worms. Ji Yuan approached the body of the masked man and rummaged through his belongings. He discovered a bronze token inscribed with a single character, Extreme. This token represented the realm of ultimate bliss, and the bronze variant was the most rudimentary tiered. Ji Yuan shook his head in resignation. He had not lied. He was merely an ordinary outer member, yet unfortunately, he held little value. The token of ultimate bliss indeed possessed the capability to communicate and relay messages, but to utilize it, One must draw blood to acknowledge ownership. Once blood is drawn, everything about oneself would be revealed to the realm of ultimate bliss. Naturally, Guwen had no intention of using such an object. Soon, Guwen stumbled upon a storage pouch on the masked man's body. Upon opening it, he found some materials and a bank card. Overall, the value was not significant, considering this individual was merely a second-tier Gu master. With a sigh of disappointment, Guwen severed the head of this malevolent Gu master and carried it away. It was time to check on the unfortunate students. Perhaps a little shock would serve them well. Additionally, he was quite concerned about the whereabouts of Zhang Xinqing and Wang Chunwei. Where could they have gone? Why haven't they arrived yet? Had they truly gone to engage in field combat? Damn it. It was still uncertain how many malevolent Gu masters were present in the periphery. He hoped fervently that these two had not met their demise. As he walked, Guwen proactively took out his communicator and addressed Zhu Yu. Captain Zhu, I move swiftly. I have already reached the periphery from the core area. I have found Teacher Wang and his group, and I will protect them here for now. Please come as quickly as possible. Zhu Yu's expression darkened. Nonsense. It's barely been 5 minutes since I issued the notification. There's no way you could have moved that fast. However, seeing Gu Wen's call brought a sigh of relief to Zhu Yu. At least Gu Wen's willingness to communicate indicated that this urgent situation was not directly related to him. What information do you have to report? Gu Wen nodded and recounted all the intelligence he possessed, including details about the masked man, the invasion of malevolent Gu masters, and the presence of a fourth-tier Gu master in the secret realm. Of course, he spoke with a touch of subtext, omitting the fact that he had proactively ventured to the periphery and also concealing his own murderous intentions. After all, if not for the appearance of these malevolent Gu masters, he would have been the one doing the killing. Zhu Yu's expression turned grim upon hearing this. What? There's a fourth-tier Gu master? Gu Wen shrugged. Indeed, you should quickly call for reinforcements and have Captain Li and the director come as well. You're merely a third-tier Gu master and cannot handle such a situation. Zhu Yu retorted. Somewhat irritated, I don't need you to tell me that. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, it is only natural to request support. But am I merely a third-tier Gu master? Zhu Yu's voice carried a hint of amusement. Gu Wen was taken aback. Wait a moment. Aren't the deputy leaders of these squads all merely third-tier Gu masters? Could it be that this old silver coin is concealing his true strength? What a surprising twist. This fourth-tier malevolent Gu master from the realm of ultimate bliss would surely not anticipate that Zhu Yu was actually hiding his capabilities. Gu Wen nodded. If that were the case, the balance of high-tier combat power would be restored. However, Captain Zhu, I suggest you inform the director not to take any drastic actions just yet. Let us first strategize in this location, so we may catch them off guard. Zhu Yu furrowed his brow, immediately realizing the implication. Are you suggesting there is an infiltrator within our ranks? Gu Wen shrugged. What else could it be? The malevolent Gu masters from the realm of ultimate bliss are aware that I am here to undertake this mission. Their primary objective is to target me. Without an infiltrator, how could they possibly know? As for whether the infiltrator was in our galaxy city or elsewhere, he could not ascertain. Zhu Yu felt rather helpless and shook his head. Indeed, there are quite a number of traitors within. Do you have any further information to report? Gu Wen contemplated for a moment and replied, None, but whether to inform the director is something you should consider carefully. After all, we do not know if this individual is a traitor or a beacon of justice. Zhu Yu's expression darkened. This newcomer is far too audacious. Are you suggesting that the traitor is even within the director's ranks? Zhu Yu retorted, somewhat exasperated. You may be the infiltrator, but the director certainly cannot be. Enough of this. With that, Zhu Yu set down the communicator, provided a brief update to Lu Hao, and continued his advance toward the periphery. A smile crept onto Gu Wen's face. If he was not mistaken, once this secret realm concluded, the cleansing squad would indeed embark on an exhilarating and intense internal investigation. But who could the infiltrator be? The director? Li Long? Zhu Yu? Or perhaps the captains of other squads? Or even some minor characters? Or those above? Gu Wen had no concrete clues, for he was merely a newcomer in the cleansing squad. But he could reasonably deduce that the members of the first squad were unlikely to be involved. As for why he did not speak with absolute certainty, it was because Gu Wen had suffered losses in his past life. And thus he would never place complete trust in anyone. Always leaving a margin for oneself would prevent being schemed against and ensure one's own safety. The identity of the infiltrator was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was surviving and eliminating all those malevolent goo masters. Ji Yuwen's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. A fourth-tier malevolent goo master would undoubtedly possess terrifying combat prowess. Hypothetically speaking, if Zhu Yu were to engage the opponent on equal ground, or even at a disadvantage, then if he were to conceal himself in the shadows and execute a lethal strike, might it be possible to directly slay this fourth-tier malevolent goo master? If he could eliminate this fourth-tier goo master, his longevity goo would advance to the third tier, thus granting him even more formidable abilities. This temptation was utterly lethal for Gu Wan. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remained to eliminate these insignificant pests in the periphery. Gu Wan turned and strode toward the open space. With a resounding thud, Gu Wan tossed a bloodied, severed head onto the ground. The sight horrified the students, prompting involuntary screams and tremors throughout their bodies. Little Li Duo, the petite girl, was so frightened that she nearly collapsed to the ground. Individuals who had never before encountered bloodshed or violence. The sight of a severed head was profoundly shocking for the students. Wang Yuan's pupils constricted as he gazed at the head, incredulously asking, "So soon?" Gu Wan replied in a calm voice, "This is but one. There are many more malevolent Gu masters. Teacher, please gather all the students quickly. They are in grave danger." Chapter 57. The wolf leading the sheep? Wang Yuan's expression was filled with concern. "I have notified the other students to hurry here, but I cannot be sure if they will encounter any malevolent Gu masters first." Gu Wan's tone was somber. "Let us hope that is not the case." Among the students, a tall and robust boy spoke up. "Cleaner, sir, is there any way we can assist? Although our strength is limited, we have all refined Gu worms." Wang Yuan nodded gravely. "Ma Hai is correct. Our Galaxy Academy has a total of 43 individuals entering this secret realm, including myself, with 1 second-tier Gu Master, 5 first-tier Gu Masters, and 37 unranked Gu Masters. Henceforth, we shall follow your orders without question." After Wang Yuan spoke, the other students gathered around, their expressions serious, looking at Gu Wan with resolute nods. Yuwen's expression turned peculiar. Taking orders from him? Was this not akin to a flock of sheep approaching a wolf, requesting it to lead them to safety? This little excursion to the Tongshan was becoming increasingly intriguing. Gu Wan glanced at the multitude of students and nodded slightly. "Since I have arrived here, I naturally bear the responsibility to lead you to safety and ensure your lives are preserved." The faces of the students brightened with an innate sense of security surged within them. This masked figure clad in combat attire seemed utterly reliable. Clearly, he was a force to be reckoned with. However, I must state one thing up front. Under my command, absolute obedience to orders is required. Should anyone disrupt my plans, I reserve the right to terminate you. Ji Yuwen caressed the sword Gu in his hand, his gaze icy, exuding an air of lethal intent. The students' expressions shifted, and they could not help but swallow hard, feeling an immense pressure bearing down upon them. Wang Yuan felt a chill run through him, for he understood that this was precisely the standard within the ranks of the cleaners. Disobedience equates to death. Wang Yuan immediately nodded and boldly proclaimed, "This is indisputable. Should any student disregard orders and disrupt our plans, leading us into a crisis as their teacher, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate them." A glint of coldness and murderous intent flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes. In chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary. The faint-hearted cannot hope to survive in this world. Now, they were facing a terrifying assault from a malevolent sorcerer. If these students could not be made to comply, the casualties would only escalate. Gu Wen's lips curled into a slight smile. This was one reason he held Wang Yuan in such high regard. It was not solely because Wang Yuan had aided him, but also because he was a truly competent and exceptional teacher. Not one of those pedantic types. Seeing Wang Yuan utter such grave words, the other students, despite their internal fears and trepidation, nodded in unison, expressing their willingness to obey the commands. Wang Yuan surveyed the students and continued, "Do not think that this is too cruel for you. This is your only chance to survive. Moreover, having experienced this, you will have gained valuable experience, and those who survive will find it significantly easier to join the cleaners in the future." Upon hearing this, countless students' eyes finally sparkled with hope. Joining the cleaners had indeed always been their ambition. Gu Wen doused their enthusiasm with cold water. "The prerequisite is that we can survive." The students nodded in unison. "We will follow orders." Gu Wen glanced at the time and said, "We have now reached the outskirts of the central area. Let us pause here for a while and wait for the other students to arrive. Once everyone is gathered, I will lead you to meet the other cleaners. The students responded in chorus. Yes, Guwen's gaze remained calm. He was not particularly concerned about the students' safety. However, he indeed needed to make use of them for now. After all, these students were enticing bait, capable of luring both the malevolent sorcerers and Zhang Xinqing and Wang Chunwei to converge, a twofold strategy. Just as he thought of Cao Cao, Cao Cao arrived. At that moment, Wang Chunwei came tumbling down the nearby path, breathless and shouting, "Teacher, I'm here. I heard there are malevolent sorcerers." Wang Chunwei rushed to the front of the group, his body weak, collapsing to the ground. His legs trembling with exhaustion, clearly having overexerted himself. After seeing Wang Yuan's message, he had been so frightened that his face turned pale, and he had fled in a panic, terrified of encountering a malevolent sorcerer alone. He had not dared to stop for a moment, running until he was utterly spent. Observing Wang Chunwei's condition, Wang Yuan shook his head in resignation. With such cowardice, what future did this batch of students have? Rest for a moment. Let the other students explain the details to you, Wang Yuan instructed. Wang Chunwei nodded, and upon seeing his companions, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly moved to tears. He truly feared he might perish outside. Just then, many classmates furrowed their brows, covering their noses and instinctively stepping back, choosing to distance themselves from Wang Chunwei. Wang Chunwei, what is that smell on you? Indeed, it's quite foul. Wang Chunwei, you didn't get so scared that you soiled yourself, did you? How disgusting. The students, pinching their noses, looked at him with disdain. Wang Chunwei felt embarrassed, glancing at his hands, and awkwardly stammered. After I teleported here, I encountered a ferocious beast, and I exerted all my strength to finally kill it. It dropped a white goo jar, but unfortunately, my luck was poor, and when I opened it, it turned out to be at this point. Wang Chunwei fell silent. However, the other students understood. Puffed, puffed. Countless students burst into laughter, instinctively retreating once again, wishing to distance themselves from Wang Chunwei, who had been in such an unsavory predicament. This was truly too disgusting. One student teased, Wang Chunwei, you fought with a beast? Who are you trying to fool? With your cowardice, wouldn't you just run up a tree at the sight of a ferocious beast? I agree, it sounds too far-fetched. The likelihood of you soiling yourself is far greater. Indeed, just admit it. Seeing that his classmates did not believe him, Wang Chunwei's face flushed crimson as he finally confessed the truth. Only then did the students relent, though their eyes remained filled with disdain and contempt. You deserve it. Meanwhile, Guwen wore a smile. How fortuitous! The white goo jar he had carelessly discarded had unexpectedly been picked up by Wang Chunwei. Truly, enemies are destined to meet. Unfortunately, the directions they had taken were different. Otherwise, had he discovered Wang Chunwei in the wilderness beforehand, he could have eliminated him without delay. Now that Wang Chunwei had successfully joined the students of Inha Academy, any attempt to kill him would require some cunning. Yet, it was still not insurmountable after all. The intellect of this current group was Chapter 58. I smell your stench. Jiyuan glanced at Wang Chunwei. A smile gracing his lips. If I am not mistaken, that ferocious beast was a flower leopard, wasn't he it? Wang Chunwei was taken aback. How did you know? Ah, I understand now. You are the esteemed individual who killed the beast. Guwen calmly nodded, acknowledging the claim. Wang Chunwei became immediately excited, exclaiming, I never expected to be so fateful as to have found the white goo jar you discarded. Guwen replied nonchalantly, the Xiaothang Mountain's secret realm is not large. The likelihood of someone finding that white goo jar was a certainty, unrelated to fate. He had no desire for any sort of connection with Wang Chunwei. Rather than feeling disheartened, Wang Chunwei remained exuberant. Even so, it is still fate. Thank you for the white goo jar, esteemed one. Guwen's mouth twitched slightly. Thank? That one be necessary. Was this child genuinely foolish or merely pretending? A white goo jar had cost him 10 years of life and left him reeking. Yet he still felt gratitude. TSK. This child appeared somewhat dim-witted. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow and tossed 2 bottles of mineral water to Wang Chunwei. Go wash up. Wang Chunwei looked down at his somewhat yellowish hands and felt a bit embarrassed. Quickly running off with the mineral water, he had no storage bag or means to preserve goo, so he had not cleaned his hands before. He had merely rubbed them with dirt and leaves before hastily running here. The other students looked at Wang Chunwei with increasing disdain. How disgusting. Just then, Gu Wen suddenly frowned, glancing in the direction Wang Chunwei had come from, a smile playing on his lips as he softly said, "Bait has attracted another prey." With that, Gu Wen headed in that direction and casually remarked, "Teacher Wang Yuan, please ensure their safety. I am going to fetch a trophy." Upon hearing Gu Wen's words, Wang Yuan felt a jolt of alarm. So, this cleaner regarded all of them as mere bait. Indeed, they were a capable set of bait, capable of drawing in all the remaining malevolent sorcerers lurking nearby. But just how powerful was this cleaner to be so audacious? Did he not fear the malevolent sorcerers uniting against him? Wang Yuan immediately responded, "Understood. I shall take care of them." The students present gazed at Gu Wen's retreating figure, their eyes brimming with admiration. This was a true hero, a figure of genuine strength. Incredibly impressive. The male students aspired to emulate Gu Wen, while the female students began to harbor feelings of affection. As this age group was particularly susceptible to infatuation, Ji Yuan, however, paid no mind to this. Moments later, Gu Wen entered the path, calmly addressing the air, "Come out, you have already been a rat in the sewers. Why do you continue to hide now that you have entered the secret realm? Are you truly a rat?" As soon as he spoke, a ripple passed through the air, and a girl about 1.50 meters in height, dressed in an adorable pink bunny outfit, appeared. The girl's attire was exceptionally cute, complete with a hood adorned with 2 charming bunny ears. Like the masked man before her, this bunny girl also wore a white mask, a standard accessory in the world of bliss. The bunny girl looked at Gu Wen, pouting in displeasure, and corrected him. "What do you mean by a rat in the sewers? I am a bunny. A cute little bunny. An adorably charming little bunny. How can you call someone as cute as me a rat?" Her voice was high-pitched, reminiscent of a youthful, innocent girl, imbued with a sense of naivete and whimsy. However, as a malevolent sorcerer in the realm of bliss, how could she possibly be genuinely innocent and carefree? Gu Wen regarded the bunny girl, unable to suppress a smile. "Indeed, you do appear quite adorable, but I am now quite curious about one question." The rabbit girl tilted her head slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" Gu Wen stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. "My question is, killing someone as adorable as you must be quite exhilarating, right?" As the words left his mouth, a chilling aura began to rise within Gu Wen, his eyes turning icy and filled with murderous intent. The rabbit girl's expression changed dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. "Why you don't come any closer. Do you really have the heart to kill someone like me? I haven't posed any threat to you." Ji Yuan impatiently interrupted. "What's with all this I and you? Can't you speak properly? Hurry up and present your head. If you don't willingly offer it, I'll just take it myself." The rabbit girl immediately felt more aggrieved. "Who's really the evil sorcerer here? You the real pervert. I've only just laid eyes on you, and you're already demanding my head?" Gu Wen, wielding his sword-shaped talisman, gestured towards a direction with a furrowed brow, saying, "And you over there? What are you planning? Thinking of ambushing me? Did you think I wouldn't notice you?" Upon hearing this, the rabbit girl trembled, her eyes widening beneath her mask. She hadn't anticipated that Gu Wen would discover her hidden companion. From that direction, a figure slowly emerged, a mature woman dressed in a red qipao, holding a fiery red umbrella. She gazed at Gu Wen, her eyes brimming with apprehension. "How did you find me?" The mature woman's voice was sultry and seductive, yet laced with a hint of coldness. Ji Yuan looked at her and replied, "It's because I could smell the enticing scent on you. It is far too obvious." Upon hearing this, the mature woman was instantly enraged. Gripping her red umbrella tightly, her voice now laced with lethal intent, "You're asking for death. I initially thought you had a decent figure and wanted to give you a chance to enjoy some time with my sister and me in this forest. But now, you've brought this upon yourself." Glancing at the rabbit girl and then at the mature woman with the red umbrella, Gu Wen smirked. "Sister duo of the little rabbit? A group activity? Spare me. You're not worthy of being part of my story. After all, I've already stated, I can smell the enticing scent on you. I am quite particular about cleanliness." As these words left his lips, flames flickered in Gu Wen's eyes and a powerful, blazing fire surged within his very being, beginning to ignite. These two opponents were no ordinary foes. Both were third-tier sorcerers, unlike the previous second-tier novice he had encountered. This time it was time to get serious. Chapter 59. Sister, are you going to make me accompany you to entertain guests again? The mature woman's face turned pale with rage. Nonsense. While my private life may be chaotic, there's no way I could possess any scent. I bathe every day. It was evident that she perceived this as a deliberate humiliation. Yet, feeling the powerful energy erupting from Gu-won, her slender eyes turned cautious. This masked figure might not be as simple as he appeared. At that moment, Gu-won's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life, and Zhu Yu's voice came through. This is Zhu Yu. According to the latest intel, among the group of evil sorcerers infiltrating the Little Tang Mountain's secret realm, there's a pair of sisters. Be cautious. They should be on the outskirts. They are known as the Red Rabbit Sisters. Highly renowned and exceptionally strong. If you encounter them, prioritize your escape. Those students are not worth your life. This world is exceedingly cruel. An established and highly potential second-tier sorcerer far outweighs the importance of those still in their infancy. Students can be replaced, but a promising sorcerer is not easily cultivated. Ji Yuan turned to glance at the sister duo, then picked up the walkie-talkie, shrugging as he said, "Too late. They're right in front of me now. How about you have a little chat with them?" On the other end, Zhu Yu's expression changed drastically. "Run. Get out of there. When those sisters join forces, they are invincible below the 4th tier." Gu-won raised an eyebrow. "Invincible? Let us see about that." Zhu Yu immediately felt a headache coming on. This newcomer was indeed a rebel, disregarding orders even within the secret realm. Zhu Yu hastily continued to speak into the walkie-talkie, attempting to dissuade Gu-won, but Gu-won had already switched off the device and tossed it into his storage talisman. Raising his head to look at the two sisters, Gu-won offered a slight smile. "I've heard you are the infamous Red Rabbit Sisters?" The mature woman's eyes turned icy, her lips curling into a smirk as she raised her fair chin, her voice sultry and magnetic. "What's wrong? Are you afraid now that you know my name? Since you don't recognize us, I'll give you another chance. Kneel before me and admit your mistake. Perhaps I'll grant you another opportunity. Even in death, dying in pleasure is better than a miserable demise." The mature woman felt an overwhelming sense of pride, convinced that the other party was entirely unaware of her identity, which allowed her to be so brazen. Now that they were aware of her name, they would surely choose to beg for mercy, right? Humph. The Red Rabbit Sisters had once boasted of the proud achievement of assassinating an injured 4th-tier sorcerer, which had brought them fame. Beside her, the little rabbit sister shook her head helplessly, stepping closer to the mature woman and lamenting, "Sister, are you really going to make me accompany you to entertain guests again?" The mature woman smiled seductively. "What can we do? Our cultivation method requires the sisters to work together to unleash its full potential." The mature woman seemed convinced that she had Gu-won firmly in her grasp. Gu-won, with a peculiar expression, looked at the mature woman and pointed to his own head. "Sister, do you have a bit of a problem here? Why do you believe that your so-called Red Rabbit Sisters could be my opponents? Just because I'm a second-tier sorcerer?" Gu-won was utterly perplexed. The mature woman scoffed. "What else could it be? You wish to fight us?" Gu-won nodded, meticulously surveying the two sisters before seriously affirming, "I don't merely want to fight you. I intend to kill you." With that declaration, Gu-won was unwilling to waste any more words. Who knows what other evil sorcerers lurked in the periphery? He needed to resolve this quickly. With a surge of intense energy flowing through him, Gu-won thrust his hands forward, conjuring a river of flame and water that surged forth with relentless power. Rushing towards the sisters, within the flames, the forces of water and fire blended seamlessly. Water and fire talisman? The mature woman was taken aback, but quickly sneered, "Is that all? You think you can kill us with just that?" Unfurling her long umbrella, she waved it in the wind, and a blood-red barrier suddenly appeared, shielding the two sisters. The barrier was thick with the stench of blood and malice, evidently absorbing countless lives. The fiery water was instantly halted, their powers clashing and canceling each other out, as the red barrier began to sizzle ominously, as if being corroded. Ji Yuan maintained his calm demeanor, a smile playing on his lips. "Your barrier seems incapable of stopping my fiery water." The mature woman regarded Gu-won with a playful expression, teasing, "You're just too adorable, little brother. It's been ages since I've encountered such a charming little brother." As she spoke, the mature woman pulled a fiery red spider from her bosom and tossed it into the air in an instant. The spider transformed into countless smaller spiders, which began to weave a web frantically in the air. In merely half a second, the sky was enveloped in a myriad of blood-red spider webs. The mature woman, in her high heels, stepped onto the spider webs, effectively blocking the fiery water below, and began to stride towards Gu-won. Meanwhile, her rabbit sister obediently followed her side, seemingly devoid of any intention to intervene. Ji-Yuan watched as the red spider web continued to spread towards him, evidently aiming to ensnare him. Glancing back, he saw that the spiders had somehow positioned themselves behind him, weaving webs with the intent of trapping him directly. Observing the dense network of webs, Gu-won shook his head slightly. If this is all you have, it's not enough. Water and fire rain. Gu-won raised one palm to the sky, his energy surging violently as boundless water and fire power ascended into the heavens, transforming the atmosphere as azure and crimson clouds materialized. Accompanied by thunderous roars, in the next moment, droplets of water, forged from the elemental forces, began to fall like torrential rain. The droplets were surreal, shifting between blue and red, merging together, imbued with an incredibly terrifying heat. This heat was not merely the temperature of boiling water. Rather, it contained the burning force of flames, coupled with the characteristic of water droplets clinging like maggots to bones. In an instant, the area was transformed into a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. The expressions of the Red Rabbit sisters changed dramatically. Chapter 60. The stakes. The lives of this group of students in a clearing beside the forest. Wang Yuan gazed up at the horrifying phenomenon that had appeared in the sky. His expression changing dramatically. The battle had already commenced. This terrifying fluctuation could only be the trace left by a confrontation among Gu masters of at least the third transformation. The students nearby were also terrified, their faces pale as they stared at the strange sights above, feeling the dreadful vibrations around them, utterly frightened and fearing for their lives. After washing his hands, Wang Chunwei returned and, after a moment's hesitation, suggested, "Shouldn't we run? While they are engaged in battle, we could make our escape to safety." Wang Yuan's eyes turned frigid as he fixed his gaze on Wang Chunwei. "Run? Where do you propose we flee to? The entire perimeter is swarming with malevolent Gu masters. Do you intend to run right under their noses and meet your demise?" He commanded. "Wait here. We must have faith in him." Wang Yuan understood that, regardless of the circumstances, they had to remain here until Gu Wen's battle concluded. If they scattered now, their chances of survival would plummet to 99%. To endure, they needed the strength of Gu Wen. Not just his own abilities as a second transformation Gu master. At that moment, another figure appeared. A man clad in a white mask, his body rigid and puppet-like. He was frail and somewhat fibrous. Moving as if controlled by strings, he looked at Wang Yuan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a voice that resembled a mechanical rasp. "Engage with me, and the stakes will be the lives of these students." Wang Yuan's expression shifted as he clenched his fists. "A second transformation malevolent Gu master, I'll fight you. But do not harm my students." Beneath the fire-blue clouds, countless droplets of water and fire descended, instantly incinerating the spiderweb crafted by the lady in the red parasol, turning it to ashes. The small spiders summoned by her were also decimated, though fortunately, she managed to retract her remaining Gu insect in time, saving it from being lost at the onset of battle. Nonetheless, the webweaver demon spider sustained severe injuries and would be rendered unusable for the remainder of this conflict. The webweaver demon pearl, a blue Gu insect, had been nurtured to the third transformation by her and was exceptionally powerful, adept at ensnaring foes. Due to the unique nature of the spiderweb, it was exceedingly difficult for most individuals to break free from its bindings. Even if one could tear through a layer, countless small spiders would swiftly weave another 1,000 webs in an instant. This was the true terror of the webweaver demon pearl. As long as one could not break through this confinement, they would be gradually compressed into a cocoon-like state. However, the lady in the red parasol did not anticipate that Gu Wen would summon a torrential downpour of flames, incinerating all her webs in an instant. Even the spiders had been nearly annihilated, leaving her with no means to reweave her traps. Gripping her red parasol tightly, her assessment of Gu Wen soared. Since she had nurtured the web weaver demon pearl to the third transformation, few had been able to break her bindings. Yet this man had succeeded. Staring intently at Gu Wen, she declared, "Sister, it's time for you to join the fray. This masked man is indeed no simple adversary. We sisters must unite our forces." Initially, She had intended to test Gu Wen's strength alone before allowing her sister to strike suddenly, but it appeared that her solitary prowess would be insufficient to contend with him. Could it be that this masked man was merely a second transformation Gu master? Impossible. He must be deceiving her. Nodding silently, her sister, the rabbit maiden, vanished into thin air once more. Ji Yuan caught a glimpse of her disappearing form. A slight smile playing on his lips. Would the sisters finally join forces? The lady in the red parasol chuckled coldly. What other choice do we have? We are sisters, one entity. It is your honor to face us together. Do not consider it unfair. Gu Wen shook his head, smiling that of course it is not unfair. Two sisters taking care of me alone. How could I ever deem that unjust? Furthermore, even if there were thousands of ants, they remain utterly useless. As soon as Gu Wen's words fell, the ground beneath him suddenly softened, and the rabbit maiden burst forth from the earth, wielding a thick, long carrot, launching herself at Gu Wen with a fierce thrust. Accompanied by a furious shout, I told you, I am a rabbit. I am a rabbit. I am a rabbit. I am neither a mouse nor an ant. With a resounding crash, the ground caved in as the carrot plunged forward. The lady in the red parasol's eyes gleamed, her grip on the red parasol tightening as her body transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing from her position and darting towards Gu Wen. She had deliberately engaged Gu Wen in conversation to distract him, buying time for her sister. Clearly, her plan had succeeded. Sensing the carrot was mere inches from his body and the red light rapidly approaching, Gu Wen remained unperturbed, continuing to smile. In the next moment, he propelled himself into the air, leaping high, effortlessly evading the initial onslaught of the carrot. Witnessing this, the rabbit and red sisters exchanged smiles. Ji Yuan had fallen into their trap. While he had evaded the first strike, he had lost all balance, rendering himself a target. The lady in the red parasol opened her mouth wide, her pink tongue extending rapidly, coiling towards Gu Wen. If she could ensnare his body, her sister could pierce through him with the carrot from below, striking him directly through the crown of his head. This was their sisterly tactic, having dispatched countless formidable opponents without fail. With Gu Wen airborne and devoid of support or means to adjust, the pink tongue of the lady in the red parasol was remarkably agile. This time, Gu Wen was doomed. In this perilous moment, Gu Wen appeared entirely unaware of the impending danger, maintaining a calm demeanor in midair, seemingly dismissive of the two sisters. An inkling of unease crept into the lady in the red parasol's heart. But she pressed on, exerting all her effort in commanding her pink tongue. It was impossible for anything to go awry. Absolutely impossible. The rabbit maiden activated the jumping Gu within her, enhancing her leaping ability and accelerating towards Gu Wen. Meanwhile, Gu Wen merely smiled. It ends here. Thanks to Rang Wa Chi Ming Hein Xiong Di Song de Baogang Sahua. Thank you. Chapter 61. With the sister fallen, it is time for the elder sister to act. Under the combined assault of the sisters, Gu Wen's back unfurled magnificent wings of water and fire. One side was blue, the other red, each spanning several meters, majestic as they waved in the air. With a mere flick of his wings, a tremendous gust erupted, propelling Gu Wen high into the sky, beyond the reach of the sisters' attacks, in midair. A smile graced Gu Wen's lips. I have heard that you two sisters excel at ambushes. But what if I can fly? At that moment, the rabbit and red sisters stood dumbfounded, gazing at Gu Wen soaring above, his water and fire wings fluttering, their eyes wide with astonishment. How could this be possible? This man possessed wings. He could actually fly. Such a feat could only be achieved with a purple Gu insect. The lady in the red parasol seethed with frustration as she fixed her gaze upon Gu Wen. Realizing that since he possessed wings, their chances of defeating him were vanishingly slim. After all, neither of them could fly. If he chose to flee, what could they do to stop him? Who exactly was this man among the scavengers to possess a purple Gu insect? Emerging from the earth, the rabbit maiden, fueled by determination, harnessed the power of her jumping Gu to its fullest, leaping high from the soil and continuing to ascend. She wanted to test her limits. Could she reach Gu Wen? Watching her reckless sister, the lady in the red parasol felt a pang of anxiety. Ji Yuan's enigma filled her with foreboding. Sister. She was about to call her sister back when it was already too late. Gu Wen's lips curled into a chilling smile as he extended his right hand, palm facing the rabbit maiden, revealing a slowly forming black hole within his palm. The black void seemed endless and eerie. In that instant, the lady in the red parasol's expression shifted dramatically, her heart racing as she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Run! That is an attack-storing goo." But it was too late. The rabbit maiden, fully engaged in channeling her jumping goo, had no opportunity to change course and could only continue her ascent. In the next moment, a terrifying black sword shadow erupted from the black hole, carrying with it an overwhelming force of destruction and a hint of demonic energy. In an instant, the sword energy magnified several times, cleaving towards the rabbit maiden. Swish! The black sword energy flashed past, slicing the rabbit maiden from head to toe, cleaving her in half, her blood and entrails spraying everywhere. Blood stained the sky, transforming it into a rain of crimson. In her final moments, the rabbit maiden's face was etched with terror. Meanwhile, Guwen paid no mind to the chaos surrounding him, a smirk lingering at the corners of his mouth. Such an adorable girl. To kill her truly brings a sense of exhilaration, with the demise of the younger sister. It is time for the elder sister, is it not? Guwen's gaze shifted towards the elegant woman with the red umbrella, his eyes icy and devoid of any warmth, filled only with an endless chill and the aura of death. He believed in equality. Killing did not discriminate between male and female. At this moment, the elegant woman with the red umbrella had completely collapsed. She stared at the severed remains of her sister falling from the sky, her eyes brimming with anguish, despair, and fury. Sister, it was I who caused your demise. The woman's eyes turned blood red, her body trembling with rage as she cried out in utter despair. Sister, my only sister, I shall avenge you. Before she could finish her sentence, a fireball, a terrifying fusion of water and flame, surged towards her from above. It was Guwen's water flame explosion. He had no intention of allowing the woman any time to grieve. Seizing the moment of her disarray, he aimed to eliminate her swiftly. That was the way of the world. The woman quickly grasped her red umbrella in a bid to shield herself from the water flame explosion. Yet, as she lifted the umbrella, she suddenly noticed that an endless torrent of fiery water had enveloped her legs, surging violently towards her. The searing flames almost instantly charred her delicate feet, while the relentless flames climbed higher. Seeking to devour her entirely, Guwen, when he struck, did so with lethal intent, leaving no avenue for retreat. The woman gritted her teeth, prepared to withstand the aerial onslaught of the water flame explosion. A technique she had heard was incredibly powerful. If she miscalculated, she could be gravely injured in an instant. This mysterious man wielded immense power in his water and flame techniques. She could not afford to be careless. As she focused all her mental energy on the impending water flame explosion, she failed to notice that Guwen had vanished without a trace. When the water flame explosion collided with the barrier created by the red umbrella, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of fire that radiated outward in all directions. The woman struggled to resist, her body trembling as she clenched her jaw. I can withstand this. You have unleashed several powerful attacks. I refuse to believe you possess enough mental energy to continue battling me. The victor shall be me. Just as she prepared to lift her gaze in search of Guwen, intent on revenge, a sharp sword-formed goo emerged from behind her, piercing her heart with unerring precision, twisting and churning as it did so, reducing her heart to mere fragments. The woman's eyes widened in shock as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Guwen embraced her from behind, restraining her arms and briefly sealing her internal meridians with his mental energy to prevent any counterattack. With a slight smile, he leaned close to her ear. It appears that the victor of this game is none other than myself. Blood trickled from the woman's lips as she attempted to resist, but her meridians had been entirely sealed. Feeling her life force waning, she was overwhelmed by an infinite sense of regret and despair. She truly regretted it. If given the choice, she would have never led her sister down this path of sinister goo masters. It was a road of no return. Once embarked upon, there was no escape from this irreversible path. In a daze, the woman seemed to glimpse a vision from her past. She and her younger sister joyfully running through the streets. Laughter and merriment echoing around them. A picture of bliss. Ultimately, this very hometown, which they once cherished, had been reduced to ashes by their own hands as a testament to their allegiance to the realm of ecstasy. Leaving no survivors, perhaps this was their retribution. Chapter 62. Escape? Who is escaping? After confirming that the woman with the red umbrella had lost all signs of life, Gu pushed her down into the mud. Brushing off his clothes. Point 2. Third turn Gu Masters? The strongest beneath the fourth turn? Nothing remarkable really. Successfully killed a third turn Gu Master. After calculation, the combined lifespan of the Gu Master and Gu Insect totals 18,000 years. Successfully gained 18,000 years of lifespan. Successfully killed a third turn Gu Master. After calculation, the combined lifespan of the Gu Master and Gu Insect totals 24,000 years. Successfully gained 24,000 years of lifespan. Talent: Slayer activated. Attributes devoured successfully. Affinity for spider-type Gu insects slightly increased. Affinity for bloody-type Gu insects slightly increased. Affinity for lustful-type Gu insects slightly increased. Affinity for jumping-type Gu insects slightly increased. Speed increased. Agility enhanced. Mental energy boosted. Jumping ability elevated. With the demise of the two sisters, the Slayer talent directly endowed Gu with considerable power, augmenting his strength in various aspects. Ji-Yuan exhaled in relief. This sensation was more pleasurable than anything else. These two sisters were third-turn Gu Masters, and the attributes that the Slayer could devour were indeed substantial. With the evolution of his lifespan Gu, the amount of lifespan he could consume had significantly increased. The sisters had granted him a staggering 42,000 years of lifespan. Adding it to his previous lifespan, he now possessed a total of 47,000 years. He could now unlock 47 purple Gu jars. Of course, this did not imply that he could freely utilize the Gu jars. Gu jars of orange grade and above, akin to Gu insects, were referred to as immortal jars. The lifespan required to unlock them would increase dramatically, lacking a specific value. For instance, unlocking an orange jar would require a lifespan ranging from 100,000 to 1 million, varying by jar. The golden jars would require a lifespan between 1 million and 100 million. The red jars would start at 1 billion, with no upper limit. However, such high-grade jars were rare and not easily encountered. For Gu, unlocking purple-grade jars sufficed for the time being. Thus, as long as he did not cultivate Gu insects, his lifespan would be secure for the foreseeable future. A smile graced Gu's face. With his lifespan Gu still at second turn, he was already nearly assured of sufficient lifespan. What if he cultivated the lifespan Gu a few more times? Perhaps eventually, even his mere breathing would extend his lifespan. Ji-Yuan crouched beside the body of the woman with the red umbrella, soon uncovering a deceased white insect, the carcass of a storage Gu. In this world, the same Gu insect could only be refined by the same person. It could not be transferred or traded. If a Gu master lived, the Gu insect lived. If the Gu master died, so too did the Gu insect. Most Gu insects, upon death, held little value, though a select few high-tier Gu insects could be transformed into materials, serving as one of the materials for the promotion of high-tier Gu insects. The storage Gu, upon death, became unclaimed. By probing with his mental energy, one could retrieve its contents. This too could be considered a form of spoils. Ji-Yuan delved into the storage Gu, quickly discovering numerous valuable items. As the woman with the red umbrella was indeed affluent as a powerful third-turn Gu master. Firstly, there were 10 bank cards, evidently acquired by the sisters during their murderous escapades, as the bank cards in this world did not require passwords and were anonymous. Thus the funds within were free for use. This was a considerable fortune. Furthermore, Gu discovered many valuable materials, including 5 pieces of high-tier purple materials, those that are rare and difficult to procure. It seemed the woman with the red umbrella had been collecting them for her Gu insect's evolution. Ji-Yuan merely glanced at them and shook his head. These materials were not of immediate use to him. However, materials were never excessive. One could never know when they might come in handy. Additionally, the storage Gu contained some of the woman's personal belongings and clothing, as well as many peculiar little items. Gu glanced at them and disdainfully shook his head. He had suspected as much. He could smell the scent on the woman with the red umbrella, spending all her time in research. It was no wonder she bore an odor. After transferring all the valuable items from the storage Gu of the woman with the red umbrella, Gu moved on to the body of the rabbit sister. Unlike the elegant woman, whose body remained intact, the rabbit sister was in a tragic state. Her body cleaved in two, her entrails and organs scattered everywhere, along with her Gu insects. After a thorough search, Gu finally located the corpse of the rabbit sister's storage Gu. Upon probing inside with his mental energy, He quickly discovered a wealth of valuable items. He had truly returned victorious. He had obtained a dozen more bank cards and countless high-tier materials. These sisters were truly affluent. Unfortunately, goo jars were unique entities that could not be stored in ordinary storage goo. Only high-tier storage goo could accommodate them. Otherwise, with the sisters' wealth, they would surely have stocked up on goo jars. Having gathered his spoils, Gu Wen wore a smile. Killing and plundering truly proved to be the quickest path to becoming stronger. And no wonder, so many people are drawn to becoming sinister puppet masters. The speed at which they grow stronger is indeed remarkable. With this thought in mind, Gu Wen felt a twinge of excitement, contemplating his long-standing desire to venture to the land of the rising sun. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Zhuyu and promptly picked up the walkie-talkie, activating it and adjusting the channel before speaking. Captain Zhu, everything here is normal. What did you just say? On the other end, Zhuyu, upon hearing Gu Wen's voice, finally relaxed a heart that had been hanging in suspense. He had been desperately urging the worms within his body to hasten his journey, eager to reach the scene and rescue Gu Wen. However, although the Xiaotang Mountain's secret realm was not vast, the distance to Gu Wen was still several hundred kilometers. How could he possibly arrive swiftly? He had thought Gu Wen was surely doomed. As a second-tier puppet master, there seemed to be no chance for him to survive. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly face Lu Hao's reprimand and might even endure a beating from Li Long. Yet to his astonishment, Gu Wen was still alive. Zhu Yu's voice carried a hint of disbelief. You escaped? How did you manage that? Those two sisters excel at assassination and pursuit. Ji Yuan glanced down at the corpses of the two sisters and replied. Escape? Who escaped? Chapter 63. Can this shape of a head still be exchanged for points? Zhu Yu was momentarily at a loss, instinctively responding, who else could escape but you? What about those two sisters? Gu Wen crouched down and, with a firm tug, removed the head of the red umbrella lady, speaking nonchalantly, they're dead. Zhu Yu's pupils widened in shock, his mind reeling, dead? They're dead? The renowned Red Rabbit sisters in the puppet world. The genius assassins from the blissful realm have actually perished. Curiosity surged within Zhu Yu, and he hastily inquired, did a mysterious person assist you? Gu Wen raised an eyebrow. Who are you looking down upon? Could it not have been my own doing? Zhu Yu scoffed, you? If a second-tier puppet master like you could kill the Red Rabbit sisters, I'd gladly offer my head to you as a ball to kick. Zhu Yu was completely skeptical of Gu Wen's claims. The Red Rabbit sisters, when united, possessed terrifying assassination and evasion abilities. Even an average fourth-tier puppet master might struggle to contain them. A mere second-tier puppet master like Gu Wen could not possibly stand a chance against them in a fair fight. Gu Wen shrugged. Suit yourself. I'm hanging up now. I'm busy battling here. If you keep chatting, both the students and the teacher will be dead. With that, he casually ended the transmission. On the other end, Zhu Yu's face darkened like coal, and he roared, It was you who called me, bang. In a fit of rage, Zhu Yu punched a nearby ancient tree, shattering it in half, causing the surrounding beasts to flee in terror. Gu Wen, holding the head of the red umbrella lady, picked up the already severed head of the rabbit sister and walked toward the open ground. These were his trophies, which could be exchanged for points. There was no room for error. After just a few steps, Gu Wen furrowed his brow slightly, sensing fluctuations of combat emanating from the open area. More sinister puppet masters had arrived. A smile crept onto Gu Wen's lips. The presence of sinister puppet masters was certainly a welcome development. In an instant, Gu Wen returned to the open ground, where chaos reigned. The students of the Puppet Master Academy were teaming up to battle a sinister puppet master clad in a white mask. Several injured students lay on the ground, their fates uncertain. The masked puppet master wore a playful expression, engaging with the students casually, as if toying with them, showing no signs of seriousness. Meanwhile, the students were giving their all, struggling to resist, yet they were like a swarm of ants, easily sent flying with a mere flick of the puppet master's hand. This sinister puppet master was a second-tier puppet master. Ji Yuan casually discarded the severed heads to the ground. Speaking calmly, I just stepped away for a moment, and things have already descended into chaos. Upon hearing Gu Wen's voice, the students' eyes lit up with hope. Despite their bloodied appearances and the glimmers of desperation in their eyes, their morale surged at the sight of Gu Wen. Sir, you've returned? Tears glistened in the students' eyes. In that moment, they saw a glimmer of hope. The once pristine and tidy little girl, Li Duo, was now covered in blood. With several broken ribs and her beautiful face marred with gashes, she looked at Gu-won, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother, please save us." Ji-Yuan surveyed the students, somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that in the face of life and death, they had not succumbed to panic but instead fought valiantly against the sinister puppet master. Teske. Such resilience was impressive. Well, except for Wang Chunwei. That guy had evidently fled who knows where. The sinister puppet master, engaged in battle with the students, observed Gu-Wen's arrival and revealed a playful smile. "Finally, a somewhat capable lamb has arrived. Eh? I sense you might be even more delectable." Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the sinister puppet master, sending all the students nearby flying. Previously, he had merely been toying with them, not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, they would have been dead many times over by now. Ji-Yuan paid no mind to the sinister puppet master and instead turned his gaze to Li Duo, asking, "Where is your teacher Wang? Has he fallen?" Tears still glistening in her eyes, Li Duo shook her head vigorously. "No, the teacher is battling another sinister puppet master." Ji-Yuan glanced toward the southern direction, where he could indeed sense a lingering combat aura. Tsk.it. Seems things are quite intense over there. I wonder if Teacher Wang can hold on? The sinister puppet master, noticing Gu-Wen's disregard, became enraged. "How dare you ignore me? I will devour you alive. My man-eating worms relish those who disrespect me." With that, the puppet master opened his mouth wide, transforming it into a grotesque cavern, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a greedy hunger, an insatiable desire for food. Ji-Yuan frowned. Who is speaking? Swish! In the next moment, Gu-Wen conjured a water flame explosion and hurled it directly at the sinister puppet master's mouth. The puppet master widened his eyes, intending to close his mouth, but Gu-Wen's speed was too swift. He had no time to react. The water flame explosion was swallowed whole. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated within the puppet master's belly, obliterating it and scattering flesh and blood everywhere, leaving no trace behind. Instant killed, Ji-Yuan looked at the remains of the sinister puppet master and smiled faintly. "Little glutton, consuming everything will only lead to your downfall." Received a lifespan of 6,300 years. Affinity with various puppet insects increased, attributes enhanced across the board. Gu-Wen approached the remains of the sinister puppet master, observing his head, which had been blown to smithereens, and frowned slightly. Can this shape of a head still be exchanged for points? It should be possible. If anyone dares to deny me those points, I shall ensure their head meets the same fate. At that moment, the students stood in stunned silence. Huh? Is this really over? Just now, a single person was effortlessly taking on over 40 of us, a terrifying sinister puppet master who felt like a final boss. And he was instantly obliterated? In the next moment, the students erupted with excited cheers, their eyes filled with adoration as they gazed at Gu-Wen, akin to witnessing a true superhero. They had heard countless tales of heroes, but this was their first experience of having one appear right beside them. Ji-Yuan remained composed, yet a peculiar smile blossomed within him. These students knew he was the Gu-Wen who had been expelled just days prior. What would their reaction be? Perhaps it would be quite entertaining. "Tend to your injuries, rest as needed, and assist each other. I will go rescue your teacher." Ji-Yuan spoke languidly, not looking back as he walked away toward the location where Wang Yuan was still battling. Chapter 64. Flesh is fleeting, puppets ascend. As they watched Gu-Wen's retreating figure, a strong sense of confidence surged within the students. With such a powerful protector, what did they have to fear from sinister puppet masters in the secret realm? Victory was within their grasp. Justice would prevail. In the blink of an eye, Gu-Wen arrived at the battlefield. Wang Yuan, a summoner-type puppet master, relied primarily on his white wolf, with all other puppets serving to support and enhance the wolf's strength. At this moment, both Wang Yuan and his wolf were covered in injuries, looking utterly tragic, fighting solely on sheer willpower. One of Wang Yuan's eyes had even been obliterated, blood flowing from the wound, presenting a gruesome sight. Wang Yuan's adversaries were two marionette-like puppets, their movements stiff, lacking the fluidity of humans, yet their strength was formidable. Despite their rigid demeanor, they moved with astonishing speed. All were second-tier puppet masters. On the ground lay the body of another puppet, indicating that Wang Yuan had been fighting against three and had managed to kill one. Yet, as a second-tier puppet master, He was still struggling to cope. Gu Wen pondered thoughtfully. Puppet masters. They choose to refine various attribute-infused wooden puppets, integrating them into their own bodies, transforming themselves into puppet-like beings. Their thought processes become rigid, yet their strength can surge dramatically in a short time, rendering them impervious to blades and bullets. TSK. The most rudimentary of puppet masters, devoid of potential and limits. Ji Yuan's words dripped with disdain, utterly dismissing such a practitioner of the dark arts. Once they become puppet masters, it becomes a permanent transformation. Even when not commanding their puppet insects, they remain in that state. Can they still be considered human? Perhaps not. They can only be regarded as a peculiar breed that resembles humanity. In a past life, there existed a secret realm entirely populated by these bizarre puppet beings who had nearly lost all semblance of thought, reduced to mere killing machines in the throes of war. This was the fate that awaited all puppet masters. At this moment, two puppet masters were relentlessly closing in on Wang Yuan, their faces twisted into sinister smiles, producing unervingly stiff and eerie sounds. He, you are about to die. Flesh and blood are fleeting, while puppets ascend. You mere mortals have strayed from the path. Once you perish, it will be your student's turn. Opposing our realm of bliss is your transgression. Each puppet master taunted in turn, their smiles grotesque and terrifying. Wang Yuan stroked the white wolf by his side, gritting his teeth. Spare me the nonsense. Come at me. Let us see if I can take one of you down before I fall. It was worth it. The two puppet masters, aware of Wang Yuan's bravado, paid him no mind, continuing their eerie grins and taunts. Flesh and blood are fleeting, while puppets ascend. Today, no one can save you. Perish. Just as they prepared to unleash their final strike, a light, airy voice from Gu Wen interrupted. Did I hear that no one can save him? Might I be able to? Gu Wen approached casually, sword insect in hand, his demeanor serene, strolling as if taking a leisurely walk in the woods with his weapon. Upon seeing Gu Wen, Wang Yuan's body slackened, collapsing to the ground. He knew hope had arrived. Lying there with eyes closed, on the brink of unconsciousness, he murmured, You finally made it. Are my students safe? Of course. Gu Wen replied nonchalantly. When I saw them, they were still battling a man-eating evil insect master. Remarkably brave, TSK. They didn't falter. A faint smile crept onto Wang Yuan's pale face. Naturally, the students I taught. How could they not be brave? It's a pity, though, that my best student isn't here. Yet, perhaps that is for the best. At these words, Gu Wen's eyes darkened momentarily before returning to their usual calm, as he smiled lightly. No need for sentimentality. First, staunch the bleeding from your eyes. Don't let your students be safe only for their teacher to perish here. Wang Yuan nodded slightly, then retrieved a vial of healing ointment from his garment. Pouring it directly into his bloodied eye socket, the pain made him grimace, nearly causing him to collapse. Damn, that hurts. I'm going to be a one-eyed dragon. Ji Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. No worries, just buy a regular eye insect from the store. It's no big deal. For insect masters, losing an arm or leg, bursting an eye, or even losing an ear is merely routine. Those with powerful healing abilities can regenerate organs directly. For those with weaker healing skills and lacking funds for expensive treatments, they can instead refine an insect to serve as their organ eye. In this era, losing an eye is just a minor inconvenience. Wang Yuan felt a bit downcast. Though it's no big deal, I'll have to replace my original parts with something second-rate. Sigh. While Gu Wen and Wang Yuan engaged in their banter, the two puppet masters were seething with rage, their bodies stiffly turning their heads to glare at Gu Wen, their voices laden with fury. Are you two disregarding our presence? Gu Wen raised an eyebrow. I've noticed that you evil insect masters seem particularly averse to being overlooked. Are you perhaps starved for affection? If so, call me Daddy. Daddy can provide you with some paternal love. The two puppet masters erupted in anger. You're courting death. How dare you mock us? Gu Wen laughed. Mock you? Are you even worthy of it? TSK. It's far more entertaining to tease the Red Rabbit sisters. Upon hearing this, the two puppet masters felt their bodies grow even stiffer, their wadinized hearts chilling with dread. One puppet master swallowed hard and stammered. YUV met the Red Rabbit sisters. They were the strongest duo in this operation, second only to the commander. Just the mention of their names sent shivers down their spines, for these sisters were genuinely deranged. Gu Wen waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean by met? My connection with him is hardly superficial. The puppet master froze. You know them? Are you one of us? Guwen grinned. Not quite. I just killed them. Now, tell me, how deep is that connection? The revelation left the two puppet masters in stunned silence, exchanging glances as their scalps prickled with fear. Chapter 65. I hope she doesn't die out there. The Red Rabbit sisters, the strongest duo below the fourth transition. They were actually slain by this masked figure. How is that possible? Could this man in a janitor's outfit and mask be a powerful figure within the cleaners? Was there still time for them to flee? Quickly, the puppet master on the left regained his composure. Sneering at Guwen, you're lying. It won't be so easy to scare us away. Do you think you're a fourth transition master? No one below that level can kill the Red Rabbit sisters. Even a fourth transition master could never slay them if they wished to flee. No sooner had the puppet